Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 82, Chapter. I will release it. I let a smug smile cross my face, as the blue-haired exorcist before me drew forth one of the most powerful holy weapons in existence from a sheen of golden light. I barely even have to play up the whole standard, cocky arrogant pagan god thing, she's just that quick on the draw. Really, I am going to have to thank my cat girls for softening them up quite a bit for me. The quick meet-up we had before this gave me a general idea of what they've been doing to the poor band of girls. Their antics have been nothing short of diabolical, not even a joke, and I'm shocked it didn't take Lint longer to put her foot down on the whole thing. Oh, right, Lint. Out of this whole situation, her being here, with the Holy Cross no less, was something I didn't account for, nor see coming at all. The cat girls came in clutch regarding her. Taking her away from the situation, and enabling me to reverse her likely intended purpose from deterrent to reason to show up and pick a fight is, just, chief's kiss, truly. Fucking love those girls. What I don't love, is what Lint's being here with the Holy Cross means. Because Incinerate Anthem should be with the Wizards of Oz right now, within one of the witch's apprentices whose name I couldn't care to dig up right now. Lint isn't supposed to have that gear until next year, yet it looks like someone got an early Christmas present. Internally, I click my tongue at the only conclusion this info brings me to. The church, and possibly heaven, is hunting down the holy relics. Either are currently, or they already have them all. This means the Grawl and the Crown, two obscenely powerful weapons, are something I might have to contend with in the future. Grand. On the flip side though, that future isn't now. Instead, I get to face Durandal. Golden aura bubbled around my hand and rose, as the massive blue and golden kitchen knife of a holy sword was brought down straight for my center mass. For a human, I'll admit, Zenobia was pretty fast, even while lumbering around such a cumbersome weapon. Unfortunately for her, I'm more than just human, even in the dark. My hand causally stops the massive cleaver in its tracks. To the causal observing eye, I'd bet it'd look comical how fast the blade suddenly stopped. Zenobia herself nearly flung forward as the momentum of her swing didn't suddenly disappear, her feet briefly lifting off the ground before she managed to push herself back down, her face twisting into a shocked grimace. I looked down at her, and chuckled, in a way that only an arrogant god could. It took me but a moment to notice there was something different about her. Oh, yeah. My face turned blank, as I stared pointedly at her attire, and spoke, so, church pig, what's up with the fetish wear? She had ditched her cloak as soon as she made her attack, which made sense, of course, a large billowing thing like that was pretty much only useful for covering the borderline fetish outfit underneath. Zenovia's gaze sharpened with near outrage, of course, only a pagan such as yourself would call the traditional battle suit of the church as such. Yeah. Irina finally spoke up in the back, throwing her cloak off as well to reveal herself wearing the same outfit. It's not a fetish thing whatsoever. It's durable, very breathable, and allows for incredible ease of movement. I snorted, before retorting, right. It also looks like it came out of an amateur porn production. The two girls gasped in something like indignation, while the third, their blonde-haired nun who thankfully was wearing her nun habit, just tilted her head, left sitting in the place Zenovia dropped her when she made her attack. She began, looking cutely lost. I don't really get it. Never stop being so pure, Asia. If there's one person in the world who deserves to be made an angel, it's you. Doesn't matter. Zenovia barked out through gritted teeth, as she tried pulling her sword out of my grasp. To absolutely zero effect. That avenue blocked off, the Unga Bunga swordswomen could only think of one alternative. Double, triple, and quadruple down. Her grip on Durandal tightened, and the blue blade of the sword began to shine with holy power of his variety pouring from the blade like a broken dam, a golden aura pouring and bellowing off the blade in droves. In the novels, I recall Durandal being described as something like a bull or horse. It loves to kick, to bite back, against anything and everything, including its wielder. And with my own Holy Spirit power coating my hand and brushing up against it, I can kind of feel it myself. My aura explodes out from my palm as the sword's aura immediately tries to bite through violently. At the same time, I can see and feel Zenobia turn the pressure up, trying to make the sword go down, not only to cut me in twine but to even direct the sword's power in the first place. Durandal's power is that its aura can be changed according to the user's preferences or needs. That, along with its extreme sharpness, is why the blade is one of the strongest in the world. I can feel it, Zenovia's destructive impulse is being pressed through the sword. She wants to blow me apart, shatter my existence, and so the aura of the sword responds in kind. Such a power though, is a double-edged sword, by Durandal's nature. Yes, a shard of this sword, with even just a fraction of its holy power, would be perfect for my plans. It could help construct a holy aura exactly the way I need it to make a convincing fake spear. I don't even stagger, nor flinch, as a silver line flies in from the side, and wraps around my throat. Holy aura immediately radiates from it, and although it's not an insignificant amount, well, compared to Durandal, it may as well be. I don't even need to use my aura to protect my neck, the whip-like blade just can't cut my flesh as is. Zenobia. Irina calls out, holding the golden glowing silver whip-like blade out, "I'll back you up ehhhh." Irina was quickly cut off, as I reached up with my free hand, grabbed the silver whip casually, and pulled, and like a fish caught on a hook, the chestnut-haired girl was reeled straight to me. The sword Irina is wielding is called Excalibur Mimic, and it pretty much enables her to shift the sword's form into whatever she wants. In this case, as I pulled her in, the whip-like sword wrapped further and further around my neck and throat, trying its damnedest to cut through, or even just constrict it. 0 plus 0 doesn't stop being 0 though, and as unfortunate as it is to say, Irina and her sword are kind of just here. They don't matter, Zenobia and Durandal are simply far more powerful, it's sad. I lash out with my other hand as soon as she reaches me, grabbing the chestnut-haired girl's throat and immediately start wringing her out by her neck. AACK. She cries out, or, well, she tires too. The holy aura of her sword almost immediately falters as soon as I grab onto her throat, Mimic's blade growing increasingly slack as its owner suddenly finds herself with the increasing desire to breathe. I'd make a joke or something about her liking it, because sheltered virgin church girl in fetish wear and all that, but instead, her friends speak up before I can. Irina. Asia called out from behind Zenobia, sounding increasingly panicked, "Please, Mr. Pagan, we didn't, we aren't, don't hurt her." She settled on crying out desperately. Fuck. Now I feel bad. Zenobia on the other hand, her eyes widened in indignation and horror, "Irina, tch. Let her go, now." Before she grits her teeth harder and pushes forward even harder still. This time, I actively have to brace myself, as the ground around us promptly shatters and craters inward, with us in its center. Durandal's holy aura lashes out violently, focused predominantly on pressing down on me, but it takes any it can get, including the surroundings now. 1, twice, a third. The ground shudders and buckles under the force of destruction Zenobia commands be brought down upon me. Yet, even with her renewed determination, I remain standing regardless. My aura pours from every pore in my body, cloaking me entirely, and I click my tongue with distaste at the wanton destruction around us, my arm never even buckling the slightest bit. How obscene. I utter, the chestnut-haired girl in my hand finally going completely slack, Mimic falling off me and out of her hand, onto the ground with a strangled gasp. She was not dead of course, just unconscious. She'll be fine once I toss her at Asia. But I still have a part to play. So I continue, the way you small, insignificant, pigs struggle. Now, I start putting some strength into my grip, turning it from an iron hold to a crushing grasp. Zenobia had just barely registered the fact that her partner fell unconscious, or in her eyes, possibly worse, judging by the way said organs widened before she faced a new problem. My fingers all of a sudden digging into her sword. She perked up as, amongst the roar of holy auras wildly bellowing, the sound of creaking and bending metal could be heard, followed by the increasingly growing echoes of cracks and fissures forming. What? Wait. Her eyes finally found the cause, and it took everything in me too not to start laughing at how panicked she quickly became as she watched Durandal begin to break apart. From where my hand held the oversized meat cleaver, the metal bent around my digits, and from there, spider web-like cracks and fissures traveled up and down the length of the blade. As more appeared, the worse they became, and the worse they made the pre-existing ones. None of this was helped by Zenobia still trying to force the blade down, just putting even more pressure on the sword even more. That didn't keep up for much longer once she realized that she was only making it worse, but by that point, it didn't matter anymore. To complete the act, I leaned forward, just a bit, and smirked right in her face. I didn't even say anything, I didn't need to. Zenobia tried to pull back, better senses finally coming over her as fear overwhelmed her righteous fury and indignation, and it showed on her face. She barely managed one step before the golden aura from Durandal, along with the blade itself, ruptured within my grasp. The crater we stood in immediately doubled, no, tripled in length as the destructive aura rippled out like a shockwave, tearing the hole in the ground asunder even further, with Zenobia flying off with it, as did Irina who I let go. A flashbang of golden light went off and within it, I took my closed fist and dumped the shards contained within into a pocket inside my robe. My Holy Spirit power quickly acted by my will to contain the boiling holy power within. When the smoke and light cleared, I didn't stand entirely alone within the smoking crater of a holy sword detonation. At my feet were several more shards of Durandal, along with the blade's massive hilt, which was entirely intact. The shards were mostly spread out, and of similar size, save for those closest to the hilt or tip of the blade, which were the largest and least damaged. Within the rubble, I saw what looked like some sort of white and gold arrowhead. That is the best I could describe it. I assume that's the sword's core, and it didn't look damaged. Good. I figured it'd be closer to the hilt, and intentionally aimed to destroy the sword closer to the center to avoid it. Judging by where it ended up, right next to the hilt, it looks like I was right. No then. Where did those girls fly off to? My halo flashes behind me, as I slowly lift off the ground and into the air, and despite my sluggish pace, I find myself out of the ground in no time at all. It doesn't take too long to find them. It also doesn't take too long for me to be reminded what exactly kind of world I reside in. Durable, huh? I deadpan down at the girls. Specifically, the blue and chestnut-haired pair, albeit only the former is conscious at all to hear my snark. Both girls' battle suits were torn to shit, and in all the wrong, or right, if you're a pervert, places. Not even a joke, everything besides their tits, thighs, and judging by the lack of spandex around the latter, their asses as well, was covered. Only those 3 general areas weren't covered now. Beyond that, the 2 were riddled with scrapes and bleeding cuts. If I had to guess, fragmentation from Durandal's explosion likely nicked the 2. Yet miraculously, that looks like all they got. Zenobia glared wrathful daggers my way but bit back a retort as Asia of all people looked at her and spoke, soft green light erupting from her hands and surrounding Irina as she did so. She's alive, even though he didn't have to let her be. Asia pointed out, tellingly. Zenobia looked back at the blonde, meeting her almost chastising glare with a huff, but she seemed to get what Asia was saying and kept her mouth shut. Now then, I got what I wanted, and there's no better time to de-escalate than now, I think. I slowly floated back down, my halo snuffing out behind me as my feet touched the ground. Zenobia, despite being more than down for the count at this point, still moves to preemptively protect Asia and Irina, sliding across the ground to block me with her own body. I open my mouth, but, unfortunately, I can't get any words out, as Zenobia deigns to speak first. I won't let you hurt them, pagan, Zenobia spews out, spare them your wrath and take me instead. She pauses, as if building courage for something. Oh fuck, please, don't. For the love of me, please don't fucking tell me what I think she's about to say. Stifling a sigh, she looks at me, stoic and resolute. I may be inexperienced, and a virgin, but I'm sure I'll be enough to calm you down. She states without even a hint of disgust. Fuck me, she said it. Asia blinked, yeah. Irina's unconscious body twitched as if trying to say the same thing. The blue-haired exorcist sat there on her knees, staring up at me expectantly. I stared right back down at her, deadpanning. No. I stated back, plainly. Zenobia tilted her head, why not? Because I don't rape people. I snapped back as if it was obvious. Zenobia shook her head, it's not rape if I offer up myself. She denied it cleanly. I'm not even next to a Grim Reaper, yet I feel the urge to kill myself. Eee. Asia shrieked out in increasing alarm as she finally started getting what was going on here. By a definition technicality, I stress back to Zenobia whilst refuting her, but the act would still be rape adjacent. Besides. I continue quickly before Zenobia can butt in with something stupid. Again, I wasn't planning on killing you lot. Just messing you up a bit. Asia let out a sigh of relief. Zenobia crossed her arms and huffed, why didn't you say so sooner? Because you're a fucking moron. Because you opened your mouth first and started spewing that. My filter processed out my lips in response instead. I figured that's what you pagans like, considering how you talked about our outfits earlier. Zenobia, weakly, tried to defend herself. I won't be saying this out loud, but while their suits are hot, I actually find nun clothes unironically more sexy. I can't say exactly why, maybe it's because of the association with the nun's vows, or maybe it's because certain girls fill them out perfectly. Or maybe, I'm just a degenerate at heart, and there's a reason the bigman upstairs doesn't like me so much beyond me spamming his name like a cheat code. I stare down at Zenobia, who refuses to meet my gaze for obvious reasons, before looking back at Asia and the still unconscious Irina. So then, you there, blondie. I spoke up, causing Asia to perk up and nearly start sputtering at being singled out. I asked what you folks were doing out here. I expect an answer. Now. You well. Asia, also, avoided direct eye contact. We were just passing through, on the way to Kyoto, to look for something. But, well, it's been annoying. Zenobia huffed, finishing for Asia. The blonde nodded, and gulped. Ever since we got here, nothing has been going our way, and our chaperone isn't around. Before you showed up, eh? Her voice drifted off, likely realizing how stupid and nonsensical she was about to say sounded. Zenobia didn't see it though. A cat stole our friend's gun, she ran off to chase it, and even used her sacred gear to try and stop it. Zenobia finished for the blonde one more, succinctly. Asia shot the blue-haired girl a panicked look, but when she saw the expression on my face wasn't one of pure disbelief, but rather, understanding, she turned confused. A cat, huh? I murmured in faux thought, sounds like a yukai, then. Specifically, a Nikomata. Zenobia blinked, yukai. I waved the blue-haired girl off, a group of supernatural beings around these parts, considered monsters or maybe even demons. Not all of them are actively malicious, most are usually just tricksters, especially Nikomata. You know, cats. With my words, a look of understanding dawned over the two girls. Meanwhile, in my head, a thought occurred. Plans were being updated on the spot. I rubbed my chin, and this time, I didn't have to fake being lost in thought. Maybe, I should take these girls back with me. It'd definitely win brownie points with Dulio whenever he shows up, and it'd also make keeping an eye on all these church people easier if they were right in my backyard. What was that saying again? Keep your friends closer, and your enemies closer still. I sort of originally planned to vanish after making sure they were okay, be all mysterious and all that while hiding the fake spear and setting them up to find it, but this could work better. Of course, there's always a risk they'd catch me, but, well. I looked over the three and nearly snorted. Fat chance of that happening. Lint might. Maybe. I'd have to meet her first to see. Yeah, actually, I'll decide after meeting her first. If she's too smart, I'll take my mysterious leave, otherwise, I'll host them for a little while at my place. Asia suddenly spoke up again, a slight frown slowly marring her cute face. Speaking of, Lint hasn't returned, even after all the power being thrown around over here. Zenobia frowned much harder and tried to stand up, before wincing and falling back to the ground, tch. Damn it. She then shot me a glare, which easily transmitted, this is your fault, clear as day. Heh. I had to stop myself from chuckling. I waved her off, stepping around the church girls with a sigh. I doubt your friend is in any true danger, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to take a look anyway. Usually, it's the job of the kami to make sure the yukai aren't getting too uppity, anyway. Zenobia turned up her nose, clearly thinking something that I would spank her bare ass for saying out loud. Luckily for her ass though, she didn't. A rare moment of self-restraint. Ganbat, Zenobia-chan. I trust Blondie can take care of the healing, so I'll be right back with your friend. I wave back at them as I leisurely walk off. Asia turns and calls out, thank you. Zenobia, once again, huffs, and crosses her arms, pouting. A new son. It didn't take long at all to find the abandoned mansion the two told me they were going to lead Holy Cross user to. When I walked in, I didn't at all expect what I found inside, though. Through the front door, then forward through another set of doors into what looked like a big dining area, I saw Kuroka cackling in front of a strapped-up, pinned to the far wall unconscious Lint, as she brushed makeup on her face. Or is that paint? I don't know, both look the same to me if I'm telling the truth. A second more inspection though, damn near made me keel over laughing. As it was though, I barely managed to hold it in my gut. They did Lint's white hair up and dyed it all sorts of colors, like a rainbow. Her nose and lips were now painted red, and Kuroka was busy currently making the rest of her face even paler looking than it was before. They're turning her into a clown. Fucking hell. Chiron watched this from the side, arms crossed, an eyebrow slightly raised. She didn't seem that into it but was still smiling slightly all the same. It was Chiron's lack of paying complete attention to her sister that enabled her to hear me when I came in, as the sound of my attempts to hold my laughter and made her perk up, and swivel on her feet my way. She came right up to me, you better not have messed anything up, pervert senpai mmm. I immediately snatched her up as soon as she was within arm's reach of me and pulled her in for a big hug, and searing kiss. Mama, senpai, you. Chiron pretty much moaned into my mouth, as I also didn't waste a second coping a feel of her nice and big luscious ass. Chiron's very lewd noises finally managed to grab Kuroka's attention, who turned our way very fast after they started. Darling. No fair, Naya. She immediately started bounding over. And in much the same way. I want some too NYAH. I snatched her up too, removing one of my arms from Chiron to do it, pressing her against me all the same, while finally releasing Chiron's lips. Only to swiftly give Kuroka's lips and body the exact same treatment. Claiming her lips with a passionate kiss and burying my fingers in my black-haired short-stack's bodacious backside. Darling. They even have the same reaction too. After a moment of this, I released her lips as well and grinned down at them both. You two are doing absolutely amazing. I breathed out easily because everything was going so smoothly, I've got what I need, and now. I look past them, at Lint, and smile. It's on to, possibly, the final act. Chapter 83, Chapter. Hey, wakey wakey. HHNNGGH. Lint groaned out a low rumble from the back of her throat, as an annoying voice broke through the haze of her deep and dark unconsciousness. Granted, the voice wasn't annoying because it sounded annoying, it only became annoying because it was waking her up. Then she felt something, likely a finger based on how smooth it was, poking her cheek. Oi. Clown girl. Wake the hell up. The male voice intoned, slightly more agitated. Wait, what does he mean by clown girl? Also, who even is this guy? He sounds like he's speaking perfect Italian, but somehow she doubts that she'd just run into some random Italian guy like that out this far east. Who'd also somehow know she is and speaks Italian, and thus would talk such to her right off the bat. The likely true answer. Language, a passive ability a chunk of supernatural beings possess that enables them to converse with all peoples without needing to heed language barriers. Which means this guy is a supernatural being of some kind. But which one? Angels, both pure and fallen, possess the ability. As do devils and gods, and if she recalls correctly, most beings have a method of achieving similar abilities as well. None of that helps her right this second, does it? Well. In any event, as holder of the Holy Cross, if he's any kind of dark creature, which is the most possible, she doesn't have anything to worry about. HNN. Go away. So, she lazily throws her arm out in his voice's general direction, trying to shoo him away. She doesn't know where exactly she is right now, but she's far too comfortable to get up now. So peaceful. So quiet. Even if it feels like she's forgetting about something, well, if she forgot, then clearly it wasn't important, right? The man sighs, not a small spell, huh? Guess I'll have to jolt you awake. Light flickered throughout the blackness of her vision. And in that moment, Lint stilled. Where the light flickered over, splotched or holes in the darkness formed, allowing Lint to see through it. And via that, she finally figured out just how unnatural it all was. The darkness cracked, more wounds opening in the haze, letting her mind pour out. Her body ached and racked with pain, especially in her stomach, which felt like a void. Dead empty by this point, she bets her stomach couldn't even manage a whimper, much less a growl. Feelings returned at last, of the world around her. Her small body lay upon a stiff leathery material, likely a couch. She could smell the oldness and dust from the material, and it made her want to choke and cough. Everything came rushing back, like a dam finally broken, more and more kept coming, until eventually, it all fell apart. The darkness gave way and she could finally see in totality. But more importantly, she could finally hear him. The chief mourner. Its whispers were far more hurried than usual, they sounded alert, awake, no longer hushed and melancholic, but almost scared. No, not that. Blasphemer, profaner. Is that hatred? Scourge, pagan. She didn't get what the chief mourner meant by blasphemer or profaner, but pagan. Now that she understands. And as her senses finally return to her, she doesn't need her eyes to feel the practical sun looming right next to her body. Not just a pagan god. Huh. He hummed, sounding almost stumped. Well damn, I thought for sure that would have dash. He doesn't realize I'm fully awake now. Capitalizing on that realization, she moved. It was only her arm, but that's all she needed, an outstretched hand. The purple holy flames came much easier, almost unbidden, and in fact, it was so easy, it was far too much. The sheer force of the amount of flames she threw out blew her backward, the furniture she was on flipping over as she went careening straight into the wall behind it with a dull and mildly painful thud that flung her eyes open in shock. She quickly took stock of her environment. The hall she was in likely once looked fancy, and judging by its size, was likely a dining hall of some kind in the past. The large and old tables and chairs pushed to the sides of the hall, out of the way, a thick layer of dust and dirt settling over them all only added to her theory, as did the large ornate, but non-functioning, chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It's not like it matters though, she didn't exactly have trouble seeing, considering all the fire she flung out into the area. At least a quarter of the hall, and rapidly spreading, was engulfed in her holy purple flames. She didn't want to burn down the whole mansion, or at least, she assumed she was still in the mansion, she just wanted a powerful and concentrated enough attack to stun or injure the god long enough so she could escape back to the others. And then they could promptly get the hell out of here. Lint clambered back onto her feet, the hand that spewed the wave of fire still lit like a torch, setting the odd wooden table and chair alight with but a touch. She clicked her tongue and looked down at the blaze around her forearm. She wouldn't even get the chance to try and reel it back in. Yeesh. A voice, the same voice, the voice of a pagan god broke through even the holy haze made by the heat of her purple flames. He didn't even seem annoyed, just more surprised. He stepped forward, out of the blaze, completely and entirely unharmed, even as is that a bathrobe? Okay. Even as his bathrobe wafted in the heat, parts of it burning in the light. I expected you to be a little jumpy after waking up, he starts, almost amusedly, but I didn't expect a kill shot right off the bat. The blaze around her forearm throbbed almost angrily, and she grasped that arm, feeling as though if she didn't, the flames would have tried to lurch at him. Somehow. She could hear it, in the back of her mind, the chief mourner's angered hissing sobs. Lint grits her teeth, and feigns a confident smirk, while internally grinding her teeth together. Well, of course, she replied, trying to sound as confident as she portrayed. Heretics and pagans should all be burned, that is their rightful place, after all. Chief Mourner gave a mirthful chuckle in the back of her head for her words, agreeing with her completely. Meanwhile, though, Lint honestly had no idea what to do. If this guy survived that overpowered blast of flames from her, flames that could easily annihilate an ultimate-class devil, and hurt even pagan deities without a balance breaker, then... Well, the fact this guy's face tanked it without harm likely means she'd need her balance breaker to do anything to him. This means she's shit out of luck because she hasn't figured out balance breaker yet. She's only had the Holy Cross for a few months now, it was far too soon for that. And to top all this off, he tilted his head at her, giving her a very pointed punchable smile as he uncaringly responded, "Is that so?" Yeah, he wasn't buying her confident act for a second. Fuck. She really wished her brothers gave her more than just a dictionary full of swears and curses right about now. A new son. How the hell am I supposed to de-escalate this situation? I don't need to be a genius at cold reading to tell that the poor girl in front of me is actively terrified. She's cornered, starved, in an unfamiliar place, and her powers aren't working. Of course she is terrified, even if she tries to mask it with stony confidence. She's essentially, and I don't mean this literally, but she's pretty much a cornered animal right now. I don't want her getting uppity and throwing another blast like her first one again. It caught me completely off guard, and if I didn't raise my Holy Spirit power to block it, well, for once, I could feel the heat from these flames. They likely wouldn't do any actual damage to me, but the fact that I can feel them at all means they possess the potential to. Don't need her getting so scared she unlocks her balance breaker on me or something. Or hell, she might already have it, she just can't use it while her body is as drained as it likely is at the moment. But she might try and force it regardless, especially if she suspects her friends are in danger because of me, and that they need her. Her friends, yeah, I'll start there. I think carefully for a moment, after all, I don't want to sound like I'm indirectly threatening her or them in any manner with my next words. That moment passes, and I speak up once more, continuing from where I left off, is being burned for all pagans. Even ones that have decided to help you, and your friends. I watch her carefully, seeing her confident facade falter in shock as she raises an eyebrow. Elaborate, pagan. I chuckle. Firstly, I have a name. Noriaki Kusanagi. I'm just now realizing I never introduced myself to the church trio properly. How uncouth of me. At my words, Lint narrowed her eyes in thought and nodded at me to continue. So I did. Secondly, I came looking for you because of them, those 3 girls. I had only come around when I sensed divine flames being thrown around and found them, but not you. Eventually, they told me what was going on, about you, and so here I am. Abridged, heavily, but I figured leaving out the fight between us would be a good idea for now. Any idea that I somehow hurt them could set her off. Best avoid that entirely. After a similarly tense moment, Lint responded carefully, "Did they know?" I nodded, easily. I have no reason to lie. To leave stuff out though. Yup. Though, just to be sure she knows just how differently this all could go. My Holy Spirit power begins to bubble up around me. As soon as the golden sheen surrounds my form, the purple flames still clinging angrily to me are snuffed out. Immediately. As are the flames directly surrounding me. Put out like one would a candle flame with a wet cloth. I step forward, toward the short pale white-haired girl, whose eyes are growing wide, and as I do, my power radiates out like the sun. The waves crash down upon the flames, and with each blow, they grow weaker and dimmer. I stop when I'm standing directly in front of her. The only glow left within the now torched and blackened old mansion is me, my golden form, bringing some radiance to the nearly burned-down hall. I reach out, gently, and take her blazing forearm like one would pinch a candle wick. A single touch, a push of aura, and even that blaze went out just like the rest. Just as easily. I smile down at her. That's better. I don't know if anyone owns this place, but it'd be a shame if someone came to check out their inheritance or something and found a burned wreck, wouldn't it? Aye. Lint gulped. I suppose so, Kusanagi. She corrected herself, looking between my face and her grasped arm rapidly. Now, they'll come to a mostly intact, albeit old, mansion, with a burned-out dining area. Should be simple enough to eventually fix up, right? The chandelier behind me falls and smashes against the floor, half melted and bent out of shape, causing Lint to flinch slightly. Right. I let go of her arm, the girl quickly pulling it away as soon as I did, which I chuckled at in response before turning toward the door. Well, you don't have to take my word for it alone, you can ask them once I bring you back to them. I start to take a step toward walking away, before stopping, and turning back to her, though, maybe we should get you cleaned up first. Lint merely blinked up at me, huh? She's still got the nearly finished clown makeup plastered on her face. I can't believe I almost forgot about that. The clueless look she has on her face, with the makeup. Must keep it in. In that vein, I take a deep breath in, grab her by the shoulders, and lead the girl to the nearest reflective surface. In this case, the fallen chandelier. My aura dies down, letting the natural moonlight from outside in, and the reflection on the chandelier's metallic surface to show, and also, hopefully, letting my uncle see this shit. Lint looked at me oddly at first, until she looked down at the chandelier. I saw the exact moment she realized what exactly I meant. And in turn, she got to see the exact moment my sides hurt too much for me to contain it in. SNNNRRCCKKK. Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing, nearly wheezing, as Lint just stared at her reflection. The poor girl looked gobsmacked, but also dead inside, which I'm sorry to say just made it more funny. I was gonna say dash, I started stuttering out between breaths, only for Lint to swiftly raise a hand, almost right to my face. Don't. She uttered, in a tone bordering Chiron but far more wrathful. You know what? That's fair. So I didn't say anything more. But I did keep laughing, I've been holding it in far too long not to. A new son. Back out on the road again, this time with the mini-female Sigurd clone walking a respectable distance behind me, and my sides finally safe. It's clear she doesn't trust me, which is fair enough, so if she wants my back to be open just in case, well, I'll give her that. Not like a light bullet or three, even coated in flames, is going to do much to me. Or stop me from regenerating from anything it could do. On our short little walk since we left, I decided to tell her pretty much everything I told the church trio about the Yukai, the Nikomata, and such. She didn't talk much, if at all, but when I told her who were their tormentors, who were likely her specific tormentors, she managed out a bitter yet embarrassed. I see. I wish I could have seen her face during it, it'd probably have been just as red as the makeup Kuroka put on her. Ah. Speaking of, before we left, we did manage to get it off. Or, rather, Lint managed to, as I was dying on the floor from laughter, she ran off to go find water and wash it off. I didn't expect she would. The place looked so old I kind of figured that the plumbing and water fell apart, and even if it didn't, I doubted the water would have been safe. But, shockingly, one of the bathrooms did indeed work, and her eyes didn't turn pink and puff out after she was done, so either those clone genetics are putting in work or the water wasn't that bad after all. Either or. Anyhow, so far, I haven't been able to fully gauge Lint as a person quite yet, and therefore, I haven't made a final decision on helping the group as of yet. For sure though, I don't think she's an idiot. The way she's been acting so far, and the way the other girls act, makes me think Lint may be the straight man to their stupid. Well, Irina and Zenovia's stupidity and Asia's kindness. I suppose I'll see when the group reunites. Thankfully, as I thought, the walk wasn't too long, and doubly so, the girls didn't stray far from where I left them. They just got off the street, and found some shade. Also, Irina and Zenovia were wearing their cloaks again, and the former was awake once more. Seems Asia does really good work, as expected. I stopped a respectable distance away, close enough I'd hear something, but far enough away to give them at least some semblance of privacy. Then, I stepped aside, looked at Lint, and waved a hand toward the three. The pale girl looked at the three, and smiled slightly, before giving me a curt nod and walking off to them, her walk becoming a touch more speedy as she did so. The three girls were huddled together in the shade, with Asia seemingly saying something to the other two. I could see Irina looked rather downcast, and Zenovia's stoic glare was forced as hell, but I couldn't see or hear Asia. I think she's trying to comfort them though, that'd fit with her. Zenovia was the first to see Lint as she came up, perking up as the pale girl came into her line of sight, and melting away into a relieved smile. She grabbed Irina's shoulder and shook her. Irina turned toward her blue-haired partner, and though I couldn't hear it, I could see the way her lips moved, and her agitated look as she snapped out a, "What?" Zenovia simply pointed. Irina followed it, clearly annoyed. However, that quickly changed when she beheld who she was pointing at. Lint-chan. Irina cried out jubilantly, all traces of negative emotion dashed. I winced, everyone else did too. Damn girl, calm it down, people are trying to sleep. Regardless, Irina's call-out got everyone up, and before long they quickly converged on their friend. And by converged, I mean they practically tackled her to the ground, leaving the pale girl groaning on the floor under their bodies. I gave another wince at that. Ouch. Eventually, Lint managed to escape, and all the girls were back on their feet. Asia fawned over Lint for a second, likely checking for injuries, but I didn't see any green light, so I suppose that meant everything turned out fine. Irina was about to start saying something, but Lint held up a hand, before waving back, to me. You don't gotta hang out in the back and creep around, Kusanagi. Come on up. She called out. I snorted, but approached regardless, figured I'd just give you and your girlfriend some space is all. Lint shrugged, now far more relaxed, I don't care, besides dash. She was cut off before she could finish, by Asia walked up to me, tears filling her eyes. She grabbed my hands, and looked up at me, eye to eye. Thank you. She nearly sobbed out, sincerely. I just stared back down at her, completely baffled. Geez, the way she's acting almost makes it sound like she's thanking me for saving her friend's life. Which, no. But I guess in a way it does kind of look like it. Well, in the end, I still caused all this, and now Asia is crying. So I feel bad. Fuck man. Asia, you are far too precious and wholesome for this world. As for the other two, Zenobia gave me a nod of acknowledgement, while Irina shuffled closer to Zenobia, almost like she was trying to hide behind her. Her big happy smile faltered a bit as well. I'm not shocked. The last she saw me, I was choking her into unconsciousness after all. So completely fair. Lint rolled her eyes at Asia. Hey now, it's not like I was going to die or anything, you know. Asia sniffled, and wiped away the tears from one of her eyes. Maybe, but still, you could have been hurt, or worse, out there. Lint's expression softened considerably at her blonde friend's words. Adorable. Also, now I feel even worse. No regrets though, this has been going far too well as of late for that. Lint merely patted the blonde's head, before turning back to the partners. Alright, so, IRI. You were saying? She asks. Irina twitched, looking at me for a second, before looking down, face going red as she clenches her cloak from the inside for a second. Zenobia. Why you say it? The chestnut-haired girl demands, seething slightly. Zenobia shrugs, and then, without a moment of hesitation or grace, slides open her cloak, and at the same time, reaches over to pull open Irina's as well. Revealing both girls torn to hell battle suits. Zenobia. Irina tries desperately to pull the cloak back together but to no avail. Turns out, swinging big-ass swords around means Zenobia has more arm strength. Who'd have thought? Regardless, Zenobia completely ignores Irina's pleas and addresses Lint. Our battlesuit suffered damage during our battle with. She eyes me for a second. Kusanagi, here. Lint blinks. A couple of times. Then I found something cold pressing against the bottom of my jaw. A gun barrel. The gun barrel of a silver oversized Glock. With Lint's finger on the trigger. She wasn't even looking in my direction, yet it was there nonetheless. I simply stared ahead, blankly. Fucking Zenobia. Yeah. Lint. Asia cried out, only to be completely ignored. Elaborate, Zen. Lint calmly demanded. Yeah, Zenobia. Elaborate, and let me cover myself back up. Irina also, but much more panically, demanded. She was also ignored. Now, Zenobia looked somewhat ashamed, finally, as she looked down and spoke somewhat softer. Started it. Drew Durandal on him when he came down demanding what was going on. He said he sensed your holy flames, so, well. Zenobia reached back into her cloak and pulled out the white arrowhead I saw in the crater from before. Durandal's core. I guess she picked up whatever she could while they waited, then. She gave the core a little shake, as Lint's eyes widened. Yeah. Zenobia gave a small smile. It was a devastating loss. On the bright side, he actively refused to partake of my body, even when I offered. Lint froze. Irina froze, but quickly unfroze to slowly look at her partner, Zenobia. What? This again. Asia tilted her head in confusion. I, meanwhile, felt a headache coming on. And I didn't think I could get those anymore. Zenobia nodded, sagely, yes. This pagan, Kusanagi, you called him. Right, well, he had every opportunity to use me for his sick twisted pleasures, but didn't. I even offered dash. You don't need to keep saying it. Irina interrupted her with a scream. Zenobia frowned, but, I did though. That's still, why? Ugh. You. Irina reached over before her brain crashed, and grabbed her by the shoulders, trying to shake her off. Also, let go of my cloak already. Lint, though. She watched the two blankly. Seeing their actions, hearing their words, she slowly took the gun from out under my chin. And slowly brought it up the side of her he. Asia jumped on Lint's gun arm, pulling it down, and no. Lint. Don't do it. Or else you won't go to heaven. Asia cried in legitimate distress. Any place would be better than here right now. Lint dejectedly replied. Lint, no. Okay, so, serious question. How did this group not get themselves killed already? I'm not going to lie, I'm astonished right now. If I don't take them in, they might get robbed blind in the countryside and stuck in Yukai Den or extra dimension or some shit. I slowly reached up and dragged a hand across my face. Luckily, I have 2 places. And one currently isn't being used. I'll stuff them in my house outside Ko, and leave with a clone before booking it back to Kyoto. Now. How am I? Oh, yeah. Ahem, I cleared my throat, drawing all four girls' attention slightly. So, who wants food? All four turn and look at me like hawks simultaneously. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in danger? Chapter 84, Chapter. I have made a terrible mistake. Now, granted, I probably should have expected this. After all, everything up until this point has been going swimmingly. Far too swimmingly. It wouldn't be an anime world if something didn't come along and put a bump in the path, so to speak. In this case, I sit now on my couch, in the living room of my home right outside Kuo, leaning as far into the back cushions as much as I possibly can. Before me, the living room has been turned into essentially a makeshift dining room, as the actual kitchen doesn't really have one. Well, it does, technically. One of those bar-style dining areas. The problem with that though, although it has enough seats for 4 people, is that it doesn't have anywhere near enough room for food for more than double that. So, in the center of the living room is a cobbled-together dining table formed from a few different, but of similar height tables, which combined are large enough to hold the veritable feast stacked upon it. Or the half-eaten feast, I should say now, with the 4 hungry hippos gathered around it. Delicious, Japanese cuisine is delicious. Zenobia practically moaned while scarfing down on her, I believe, 3rd bowl of rice. It had some sauce on it, I think. Not like I know what kind. I pulled everything out of the fridge and cabinets and just started throwing stuff together. Ah. Ah. Irina exuberantly agreed, while inhaling a second plate of, oh, shit, she ate it so fast I couldn't even catch what it was. This is the taste of food from my homeland. Zenobia lowered her bowl slightly, and gave her a slightly narrowed side eye. Homeland. Right. She was trying to say that silently. Unfortunately, she failed hilariously. The whole table heard it. Irina perked up, and immediately slammed down her bowl, glaring back at her partner with fury in her eyes, for the last time. I really am dash. I immediately zone out her and Zenovia's bickering before it can even start up again. Had enough of that earlier today, thank you very much. On the other side, Asia is munching with far more respect and care for the dining ware and food, as with every bite she makes exacerbated noises of wonder and awe instead of making me question whether or not I'm blasting porn on the TV. Next to her is Lint, who I can best describe as power eating if that makes any sort of sense. She isn't making noises, but she's going at it just as hard as Zenobia and Irina are. All in all, so far, this experience has told me that there are indeed people with worse eating habits than even Kuroka. Really, just how starved are these girls? I'm pushed back into the couch as I am purely because I'm trying to avoid a potential splash zone. It's slightly eerie how there hasn't been any splash so to speak, but at this point, I'm taking the precaution just in case. I know I was going to leave a clone for this and head back to Kyoto, but see, I never even got the chance. I put the offer of food out earlier, and all 4 pretty much immediately agreed. I'm pretty sure I started hearing rumbling from at least half of them about taking patronage from a pagan, and justifying it with, it's for the mission, and shit like that, but I wasn't paying attention to their words. No, haha, no. What I was far more concerned about was how clingy the 4 became on our way here. I took them to my old home here to keep an eye on them. That was the main reason, the second being there wouldn't be a food place open at this hour that would take any order made by them seriously. Well, without some judicious use of mind whammying, but I kind of figured that'd be a terrible idea to show them I could do off the cuff. In any event, on the way here, these 4 practically clung to me, and I mean very close to literal clinging. They practically hid behind me. Zenobia did it first, reasoning that it'd be a good idea to follow me very closely since I knew what I was doing was from here, and so on. You know, just in case. Sound reasoning for Zenobia, I admit. The others evidently agreed, because by the time we made it to the outskirts of town, I had pretty much a backpack of girls stacked up behind me. Then as soon as we got inside, and I got to cooking, the girls then proceeded to crowd around and watch with rapt attention. I couldn't get away, at all. It was insane. Luckily though, it looks like they should be settling down here soon. With mostly full bellies, I know the exhaustion of today will catch up with them quickly, and I can leave a clone to watch over the place before heading back. A pointed sigh of relief breaches through the bickering and munching going on in the background, enough to draw my attention away from my thoughts. Probably because it came from Lint, the only one who's been silent up until now. With the stated sound, she placed down an attempt plate and leaned back into her chair. I can see why Dooley is taking so long trying to contact us, he's so busy running around eating food like this. She waves at the assorted empty dishes, clearly satisfied, but with not a small amount of annoyance. I perk up at her words. I'm not supposed to know who exactly their chaperone is yet, though I know they have one because Asia mentioned it. Still, Dulio is a big name, so I kind of have to react to that. I lean forward, raising an eyebrow slightly. Dooley. Is that your guy's chaperone? His name kind of sounds familiar. At that, Zenobia takes a short break from agitating Irina to chip in. I suppose his name would be at least somewhat recognizable out here, huh? Of course it was only to just jab at Irina again. Hey! Don't talk about my homeland like it's some backwater. Irina snaps at her. Isn't it though? Zenobia tilts her head, looking legitimately confused by Irina's reaction. No. Japan is dash. I zone them out again. I'm starting to regret giving them food. But it's for the plan, Nori, stay the course. Lint rolls her eyes in the two's direction, while Asia looks on in concern, before the former looks back at me, and nods. It is, though, yeah, there's probably a reason it sounds familiar. Does the name Dulio Gesualdo ring a bell to you? I make a show of widening my eyes. The strongest exorcist, Dulio Gesualdo. The one with the second strongest Longinus. He's your chaperone. Lint sighs, and pinches the bridge of her nose. Yeah, don't let his strength fool you though, he's a bit of an HNN. She trails off with a hum, unable to find a proper descriptor. Asia frowns and promptly defends the man who isn't here to do so himself. Hey now, brother Dulio isn't that bad, he cares, he just gets lost easily. Lint snorts at that. Yeah, in food, maybe dash. For the children back at the church. Asia pipes up enough to interject. Besides, Lint powers on through regardless though. How many times have you tried calling him now? Not that many dash. Asia pulls a smartphone-looking device from her habit as she speaks, and almost as soon as she powers it on, her words die in her throat, replaced by a weak and slow 46. Hey. Followed by a very short, dim, and embarrassed laugh. Lint simply deadpans at the blonde, as she shrinks into her seat. My point stands. To be fair, he probably would have picked up a while ago had Kuroka not messed with all their communication devices. Then again, his acting this way doesn't sound shocking to them, so I guess the guy already has a reputation, huh? I hum, and seeking to move this conversation along, as well as maybe get some more info out of them, I interject to ask, still, the strongest exorcist, here? In this country? The blonde here said you lot were looking for something. What could the church possibly want that's out here? Rather predictably, Lint's face became stern and stoic. I'm not liable to disclose the exact details, church business. Sorry. A shame that, but I should have suspected. She didn't sound genuinely apologetic though. I put on an understanding, yet pointed, stare, which Lint expressly looked away from. Meanwhile, Asia darted between looking at the two of us, sensing the tension, but clearly struggling to find something to break it with. It takes a moment, but she finds it, perking up in her seat before speaking out, blonde. Oh, right. She stands, very abruptly, getting almost everyone's attention. We never actually introduced ourselves, did we? Asia looks at me and tries to do a formal bow. I think. Or maybe a nod. I don't know, she almost kind of bent over at the same time. I am Asia. She paused, her face turning red rapidly. Last name first here, right? Argento, Asia. She raised back up, pointedly looking away from me, face blazing with an embarrassed red. Thanks for having us, Mr. Kusanagi. She's really, really cute. Almost makes me want to keep her, not going to lie. Lint chuckled, causing Asia's face to glow harder before the pale girl stood up herself. She didn't bow, instead giving a relaxed wave my way. Lint. She paused, briefly considering, before correcting herself. Selzen, Lint. She smiles slightly, before turning, and kicking under the table. Ow. Irina jolted, crying out in pain. Once. HNN. Zenobia grunted out at the same time, twitching in her seat. Twice. Those two were still arguing, of course. Irina looks at the two standing up, and specifically, sees Lint's glare, and quickly manages to put two and two together. Right. She scrambles onto her feet, and does an actual proper respectful bow my way. Shido, Irina. Thank you for the food, Kusanagi-san. Zenobia blinks, looking incredibly confused at everyone, before standing up slowly. Introduction, huh? She turns to me, and nods. Zenobia Quarta. That's it. That's all she says. Ex-Zenobia. That's not, HNNNN. Irina facepalms while fuming. I snort, watching Zenobia look back at Irina with not a small amount of cheek. She knows full well what she's doing. In this case, she's just playing it up to mess with her partner. You know what? I can respect the petty. Regardless, I'd rather not have Irina try and strangle the girl right now, so. I quickly waved them off. Don't mention it, you four, even if you did clean out my entire kitchen in a few hours. I dejectedly add on, almost as an afterthought. At that, the girls at least looked a little ashamed. We could pay you back with dash, Zenobia started to say, but Irina quickly jumped on her back and slapped both her hands over her mouth. No, and no. Absolutely not. Irina cried out, shutting down her partner completely. Zenobia, for her part, looked legitimately confused. I don't think she was about to offer up their bodies there. In any event, I ignore all that, and quickly move on, anyhow. Your food situation is sorted, at least for now. I have enough room for your girls to stay the night if you want, and as for your two's clothing situation. I shrug sort of helplessly as I look at the chestnut and blue-haired girls respectively. Both of them are still wearing their cloaks, of course. Doing their best to cover up their indecency. Well, one of them is. Zenobia couldn't care less, I think. If it got in the way of her eating earlier, it was getting out of the way. Meanwhile, Irina tried her best to maintain her cover even at the cost of dexterity. This is probably the one thing I can't help with. I don't have any spare clothes in either of the two sizes, so shit out of luck there. Even if any of my girls did share their sizes, I still wouldn't give them away. 1 because they aren't mine to give, and 2 because doing so would bring questions I don't think I could answer without coming off incredibly suspicious. The point is to keep an eye on them, not make them leave in the middle of the night under suspicion I might kidnap them or some shit. At the mention of totally not bondage suits being messed up, only Irina reacts, that being flushing, getting off Zenobia, and pulling her cloak tighter against her. Zenobia, hilariously enough, just sort of shrugs along with me. Though it's Lint who actually speaks up, providing a solution. Don't worry about it, she waves off, there's a headquarters next town over, we'll stop by there in the morning to get those 2 suits fixed. How vague. She continues, as for spending the night, well, if you wanted to do something, you could have done so when Zen here offered, so, maybe for a pagan, you aren't that bad. I deadpanned at the white-haired girl. She sends a small cheeky smile and shrugs, before looking at the others, so, I don't mind giving resting here a shot. What about the rest of you? Zenobia nods curtly, I see no reason to refuse, personally, and agrees rather easily. Asia gives a sweet smile and nods along, while Irina looks back and forth between everyone and sighs. Taking so much patronage from a pagan god, our poor souls. She decries quietly, but still heard by literally everyone, clasping her hands together in silent prayer. Oi. You just ate all this pagan god's food. Don't act like you're the one facing any sort of ruin for this. Lint shakes her head as Irina starts praying, and turns back to me, don't mind her, I can be a drama queen sometimes. Hey. This is the salvation of our souls I'm talking about here. Irina breaks from her prayer to try and refute Lint. But Lint ignores her as easily as one ignores a breeze, and continues, much to the chestnut-haired girl's pouting. Anyhow. Got a room big enough for us all to bunk together? She then proceeds to ask. Easily. I reply, with Lint nodding back simply and happily. Actually, Zenobia starts speaking up, only to once again be silenced by a much more serious-looking Irina, who doesn't utter even a sound. Zenobia, of course though, still looks incredibly confused. If I had to guess, she was going to ask for her own room or something, which, geez, Zenobia, think for at least a few seconds before speaking, won't you? I stood up, ignoring Zenobia with practiced ease by this point. I'll make sure your room is good then. And by that, I mean I'm going to go upstairs, and as soon as I'm out of sight, I'm going to make a clone do it while I get the hell out of here already. Asia spoke up, well if you're going to do that, then the least we can do is put away the dishes. I blinked at the blonde, as she started picking stuff up the plates and such. Lint chuckled and slowly began to do the same, not a bad idea there. It'd be wrong of us to continue taking advantage of his kindness while doing nothing in return, wouldn't it? For once, Zenobia and Irina didn't have contrasting things to say, instead, they both nodded and began to follow along with the others with a smile. I couldn't help the small smile that spread across my face, and I also couldn't turn down the offer. Well, all right. I'll be right back then. I nodded whilst technically lying at the girls, before walking off. You know, I was going to suggest something like this earlier. I heard Zenobia suddenly speak up behind me, as she started talking to the others, but Irina stopped me. For some reason. I couldn't almost feel the disbelief in that noise Irina made back from here. I chortled to myself as I made my way up the stairs, and out of their sight. Not long after I make it to the 2nd floor, I jump off it via a window, but not to visit my grandmother for the final time. Instead, I take to the skies, as a very sassy clone of me checks the room those 4 are going to stay in tonight with a pout. Seriously, little shit dared to try and ask for pay. Pay? Sure, he's going to watch over a bunch of church girls, but really, he should be paying me for that privilege. That's like a good chunk of guys' fantasies right there. Well. It's back to Kyoto I go. Finally. A new son. Before I took Lint back to her friends, I sent Kuroka and Chiron to Kyoto to hold down the fort, so to speak. So I wasn't at all surprised to find myself accosted as soon as I touched down right outside my home by said black cat, who flung herself out a window and straight at me. Darlining. Kuroka called out as she fell, and in my head, I imagined her instead making one of those really loud meows that normal cats make when they're looking for their owners. It fits so well I almost stumble with laughter and don't catch her. But I don't, so I snatch her up, the black-haired short-stacked midair, the cat girl almost immediately snuggling up against me after I do. I chuckle and pet her hair while holding her, and as I do, I look back over her, back at the buildings behind her, and raise an eyebrow. No Chiron? I ask, first thing, unable to sense her white-haired sister within. Kuroka pouts, her tails and ears twitching. She went back to make sure the rest of Gremory's peerage doesn't interfere with your work. I wince at that. I nearly forgot about them, and we were throwing a lot of divine energy around for a little bit there. Well, whatever she did to keep them occupied, it worked, because I didn't sense anyone whatsoever. I smile. Well, she did a great job. I pull one of my hands back, to reach down into my robe, and pull out the shard I stashed away earlier, holding it between my fingers. I already said it before, but you both did. Kuroka's eyes sparkled with mischievous mirth as she beheld the shard, and smirked. Then it fell off almost immediately, and she pouted again. Does this mean you're going to run off to your forge now instead of rewarding me and Chiron, Naya? She swayed from side to side as she asked, though I could tell she already knew the answer. I rolled my eyes at her, but gave her a small smile before booping her on the nose. Play after work, you horny cat. Kuroka blinked, before holding up a finger and continuing to whine, but that's not how the expression goes. It's work and play, at the same time, Naya. I wasn't referring to an expression though. Regardless. I deadpanned down at her, for the last time, I'm not fucking you in the forge. She smiled. It'd be really hot though, Naya. It would, I answered truthfully, but also stupidly dangerous for you. So no. Humph. Kuroka immediately pouted again, and I took the small victory for what it was and set her down. Then she blinked, staring off as if trying to remember something, and not a moment later did her eyes widen in recognition. Oh, right. Darling. She exclaims, I almost forgot Naya. I hum and raise an eyebrow at her. She seems suspiciously not horny now, so this has to be somewhat serious. That Delio guy is here in Kyoto now. She adds, causally. As though that isn't important at all. At that, I nearly fall over, and I'm not even moving or anything. I catch myself before then though, and level a glare right back at the cat girl. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I quickly, and far more panically, asked. Kuroka blinked at me, nonplussed. He isn't really doing anything. Granted, he only got to the city recently. As in tonight. He's been hitting up all the restaurants ever since though, and not doing anything particularly noteworthy beyond tourist stuff. Well, that explains her demeanor. Still. I sigh, partly in relief, partly with exacerbation, and pat the cat on the head. Well, shit. I start, if he's here, then I need you to wake up Rose, and I need the both of you to power up the barrier around here as much as possible while I get to work, alright? I won't take a single risk that he'll sense me working, or, somehow, the real spear, alright? Kuroka nodded, all too happy to comply, and bounced as she stood up straight. The rather insane bounce and jiggle of her chest as she saluted was definitely intentional judging by the mischievous smirk plastered across her face as she did it. I considered slapping her tit for that but decided against it. She'll always be a horny kitty, no need to make her more horny than need be. Kuroka quickly bounded away, and I turned toward the direction of my forge, the shard of Durandal held tightly in my hand. Dulio has the second strongest Longinus in the world. Thankfully, the thing isn't a holy relic, and there are plenty of shrines in the city to help mask the holy powers I'm about to work with. That, alongside Kuroka and Rose's magic, should be enough to let me work in peace. If I really go at it, I should be able to make what I need tonight. I'll even make more clones to help speed everything up. Then, when morning comes, and if Dulio is still here. Well, it wouldn't be odd if I went and made his acquaintance, would it? For now though. Time to get to work. Chapter 85, Chapter. As dawn just begins to break over the horizon, I let out a triumphant grin, holding my latest creation up into the light. I really shouldn't feel so good about making a glorified prop, but come on now. My gaze swivels to look at the true spear, where it sits atop a cushion and leans against the wall like a model, before walking up to it. I place the prop right next to the real article, and my smile only grows as, by sight alone, the two are completely indistinguishable. Wiping beads of sweat from my brow, I then turn back to my forge workshop at large. Well. I begin. What do you think, boys? We do good work together, don't we? I received a chorus of whiny bitch groans in response that forced a deadpan to my face. All around the forge, my shirtless duplicates were lying around like they'd been worked half to death, despite the heat in here not being able to affect them, and the fact that they didn't do any of the real work, just helped by moving and holding things. Ugh hi. You're a slave driver, boss. I demand restitution for my lost year of life. My league. I quietly huff out a fake indignant sigh, smiling just a tad as the little shits groan and moan. Maybe I should have made them do some actual work, yeah. Not on the actual fake itself, of course, them being a fraction of my power would make the job take longer, as the magic hammer I'm using to forge of course responds better the stronger the wielder. But, no need to punish them for being little shits. It's not like they're doing it for no reason after all. With a single seal, I disperse all the around half a dozen clones in the forge and snort as their memories come in. They thought being annoying little shits for a second would be a nice little reprieve from all the tension and anxiety I've been building up, that it would help release that for a minute. Truthfully speaking, finishing the fake spear did far more for my mental health than seeing my clones attempt to be funny, but it's the thought that counts. I think. Anyhow. I turn back to the spears and have to take a moment sensing between the two before snatching back up the fake spear. All that's left now is to get a big thick piece of cloth, wrap the spear up, and have Rose throw a bunch of seals on the thing. Then I'm all set to make the handover. Although, thinking about the handover, I'm not sure I want to just walk up and be like, hey, you're a church guy, right? Look at this thing I found, and just suddenly give the spear over to them. No matter how good I make myself come off to Dulio and the others, and no matter how out there this entire plan is, the crazy old guys who have never met me and led the church would still be extremely suspicious of such a scenario. Why would a pagan god hand over the true Longinus, a weapon that can kill his kind with extreme ease, without even an ounce of hesitation, to an organization that probably couldn't despise his kind less? The logic there just doesn't add up. Which is why, I think I need to mold a far more believable story here. I have an idea of how to do that, fortunately. Unfortunately, it involves me intentionally picking a fight with the church's strongest. I'm starting to see a pattern here, that all my solutions tend to end with, hit it stupid hard. Well, in this case, I'll be the one getting hit stupid hard as well, but still. I shake my head, banishing all those thoughts for the time being. Soon, but later, I have to deal with the spectacular handoff. For now, gift wrap this thing up, and since the clone I sent out to keep an eye on Dulio never popped, that means he's still in the city. If I had to take a guess, he likely booked a hotel or something for the night and should be getting up and about by now. I spin the prop spear around in my hand as I make my exit from the forge. Hopefully, maintaining the extra strong barrier I asked for didn't take too much of a toll on the girls. Though considering how I wasn't bothered once by anyone or anything outside of it, the effectiveness may have come at a cost. I wouldn't be surprised, and once more I'm reminded of the fact that I really should do something for them. Lately, Kuroka's been a real big help, and Rose was always going to be a helpful cinnamon roll. Once all this is over. Most definitely once the church people get the fuck out of Japan, and I can breathe a sigh of relief. Then I can focus on the girls. Due to my thoughts, my walk becomes a power walk, and my face tightens ever so slightly. That moment can't come soon enough. A new sun. I left the fake spear behind with a still very much awake and able Rose. She told me that she was so used to pulling all-nighters at this point that, even after Kuroka passed out, she could maintain the barrier by herself with ease. Poor Rose, man, poor Rose there. I felt there was a story there, but I didn't have time to ask as I felt the need to head out. I'll be asking more later. It's been a while since I've gotten to shit on Odin, my old man jokes feel a little rusty. As for right now, though. I stand next to my clone atop a building, overlooking the streets of Kyoto below as they slowly and progressively become more bustling. I gave said clone a particularly incredulous look. I'm sorry, repeat that, he did what? My clone deadpans back at me, before shrugging and sighing, look, if you don't believe me, just pop me and take a look for yourself. I did so without a second though, the clone poofing away with a single quickly made seal. I nearly flinched in shock at the fact the clone wasn't trying to bullshit me, before holding my stomach to stop the wheeze from leaving my body at the absurdity of it all. Dulio didn't rent a hotel, or anything like that, last night. Instead, he slept under a bridge. I'm not entirely sure why. Just before, he was easily able to hit up several restaurants and seemingly had a good time. Did he run out of money like the church girls or something? Well, if they all are on the same mission, doesn't that mean they share the same budget or something? But they ran out of cash yesterday, yet Dulio was here. I pinched the bridge between my eyes and sighed, thankful that I couldn't get headaches anymore, or I probably would have one right now. In any event, despite the strangeness of it all, Dulio hasn't left the little earthen fort he constructed under the bridge to hide himself from others, which means he's pretty easy to confront right now. On a side note, I now know he can control the earth. Zenith Tempest, I thought, was purely weather manipulation, or element manipulation derived from the weather. I don't know how that would enable you to control the earth, unless earthquakes are considered weather phenomena. A natural disaster, sure, but weather. I mean if you squint. Feels weak, but then again, maybe I'm the idiot for thinking the second strongest Longinus class sacred gear wouldn't let you control all the elements besides light and darkness. I throw my hands up, effectively giving up that side tangent of thought before promptly jumping off the roof, vacating my watchpoint, and down to the street below. I was so quick about it, that the normal humans walking around didn't even see my fall, just me merging into the ground crowds. It's time to meet the man himself. I'm not entirely sure the name of the place where he hid out, or even the name of the bridge, though it probably has one. I didn't care enough to check. Still, the bridge is one of the much shorter ones, made of this smooth vermilion wood, and was placed just off the beaten path in a lonely little garden. It's also one of the few bridges that didn't have water of some sort running underneath it. In this case, I don't think a river flows through here, might just be where rainwater runs off and through, but it also might be possible he dammed the place up to make his hiding spot dry, though I doubt that. He doesn't seem the kind of guy who would risk ruining the natural beauty of a place just for his convenience. No one was going through this garden, as early as it was, so it was easy jumping down and heading under the bridge. At this point though, it was comically easy to tell something was amiss here. On one side of the bridge, directly under where the bridge meets the land, a perfectly carved and smoothed out door like earthen mold was wrapped in the natural rock and dirt of the land. I suppose there isn't really a way to check, and besides, it's not like anyone would be wandering around here to check. Still doesn't stop it from looking funny. In any event, approaching didn't make anything happen, so he's either still asleep, doesn't sense me, or just doesn't care that I'm here. I'm not trying to mask my presence here, so it's either the former or the latter. Only one way to find out. Normal people would have a hard time seeing it, but I can clearly. Scattered across the unnatural earthen area are small little holes, which means he should be able to hear me if I do this. A new son. Hellu. Strongest exorcist San. Dulio was startled awake by the voice of someone calling to him from outside his little hidey hole. He tried to get up, really, he did. But it must be like, what, noon? Who wakes someone up so early in this day and age? So he may be a little more than groggy and barely managed to sit halfway up before slamming his head into the rock above him, which made him remember he couldn't do that. He then proceeded to tumble out of his makeshift bed carved into the wall and flop uselessly onto the much colder, much harder, rocky ground. He let out a low groan as he pushed himself back onto his feet, before holding out a hand, and slowly summoning a small wick of flame above his palm, illuminating the space. Essentially, it's just a person-sized rectangular box, completely smoothed out and compacted to prevent things such as the cold and other small earthen critters from getting in. The only exception is the bed he created, which was built into the wall, yet still encaged within the smooth and hard rock. Well, if you could call it a bed, per se. It's really a bunch of rock broken down into soil and sand, washed and aired out to be free of any contaminants, before being heated up to a nice temperature to help settle his body and let it fall asleep. Of course, none of this changes the fact that dirt is still dirt. No matter how much he cleans and dries it out. So he's not looking his best right now. Which wouldn't be very welcoming to his new mysterious guest now, would it? With a wave of his hand, several things happen. The fire in his hand goes out, and the dirt clinging to him across his body falls off like a small landslide. He raises his other hand, a small whirlwind quickly taking shape within. He adds with it a touch of moisture, before bringing the hand up to his face. The whirlwind promptly implodes, wrapping around his figure and clothes tightly, and within the next moment, he's completely soaked and dripping wet, like he just walked through a rainstorm. He chuckles and huffs, blowing fresh and chilly water out of his face, now also completely awake and alert. Now he can sense the presence standing probably not even a scarce few steps behind this wall. A divine presence. A god. He did wonder whether or not he was going to meet any of Japan's famous 8 million something gods, but at least in Tokyo, any such presence seemed to shy away from him when he was near. He supposes though, that Kyoto is far more spiritual, so if there is any place he would, it would be here. How embarrassing they have to catch him in such a state. Oh. Right, he also forgot to dry off. Similarly, he raises another hand, building another whirlwind, but this time, with a touch of fire, of heat. When it contacts him, it proceeds to also wrap around him as the watery whirlwind did, except now, droves of steam radiate off him in waves. As the wind and steam clear, Dulio lets out a sigh of relief. Now dry and fresh, he straightens out his long white exorcist jacket, and rolls a hand through the bangs of his blonde locks, moving them out of his face. Upon getting both to a good enough state, which didn't take long, he put on a charming morning smile, despite feeling the deep God-given need to sleep in, and waved his hand. The wall leading to the outside promptly falls downward, like some fancy door, letting in a fresh wave of morning air from this beautiful country he was given the chance to see, along with the sight of the young men who called out to him. Well, the young men in appearance, you can never really know with gods. Obsidian black hair, golden eyes, sandals, and a blue bathrobe. Well, it looks like one, just thinner, and he's got some big curved sword strapped to his back. God of bathrobes. Does Japan have such a thing? It's technically a heretical thought, but he couldn't help it. If Dulio could be a god, the god of bathrobes sounds like the most comfy position in the universe. Although, beyond that, if he's being honest, Dulio can't help but feel like he's seen this guy before. But from where? Well, anyhow, when the wall suddenly dropped, he took a slight step backward and looked just a touch tense. Oh, right. His sacred gear, he probably felt him using it a bunch, didn't he? Thus, Dulio raised a hand placatingly, and stepped out slightly from his hole. Apologies, you caught me before I had the chance to freshen up, so I. He waves his hand lazily around his face, real quick, all right. I don't feel the need to start a fight, especially so early in the. Dulio looks off to the side, trying to see if he can catch the horizon from here. Or the sun at all. The trees hide the horizon, but he doesn't need a clear view to see bits of the sun barely peeking through. Or the fact that the sky isn't a clear blue. It's barely even the morning if you could call it that. Dulio, almost robotically, turned his head back to this god, his smile just a tad more strained. Morning. The food here? Divine. The gods. Well, verdicts are still out there. Truly, it should be made a sin to wake someone up so early. The god's gaze followed his own for a second, and as he finished speaking, he relaxed, albeit not completely, and chuckled, seemingly catching on to his inner thoughts. I see. Then I'm sorry for waking you up so early. He explains, waving a hand placating, I just couldn't help myself, you know. Word of who you are travels far, so when I heard you were in my home, my city, well, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to come see you as soon as possible. Ah, you know what? That's fair. All right, he supposed the gods here were fine. His showing up usually does herald something big going on. Well, more often than not, it's when something strong needs to die, but same difference. Then the god continued, well, that, and I heard from a small group of girls wandering Kuo town that you were supposed to be their chaperone. Dulio blinks, very slowly. He hasn't heard from them recently, if at all since they arrived in Japan, has he? Despite them having his number and all. For a second, the idea that this god has done something to them, and then in his hubris came for him next, flashes through his mind. The very idea that those children were hurt. It reins himself back, immediately. Perhaps he has been spending too much time around the old coots up top, to even start to jump to such baseless conclusions immediately. Shame on me. He chastises himself internally. He was planning to head to them immediately upon waking up today, but this god found them first, and now him. Oh. That I am, he confirms with an easy smile, before stepping out fully into the light, the god stepping back to allow him to do so. He asks the next natural question, so, how are they? I was going to head to Kuo myself soon, I just. He trails off. His research into the cuisine of Japan is a tale for another time, perhaps. Though, at his question, the way the god grimaces immediately draws Dulio's attention. Did something happen? He quickly adds, a tension growing within him. After a moment of reading his expression, the god sighs, and begins, well you see when I got there. Dulio stands there, listening with a bated breath that quickly turns to equal parts guilt, yet also no small amount of mirth. Truth be told, as the god goes on, he's trying very hard not to laugh. He wouldn't be if the girls were hurt. Most certainly not, it's just that, he kind of wishes he was there to see it all for himself. Especially little Lint getting clown makeup drawn on her. He internally winced at everything that went on with Zenova, although he could tell the god was leaving something out regarding her, he also admitted that he didn't do his best to calm the situation when he arrived. Then again, Dulio understands that from the god's initial perspective, some random church warriors were running around, someone was throwing around holy fire, and then when one of them drew the legendary holy sword Durandal on him, well, he wouldn't be happy either. It's a miracle little Zenobia didn't get more than her sword broken, he would have understood. Ultimately, he was wincing more for himself than anything. He had promised Zenovia's guardian he'd keep her safe, and stop her from doing anything too stupid. Well. He's not looking forward to when he gets back to the Vatican now. In the end, he supposes it could have been worse. He certainly didn't have to house and feed the girls himself after all that, in fact, he was completely floored by such generosity from a foreign god. Geez, maybe he should take an extended vacation from the Vatican. Their everything not Christ, the Lord, and so on, has been getting worse and worse lately, hasn't it? That aside, for now, it'd be rude of him to not express his sincere thanks for such an act. Ah, how do they do that here again? He's seen it a few times during his adventures here already, it was, something like a bow, right? He's pretty sure he's going to do it wrong, but it's the thought that counts, no. So, as the god finishes, Dulio bows, putting a hand to his chest as he does, I see, then, as their chaperone, allow me to thank you, and apologize for them, for your taking care of them and all the trouble they caused you, respectively. It wasn't a complete bow, so although he couldn't see the god's face, he could still see his lower body, and as such, saw the god kind of stumble back, shocked at his gesture. After a moment, he cleared his throat, and nearly murmured, please, rise, it's odd, seeing another member of the church express gratitude in such a way to me. Ah. Another? Dulio smiled warmly, as he raised his head. Looks like the girls beat him to the punch, huh? He isn't really surprised. In the end, he knows those girls are good deep down. They just need to have a hand sometimes. Some more than others. Dulio chuckles, seeing the unreadable and almost conflicted expression on the gods. Well, okay, before they go any further, he'd like to stop having to think the god and such in his mind. Feels almost offensive after so long. In any event, Dulio continued, you seem to know my name, the girls already gave you theirs, and you yours, yet I don't know you, beyond the fact that you're a god of this place. He perked up at his words, a knowing smile sliding over his previous facial expression almost like a mask, before he replied, Kusanagi Noriaki, or in the West, Noriaki Kusangi. Feel free to call me whatever you wish, and I'm technically not a kami, deity, of the Shinto, but it's close enough, so The god, Noriaki, shrugs uncaringly. That name also sounds familiar. Then, it all of a sudden clicks. Kuo, Japan, Noriaki here, and his appearance. There was a video that a bunch of higher-ups in the church kept shoving in his face during this one meeting, something about the Red Dragon Emperor going on a rampage in a town in this country. To be perfectly honest, nobody was hurt, or so the reporting said after the fact, so he didn't care. In fact, he got a really good nap out of that meeting, now that he recalls. This was the guy who stopped the Red Dragon. Noriaki Kusangi. They kept going on about this guy, about how dangerous he likely is, or could be, a bunch of blah blah blah. He doesn't seem anything like those old guys kept going on about. How lucky it is the girls ran into him then, huh? Well, it was probably the one lucky thing that happened to them, considering everything. Alright then, Noriaki, Dulio nodded, satisfied. He considered bringing up the Red Dragon, but there's time for that later. He looked around, briefly considering their surroundings, before deciding that since he was awake, he might as well head over to them now. He eyed Noriaki then, and grinned, I don't know about you, but I don't think this place isn't exactly a great conversational spot. Do you mind if we perhaps go somewhere else more comfortable? Noriaki smiled back, not at all. I presume you also want to see the girls yourself. Dulio nodded, that would be best, yes. I can take us there in no time, just hold still, alright. Noriaki asked for permission to do something, and considering how Dulio detected no deceit from anything he said so far, Dulio nodded once more. As golden light, a divine power separate from the power instilled by the Almighty began to wrap around them, Dulio couldn't help the stupid smirk that brushed across his face. So many new things to tease his little sisters about, so many. Chapter 86, Chapter. It's kind of hard to explain, but Dulio Gesualdo had always been one of those characters from the series that was sort of on the periphery for me. Which, considering how strong he was in the source material, always felt weird, but it's true. Beyond the Azazel Cup, the massive rating game tournament that included teams from all around the world, where he led his team against Issei's own, it never really felt like he had much focus specifically placed on him. That, paired with the fact that my knowledge of said source material gets dimmer the closer to the end of novels it gets, and the fact that none of it even matters because I derailed it all some time ago, well. It led to this odd feeling in the back of my head regarding the guy. Everything I knew about him basically boiled down to him being stupid kind and stupid strong in equal measure. But, would it ultimately hold up? Was there something slightly different or off about him due to the changes in this world? In the end, that odd feeling, those thoughts, was completely wiped away once I talked to the young men. Instead, as I beamed us into my old home outside Kuo, the golden light of my power fading to reveal us, to the shocked and flabbergasted expressions of the girls sitting around the living room. Because of course they'd be up this early, while he wouldn't. Thankfully, Irina and Zenobia were fully covered by their cloaks, and we didn't drop in during some classic stupid Eki scene. Somehow. Dulio's first act was to merely smile, one of those wide shit-eating grins that brothers usually get when they know their little siblings messed up somehow and are about to have a field day with them. Well now, Dulio began, crossing his arms as he looked down upon the four sitting around, I heard you four have had quite the trip so far. I smiled, as the four girls immediately bounced to their feet, all four shouting out some different variation of Dulio's name, from the more formal from Lint to the informal of Asia, that it turned into an incoherent word soup of sound. Dulio smiled and took it all the same, unbothered even as they all got up and rushed right up to him. Well, Asia specifically took it a step forward, slamming into and hugging the young man. Whoa! Dulio exclaimed, nearly falling over, before looking down at her fondly, and patting her on the head, well hello there to you too, sister. Asia looked up at him with this pouty look on her face. Dulio blinked down at her. What's that look for? He asked, significantly more cautious than before. Lint was the one to respond, crossing her arms with a smirk, it means you're in big trouble, big brother. Yeah. Irina shouted in agreement, with Zenobia nodding alongside her. Dulio, suddenly, looked far less confident in general, as he gulped. As the clamoring of the church girls began around Dulio, I took this moment to bow out of the area with a smile of my own, partly to give the group a little privacy. Partly to go find the clone I left here to continue the plan. Luckily, that wasn't going to be too hard, as I could sense him fairly easily. So I headed upstairs and found my clone staring blankly at a bunch of laundry. He turned to me as I approached, this dead look in his gaze. "Please tell me you're back to relieve me of my suffering," he immediately asked, hope laced throughout his voice. I snorted. What is with my clones being drama queens half the time? Regardless, I shook my head, and the clone slumped slightly in pure unfiltered agony. Then, I began, "Nah, I need you to head back to Kyoto, get the wrapped-up fake from the girls, then head out and wait around where we found the original." My clone stared back at me, his agonized gaze temporarily forgotten, replaced by an increasingly hardened one as realization dawned upon him. He nodded, before stating, entirely seriously, basically the same as being freed from this place. "I'll do it with haste." I let out a low, long sigh, as my clone bomb rushed toward the nearest window, and promptly flung himself out of it. I'm now both slightly curious, but also slightly terrified, about what those girls downstairs put him through to make him this much of a drama queen. Not looking forward to going through those memories later. Now then, with that getting set up, I head back downstairs. Out of my funds too, and I then ended up having to sleep under a bridge. Dulio had just finished explaining something with a weak smile on his face, though I clearly missed a good chunk of it. His funds too, huh? Guess he really couldn't afford a hotel last night. Wait. 2. Did he also share a budget with them or something? Shrugging off those thoughts, I walked past the group, not joining in, and into the kitchen. I wanted something quick to drink, plus, the kitchen was close enough to the living room that I could listen in a bit and it wouldn't be weird. So, I got my glass of water, and as I drank it, "Deserved." Lint replied to Dulio, prompting me to nearly spit everything out at how plainly she stated it. There was a chorus of agreement from the other girls, sans Asia, who I'm guessing probably felt bad. Dulio let out a slightly guilty chuckle, before agreeing, yeah, that's fair. I may have gone slightly overboard on my research in Tokyo. Ah, Tokyo cuisine. Irina, at least it sounded like it was her, swooned. Only for a snort to ring out, likely from Zenobia, prompting her partner to snap out a hurried, even still. I say that, because Zenobia speaks out after, simply stating, "Don't start, Irina. You don't have any room to talk there." Without even being physically present in the room, I could feel the shift, as the focus drew toward the chestnut-haired girl. "Oh." Dulio hummed, clearly interested, but in such a manner that it was clear he already knew. I knew I couldn't have spent it all. "Sister Irina, what kind of massive purchase did you happen to make?" Well, why don't you show him?" Zenobia interrupted her teammate stammering with ease, and I imagine Irina probably turned to glare or pout in betrayal right back. After a beat, Irina suddenly exclaimed, "Fine." Her words were quickly followed by the rapid patter of footsteps across the floor and up the stairs, along with the chuckles of those remaining in the living room. It didn't take long for said footsteps to return, this time slightly slower, heavier. She doesn't even say a word as I presume she shows the group. Dulio snickers, loudly, prompting a chorus of ashamed whimpering from the chestnut-haired girl. Until Dulio adds, "We should put that up on a wall in the Vatican somewhere, see how long it takes for people to realize that isn't the Lord." Personally, I think that's a wonderful idea. Unfortunately, before it can even be debated, Zenobia of all people shuts it down in a far more reserved, almost haunted voice. "Mother might actually kill you if she finds out that was your idea." That one statement seemed to have shut down all talk of having any fun for that moment. Dulio, even his voice quivering somewhat, clears his throat to clear the chill in the air. "All right, sister, I think we've delayed enough, haven't we?" he asks, and I get the feeling the pointed glares have returned. "You mean dallied," retorted Lint, sounding unimpressed, "and that was mostly you." "Fair." I could feel the wince in that single word from Dulio, and I apologize for that, truly. "I promise, once we all get back, I'll find a way to make up to you all right? In the meantime," Dulio quickly added, likely to prevent the girls from making demands right this second. His voice turned far more grave, and far more serious, as he merely stated, "We have a mission to finish." That certainly seemed to get everyone serious as well. "You girls don't need to worry about it though," Dulio continued, significantly more laid back, "I and a new friend of ours will handle it." "Well, if he'll mind joining me." "New friend? Wait, is he talking about me?" Just like that. But I thought I'd have to. That increasingly familiar feeling of guilt and dread curled up within me, prompting me to let out a shivering breath. Lint slowly began to speak up, "Sir Dash." But then she suddenly stopped, due to what I presume is Dulio gesturing to her too. "It's fine," he goes on, and the smile that I imagine plastered across his face as he says those two words hurt, especially as he follows it up with, "He's earned that much of our trust, no." A beat passes before Dulio additionally tacks on, rather childishly, also, sister, didn't I ask you to call me Dash? I'm not calling you big brother. Earn it by being reliable. Lint threw back bluntly. Dang. Even I winced at that, and I'm not even in the room with them. Dulio let out a pained gasp, before sighing and soldering on despite the grievous wound done to him. One of these days, Dulio lamented, before abruptly calling out, Noriaki. I have something to ask of you. Oh fuck, he was talking about me. I still the guilt and shame festering within, school my expression forcibly, and walk out into the living room casually, idly twirling my cup of water in my hand. You called. What, you guys done already? I asked, feigning having heard anything with a tilt of my hand and confusion in my stare. Unfortunately, yes. Dulio sighs out, resolved, but clearly not enjoying the fact he can't lay around any longer on my couch. We have a mission to get to, and I was wondering if you'd help us, or, well, me. The girls all simultaneously eyed the older exorcist for his choice of words, prompting Dulio to turn to them and hold up his hands defensively as he swiftly explained, I'm taking responsibility, all right. I'll take the mission from here, you girls head over to the church headquarters and settle down for a little while I finish everything up, all right. Irina and Zenobia seemed quick to accept after a moment with nods, Asia and Lint, not so much. Though they didn't voice anything either, with one simply pouting and the other giving a displeased stare. As Dulio turned back to me, I spoke up. You know, I asked the girls what your group's mission was about, and I got the hint that it was, fairly important. I decided on those words, are you sure it's all right to just tell me? Not even just that, but get help from me even. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure why I'm asking any of this. I should have just let him ask, and accepted. Simple as. Yet. Dulio smiled, and it hurt way more than when I simply imagined it. I'm choosing to believe in the goodness I see in front of me, and not the scornful utterances of the old men back home. So what if you are who you are? Those guys might care, but I don't. Dulio puts a hand to his chest, you choose to help, go above and beyond that, even, for people you didn't know, despite your rocky first meeting. I believe that warrants at a bare minimum some trust, no. Ha. Hold it together Nori, hold it together. I wasn't prepared for it, the sheer kindness this guy radiates, but this time I am. So I don't let the guilt and shame that attempts to claw its way out onto my face show, not even a fraction. Instead, I rub the back of my head and look away slightly, and easily feign an emotion due to it being adjacent to shame, embarrassment. I let out a soft chuckle, well when you put it like that, how could I refuse? Dulio's smile grew momentarily brighter before he pulled a serious mask over it, okay, so, this is going to sound unbelievable, and we don't really have a good explanation as to why this happened, so, I'll just come out and say it plainly. I raise an eyebrow, and Dulio promptly does just as he says. The true Longinus is in Kyoto, its former user died there, yet it never returned to the sacred gear system. We are here to find it, and bring it back to the church. Dulio relays succinctly, the girls around him nodding at his words. I didn't need to fake the shock that bloomed across my face. Until now, at this very moment, I had no real confirmation that the true Longinus is what they were after. Simply informed guesswork and assumptions. But to finally hear the confirmation directly. My jaw dropped, and I immediately asked the next logical question, how can you be sure? Dulio, to my astonishment, shrugged, an angel came down and told us. That's it. How would heaven have even found out? Michael was never shown to have such power. Unless he did, and such an odd case like the true Longinus not returning prompted him to act on it, but that just doesn't feel right. No, it wasn't Michael, was it? What with what's happening with his name, and now this. But if it was him, then how come it didn't just return to him? It's got his dying will in it, shouldn't he be able to return it whenever? Except, when Chow Chow tried to use it, there wasn't a response, was there? So, maybe the will returned, but the spear didn't, and that caused it to break. Somehow. HNN. I don't know how sacred gears work, no point in flipping out over it. So, Noriaki, Dulio continues, pulling me from my thoughts, would you happen to have heard of anything happening in this country over, let's say over the past couple weeks? I'd give thanks to Chow Chow for him and his hero faction for being relatively unknown, which means I can bullshit as much as I want here, but he doesn't deserve it, so I won't. Now that you mention it, I start, making a show of thinking by rubbing my chin, a little ways back, there were a bunch of attacks made throughout the country. Kuo was one place hit, Kyoto the other. That seemed to pique everyone's interest, though before everyone could start asking questions at once, Dulio spoke first. I see. Locals. He asked the logical assumption. I snorted, and shook my head, no, a whole swath of people barely out of high school who called themselves the hero faction. I didn't even have to fake the disgust that twisted across my face as I said their name. Dulio blinked at the sheer absurdity that just came out of my mouth, and repeated, barely out of high school. The girls looked just as equally confused. I nodded, yup. I helped the Yukai in the area of Kyoto take out the main threats, their leadership I'm fairly certain. I sigh, 2 of them had Longinus, Annihilation Maker, and Dimension Lost. I'm pretty sure the user of Dimension Lost was their leader. Now I'm just getting stares from everyone, especially the girls. Zenobia, in particular, shivers, and mumbles something, with Irina giving the blue-haired girl a pointed look. Not sure what that was about. Maybe something about how lucky she is I didn't go all out against them. Anyhow. Ciao ciao. I hope you're seeing this from whatever hell you were thrust into, but you won't even be known for shit. Get dunked on, loser. Eventually, after properly digesting such a bombshell, Dulio shook his head, and gave a sad sigh. How unfortunate. For such a large group of young people to be led so astray. Asia moved, putting her hand on his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. I took this time to carry on, slightly somber myself now. There wasn't a user of the true Longinus amongst them, however. And anyone who didn't die that night, well, they got taken by the Yukai, so. I'm going to leave it up to their imagination what happened to them. Though judging by how much sadder Dulio and Asia became, and how much more angry the other church girls got, I think it's safe to assume they imagined just what I wanted them to. Can't have them getting the idea that they could go interrogate those I left alive, after all. That'd throw my entire story and plan here out the window. Despite how much it pains me to do this. Smashing the guilt down has become an activity I wish I wasn't getting so good at doing, but I was, and it was effective. My face didn't even twitch as the others' expressions darkened. Just a little more of this, Nori, come on. In any event, I proceed with a sigh, that's all that's happened as of late, unless of course, something happened that even I'm unaware of. With that in mind, it'd probably be best to start looking around where the attacks happened. Perhaps some random civilian got caught in the crossfire and just so happened to be the spear's holder. Dulio, finally, looked up and over at me, though his expression was still downcast. I suppose that's not impossible, but then again, if what you said is true, a gathering of so many Longinus. He trails off, before shaking his head, and standing up. A better place to start than nowhere at all, Noriaki, although, don't take it the wrong way, but I hope what you're suggesting isn't the case. I nod in complete understanding, as do I. I know no civilian or normal human got caught up in the bout, but it looks like I'm going to have to make him believe that's so as well. I don't think I can oversell just how much of a shit person I feel right now. There's trolling, then there's this. Manipulation, pretending, acting like someone or something I'm not. It's disgusting. I pull out my phone, and hold it up, shaking it, got a number I contact in case either one of us finds it. Dulio nods and pulls out his phone. I'd make a joke about how his phone is an Apple but without the bite taken in the logo on the back, probably some sort of reference or joke to the church, but I'm just not feeling up to it. I just can't wait to get to the easier, less shitty feeling part, where I can swing my sword mindlessly. Without a care, without a thought, given. A new son. I got Dulio's number, and after he had a quick hush chat with the girls about picking up something, I don't know, I wasn't really paying attention, we all scattered to the wind. I picked a random place in Kyoto away from the bridge where I fought the hero faction for Dulio to search. He'll find nothing, of course, but that's the point. I made a beeline toward the bridge and found my clone squatting under it with the wrapped-up fake spear. The girls, as usual, did an impeccable job. The cloth was nice and smooth, yet thick, colored royal blue, and embroidered with seals, suppressing the divine energy it released to the point you'd have to be standing right in front of the thing to feel it. As I stopped in front of my clone, he looked at me, his mouth opening, before he closed it, and grimaced. I stared at him, what? He held out the prop, it's starting to get to you, huh? Ah, once they were gone, my mask must have fallen off. I grasped the prop with one hand, and freely admitted, yeah. Yeah, it kinda is. My clone nodded sagely as if he understood, and I suppose to an extent he did. Kind of. He is me, just without the memories of the last 12 or so hours. He reached over, and patted me on the shoulder. We never were cut out to be super spies or something like, just don't overthink it, alright? And with that piece of advice, my clone poofed. I didn't particularly feel like going over the clone's time babysitting, so instead, I floated over to one of the old wooden pillars, and leaned up against it with a deep sigh. It was still early in the morning. Now, all I had to do was wait. Prop in hand, I stared up at the bridge, mindlessly listening as more and more people, tourists and locals alike, crossed and chatted and laughed, as they crossed. At some point, I found my eyes closing. Across the city, I could feel Dulio searching, yet he never came close enough to me where I felt the need to move and act my next tall tale. But I didn't fall asleep. I felt the rising of the sun and the ease at which, at any moment, I could take its power into myself, yet held back by a mere bit of my will. I knew exactly how long I was going to float under the bridge. 15 minutes before noon struck, and my eyes opened. It's time. First things first though, I needed to make my incoming story look real. So, I left the prop and my phone on one of the wooden beams connecting a couple of the pillars holding up the bridge, and jumped straight into the river below, right to the bottom. I didn't need to do anything specific beyond get drenched, and with that easily accomplished, I swam back up and floated the rest of the way out. With a light fire, I dried off my hands enough to pick up and use my phone, and promptly gave Dulio a call, casually blowing water out of my face as I did so. It took only a few rings before he picked up. Yes. Hey. I looked down at the prop, my gut twisting. I found it. A moment passes, before he finally says, "Send me your location, I'll be over soon." Right. No more words need to be exchanged, so we hang up, and I text my location. That done, I set down my phone, and flexed my Holy Spirit power, creating a simple barrier to make it so mundane people avoid the area. This is the one Kuroka taught me, I believe. Of course, there's already a bunch of people walking around, so it takes a moment for them all to naturally walk out, and then for the barrier to keep any new people from coming in. But once that was done, I was safely able to float onto the bridge properly and sit down with the prop. With another flex of my power, the water clinging to my form and robes began to slowly evaporate. I'd set myself on fire, but while I am fireproof, my clothes. Not so much. Also, trying to sell a story here, so, the slow method it is. An aura of steam wafts off me as I stretch my body, preparing for what I know is about to come. Dulio, of course, doesn't take long to show up, easily passing through the barrier I made as he is the exact opposite of its intended target. He's flying, likely utilizing his power over the winds granted by his gear to do so. As he lands, that's confirmed, as a mild gust of wind hits me right as he touches down. I deadpan at him as he approaches. He smiles apologetically, "My bad." He looks over my steaming form, and I see the moment realization crosses his face. "Here, allow me." He waves his hand in my direction. And all of a sudden, it felt like the winds reached out to hug me. Tight. I blinked, as within the next moment, I was completely and utterly dry. Like I just got my entire body, clothes, and all, ironed. I run a hand through my now dry and fluffy hair, brush my bangs out of my face, and snort. "So jealous right now," I utter, in slight disbelief at how fast that was. Is that what he did in his hole earlier? Dulio sent me a cheeky smile as he caught my words. "Envy is a sin, Noriaki." He playfully chastised. I snorted, talking sins to a pagan, cute. For a moment, we both chuckle at each other. Then, naturally, it all comes to an end, as his gaze falls to the wrapped-up prop. His gaze hardens, and he tentatively steps toward it, asking, "Is that?" I nod, and pick the prop up, holding it horizontally in both my hands. "Yeah, I bought something to cover the thing up along the way in case I found it. Heard you church types can go insane just looking at it, so, yeah." Dulio nodded gratefully. "You heard right, then the seals." To contain the holy power the thing was emitting. I huffed, annoyed. The thing was far up the river from here, and stuck at the bottom. All the shrines around here masked it, which is why I think the yokai haven't found it yet. At the same time, I allowed confusion to color my tone. It was emitting a lot less power than I expected from the strongest Longinus. Dulio blinked, also confused by my words, as he continued to approach tentatively. He reached for the cloth, and I uttered a quiet, "Careful," in concern, to which Dulio simply smiled at me. "I just need to see." I've never seen the true Longinus in person before, but there's been plenty of depictions of the spear. He grasped the loose piece of cloth covering the spearhead. "I'll be quick, all right." Tentative myself, I nodded. And Dulio pulled the cloth back. The effect was immediate. The holy power the bundle I held in my grasp spiked greatly, though not to an overwhelming degree. At the moment the cloth was pulled open, Dulio's eyes scanned the head of the spear, darting from top to bottom. Before, just as quickly as he pulled it open, and much to my relief, he covered it back up, and the holy power receded. "Yes, I can't believe it, but it looks exactly like the depictions." Dulio began, awestruck, with a twinge of sadness mixed in there. My grip on the prop tightened as my chest began to physically hurt. "We must store this somewhere safely so that I can bring it back to the Vatican," Dulio suddenly began, "before any other god around here takes notice." "Oh. Right, Noriaki, my friend, I can't thank you for all of this." He places his hands on the prop, and smiles at me, sincerely. "Why do you have to make this so damn difficult?" "Actually, I begin, slowly, dread preemptively building within me with every word before I even speak it. "I have a better idea, if you'll hear me out." "Huh?" Dulio utters, bewildered, as I take a step back, pulling the prop softly from his grasp. "We could destroy it." I barely managed the words out through gritted teeth. What?" Dulio still looked completely bewildered, but I could see as the gears slowly began to twist in his head with my words. "Now, I know how that may sound. I start, but let's be real here. Do you trust the old guys back at the Vatican to not use this thing for specific purposes?" I didn't need to state specifics. What else would the deity-killing spear be used for? Dulio seemed at a loss for words. Noriaki, I can assure you, the Vatican isn't looking to start a fight with anyone right now. I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure about that, Dulio? Really? At my questioning gaze, I think the most terrifying thing is he didn't look so sure himself. Even so, destroying a holy relic, if word of that got around, that they even could be destroyed. Dulio shook his head, and hardened his expression. I'm sorry, Noriaki, but no. He gently, yet firmly, grasped the shaft of the prop. I can't allow that. I looked at him, well and truly looked at him, and finally let the pain and the guilt I've been holding in for so long in front of him show. The worst part? I know he's going to see it and get the wrong idea, and thus my manipulation further proceeds, and thus only serves to make me feel worse. Then I'm sorry as well, I utter, pained, but I can't just hand over the ultimate weapon against my kind, my mother's kind, just like that. Despite how good of a person you are, the Vatican isn't made up of only you, is it? No. No, unfortunately, it's not. I take it back. The worst part is that he doesn't even look particularly angry. Just sad and remorseful. Above us, the sky began to darken, a distant rumble growling out from the quickly growing turbulent heavens. As the shadows they cast fall over us, my growing aura illuminates and halts the expanding darkness. We don't have to do this. Dulio tries, forlorn. The gods are watching. I simply state, resolute. Dulio merely sighs. Then just know, Noriaki, that it was an honor to meet you. He smiles, one last legitimate time, and I thank you for everything, one last time. When you wake up after this, we will be gone. I didn't even get a chance to retort. Goodbye. As all of a sudden, my head rang as the world shook, and I found myself soaring through the air, the ground and sky seeming to spin and blur together until they melded into one. The next time I felt something was when I impacted the water like a cannonball, skipping across its surface several times like a hard-thrown rock. As I finally gained my bearing, my body settled down into the waves, and the world stopped spinning. All I saw was water. Water, in all directions. His first attack sent me straight out into the sea. From Kyoto. The only reason I'm likely still conscious is because of my healing abilities. If not for them, no, even with them, even with him holding back, I don't know what hit me, but another one of those would. I looked off in the direction of Kyoto, as I sensed him incoming, fast. It's now or never. I raised my head, looking up into the sun. And let it all in. Chapter 87, Chapter. That one attack should have been enough. That's what Dulio was thinking as he blasted through the sky in the direction in which he flung their new friend turned unfortunate enemy. He should have known, of course he should have known. Noriaki Kusanagi may be, from all indications he's gotten about the young man so far, a good guy, a good deity, even. But in the land of over 8 million gods, what does one mean in comparison to the whole? Even now, as the winds ripple across his body, sending his clothes and hair lashing out all around him and atop his head respectively within the gale, such minor things aren't what's twisting his face into a forlorn frown of discomfort. He wanted it to end in a single attack, not only to minimize the risk of damage to the country around them but also so he wouldn't have to fight a new friend over such stupid things. Call him selfish, or whatever, but he'd rather not hurt someone undeserving more than need be. If at all. He left the damn spear back in the barrier and strengthened said barrier for good measure before making a quick dash toward his intended target. The frown across his face strained at the thought. Only for all his thoughts to come to a sudden stop, his face twisting into a grimace, as he feels the sea far beneath him begins to boil. He halted midair, at his back, the storms and wind he gathered seized the same as him, and he looked out, and marveled at the sight that seemed to crest the watery horizon. Within the water, a golden glow began to erupt, growing brighter and brighter, matching the intensity of the sun, nearly mirroring it in intensity and brightness. Dulio had to hold an arm up, in front of his eye, to partially block out the light. That's how bright it is. He didn't need to be a top-tier sensor to feel what was going on here either. This was his true and unbridled power, wasn't it? If he had used this within the city, he'd have lit the entire metropolitan area on fire, but out here, so far from even the coast. A wave of golden fire erupted from the distant golden star wrapped around Noriaki, and although it does look distant, the wave of fire shows otherwise. It passed underneath him in a mere moment, almost like a shock wave. He felt it through the power of his gear, earlier than his eyes saw it pass, mostly because that single wave of fire instantly vaporized the water into steam, causing a heavy boiling mist to begin rising from the sea. Then, that golden star began to rise, almost as though it was finally taking its rightful place in the sky. Like a cocoon falling apart, the fire and light that wrapped around the young man he had just tried to knock out with a blast of several layers of condensed wind to the noggin fell off, until only the aura of his radiance outlined his figure, making him visible. Noriaki, no, the fire god, floated there, his normally obsidian black hair a deep velvety purple, his face was covered in golden marks that looked like flames, rising from his neck and up his face, and his eyes burned like two separate stars all their own, his strange triple comma-like pupils spinning as he beheld the world, almost as though for the first time. Despite the look, despite the raw divine power this young man is exuding, Dulio is not afraid. Even though every moment, every second, the heat rose, the golden flames and light became a touch brighter, and the pressure of his divine aura grew and grew. Dulio instead gave him a sad, small smile, and intoned with a grieving utterance. Balance break. As soon as those baleful words were uttered, it began. The air around Dulio abruptly became charged to the extreme, as a whirlwind that could tear apart city blocks with ease suddenly burst from his form, churning the sea far beneath him, with lightning bolts viciously forking off his form and down into the waters. But, more importantly, as if to challenge his light, the sky answered by bringing further darkness. Clouds came into sudden existence, they curled and swirled into each other, and as they did so the clouds grew darker, and darker still, so dark that the day had seemingly turned to night, and the only light left was that which wrapped around the fire god. Who looked around, seemingly unbothered by the dark, instead focused purely on him, and the massive storm that had formed above his head. Unfortunately, said storm is not his balance breaker, merely a byproduct of the increased power entering his balance breaker state grants. No. The fire god began reaching for his sword. This is a bubble, a fairly large bubble, all things considered, looking like your standard soapy bubble, yet easily surpassing the size of a bus, came up seemingly from the sea, and ate the fire god whole. That, by itself, didn't do anything, and indeed he just sort of looked around from within the glassy-looking sphere, mildly confused. Then, Dulio opened out his arms. Flagello di colori dell'arcobaleno, la stella splendente della fine. Scourge of rainbow colors, the blazing star of the end. The fire god widened his eyes, but far too late, if he even saw it coming at all before the inside of his bubble mirrored the climate of a frozen wasteland. Ice-cold winds blew, freezing all things, and the fire god suddenly found his fires turning into popsicles, his body contained within his aura blasted by all manner of snow, slush, ice, and hail. In an instant, a small iceberg had formed, wrapping around his body, trapping him in a rapidly increasingly dense shelf of ice. At the same time, more and more of those bubbles rose from the sea, converging on top of the building trapping him, letting the bubble grow larger and larger, so he could pile more and more ice and snow on top of him. Ultimately, the big threatening-looking storm up above them was merely a divergence from the true threat posed by his balance breaker. Bubbles, within which, he has absolute control over the climate and weather within. A simple, yet terrifyingly effective power. After all, the bubble trapping him had now grown to the size of a small home, and the ice was packed in so thickly and densely that he could barely see the glow produced by his aura anymore. Although, Dulio cringed internally as he found himself adding yet more words to the already ridiculously long name of his balance breaker, but, seeing Noriaki there, looking like a blazing star, inspired him a little. Never mind that though. Dulio looked up at the storm above them. Zenith Tempest, his sacred gear, his Longinus-class sacred gear. War in his home country took his original parents away, and it had almost taken his newly found family away too once it caught up to the church-owned orphanage he was living in. But God had been gracious that day and had given him a gift. A power said to be second only to that which pierced his side. With it, he kept his family safe. He'd always keep his family safe. But the church? They had a much more grandiose ideas. The church took him in, fully, and began training him to be a warrior. A soldier. A weapon for a war which although very much supernatural, still broke apart families and friends, separated parents from their children, and so much worse. At the time, Dulio could say confidently he didn't want any of that. And it's at times like this when he's reminded of that again. Forced to fight a potential friend because their two sides must conflict over something stupid. As is the way of most wars throughout history. But throughout it all, if there's one thing he can count on, it's the power with which his Longinus brings, enabling him some measure of control over the situation. This can all be ended in a short amount of time, with minimal injuries, and minimal damage, because he's one of the strongest people in the world. At least, that's what the Archangel told him after seeing his balance breaker for the first time. Before he then promptly barred Dulio from using the state within certain places, like the Vatican, for fear of the destruction the state could deal out just naturally. Normally, Dulio would be offended, but it's understandable considering what his Longinus base power is. It's why he specifically trained so hard to control his powers, enabling him to even use them indoors if need be safely, eventually pushing himself to the point where he achieved a subspecies balance breaker that contains much of the destruction within sealed-off spaces, the bubbles. Yet still, Dulio focused ahead once more. The bubble before him had grown to the size of a good-sized family home, and within contained an equally large chunk of ice. By this point, with the amount of cold and compact ice contained within, he should have suppressed Noriaki's powers down to the point he could be safely knocked out. So why is it then that the light contained within the ice hasn't shrunk? It's been keeping pace as it grows. In fact, now it's expanding, faster. Dulio blinked, as the ice within began to hiss, something he usually couldn't hear, before beginning to violently crack. He gritted his teeth as he held out his arms, and pushed back harder. Dozens, no, hundreds of smaller bubbles began converging upon the bubble containing Noriaki, explosively growing its size in the frozen wasteland climate within. At the same time, he amped up the storm from a pretty bad winter storm to an outright frigid city-destroying blizzard. For a moment, that seemed to push back down his escape attempt, his light abated, and the cracks within his icy prison were repaired. But almost like clockwork, another surge of golden light, pure unbridled golden power. The cracks came again and spread across his prison like a horde of spider webs, each one's appearance accompanied by a sound like fireworks. Dulio bit back an unflattering curse directed toward himself and tried to focus. Yet, as his power grew, and Dulio's stayed the same, it quickly became too much. The block of ice split, straight down the center. And then he drew his sword. It was like an angelic halo, burning and blazing, had made manifest within the bubble, but Dulio knew exactly what that spiraling golden ring was. A single slash of his sword, bursting with golden flames. The ring slammed into the bubble, and soon enough, the bubble began cracking. Dulio flinched as he saw his bubble give around the ring, the golden light pushing out and spreading fractures across the entire orb. Never, not once, had anyone been able to break out of his bubbles before. He was so momentarily stunned that he didn't even think to dial back and annul the climate contained within, yet it burst free and froze a chunk of the Pacific Ocean. Luckily, Noriaki seemed to take care of that for him. The bubble broke apart, and rather than releasing a climate comparable to Cocytus right onto the Pacific, all the ice, the snow, and the frigid winds were consumed by an outpour of heat and light. In its place, a column of golden light, fire, and divine power roars like an angry cannon as it streaks through the sky and the storm clouds above. Dulio tensed, his skin starting to prickle as though he was standing in front of an open and max strength oven, that little warning giving him just enough time to summon the frozen and arctic winds around himself now, shielding him from the heat right as a shockwave of it rolls past. Dulio perked, as a voice, definitely not his, but yet not quite Noriaki radiated across the sea toward him, refused to be contained. Now that sounded like the gods the old men up top wouldn't stop harping on and on about. Full of arrogance, full of rage, and indignation. He didn't realize it until now, but he did notice something off about Noriaki earlier when he entered, whatever it is this state is. He started calling him Fire God in his head, even. Out of nowhere, said God looked up at the sky, and roared. Fire, so much pure golden fire it looked almost like molten metal, bellowed off his form, and shot straight up into the sky. Dulio held his arms up, picking up the arctic winds around him to keep him from being baked alive, not able to stop what his true objective was. The storm above is under Dulio's absolute control. It contains the potential to encompass the entirety of Japan, the southwestern islands, and the coasts of the countries nearby and then some. So he could feel it, as his pillar of fire and rage shot into the sky like a lance of divine wrath, and broke the storm in the sky. Bit by bit, the clouds began to splinter and pull apart, vaporizing at points even, disappearing into nothingness, and letting in the clear blue sky, and beams of light from the true sun. Once parts began to break, much like the bubble, the entire storm fell apart shortly thereafter. It was only when the storm clouds were dispelled, and the darkness they made completely vanquished that he simmered down, figuratively. He pulled back his flames, settled his voice, and leveled his head, his gaze, upon Dulio. Above him now, sat the sun, and something in Dulio told him it was at nearly its highest point. You. Noriaki begins to utter, and he's almost sure it is him, as he sounds much calmer now, yet there's still this deep, haughty undertone, do not own the sky. Dulio blinks, a moment passes, and then another. Something seems to slot, or click, into place within his mind, and at right that moment, Noriaki's body twitches. He lets out a sharp groan, his breath no longer even air, just motes of pure golden flame, before he stretches, standing at attention, and gazing straight ahead. His velvety purple hair shifts, becoming bright, and more flame or plasma-like, lifting and wafting in the air. At his back, his halo seemed to melt into his aura, the entire thing bellowing like a cloak of fire, made out of molten burning bright honey. On top of that, the markings across his face started to glow brightly, turning themselves into streaks of burning molten metal across his skin. The sword in his hand, the blade glowed with a similar molten shine to its edge. There can only be one. Noriaki grounded out, gravely yet simply, as he stared directly at Dulio. Dulio couldn't help the nervous smile that broke across his face, but he did stop himself from opening his mouth. There were so many questions he wanted to ask, so much he wanted to say. Yet there's probably only one that truly mattered to him at this moment. Why do you have to make this more difficult than it needs to be? A new sun. I felt like I was on the top of the world. Both literally and figuratively. Everything was so bright, so colorful. Almost like I was in the Shinkai, but not. I felt lightheaded, yet my mind had never been sharper. I was outside my body, looking down at a radiance to match, no, surpass the sun so completely and utterly it's not even a joke, yet I could feel the coiling the power within, the sheer amount of divine power and fire I could throw around with but a wave of my hand. I felt ethereal, yet I knew this state was ephemeral. There was no time to float here and take in the sights, marvel at my majesty. I am complete. But only for such a short fleeting time, I need to make the most of it. My gaze narrows upon my opponent, I feel the growing itch within the back of my eyes, and push down the irritation it causes as my power boils beneath the surface of my skin. Something is about to break there, I can feel it. It's been growing ever since the bubble trap, getting worse and worse, but now. Whatever. There is no time. My opponent refuses to speak, and I've already said what needs to be stated. So let us begin. I no longer need breath, for I am the sun. So I simply move. My form is light when I do, I practically appear before him, my blade already held aloft. I bring it down, a simple arc, down and to the right, like a brush stroke across a canvas. The exorcist, however, is not idle, he manages to perceive me and holds out his hands. As my sword comes down, the space between him and I becomes ice, as several streams and folds of arctic winds and frost converge upon a single point, forming a length of wall, which my blade promptly cuts through like it's water, which it is, the ice screaming as it crackles and boils around my blade, before slicing clear through and straight for its maker. Unfortunately, the ice gave my sword some resistance, buying the exorcist time to avoid my slashing golden arc, the winds grabbing and pulling him down closer to the sea, and away from me. For the moment, I come upon him in just a moment more. This time, my sword jabs out with me, and I catch the wide-eyed grimace from the exorcist as I'm upon him and so near to running him through. The winds, however, have something else to say about that, course-correcting at a moment's notice to drag him once more away from my blade point. My blade misses flesh, hitting air, and then into the water below. Said part of the sea then promptly explodes, erupting from the force of my jab and the heat of my blade alone, sending up a geyser of boiling water that by my quick estimations could cover a fleet of Navy battleships with ease. I huff in annoyance and almost casually swing my sword out in an arc around me. The geyser is severed in half before promptly being blown apart into nothing. I look up, my eyes locking onto the several incoming attacks all aimed at me. Several massive spouts or tornadoes of water, whipped up by several whirlwinds and infused with frigid arctic winds judging by them partly slush and ice. I promptly ignore them all, my eyes seeing through it all, and finding my opponent once more up in the sky. Despite that damage. Coward. I blast toward him like a burning comet just entering the atmosphere. One twister attempts to blindside me immediately, yet with a twist, I drag and cleave my sword through its side, evaporating the water and ice into nothingness. Another comes straight from above, but I simply move faster than it, and it soars over my head. 3 more come in, one from the top, and one for either side, attempting to box me in. Again. No. I stop, my aura focusing on one of my arms, turning my forearm just as bright as my blade, before I lash out with it as though I was slashing my sword. Where my fingers go, a line of my divine power draws across the world, painting a canvas of golden fiery power. The 3 slush twisters impact that line, and promptly explode, as though they struck an immovable unbreakable wall that was also as hot as the sun. Beneath me, audibly popping sounds are heard by the dozens. No, hundreds, and my gaze quickly turns to find the source. Bubbles. Hundreds of the annoying things, rising from the boiling sea below, ascending rapidly towards my location. I do not have time to slash every single one of those things apart, and even if I do, more will come to just replace them. I look around, rapidly, to find the bubbles appearing all around me, with more slush twisters incoming on top of it all. My eyes ache, and I let out a growl, as everything began to converge upon me, still attempting to box me in. I feel it. The moment that itching ache finally bursts. For the briefest of moments, I feel liquid splatter onto my face, but not from any attack of my foe. No. It's mine. My blood, as it spurts out of my eye, briefly touching my cheek before evaporating. The words for what follows come naturally, inserted into my mind as if they always were there. Amano Iwato. All around where my left eye sees, space seems to darken, break, and burst open. But these warped fractals of near-pitch black glass bending inward are merely an entrance. An entrance that greedily devours the twisters of water, the bubbles, everything. It doesn't pull anything in itself, it doesn't have a pull, that I can tell, it's merely a gateway. A place with no sun. No light. A pitch black nowhere. Such a place is inconceivable, but that is where it leads, I know it. And that is where I send every single attack to. My gaze sweeps down, and around, scooping up everything around me, into that black nowhere cave. When each entrance takes its target, or my focus and gaze leaves it, it snaps shut, the broken black glass fractal snapping back into place with a shaded blink, before clearing, revealing free empty air and no warped entrance. After a couple of moments of that, however, my gaze falls on my opponent himself. He looked fairly confused himself, in fact, but that quickly turned to raw panic as the black fractal gateway began opening around him. Unfortunately, he's not a mindless attack himself, and without any pull on the portal, he's able to pull himself away from it before I can open and snap it shut on him. Oh well, no matter. I close my left eye and focus my right on him instead. This one though, feels like it'll do the trick. Its name comes just as easily as the left's did. Ikaruhiro Otoko. It is my name after all. Blood burst from my right eye, and what followed was the opposite of my left eye's power. A burst of pure, unadulterated, white light abruptly filled the space of my opponent and my sight. It was so utterly bright, so pure, that it forced me to close my right as soon as it activated. It was like a flashbang, or maybe the birth of a star would be more apartment. Its birth was short-lived, however, lasting for barely a heartbeat, before it flickered out of existence. When I opened my eyes, it was like it was never even there, gone, but what it left in its place was proof of its existence. My opponent floated there, blinking rapidly, and mid-gasp, his entire form smoking and twitching with his outfit seared and charred around its edges. His skin was noticeable far more a pinkish red than the pale he was before. A chance. No more running. I continue my original flight path, blasting straight toward him. The exorcist barely manages to look my way, gritting his teeth as I soar toward him. With trembling hands, he stretches them out, and a lightning storm bursts out from around him and his fingers. It almost reminds me of Uncle's attack that one time, but on a much, much bigger scale. It looked like he was commanding the sky to drop upon me. Wait, Uncle. No, Susano. Susan. That guy. I blink, wearily, my body shuddering as my power begins to slip down a tiny ineffectual amount. No. No, not now. I will not be denied. And if I can't have it, he won't either. I meet the lightning head-on. I feel my entire body, my very being, sting as the aura around me begins to shift and harden at my will. I barely catch a glimpse of what looks like a golden ribcage before the purple and blues of the lightning storm roll upon me like sheets and sheets of rain, obscuring all else from view. I feel the pushback, the resistance, as the winds join the lightning, and my ascent begins to stall. The half-formed golden ribcage around my body begins to crack, forking with fractures like the rain of lightning that bombards it. At the same time, another drip of my power leaves me. Then another. And another, and another, and another. I gasp. And everything snaps back into place as though I had just woken up from a long, long dream where I was falling, bracing, for so long. The last I remember was being in the sea, about to go all in, before, nothing. Now I'm looking up at a lot of blue and purple. Is that lightning? Am I still fighting Dulio right now? I try to keep up the pressure, the pushback, my power is still massive right now, I don't think I've ever been this strong before. I could fight Tobio in his abyss-side balance breaker, my grandmother, Amma, hell, even like 10 Susans or something. Probably all at the same time too. Yet, it's slowly going down, and I don't even know what's. Golden cracks form across my vision. Fuck you other me, seriously. I utter to myself, completely gobsmacked as more and more cracks form within my sight, you petty bitch. My aura, at least I'm pretty sure it's my aura, shatters, and all I see is enveloped in white. I feel myself being seized by a storm as if a storm had hands, the pure lightning striking me from almost every angle, as it carries me away. For that moment, then I feel myself slam into something hard, and my vision swims with blurry out-of-sync shadows and colors. I feel as something wraps around my body that isn't plasma, and realize immediately where I am. The sea. Again. Only for that to quickly change once more, as the water around me becomes much harder, and far more cold. I'm locked in place so stiffly, I can't even shiver. I could continue this fight, I know I could. But I think I've done all I need to do, now, and I still don't know what I even did. So, for now, I think I'll let him have this one. It's a shame I don't think there'll be a next time after this, and that almost makes me want to milk this as much as I can. But for once, I temper down that instinct, that inner Chuyuni Dragon Emperor. As the ice around my form presses me in harder and harder, and my vision gradually grows narrower and narrower, I offer no more resistance, and consider my plan finally complete. Chapter 88, Chapter. How does someone fly through the air, with a sunburn so bad that even just a stray breeze is enough to cause bouts of incredible pain? Dulio can answer that. Very carefully. Additionally, wrapping himself up within a layer of chilling winds helped massively. It took several minutes of painstakingly careful flight, balancing speed with caution to not agitate his condition while still making good time back to the barrier, back to the spear. Accompanying him along the way is a far more normal-looking, and unconscious, Noriaki, wrapped up and carried alongside him within the winds. As Dulio and his former opponent finally made it back to the barrier, he let Noriaki down gently onto the ground, while he continued floating, hovering just above the ground. He had to remain in the air, after all, whatever that last attack was had somehow pierced through his clothing and hit his entire body with sunburn. That includes his feet, so putting pressure on them right now. Bad idea. Dulio let out a sigh, before looking out and finding the wrapped-up spear stuck in the ground where he had left it, smack in the middle of the bridge. He let out a small smile of relief. He didn't expect it to somehow go missing, but sometimes just one thing going right after a day like today is enough. With that thought in mind, Dulio looked toward the still unconscious form of Noriaki, and his smile became far more sad. Oddly enough, the young man himself also had a smile, but his was far less somber. Odd, and Dulio can't say why he'd even have one in the first place. Regardless, it goes to confirm that something was, not necessarily wrong with Noriaki when they fought, but different. Very different. Dulio figures he somehow managed to snap out of whatever that was and promptly threw in the towel once he did. Something Dulio was very glad for, because if they had continued. Dulio looked down at his hands, how his skin was practically glowing an angry reddish pink, how the edges of his uniform were charred and ashen. The rest of him probably doesn't look much better. That last attack had caught him completely by surprise, and he couldn't say for certain he'd have been able to take another one, most definitely not two of them. If that battle had continued, he might have been forced to go lethal, if only to preserve his life. He shook his head abruptly, banishing those thoughts. There's no point in worrying about what-ifs any longer, especially when what's done is done, and he's still got a job to finish. Almost as if on cue, as soon as the thought runs through his head he feels four presences slip through his barrier and right inside. He turns to look toward the direction of their entrance and finds the four all giving essentially the same curious looks all around as they appear, one by one. Until Lint, who seems far more alert, far more suspecting of something. Ah, he did try to keep their battle contained to the ocean. It doesn't look like the other three caught wind of anything, but Lint with her Longinus might have caught something, How sloppy of him then. Discarding that for now though, Dulio promptly braced himself as the group's gazes fell upon himself. He tried, truly, he is, to give a reassuring smile and wave. But moving his arm caused his forearm to brush up against the inside of his sleeve, and the pained wince that twitched across his face as a result made his attempt fall apart. That moment then, of him and the girls just staring at each other, felt like it lasted for several painful seconds. He practically saw all their reactions in slow motion. Lint's eyes widened in alarm, Asia moving to cover her mouth in abject horror, and both Irina and Zenobia became stuck still in shock. Then Asia screamed, "Be Brother Dulio," and was the first to start running to him. She was so fast that she reacted before the other three even knew what she was doing, and although Lint tried to grab and stop her, she missed, resulting in the other three racing to catch up. When he saw the said three reach for and begin drawing weapons, however, he gave them a very pointed glare and a shake of his head. He was sure their vision was tunneled on him right now, so they hadn't registered Noriaki lying nearby, but they would soon, and he didn't want to deal with them trying anything right now. Even though they still probably couldn't hurt him, even though he was unconscious. Still, they paused, clearly shocked by his nonverbal order, but they obeyed regardless. Asia was still on the move though, entirely focused upon his injuries it seems, the two silver rings studded with a blue-green gem each that is her sacred gear appearing as she got near him. This suited him just fine, however, though he'd have to dissipate the cloak of cold he's got wrapped around himself so she doesn't get frozen. He quickly decided he could endure the pain for a little bit, at least. So once Asia reached him properly, he made the cold winds around him vanish. It took only a second until he severely regretted doing so. Dulio did not know sunburn could hurt so much. His body practically locked up stiff with brutal, stinging pains, shooting across his entire body, making his skin feel like it was humming or cracking. It was terrible, quite possibly the worst pain he's ever experienced. Yet, with Asia right in front of him now, he refused to let it show on his face, maintaining a smile, if a little pained, to keep her as calm as she could be in this situation. Thankfully, Asia didn't hesitate, she didn't ask any questions, she simply came up and held her hands up to his chest, mere inches away as a soft radiant green light began emanating from her hands. Almost as soon as he started, he let out a shudder of relief as the pain immediately began to ebb away, and his smile became much more genuine. He looked down at her, and nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Asia." He spoke sincerely. Oddly enough, she didn't respond, her eyes narrowed and focus seemingly spent entirely on healing at the moment. Geez, was the damage that bad? In short order, the rest of the girls come up, walking now, but still at the ready. Lint is the first to speak up, asking the obvious pointedly, "What happened?" Dulio looked at her, and merely gave her an exhausted sigh, before slowly adding, "It's something that had best be explained on the way home." Lint narrowed her eyes at him, clearly not satisfied with his answer. But it's all they're getting for now, they can live with it. Dulio then looked at the other two girls, Irina and Zenobia, the only two wearing the big white cloaks that covered their entire bodies. He doesn't see it with Asia or Lint, so. "Do one of you two have what I wanted you to bring?" He outright asked them. The two girls exchanged worried glances, before Zenovia's morphed into an amused smile aimed at her partner, and Irina began appearing irritated at her look. "Yeah, I do," Irina announced, weakly yet resigned. Dulio was about to ask what that reaction was for, then Irina pulled back her cloak, revealing that she was carrying quite possibly everything the girls had brought, luggage-wise. Even the painting of Jesus. Zenovia chuckled at her partner's torment, or more aptly her punishment, as she opened one of the bags with a grunt and pulled out a box. It was a pretty small box, all things considered. It fit easily enough in a hand but wasn't comfortable while doing so. He could feel the Holy Spirit power contained within the box. After today, how could he not miss the feeling after all, before nodding, pleased? He reached down, gently taking Asia's hands and pushing them away slowly. The blonde girl immediately let out a huff of indignation as her green light flickered out, and she began pouting at him in outrage, but he felt much better now, good enough to at least do this one thing. "You can continue in a moment, all right?" he began. "There's just one more thing I need to do, then we'll be leaving." Asia, of course, didn't like anything he just said, but didn't try to convince him otherwise. Finally, Dulio landed on the ground, wincing slightly as the pain wasn't completely gone, but far more easily managed now. He walked over and took the box from Irina's hand, before walking over to the prone Noriaki, kneeling to him, and gently placing it right down in front of him. "I'm sorry things had to turn out this way," he uttered to the unconscious young man, praying he'd hear or know his words somehow. The girls slowly came up from behind him, and although he couldn't see them right this second, he could assume their general thoughts, especially by the way Lynn spoke up once more. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" she asked, uncertainty clear in her tone. Dulio took a moment before responding with a simple, "It was originally theirs." No one appeared to have a counterpoint to that, and so, Dulio stood back up, turning to face his group. Now then, past the group, his eyes land on the wrapped spear, and he claps his hands together, wincing at the small amount of pain that shoots through him, and the glare Asia sends at him for the action. "Let's head home." He finishes, far more tired, and far less grandiose than he originally imagined this moment would be when setting out. A new sun. My eyes slowly crack open as I groan awake. The first thing I noticed. I'm not in the ocean, or even on the ground, no, I'm in a bed. My bed in Kyoto. I sit up, and blearily look around from side to side, but don't see anything either in bed with me or in the room in general. Well, I was knocked unconscious, tons of ice pressing into you tends to that, and then I'm assuming after I was left somewhere one of my girls picked me up and took me back here. I could probably check by just sensing the house, but not a need. Dulio and the church girls don't know I live here, so it has to be one of my girls. I don't have anything to worry about. I don't have anything to worry about, anymore. Well, regarding them anyway, at least for a while bare minimum. Slowly, I slide back deeper into my bed, pulling the blankets over me, and let out a pleased hum as my eyes slowly close back up. It's over, it's finally over. All that stupid stress and anxiety, I can banish it all away for good. And get some sweet sleep, sweet sleep, even though I don't need it. Still. I want to. Or perhaps maybe a sex marathon. I could go grab Suzaku, Kunu, Yasaka, and Kuroka right now probably, and try my damnedest to breed half of them. That doesn't sound so bad. Hell, maybe Chiron's free, she can join too. Might even include Yuzum for shits and giggle. Wait, no, that's too far, heal me. My eyes crack open slightly. I need to chill the fuck out. I audibly tell myself. Sure, that whole mess is over with now, and maybe I can get my sex marathon later, but right at this moment. I have some stuff to go over, specifically dealing with what's in my mind. Or rather, what's missing in there. I sigh, incredibly annoyed, as I fling my blanket off and hop off sweet relaxation, landing upright on the floor, while rubbing my eyes clear with my fingers. My march to the bathroom is swift, yet purposeful. There's something I need to confirm, need to see for myself. I walk up to the bathroom mirror, grip either side of the sink and lean forward, eyeing my reflection intently. Then, I activate my eyes. I try not to blink as my eyes visibly swirl and shift with their activation, but unlike normal, they change into something a bit more than normal. The tree tomo of my eyes spin rapidly around the center pupil, before expanding like a sunburst, bursting out and taking the shape of a new image, reminiscent of flowing rays of sunlight. It kind of reminds me of ancient depictions of the sun. The general shape. Just instead of a face in the center, mine is hollowed out save for a lone dot that is my pupil. I blink at myself in the mirror, several times, as the weight of what exactly I'm seeing begins to settle. I had noticed when I woke up at the end of my fight earlier, my eyes felt different. The itch that Amma had put in the back of them was gone. Well, now I know why. Worst part. I don't even remember how they evolved. I clicked my tongue and crossed my arms, glaring at myself in the mirror. Dick. I state, purely to myself in this case. Thankfully, I have a feel for how the new powers they grant work, and even what their names are, so I'm not shit out of luck there, but still. How annoying. Very annoying. Then again, it isn't like I should be completely blindsided by this development. It only takes a quick parsing through my memory to find it, the conversation I had way back with Inari and Yuzu months ago, where Inari explained that she thought that particular power of mine was Eramitama. My wild, rough, or violent side. I suppose at the apex of its power, it essentially becomes an entirely new persona, practically a different person. I think. It'd be far easier to figure this out if I could remember anything during that short time. I let out a groan, before slowly walking out of the bathroom, a finger going up to my chin. There's only one way to figure out anything related to that power, and that's to dive into training it specifically. But I've still got a bunch of other stuff to work on, like Sage Mode, the 7 Breathes, and now my eyes. HNN. I could through my clones on the breathing technique and eyes, I need Kuroka for Sage training, and I get the feeling diving into this is going to require my personal touch. Clones won't do. Decisions. The door abruptly opens, prompting me to stop. Oh, and Nori, you're awake. Her voice nearly squeaks with how surprised, and slightly nervous she is. Of course, I recognize her via her voice alone, but even just her tone tells me it's Rose without a shadow of a doubt. I turn to face her, a small amused smile crossing my face as I do, finding the silver-haired former Valkyrie halfway through the door, leaning slightly inside with a hand on the doorknob, having stopped mid-step in surprise it seems. She's also still wearing the tracksuit, wonder if she'll ever wear anything else Kuroka and she went out and bought. Well, in any event. My smile brightens considerably upon seeing her very teasable face, and she makes it even more teasable by noticing said smile and shying away a bit from my gaze with a flush. I held back a chuckle, and finally replied, that I am. If you've come to check on me, does that mean you're the one that brought me back here in the first place? Rose quickly nodded, before explaining, yes, I sensed a fairly strong barrier still set up out there, and well, you had yet to come back, and Kuroka was still asleep, so, she fidgets with her hands, I went out and checked, just to be sure. I gave her a grateful nod back, thank Rose, waking up on a bed always beats hard concrete. Oh. She looks away, her face entirely flushed as she smiles, slightly, it wasn't a big deal. Ah. Do Kunu and Rose share a praise kink, or is she just unused to receiving legitimate praise? It could also just be both. I guess I'll find out eventually. Big deal. Oh, Rose, it's the little things that matter most, you know. I wave off her humble words. Rose perks up a bit, as if reminded of something, causing all her shyness and embarrassment to vanish, replaced by a professional veil in a snap. That reminds me, when I found you they seem to have left something with you as well. It's this little box. Rose starts, and seeing how with each word I just looked more and more confused, she eventually trails off and waves for me to simply follow. She takes a step away from the door and starts heading off toward the artifacts room, judging by her direction. I swiftly came to a few steps behind her, prompting her to add, I gave it a few checkovers with my magic, and it didn't seem harmless, so I brought it in, but I haven't determined what it is, don't think I can without opening it, but I. She glances back at me, unsure. I simply sent her an easygoing smile, don't worry about it so much, alright. I tell her, I have faith in your judgment and abilities, if you already determined it wasn't dangerous, it should be fine. Her face lightened and flushed a bit in equal measure before her gaze abruptly shifted forward once more, and she uttered a tiny, alright. She's really damn cute. Also, it might be both after all. It's a couple of minutes jog down in silence to the artifacts room after that, wherein right in the center of the room sitting by its lonesome on a table, said box sits. It truly doesn't look like anything remarkable. It's just a plain smooth black box, almost like one of those that'd be used to hold a ring for proposing to someone. Except this one is a good bit larger than those, so, probably not. I hope not anyway. Rose moves out of the way to let me enter and approach, while she stands back just in case. As I do, I start feeling something emanate from the box. A divine aura, Holy Spirit power. It even feels similar to something I've felt before, a while ago, back when I first visited my grandfather, I think. Somewhere around there. Weird, really weird, what the hell is this? I tentatively approach, and open the box, lifting off the top lid with relative ease. Inside is a bunch of chips. Broken black chips, surrounding a scaly marble white recreation of what looks like the end of a snake. An 8-tailed snake, to be precise. Except it's got a ton of fractures going across the thing. You know, it kind of looks like Durandal's core, the same marble white, just without the cracks. Wait. I brush a finger across the odd and fractured 8 tails carving. Holy Spirit power. The swirl of the winds as the heavenly clouds gather. A holy sword drawn from one of the most vile creatures in Shinto mythology. All those images flash through my mind, before I jerk my hand back abruptly, stopping the flood of images. I know what this is. As I look back down at the core of what I now know is a sword, I find it glowing with a weak golden glow, the energy like a cloudy vapor emanating out from it. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. I utter the sword's name, as the glow fades away. They left this for me. They just gave it back. I'm assuming it's a gift for my help, then. Then this is what I vaguely heard Duilo tell the girls to grab. I'm not going to lie, I got as close as possible as it is for me to forget about the sword. I know, my original target and all, but more important stuff and all that. I was going to go get it originally once this all blew over completely, though. Guess this saves me the trip. Now, question for myself, should I feel bad about getting the sword this way? No. It was originally my faction anyway, and I was fully intent on stealing it regardless. Still. I let out a low hissing sigh as I closed the box back up. No wonder they never managed to fix the sword, the core is damaged, and the blade is straight up in pieces. I could fix it, with my magical bullshit hammer, anything is technically possible, it'd just take a lot of time. Time I suddenly find myself not wanting to spend personally. I'm just going to make a clone do it then, or at least get started, no way they'll be able to finish it. Besides, right now, I just want to do something relaxing. After the past couple of days, I think I can afford that, no. Training is nice and all, but, no, there's got to be something else I can do. I turn, finding myself looking at Rose, almost instinctively. I should do something for her. Ah. Rose tilts her head at me as I look toward her, is something wrong? I don't consider my next words carefully at all. No, nothing at all, say, wanna go out sometime. Rose blinked at me. I simply stared at her. Yeah. Rose eventually squeaked out, wait, did you just? She stumbles over herself, several times, before trailing off and mumbling incoherently. I merely nodded, and stated, yes. It took her a moment, but after her face turned completely red, she responded with a shy and barely audible, I see. Then she fell over, her breath leaving her as she passed out. Well, there was no other way to word it that wouldn't end in this result I don't think, best to just do it, and get it out there, yeah. Yeah. Now, where to take her? After I pick her up off the floor. Chapter 89, Chapter. Nyahahaha. Unfortunately, though, it seems someone else is going to get to her before I can. Kuroka shuffled in from the side with a light, airy giggle. I could tell she had just very recently woken up, as her smile was loopy, her entire posture was droopy, and her clothes were barely hanging onto her body. There, Rose-chan. It's okay, big sis Kuroka will make sure you're all well and ready for darling, Naya. She leans down next to the fallen form of the former Valkyrie and pats her on the head as she speaks, while I just cross my arms and raise an eyebrow her way. Okay. Maybe not very recently, then. I should have known, this is the cat, after all. You were listening in on us, huh? I accuse her of the obvious. To which she doesn't even bat an eyebrow, sending me a side-eyed glance filled with mirth, her smile, though still a bit loopy, widening. Nothing like that. Kuroka cooed, almost whining, as she explained, I just woke up and followed you two ready to ask about what's for dinner, when you suddenly hit poor Rose-chan here with that, Naya. Her smile slowly turned into a smirk before she added. Gotta say, I'm surprised you acted so quickly with her, darling. She trailed off, clearly seeking an explanation of some sort out of curiosity. I roll my eyes at her obvious probe but indulge her, I have nothing to hide after all. Now just seemed like the best time, right after another big event, probably gonna be some downtime in between them, like usual. I explain rather plainly, plus, she hasn't been here that long, and she's been great to have around. I thought it'd be a good idea to reward her, my neutral expression morphs into a deadpan, and you know she wouldn't try to ask me out herself. Kuroka has the gall to chuckle, right? Poor Rose-chan here is what the internet would call a turbo-virgin. I walk over to them, snorting, hey now, don't talk like that as if you weren't one yourself. Kuroka's smirk grew wider, darling, was. She looks at me, her eyes narrowing sultrily as her robe slips down her body ever so slightly more, and I wonder, who do I have to thank for that, Naya? Always the temptress, huh? Without even giving it a second thought, my hand raises and falls, slapping Kuroka across her ass. Despite, or maybe due to, her incredibly loose-fitting robe, I could see the way her plump rear shook and jiggled from the force of my blow. And Naya. Darling. Kuroka moaned out breathlessly, arching her back just a bit as her thighs started to rub together. Meanwhile, I just sighed internally, holding back the admittedly very tempting idea of tearing off her robe and breeding her right up against the wall. But Rose was right there and still very unconscious, so no can do. Later though. Most definitely later. Instead, for now, I smirk right back at my short-stack cat girl, never stopped being turbo-horny despite that, though, did you? Kuroka licked her lips, her tail swaying from side to side as she uttered back with a sexy undeterred smirk, "Ah. Only for you, darling. Fucking hell, cat, why do you have to make it so hard to resist at the worst possible times?" I reached over, hooking a finger under her chin, lifting her head so our eyes met. "Not now, you," I uttered, dangerously. "Rose is right here." Kuroka's rear shook slightly back and forth, her tails wiggling about back and forth in indignation, "But she's unconscious, Naya." Kuroka nearly whined back. My gaze swept down to the unconscious Rose, whose face looked eerily similar to the petals of her nickname, a deep bright burning red. Then I looked right back into Kuroka's eyes and raised a singular eyebrow once again. "Humph. Naya." Kuroka pouted, crossing her arms under her bust, intentionally pushing her mounds up as much as possible. Honestly, her robe is so far down her cleavage that I'm shocked her nipples aren't exposed by this point. She practiced that, didn't she? There's no way you just pull that off without knowing the exact area to stop and hold the cloth up. I couldn't help but roll my eyes again at her antics. "Don't think I forgot about you, or Chiron either, kitty." I take her chin in my hand, prompting her to perk up. "Naya." "Ah." She perked up even more when I leaned down and took her lips with my own. The kiss doesn't last longer than a moment, however, before I pull away, leaving her to let out a whining noise as I look back into her eyes. "I've got ideas," I murmured breathlessly, "for stuff to do with you and your sister. So, don't you worry. I fully intend to reward you both as well." After a moment of Kuroka looking at me, she gave me a shuddering breath before wrapping her arms around my neck and pulling herself up enough to kiss me back. This cat, though, couldn't be satisfied with just a chaste kiss, of course not. She pushed her essentially half-naked body right up against mine, and she pressed her lips against mine. Yet at the same time, she rubbed herself against me, making damn well sure I felt the softness of her chest as it pressed against my torso, the curve of her leg and thigh as one of her feet popped up and her leg wrapped around one of my own. Not only that, but she wasn't satisfied with a short either. Oh no no no. She drew it out as much as she possibly could, before slowly, ever so slowly, she drew back and away, a very light smirk across her face. "I'll make sure you remember that then, darling, Naya." She winks and pats my cheek. "Okay, so, look, I tried. I tried really hard, but not even I could stop the massive boner I got after all that." Kuroka though, the little fucking cat, pretended to not even notice it as she turned back toward the downed Rose. "Naya then." She kneels next to her. "Don't you worry, Rose-chan. Just like I said earlier, big sis Kuroka has your back." I blinked as it finally settled in that she did say something like that right when she came up, didn't she? Huh. It must have gone right over my head. Poor Rose. And, you know what? She says to Rose's still very unconscious body, "I'll even phone a friend for double the help." Uh-oh. I feel slightly bad consigning Rose to this, but only slightly. Not going to lie, but if I am going to take her out, it would be kind of annoying if she freaked out at every moment of the date. But if there is anyone who could help remedy that beforehand, give her the confidence boost, or just, the patience to deal with it, it'd be Kuroka. And her mystery friend here. Well, she isn't a mystery, to be fair, she's one of the only friends Kuroka has, I'm pretty sure. Much to my surprise, yet also amusement, before Kuroka began to do any such phoning, she turned toward me. And shooed me away. "Go on, Naya Naya." She waved me off. "Give us a little time, darling, then I'll have her all nice and ready for you," she exclaimed with a mischievous smirk. I can't say I much liked the way she said the latter part there. Until then, though. Kuroka continued, smirk growing Cheshire, "You're not allowed to see her, so shoo, Naya." Kuroka continued, waving me away with her hands for a few moments, where I just stared at her, amused yet exasperated. Finally, I shook my head and sighed, and I took my leave, leaving Rose to her fate once again. Naya ha ha ha. Kuroka cackled in triumph, though it didn't take long for an additional sound to be added atop her voice. The beeping of an old school phone's buttons being pressed, the ringing, and the click of it being answered. "Oh Susa-chan." As I walk further away, that's the last trailing thing I hear from my cat girl. Turns out I was right on the money, it was Suzaku, huh? It's been a little while since I've seen her, hasn't it? Though that reminds me, there are a bunch of people I haven't seen in a while that I probably should check in on. Personally. Not with clones. I stop in the middle of the hallway as a thought occurs. I should also probably check in on them, not only because I haven't seen them in a while but because of what just happened, huh? That thought made me facepalm, hard. Of course, I couldn't go do whatever quite yet. A battle just took place in the ocean next to Japan that probably could have destroyed the country if it spilled over. Hell, I'm shocked I haven't gotten several calls yet, actually. Wait. Where the hell even is my phone? I start patting my robe pockets, but it's not there. Oh. Fuck. Is it somewhere in the Atlantic right now? Wait, don't tell me I left it on the bridge. Yeah, wait, I did. I sat it down on the railing after calling Dulio. Surely though, if it was still there, Rose would have picked it up when she grabbed me, right? Ugh, damn it. That was my second phone, too, and I'm about to be on a third in less than a year. The old me would have fucking killed the current me over this, heh. With a disappointed sigh, I pick my pace back up, heading straight for the door. I suppose I'm going to have to do this the hard way then. And that's going to be on top of the stuff I'm going to have to do already, like telling Ama and whoever else needs to know my getting back the broken Kusanagi no Tsurugi and trying to figure out where exactly I'm going to take Rose. Well, I already have an idea for the former, anyway. Let's just say I'm going to try something different, compared to the times I've taken the other girls out. For now, though. Who should I head off to first? Probably, those that would be immediately concerned, right? Like Yuzum, Inari, the Fox girls. A quick equivalent of a sixth sense side glance found me feeling that Yuzum was not even in the building, so no need to go have that conversation with her. I take a cursory glance downward, finding my raging hard-on still bulging out of my robe. Especially while I'm like this. So, I'm thinking I hit up one of Inari's shrines, drop the equivalent of a divine email, then visit my Fox girls to tell them the news and work off some steam, then Takamagara for Ama to tell her about the sword. Maybe visit Gramps after for the same, or, shit, maybe I can drag Ama down to see Grandma while I am at it. Though I guess that depends on whether or not she's doing her job, or locked up in her room. Again. Well. One way to find out. A new son. It's only now that I'm here that I realize something kind of important. I've never actually been to Takamagara properly. Like, yes, I was here before technically, but I only ever saw Ama's room, that's it. I don't think I ever could have imagined all of this. The best way I can describe it is, essentially, a mountain made up of a sea of pure white clouds, within which an ancient Japanese city was built. Except, unlike muted grays, browns, and so forth that usually made up such old places, this city was made entirely out of marble white, bright scarlet reds, deep popping oranges, and flushed blossoming pinks, all wrapped up in the glossy white mist that is the clouds, which seemed to sparkle and glitter gold all on their own. Additionally, everywhere you looked, where there was architecture, there was, at the bare minimum, an attempt to pair it with nature. Thus, as many houses and buildings as there was at least one, though usually thrice, as many trees of all kinds. From normal green trees to sakura trees to the maple and cherry trees, so many trees, so many colors. Which was then all itself spaced with paddy fields, of all things, filled with glittering golden crops, the purest water I think I've ever seen, and encircled by the greenest of grasses, all tiered within the clouds just like everything else. Even the pathways weren't spares, little or large, alleyways or highways. I could see them even from this random part of the city I ended up in, each crafted like they were a part of a Zen garden, made out of cobbled white marble or slate. Then there's the sky, a pure ocean of molten golden light like that of the distant surface of the sun brought close. Despite how close it feels, it doesn't hurt to stare up at it, and it spreads not only directly above but out into the horizon, seemingly wrapping the entire area up in a nice cozy blanket. This is all wrapped up by the feeling of overwhelming divine power, Holy Spirit power, as it pushes down and across the cloud-swept land, infusing it to its very core. It was in everything, and I recognized it, this specific power, before. When in the Shinkai of the human world, the golden sky feels the same, just less overwhelming. Takamagara is the sky within the Shinkai. Fitting. Also, just like the Shinkai, but to a far more ludicrous degree, the colors here are far more overwhelming. It to the point where staring at it all starts to make my eyes throb, forcing me to look up at the sky instead. Utterly insane, it wasn't like this at all when I was in Ama's room that one time, so what gives? Speaking of, that's actually where I should be right now. That's where I was trying to go. Not here. I don't even know where here is, besides that it's Takamagara. But when I tried to beam myself in, I sort of got knocked away. Does that make any sense? It's more like I hit something, got deflected off, and landed here, somehow. I wasn't even aware that was possible with that kind of teleportation. Did I hit a ward of some kind? HNN. Maybe. The only way to tell would be to walk up the mountain here on foot and find Ama's palace. Well, I'm assuming it's up top, at least. That'd make the most sense to me anyway. Though once again, the only way to find out is to start walking. I'd ask someone for directions otherwise, but, oddly enough, there isn't anyone on the streets. Yeah, I know, it's really odd. The home of millions upon millions of gods, I'm in the middle of one of the bigger paths, and there's nobody around. Now that I'm looking at it and thinking about it, it's kind of eerie. And I can't sense anything either, because the air here may as well be Holy Spirit power itself. I let out a sigh and started walking. Scratch that, there's nobody around. I started running. I booked it like I was Rose about to be late for a bargain sale. All the while, I thought of the short series of events leading up to this. Inari's shrine. I popped in, chucked my donation into the box, and sent off my prayer, telling her in brief what had happened and that it was fine now. I didn't get any response, though. Not even an automatic response, Fox. At the time, I didn't consider it odd. Inari is very busy normally, so of course, she wouldn't be able to get back to me right away. Also, I was very horny, and kind of in a rush to head to my next destination. Kyoto. That went exactly as expected. Yasaka wasn't even shocked at this point that I got into another big fight, though she had her worry and relief well behind her teasing and horniness. Kuna though. Not so much. The poor girl was kind of freaked out. Apparently, they felt the fight going on from within the city. Due to their connection to the ley lines, they could feel the disturbances Dulio and I were causing, Yasaka more than Kunu, of course, but that only ended up making Kuna more freaked out because she couldn't get a full picture. I made it up to them both by making them unable to walk for the rest of the day in a couple of hours. You know, now that I'm thinking about it more clearly, that doesn't sound like a gift, does it? Ah well. They both looked blissed out of their minds by the end of it, and I no longer had an embarrassingly large bulge poking out of my robe. I'm going to call that a win. Though right now, seeing as Takamagara looks empty, I feel like I should have paid more attention to the fact that Inari didn't respond to my prayer. And that Yuzun is suddenly gone again. Or, hell, maybe this is normal for this realm, and I'm overreacting. Who knows? Man, what a way to be introduced to the realm at large. I won't lie, my rush toward the top of this place, at first, I didn't think I was making any progress. The longer I ran, the higher I climbed, everything kept looking the same. It was almost aggravating. Sure, it was all gorgeous, spotless, pristine. But at a certain point, it all sort of blurred together, a field of everything yet nothing at all. Moments passed into seconds, passed into several minutes of me blasting upwards at my top speeds, and right when I was about to give up and try teleporting in once again, I felt something. Divine presences. Deities, the kami. At last. A lot of them. I came to a screeching halt, as rather my vision of the distance became muddled by swathes of hundreds of thousands of people, every single one of them a deity, with their unique presence. All filling the streets, all trying to seemingly gather around something in the distance. A great palace that, upon looking at it, felt very familiar, like I had seen it somewhere before. It kind of looked like the Kyoto Palace, design-wise, but no, from somewhere else, maybe, the Yomi Palace. Yeah. That's it. It's the Yomi Palace, just painted over in different, heavenly colors. Fucking. Finally. Now then, time to sneak past a couple 100,000 gods or so. Well, actually, before that. I should try and find out what the hell is going on. They all seem to be talking, no wait, bickering at each other about something. I shut down my presence, my aura, and my powers, blending into the natural and ever-present divine power within the air as I stalked toward the back of the crowd. I have to get far closer than I'd like to get anything discernible, however, there are just so many of them that all their voices sort of string together into one massive sound. I make a quick hop from building to building, ending up on one submerged in the back of the mass crowd, and look down upon them from it. Only then can I finally make out bits and pieces of what some of them are saying. Insolent buffoons. Highest insult. Trespassers, thieves. They are very, very mad about something. I'm trying to piece together about what, but I'm not going to lie, being so close now, I can say they all sound and sort of look kind of the same. And I don't mean that in a racist way. They all do. Hell, they're all wearing the same robes, stupid old traditional ones, as if that's supposed to help beat those allegations. Thankfully, unlike my run, it doesn't take long for something to happen and for me to get something more. In this case, someone in the sea of divine mobs gets really angry, his voice gets louder and more defined, and I can actually hear him. Who cares who they have? That god has trespassed against us. They attacked Great August's son in our territory. Why should they pay anything less than their blood, you pathetic, traitorous coward? At that deity's enraged shriek, several dozen more raised to counter him, creating a ripple effect that seemed to spread, causing a vicious outcry of sorts to pour from the entire crowd as a whole. Meanwhile, I had pretty much one thought. Oh, fuck. This is probably really bad, isn't it? Chapter 90, Chapter. Admittedly, it took a moment for me to get moving, sort of just staring at the consequences of my actions as I was. Funnily enough. What finally got me moving again mentally was the same random guy in the crowd who was screaming earlier. It was him screaming, though. Ugh. It was him getting sucker punched in the face by another random person and sent straight to the ground. Drop dead, you warmongering dimwit. The assaulter then proceeded to verbally tear into the floored guy, you. He was cut off from his tirade by some other guy punching him in the face in turn. And just like a chain reaction, it began to spread. Starting from the second puncher getting punched in turn, loud yelling and ranting began to turn into a chorus of shoving and striking, spreading out like some sort of violent tidal wave. Me on a stick. I think I understand why Amma didn't want me growing up here now. No time to worry about that now though. In the end, I get the feeling none of these guys out here truly matters. They're a literal crowd of nameless, samely nobodies. The textbook definition of filler, but for Cammy. No, the real gods making the decisions are up there. My gaze focuses intently on the palace sitting above them all. That's where I needed to be, yesterday. After all, if I had told Amma, or at least use him so she could tell her instead, what I was planning, then none of this would have even happened. I clicked my tongue and let a sigh out under my breath. This is my fault, it's time to face the music. If I can even get to the music in the first place. My gaze swept across the increasingly growing violent crowd, and it didn't take long to realize going through there would be a terrible idea. If I transform into one of them and try to walk and weave on through, I'll probably just get jumped. If I reveal myself, my power, there's no saying what exactly could happen. They could let me through easily, sure, but at the same time, these guys don't strike me as thoughtful. I'll likely be mobbed or some stupid shit by desperate barely even courtiers wanting my opinion on all this. Time is of the essence, but the only thing hampering said time is the possibility of the horde below interfering. So, I'm going to have to avoid them entirely. I back up, going to the opposite end of the roof, and lower myself into a runner's starting stance. I'm suppressing my powers just so they don't sense me at all, so any speed I gain has to be all natural. Thus, just to be sure, I want a running start. The faster I go, the less chance they'll see me, which isn't likely considering they're all beating each other up currently, but stacking advantages just to be sure can't hurt. Flares of extremely meager amounts of divine power sparking amongst the crowd around the building act as my signal flare. No more time to waste then. With a single breath, I charge. Reaching the end of the roof at a breakneck pace, I leap off it and fly straight to the next, my stride never slowing. I am nearly knocked off course by a stray blast of divine power, though. Make that several random stray blasts. I was nearly at the palace gates, just a few jumps more, I'd say, when, of course, something had to happen. Said palace gates abruptly exploded, with a great and deep thunderous bellow following swiftly after. Will you fools knock it off already? A lone man walked through the blown-out gates, clad in a full set of samurai armor, minus a helmet, holding an ancient Japanese longsword, a tsurugi, thrumming with lightning of all things. For a second, as I came to a screeching halt, I thought this guy was Susan, but after a moment, I quickly realized this was a different guy. For one, this new guy was far weaker than the slow-to-revive storm god. The pressure this guy was emitting, while substantial, wasn't anywhere near that of my uncle. That, and his face is completely different. Susan had a very punchable face. This guy, despite his very samurai general-type look, actually doesn't look like an asshole. At his appearance and bellowing announcement, I immediately got down, hitting the ground so I couldn't be seen. The crowd, though. They didn't follow suit entirely. Oh, those nearest to the palace did, of course. I saw them still, their divine powers shut down as soon as spiritually possible. Not only that, their violent debating turned horror-filled utterances gave me the name of this new god. LL Lord T. Takamikazuchi. Oh ho. Now that's a name I recognize from myth. The god of thunder and swords, one of the kami specifically born from the blood splattered on Izanagi's sword after he killed Kagetsuchi. Apparently, way back in the day when Japan was known as the Middle Country, and was in a state of chaos, this guy was sent down to pacify the land. Then, in the future, he sent down his sword to assist my ancestor in becoming the first emperor of Japan. A pretty important deity, I'd say, although not that high up there in the grand scheme of things. Anyhow, though those closest to the palace had gotten his memo, the others further out clearly didn't. I could hear them still, the distant sounds of struggles, shouting, and fighting. So too could the newly arrived thunder god hear, it seemed, as his frown grew into a scowl, and he raised his sword. Without a word from him, the sword promptly crackled with power before letting out a massive boom, the crack of boiling not-so-distant thunder. Causing what felt like the entire mountain to shake. I had to hold onto the rough tightly to not be thrown off the damn thing, and I could hear that those on the ground weren't faring well at all. As one, shouts and screams of fear and indignation rolled out across the mountain, followed by the collective noise of several thousands of bodies hitting the floor. Then, they promptly shook around on said floor like they were all being rattled around in a boiling pan. All of this lasted a few moments, if that, before everything stilled once again and returned to peace and stillness. Along with a sweet, blissful, quiet. That, unfortunately, lasted for even less time. If I must come out here again. Takamikazuchi continued, his voice resounding across the mountain like thunder, there will be consequences for every last one of you. Do you hear? The blissful silence returned for a moment. It was broken again, but this time in a much softer manner, by the thunder god. Harumph. He grunted, tiredly, at a normal octave, something only those near the palace gates where he stood would be able to hear. And without any more prompt, he then turned and proceeded to walk back inside. With everyone close to the gate staring on in abject terror. I give it 5, no, 10 more minutes before this short piece all falls apart again. In the meanwhile, with everyone scared stiff and watching the higher-level deity in case he decides to cut a dumbass, I take this time to stand up and make the final few leaps over onto the grand palace roof itself. My final quick scamper up the roof wasn't exactly dignified, I'll admit. I wanted this to be over with already, but I also didn't want to get caught. It worked well enough, I think. I didn't hear anyone freak out below, so I'll take it. Now, how do I get inside the palace properly? Well, if it's anything like the Yomi Palace, which it does look like, just more golden, I think I might know a way or two. Right into the throne room, in fact, a new sun. Takamagara, the plane of high heaven, was an absolute clusterfuck this time of year. Correction, the heaven that her favorite sun goddess ran was always like this, not that Yuzum had been to any other heaven. Though right now, she wouldn't exactly mind it. Currently, Yuzum was holding back her said totally favorite sun goddess from, quite literally, getting most of them killed. Yuzum. You stupid bitch. Let me go. Right now. Well, she's 100% becoming Ash after this, so there's that. Oh yeah. By holding her back, she meant that literally as well, by the way. Right now, Yuzum was holding up her little short stuff of a sun goddess by the waist, as said goddess flailed around wildly like a rabid poodle, trying to escape her grasp. I'll let you go if you promise not to grab your bow and dash. Yuzum wasn't allowed to finish, of course. I'm picking up my bow. Amma looked back, her eyes glowing and spinning wildly whilst she screamed back at her, in fact. Hachi. Get me my bow. Right now. Oh, right, they're also not alone. Currently, they are in the throne room, though this whole song and dance they're doing now had started in Amma's room. She had managed to escape Yuzum's grasp a few times. She just had to chase her down and snatch her back up again. Though by that time, they'd started gaining a crowd, as one tends to do when their chief god is screaming about nuking the center of the strongest religion on the planet. Hachi, or Hachiman, their god of war whom Amma had just called out to, stood there silently, wearing a long formal and traditional gold and black, his ever-present spear held at his side. His weathered old face simply looked at his chief god and said nothing, as he did exactly nothing. He wasn't the only one amongst them, however. Inari stood off to the side, amused by seemingly everything going on around her. Omoikane, their god of wisdom and knowledge, stood amongst the circle of deities around them, worried and fretting. He wore the long white traditional robe those ancient Japanese magicians used to wear, alongside a pair of glasses. Personally, Yuzum always thought he kind of looked like a nerd, even before the concept came to be. Then, when anime became a thing, she was always pretty sure every smart glasses guy, friend character was based on him. He was supposed to be Amma's chief advisor, but he wasn't doing much advising right now. Not like Amma would take any he'd give right now. There were others amongst them, a couple of dragon and Oni-looking guys, gods of the wind, water, and lightning, and even more beyond them, both earthly and heavenly alike, though Yuzum didn't care to register them in her head, despite how incredibly rare and nearly unprecedented all things considered this event is. She was a bit busy, remember. NGGHHH. Hachi. What did I say? My. Bow. Amma tried again, still attempting to claw her way out of her grip. Yuzum bucked slightly as the obsidian-haired little goddess in her arms nearly flew out of them again. Honestly, it should say something that Amma is so mad she doesn't even consider that she could overpower her quite easily. Beyond just physically, after all. Across the room, inside a crater in one of the walls, is the smoking figure of another kami, a silver-haired god whose violet eyes are deadpanning at the scene before him. Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon, Amma's former husband and brother. He isn't even supposed to be allowed here, but he came down once he heard the commotion to try and stop her. And, well, Yuzum got a front-row seat watching as she blasted him across the room with a single wave of her hand into the place he decided it would be a good idea to remain. If he wanted to stay alive, that'd be for the best. The thing is, he, Susanoo, and Inari are the only ones amongst them who come close to matching her. If they were all together, they might be able to forcibly stop her rampage. Ugh. Damn you all. Yuzu. She turned and gave her full attention toward Yuzum. Let me go, now. Eeep. Yuzum cried out as she turned her full body just in time for Amma to open her mouth and for the stream of solar flames to pour out from her mouth. Thankfully, though, due to her turning, she effectively moved out of the way. Unfortunately, this made her essentially the wielder of a sun goddess flamethrower, which was waved toward all the other gods in the room. In the edge of her vision, she sees the door to the throne room open, and for a second, hope enters her heart. Takamikazuchi stood there at the door, looking into the room with a blank look on his face, his eyes tracing where the lashes of golden solar fire flew. That hope promptly shatters as he promptly shuts the door without entering, muttering something to himself. Yuzum can't say she blames him. Still, screw him. Tsukuyomi twitched in his place in the wall, sis dash. He barely got a single word out before he was engulfed by a lash of flames, and promptly shut up. Then, as the lash continued into more of a beam, Yuzum realized that it was 100% targeted. She looked over and found Amma intentionally looking and eyeing him now, or where he would be in the golden inferno. It was over soon after, leaving a charred Tsukumi who didn't look the least bit pained despite being a whole other color and within an actual smoking glowing crater. He merely looked far more dead inside. Amma gave a vindictive chuckle his way. Now then, she uttered slowly, her pure golden aura slowly coming to life around her as she turned her head to face Yuzum once again. Yuzum winced in pain, that aura was hot. And not in a good way, either. I'm done playing around. Amma ground out, put me down, so I can get my bow, and make the Vatican not exist anymore. The hissing that followed wasn't from Amma, but from Yuzum's hands and arms as they started to burn. Hey Amma. Yuzum tried, but it was clear that she wasn't having it anymore. Don't Amma me. They deserve it. They've always deserved it. Especially now. Amma fired back, somewhat manically, everyone knows it. Everyone else in the world would support us if we did. Because we'd have the balls to do what they won't despite him existing. Why you can't be sure dash. I'm sure enough. Her aura flared. Aang. She cried out in sheer burning pain, yet refused to let go. You aren't even supposed to be here right now, Amma continued, ranting. I'll forgive you, if you let me go right now. Yuzum had come almost as soon as she felt the fight begin right outside Japan, the fight between Nori and the church's strongest exorcist. She had no clue how that even happened. Last she heard, he was going after the sword. That was the plan, wasn't it? In any event, she rushed to Amma's side because she knew she'd be watching, and she didn't want Amma to do anything rash. Once it was all said and done, that's exactly what she had tried to do. Never mind the fact that he was alive and fine after. Never mind the fact that something was off about all this in the first place. No, all Amma saw was the strongest exorcist drowning and crushing her precious baby boy, and that's all that mattered to her. So for hours now, she's had to deal with this. If only one of her children were here, she'd listen to them, wouldn't she? If she could, she'd have gotten Nori by now, but, well, she's been busy. And no. Yuzum grunts out, sternly yet simply, pushing through all the pain. Amma's gaze sharpened before she gritted her teeth as rage took over her face once again. Yuzum promptly braced herself for the little girl goddess to start thrashing around in her arms once again, only instead, something pricked at the edge of her senses. Maybe Tsukumi might have felt it as well, but Amma clearly couldn't, enraged as she was. But she sure as hell noticed when something broke through the throne room's window, forcing her to perk up and half-twist to look in the sound's direction. Yuzum, though, finally let herself sigh and sag down in relief. Flopping onto the floor rather ungracefully was the young man she was just thinking about earlier. Ugh. Noriaki groaned, less out of pain and more out of annoyance, as broken bits of the palace's windows fell around him. Then he looked up from the ground, saw the room, and just stared. Half of the room was burning in black, Tsukumi was in a smoking crater in the far wall, and there she was, holding his mother like she was Rabid Possum, hell, with the look in her eyes right now. She probably looked like one was as well. Yuzum could see the moment realization set in on his face, and he grimaced. Good. He knows this is his fault. Little jerk. Now to start plotting what she can get out of this. It took everything that Yuzum had to not split into a mischievous grin as she began to plot, a new son. Oi. Yuzum. Why do you look like you're planning something really dumb? Never mind, that's not the thing to focus on. Better question. I pointedly stared at Amma, why do you look like a rabid chihuahua? Seriously, her face is giving off those kinds of angry vibes, and although I have a guess, I don't think she'd crash out this hard over me, right? Right. Unfortunately, or maybe rather, fortunately, my small female look-alike doesn't exactly give me a response. Instead, as she sees me, her manic and twistedly grit teeth look slowly smothered down with a frown, then a somewhat gaping stare. Then, she's a blurred mass heading toward me. I barely hear Yuzum's shocked yelp as the purple-haired goddess is sent sprawling to the floor before it registers what exactly is coming my way. In that moment, I release the hold I've had on my powers to keep them suppressed and myself in stealth, allowing them to surge to the surface as I catch the speeding goddess. Barely. She slams into me so hard, so fast, I'm sent skidding back several feet and nearly through the windows once again at my back, barely able to stop myself before that happens. Yet, I manage, and my reward is, a trembling little goddess, clinging onto my torso for dear life. Geez. I huff, gently pat her head, and look around the room once more. With my senses back, I can feel what I pretty much confirmed with my eyes. A flaming tornado blasted through here, Amma's flaming tornado. Next to the throne, near the center back of the room, Yuzum was left laid out. She's got these nasty-looking burns across her hands and arms that made even me wince. Additionally, in the opposite wall, almost perfectly across from Yuzum, is another person, though he's too charred black to make out. I feel his divine power, though, and recognize him instantly from that. Tsukuyomi, my other uncle. He doesn't look good, but his face isn't showing it, so I can't say for certain. In the periphery of my senses, I can feel several other deities, all fairly strong, much stronger than the mob outside, sometimes several times over. I recognize Inari amongst them, but not anyone else. Slowly, they begin to poke their heads and peek in, clearly intrigued by my appearance. I don't care about them, though, not right now, so I ignore them and carry on with what matters. Lifting her whilst holding Ama close to me, I make my way over to Yuzum, having to sort of waddle slightly because Ama refuses to move all that much. When I do finally make it though, holding out my hand and healing the purple-haired goddess is far easier. Yuzum lets out a shuddering sigh of relief as I do, and when I'm done, I softly ask of her, when you get back, could you tell Rose and Kuroka that I might, my gaze shifts to Ama for a split second, take a little while longer than I thought getting back to them. Yuzum looks up at me and nods easily enough. I then turn toward my other, probably cooler uncle, only for said god to hold out a hand and stop me from approaching altogether. Not a good idea, he voices, waving toward my current chest plate. Which, fair enough. But I go to ask what he's going to do about being charbroiled. Only for him to interrupt me by sliding off the wall and landing on his face, acting seemingly not worse for wear. He shakes himself off, causing all the black char and sot to fall off him like he was in some sort of cartoon show, leaving his outfit, a blue and white traditional robe, spotless. The only thing that marked him as hurt, kind of, was his skin being slightly tinted pink. At my bewildered stare, he merely shrugged, giving me a small smug smile. I figured out how to deal with her a while ago, so don't worry about me, all right? At his words, I nodded. Then, I slowly reached out and lowered my chest plate's arm that was starting to extend and point toward him, steadily bringing it back against me. With that all sorted, I looked down at the trembling goddess in arms before speaking aloud to everyone else, in or just outside. I'll be taking her to her room, all right? Don't any of you disturb us. My shout wasn't meant with any objections, and so I turned and waddled away with her. Inside the confines of my mind, I allowed myself to sigh, though. Here I was, expecting an easy walk-in, telling everyone the good news before asking if it'd be fine to hit up Asgard for something. Instead, as I look down, and see the trembling form of my mother looking damn near ready to burst into tears and break down, the full totality of what I'm getting instead steps in. Consequences of my actions indeed. Chapter 91, Chapter. I'm not going to lie. I've got no idea how the hell I'm supposed to start this conversation. Or, if I even should start one at all. Instead, I'm lying in a bean-bag chair in her room, probably the same one I was lounging in the last time I was here, with my mother clinging to my chest and using me as a body pillow. Her room hasn't changed at all since then, by the way. Not that I expected it to. Unfortunately so anyhow, because that means I've got nothing new to stare at as I sort of awkwardly pat the small woman lying on me across the back. We've been like this for some time now, ever since we got in here, just like this. She stopped trembling pretty soon after I plopped down, and her breathing had long since stabilized before even then, so at least that's something, right? Yeah, we can't keep staying like this. How are you feeling? I softly try asking. The room being as silent as it is makes the question sound far louder than I intended. Despite that though, she doesn't even flinch. Or do anything. But I don't get nothing. A sound, sort of like a hum, comes from her. That's it. But at least it's something. Tentatively, I tried again, so, how much of that battle did you see? This is something I desperately need to know, because depending on how much or what she specifically saw could color her impression of what happened drastically. Something as simple as tuning in a little late, and seeing only from the point after Dulio attacked me, would give her a very different idea of what happened compared to actually watching the full thing, start to finish, for instance. At my second question though, her breathing abruptly stilled. Internally, I immediately began panicking, and as her grip on my clothes began to tighten, I braced for something not very good to happen, even if I didn't know what I was bracing for. Until she responded. Enough. A singular word, the sound muffled as her face was dug into my robe, and that was seemingly all that I was going to get. At least she didn't start breathing fire and shooting light out of her eyes. I resisted the urge to click my tongue, instead slowly frowning up at the ceiling. I'm quickly concluding that this isn't going to work. By this, I of course mean this back and forth. I don't want her to freak out again, so taking it slow might be a bit better, but at the same time. Seeing her like this hurts. It's all my fault, too. I know that. I didn't even think to tell her what was going on, or what my plan was, and it's not like Yuzum didn't make it very clear that Ama here tends to get fairly emotional. Easily. And then ruled by said emotions even easier. See the throne room from earlier. So, how best to deal with everything. Well, how do I deal with most things nowadays? Oh yeah. Head on. And with minimal regard for my safety. So, I start again, this time far more casually. I've got the true Longina stuffed under my bed next to a pink bet that I made that specifically knocked the horny emotions out of people. Silence. Pure, absolute, pin-drop silence. I feel the poor woman on top of my chest stop breathing altogether all of a sudden. Until slowly, ever so slowly, she moves her head and looks up. Her mouth was slightly agape, and her eyes were slightly bloodshot, though I don't recall her crying, so I'm not sure what that's about. Wah. She uttered, completely and utterly baffled. Hey, look at that. 2 words. Progress. I nodded, and hummed sagely, remember that massive sacred gear wielders that hit up Kyoto and Kuo a little bit ago? Yeah, well, one of them had the Spear of Destiny. Wah, wait, but that, why didn't I? She began sputtering out. I shrugged, probably because I didn't tell anyone else about it besides the girls back at my home. Well, most. I rubbed my chin, I don't think Yuzum knows. She had been gone a lot around the time the thing with the hero faction went down, and I know I told Kuroka and Chiron. Rose found it by accident while cleaning. When Yuzum did get back, she was mostly passed the hell out. After a moment, I nod, and amend myself, no, I know she doesn't. Unless she's crawling under my bed for some reason when I'm not there. Not sure why she would be, though. Okay, but then. She tries to find the words, but I can see it in the way her eyes cloud up, just how overwhelmed she is. Why didn't I say anything to you? I ask for her. After a moment, she gulps and nods, why yes, Nori, that's not something. I held up a hand, stopping the lecture I knew she wanted to give but wouldn't be able to word properly anyway. I moved my hand down, patting her on the head as I sighed before answering. I decided, due to how unprecedented this kind of situation was, to keep knowledge of it on the down low. Not even all my girls know, and you not originally knowing isn't due to my not trusting you or anything. In fact, I paused to snort, I'd wager you're far more trustworthy than Yuzum. She'd get drunk and half the Japanese supernatural world would know by midnight. Amma merely blinked at me for that, before breaking out into a small fit of weak chuckles. Why yeah. She smiles, slightly, you're probably right about that. Unfortunately, that smile quickly fades away, still, Nori, that. She takes a moment, putting a hand to her mouth and closing her eyes, taking a deep centering breath, before exhaling, and looking at me with a far more focused and sharper eye than I've seen of her thus far today. I have many questions. She stated simply. And I probably have the answers. I responded in kind. What followed is basically the same conversation I've had before, twice over, with the others. Why didn't the spear disappear back into the system? Why did I take it? Why did I put it under my bed specifically? That kind of stuff. By the end of it all, Amma was looking away from me in slight shame, while I just gave her this knowing look. Come on. I prodded, where would you have put it if I did give it to you? She started pouting, adorably might I add, before finally giving in and practically whispering, under my bed too. Heh. Called it. I hummed and nodded along at her words. They always expect a sealed up and heavily guarded vault, they never suspect the good ol' under the bed trick. Amma huffed, smacking me on the chest, playfully. I then proceeded to cackle like a season 1 villain from your average cartoon show, which only prompted her to continue smacking me more. Each one was just as effective as the last, which is to say not at all, but still, she's trying at least. Unfortunately, though, the good vibes have to come to an end, as I slowly calm it down, going into a long drawn-out sigh. That's all backstory though. I abruptly say, causing Amma to perk up, though not all that much, as I'm sure you've already caught on. I trail off slowly, and Amma picks it up. She hums, nodding grimly, he came for the spear, didn't he? Somehow, I don't think Amma likes Dulio all that much. I wonder why. They came for the spear. I corrected her, prompting her to narrow her eyes at me. There were more. Amma exclaimed through gritted teeth. Seeing obvious indications that her anger was rising once again, I moved, patting her on the head soothingly. Yes, there were, I state, calmly and softly, but before you start trying to fire light out of your eyes, let me explain, okay? Amma's eye twitched, but she slowly nodded nonetheless. And so I took it. I explained, right from the beginning, all the way up to my bout with Dulio. From my scouting out the Tokyo Cathedral for the Holy Spirit Sword to first seeing Dulio, to the church girls, forging the fake spear, everything. Throughout the entire thing, I watched her face shift here and there, but to my surprise, the most consistent emotion on her face was, shock herself. By the end of it all, talking about it just made me tired again, as though I had gone through it all once more for real rather than just speaking about it. As for Amma, she looked incredibly conflicted. Her eyes refused to meet my gaze, her mouth was a line, halfway between smiling and frowning, like it couldn't tell which way to lean. Eventually though, after a long pause, she closed her eyes, and nodded. I may have overreacted a little bit. She admitted with a sigh, it was all so sudden, you know. She slowly looked up at me, her eyes opening to reveal them beginning to mist over. I felt the storms forming over the country, felt your power blast through them, and when it cleared, I saw your battle in the ocean. I felt, T thought. Her grip on my robes shook with how hard she held on now, feeling like at any moment, the cloth could be torn with her grip. Yuzum T tried to calm me down, I know she did. Amma lowered her gaze, her head, back into my robe, the others as well. I couldn't, HNNN. Her entire body began shuddering, and I took that as my cue to wrap my arms around her, and just simply hold her. I know, and I'm sorry. I uttered down at her, I should have said something to you before I went through with it all, I should have known how'd you react to that. But I didn't even think about any of that, and that's on me. Trauma is a bitch. Especially for gods, apparently. Therapy as a concept doesn't seem to exist for them. I know she'd be fine if smaller stuff went down, worried, probably, but she'd be fine. Big stuff like this, though. One of the stronger beings in the world turning up and me fighting him. Even if it was part of the plan, even if I knew I ultimately wasn't going to die or anything, well, not giving at least a heads up to her was kind of cruel. A chorus of sniffles erupted in my arms, as Amma tried to reply, it's okay, it's not really okay, but I know I overreacted. She shook her against my chest, I hurt Yuzu, really badly, and I guess Tsuku too, and I probably stirred up the entirety of Takamagara something fierce, didn't I? I snorted, something fierce is putting it lightly. Yeah. Amma suddenly perked up, allowing me to finally see the small streams of tears falling down her face. Wait. They haven't started killing each other again, have they? Again. No. I tried, concerned. Last I saw, they were throwing around attacks though. Amma groaned, her face falling back into my robe as she flailed her feet around and gave a muffled scream of, why are they like this? What followed was a quick flurry of uttered, muffled, babbling, of which I managed to only pick up a couple of sentences. Stuff about cleanup being a bitch, and calling them the 8 million babies, or something to that effect. After she lets it all out, she lets out a low, tired sigh, and just lays there on top of me, once again still. Sorry about that. She says, plainly, they just, really get on my nerves. They're all sheep, and I still wonder why the ancestors thought they needed to exist. I winced at that. Damn. Harsh. But also fair, they didn't exactly seem vital to running the place. Don't worry about it. I wave her off, I can see why you'd say that, unfortunately. She chuckles dryly at that before adding, imagine having to live with them. I cringe and shudder, causing her chuckle to turn genuine, albeit only briefly before it dies down entirely. At that moment, the two of us just lay there on that beanbag chair, content with the silence, still holding one another. Until Amma broke it all with a sigh. You know, I'd love to stay like this for a long time, but I really shouldn't. She starts mumbling, sadly, I really should go clean up the mess I started, before it gets worse. I hum, before stating, I'm hearing a lot of should, not a lot of need to, you know. I know. She grumbles, I don't want you to go. In fact, I really should ground you. Make you stay here with me for a while. She threatens with this adorable little angry pout. I couldn't help the coy little chuckle I let out in response, before following up and adding, you know, I'm not a kid, you technically can't dash. Amma holds up a finger to cut me off, interjecting with, well, actually, the legal age in Japan is technically 20, Nori. So, technically, yes I can. She finishes with a smirk. I blink, several times at that. The legal adult age in Japan is 20. Since fucking when? Oh well, I have a counter to this. I look her back, dead in the eye, the legal age of consent in Japan is also 13. That promptly caused her to flinch so hard she nearly fell off me in the chair. What? Nori. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just saying, I continue, we probably shouldn't take the legal age of such things so seriously, you know. Amma clicked her tongue at that, before slowly relenting, okay. Fine. I won't ground you, then, but I dash. This time, it was my turn to interrupt her, by booping her on the nose so suddenly, she perked up and went cross-eyed for a second trying to catch sight of it. I know, I smile at her, I'll come back to visit soon, and I'll stay for a little while. Might as well. Been a bit curious to finally meet my half-siblings, anyhow. Although, speaking of them, shouldn't they be around right now? Or did they cut and run once Amma here started getting a little fire-breathy? So, we'll take care of two birds with one stone. How's that sound? I raise an eyebrow at her and finish by asking. Amma just stares for a second, before abruptly reaching up and grabbing my cheeks with both her hands. Her stare becomes intense, drilling into my eyes as she asks, "You promise?" I nod, resolutely, "Yeah, I promise." Another second of more intense staring that borders on becoming awkward follow, before she just as abruptly as this started, lets go of my cheeks, and nods, pleased. "Good," she exclaims, and beams a smile right back, one that was much stronger compared to before. Can't say whether or not I'm looking forward to seeing more of this place, but I suppose time will tell there. Oh, right, another thing. You know, I wouldn't mind staying around now. I start up again, adding, but I got something else I promised to do first. Which has to do with partly why I originally came up here. Amma tilts her head at me, oh. Partly. I nod, yup. 1. I wanted to make sure I wouldn't start an interpantheon incident or something going to Asgard. At that, Amma gave me a long, long blink. Why do you want to go to Asgard, Nori? Oi. Why does she sound like she's accusing me of something already? In response, I answer as simply as I can. It's for a girl. A girl. Ah. Slowly, her face morphs to give me the most blank of all stares. My face remains unchanged, still smiling straight at her. It doesn't take her long before she gives it up, and sighs, okay, yeah, you can go to Asgard without incident, just showing up should be fine, if a little weird, we haven't started doing the big stuff we wanted to do together yet, but, visiting. Should be fine. Nice. Then Amma started pouting again, puffing out her cheeks, and grumbling, can't believe it, my son forgets to tell me about something like that, but has enough foresight for doing something like this. Humph. You know what? That's fair. Yeah, I chuckle out, I know. What can I say? My brain works in mysterious ways. You mean your brain works more like Yuzu's, and every day I regret letting her near you more and more. She corrects with the flattest deaf tone I think I've ever heard from her. Not going to lie, that felt like a sucker punch straight to the gut. But you know what? It's fine, I'll let her have that one. She deserves that at least. I click my tongue, and change the subject back, anyhow, the other part of why I originally came up here. Amma gives me an unimpressed look, clearly expecting something stupid. I got the Kusanagi back from the church. Which is why I made sure to memorize every detail of her face as the whiplash of what I said hit her all at once. Wait, what? She asked, slack-jawed, eyes wide, looking at me in pure disbelief. I did leave that bit out of my explanation of events and plan earlier, wanting that to be its own separate thing. I nodded a couple of times, yup. Though to be more precise, they gave it back. Left it in a box next to me while I was out. Why, you're sure? She asks, quickly, almost a touch apprehensive or afraid, you're positive it was the right sword? I nod once more, my smile growing, I recognize the Holy Spirit power in the core almost immediately. It's one of the treasures, the real deal. For a precious few seconds, Amma just stares at me, like she's trying to parse out that what I'm saying is true, that there is no joke, no punchline, no gag here. When she doesn't see any, because I'm not joking of course, her face slowly breaks out in a grin. A very wide grin. Hee hee hee. It starts as a low chuckle, and her entire body begins shuddering as if she's trying to contain whatever's coming. It doesn't take long at all for her to fail at doing that though. Hee-ha, ha. Ha. Her chuckle turns into a full-on wheezing belly laugh, straight into my chest, as she clings to my robe for dear life. I can't say I saw this reaction coming exactly, but it's still pretty good, so I'll take it. They got scammed. Scammed. Ha. Amma starts ranting in between fits of giggling, that's what they deserve too. Gosh, I almost wish they would find out just how bad they got it. Just so I can watch their seething faces. Hee hee. She's not stopping. That's probably not good, is it? Ah, well, I let her have this, feels like this moment has been a long time coming from her, so I'll just let her be. Better a cackling giggling mess over a crying breakdown, anyway. Internally though, I let out a light sigh of relief. It was a little awkward at first, but I think I ended up going well, ultimately. Not the worst kind of drama I've had to deal with. However, I suspect meeting the full extended family is going to be a slightly different affair. I hope not, but somehow, I doubt I'm that lucky. In any event, I'll stay with Amma here for a little while longer, then head on back. Normally, I'd be planning for my time with Rose, but frankly, I have no way of doing that since I don't know anything about Asgard in the first place. The idea remains the same though. I want to try and give Rose what she missed out on in Asgard, so surely she's gotta know of some places couples do stuff around there. If not, if she was that isolated, then I suppose we'll have to wing it. Either way though, I can't wait. Chapter 92, Chapter. Within a beam of golden light, I appear directly outside my residence in the Kyoto Palace, back home at long last, finally letting me breathe a sigh of relief. Well, I say, at long last, but it hasn't been that long. Amma couldn't hold me forever, she had actual work to do and all that, so I'm only really looking at being back a good few hours or so later than I expected. I don't know how exactly she's supposed to deal with that horde of uncountable toddlers, but hey, she's dealt with them numerous times before, so I assume she has something worked out. Threats with lightning seem to work for a time, maybe threats with sunfire are far more permanent. Somehow, I doubt it. In any event, none of that is for me to worry about. My gaze sharpens, and my hand abruptly halts midway as I reach for the front door. Why? I sense only one presence inside, and it's a familiar all right, the problem is she's the only one. It's just Rose inside, and I can feel her quickly rushing down, presumably to see me right away as I come in. Now, usually, I'd be all for this completely, hell, I'm kind of a little excited right now as is. There's a slight issue with that, though, and what's causing me to be just a tad more than a little tentative is just who this girl was with previously. Who knows what Kuroka and Souza told her to try and do before the latter ran off, somewhere. I almost want to say Kuroka ran off to hide. That's my knee-jerk response to this, that she told Rose doing something lewd and or stupid when I got back would be romantic or what have you, then she ran off to delay the inevitable consequences. The key word there is delay. Then again, Rose is a bit naive and inexperienced when it comes to this stuff, but she isn't outright stupid enough to fall for Kuroka's blatantly obvious traps and bullshit. I click my tongue, ultimately deciding now isn't the time for further guesswork when I can just see for myself. So, ejecting those thoughts with a shake of my head, I grab hold of the handle and allow Rose the time she needs to get ready for whatever she's going to do. As I thought, she headed straight to the main entrance area beyond the door and stood almost dead center within it so that when I opened this door, she'd be the first thing I saw. She doesn't move an inch more, so I push open the door and step inside. My jaw damn near unhinges itself and slams into the floor. Rose stands there, a light blush across her face, her shy nervous gaze directed off to a corner of the room, and only occasionally flickering to my face to view my reaction. Welcome home, D. Darl. Rose stutters and stops herself for a moment, her blush practically blazing now. Nori. Welcome home, and Nori. Okay. That was adorable. Next thing. Holy me, she's bloody gorgeous. I was expecting something lewd, not something so, I don't have the words. She's clad in a simple long white sleeveless sundress, with a sprinkling of light blue dots across the fabric. Additionally, she's wearing a flower crown around her neck, made up of what I think might be lilies, and a light brown sun hat with a few of the same flowers stuck on the side of the rim. It sounds simple to describe, but really, Rose rocks it. I'm not going to lie. The girl looks like straight-up wife material right now. Now, granted, it's not like she wasn't already wife material, but the clothes bring it all out. I think that's ultimately what was being gone for here, right? Considering what Rose tried to say first, that's probably something Kuroka told her to say. It gives off that feeling. Now, how do I want to go about this? Slowly, I feel a smile creep up onto my face as I step inside and close the door behind me. Internally, I curse Kuroka for being such a terrible influence. It's good to be back. I hum, happily, stepping right up to the silver-haired girl, especially now. Oh. That's good dash. Rose flinches and interrupts herself, as I put a hand on her face, my thumb brushing against her cheek, and wrap my other arm around her waist, pulling her right up against me. What are you? Rose began in a hushed and hurried breath, stopping once more as her eyes finally fully met my own. My smile was beaming as I began. You know, it's at times like this when I'm reminded what an absolutely beautiful gem you are, and just how blind those fools across the world up north are. I murmur, sincerely, with only a slight bit of husk. I couldn't eliminate it. Rose's considerably large and soft chest was pushing against me right now after all, but I did my best. At my words, Rose's eyes widened, her breath hitching as actual tears pricked the corners of her eyes. She tried to look away. Fortunately, my hand on her face prevented such a move. Instead, all she managed was a biting of her lip and a breathless, "Why you don't say things like." My smile turns into an easygoing smirk. Too late. I've got more if you'd like. Please, don't. She whined in response, to which I gave an exaggerated huff and shake of my head. One of these days, I began, far more serious, I'm going to compliment you so much you're going to forget every last insult they threw at you, got that? Rose blinked at my words. This time, it took a moment for what I said to finally sink in. When it did, her face completely lit up, and yet despite that, she only gave a small, almost sad smile. Right. Are you sure you'll be able to manage that? Someone doesn't sound so sure of me, huh? In response, I flashed her another far brighter smile and quite literally swept her off her feet, into my arms, picking her up and holding her there like a princess. She exclaims in shock, one of her arms quickly wrapping around my shoulders to stabilize herself. Before she can even utter another word in surprise, I look down at her and say, yeah, I'm very sure. After all, I let out a gentle chuckle, as my eyes very obviously scanned her entire form. There's so much to compliment. I let my words trail off from there, just like my eyes. I see. Rose shivered at my gaze and words, but judging by the way her smile grew just a bit more from last time, I think it's safe to say that was a pleased shiver. With that out of the way, I carried her over to the living area, where there was a nice and empty soft couch to sit on, just for a moment. Of course, I didn't let her go upon reaching it. Instead, I sat down and then brought Rose with me, setting her down sideways on my lap. The poor girl looked pretty confused about what to do now, but not uncomfortable or awkward in any manner. In fact, when I sat her down, she was the one who steadily started scooting closer to me, completely of her own volition. At the same time, though, I couldn't just have her sitting there going, oh, and so forth all the time, so I wrapped an arm around her waist once more, holding her as I took the lead in the conversation once more. First things first, I began again. I should probably apologize for, well, leaving you like that earlier. Then showing back up a little later than expected. Rose perked up, then pouted a bit. It's not much of a problem, I suppose. Kuroka was, well, she tried to get me to try on all this stuff, gave me all this advice, and such. Then tried to claim I should call her big sis all of a sudden. I stared, deadpanning at the wall whilst listening to that. Not even slightly surprised to hear any of that, I huff, adding, is she the one that told you to call me darling? Rose's blush magnified once more. Why, you caught that? My deadpanning turning to her only made her blush more. Yeah. Don't worry, I wouldn't mind, you are perfect wife material after all. Her pale hand practically slammed into my mouth, stopping my words dead in their tracks. Rose's blush had turned atomic at this point, and I think I could even see little swirlies in her eyes as she gasped out a breath, slowly trying to get her bearings. Cute. Thankfully, it didn't take long for her to get said bearings back, coming down to the point her face only had a light dusting of pink. Unfortunately, she continued like I didn't just mention her being perfect material. Sag. Ahem. Right, anyhow. Rose finally removed her hand from my mouth. Sousa, big sis Sousa was far more helpful, in my opinion. She smiled gratefully. Much of her advice seemed far less, debasing, much more helpful. She was also much more mindful of costs and such. I couldn't help but wince for Kuroka there, despite my growing mocking smirk. Damn, you called Sousa-chan big sis, but not Kuroka. Kinda wish I could have seen her reaction. I bet it was glorious. Also, it makes sense. Sousa always came off to me as the more mature and stable version of Akino. Of course, her advice wouldn't be complete garbage or just lewd. Though, ain't it a bit odd how she still took at least a little bit of Kuroka's advice regardless? Like for the whole darling thing. Rose tilted her head consideringly at that. I couldn't say, she sort of just skulked away after we were done. I don't know where she went. Probably went to bother her sister. I mused, not like she could go anywhere else. With a nod of her head, Rose accepts that. Before moving on, all in all, I can confidently say I learned much. Her flush deepened ever so slightly. Good. I pat her gently on the back. I'm glad that wasn't all just torture for you then. As for me, I grimace, before going into what kept me for a little while longer. Takamagara, Ama's whole thing, the works. By the end of it all, Rose looked understanding, along with being a bit disappointed. I thought, and completely assumed, she was disappointed in me and had already accepted that as fact. Instead. I see. Rose nodded grimly as I finished my explanation. I probably should have seen something like this coming, Noriaki. I apologize for not notify EEP. She squeaked and shrieked as I gripped her waist just a touch tighter, intentionally interrupting her. Hey now. I started before she could pipe back up. Don't you start going there with me, blaming yourself for something like that. This is all on me, not you, not anyone else, got it? Rose looked very unsure, but, in our contract, my duty EEP. Hey. She whined as I did it again. What about our contract? I snorted, ignoring her whining entirely. None of that matters. You were barely involved with that quickly thrown together plan. Hell, you didn't even know about it until it neared its end anyhow. Still nothing. I cut her off shortly, before smiling at her. Listen, all right. None of that was on you. I want to make that abundantly clear for you, because if you start trying to blame yourself for being a bad employee, or whatever, I will spank you. Understand? Spank me. Rose cried out in shock. That wasn't part of the contract. It was not. I admit, easily, my smile growing. It doesn't have to be, though, that's just how bad girls get treated. Has nothing to do with employment. Rose shudders at my emphasis, her blush magnifying for the umpteenth time this night. I eye her pointedly. Got it. She nods, quickly, several times. Why yes, Lo, Nori. Come on Rose, if you give me reactions like that, I'm going to start thinking you have a potential kink related to getting screwed by your handsome young boss. Unfortunately, now is not the time to be thinking about, or trying to discover, Rose's kinks and fetishes. Good. I nod, satisfied. Now that's all settled, why don't we get a move on? Rose stills entirely, her only motion being a single befuddled blink. She eventually squeaks out, confused. Huh. Deja vu regardless, I nod. Yup. Wanna go out now? But isn't it too late now? Rose started, concerned, with quickly growing panic, and too cold. F for me to wear this, I mean. Okay, let's stop that now before she freaks out too much. I dunno, I shrug. What's the weather looking like in Asgard around now? She freezes still once more. Except this time, the panic doesn't get consumed by further confusion, instead, the exact opposite occurs, and her panic completely devours the confusion. Whoops. Asgard. W.Y. She exclaims, crying out in equal amounts fear and panic. Okay, I hum out, soothingly and low, as I pull her body closer against me, hugging her gently. Before you freak out anymore, listen first, alright? Rose nods, rapidly, several times, against my shoulder, and so I go on. To put it simply, I want to try and give you what you missed out on over there. Rose flinched at that particular mention. I merely patted her on the back gently as I went on. I may not know what your life was like entirely over there, but, well, surely you saw places you wanted to go with someone. She twitched, things you wanted to do, another twitch, just stuff you missed out on there, you know. I took a breath, as it seemed Rose had significantly calmed, before finishing with a gentle smile. I just figured, why not try and make up for lost time? For a beat, Rose didn't say or do anything to even acknowledge my words. For a second longer, I started getting worried, thinking the poor girl might have passed out in my lap or something. Eventually, thankfully, she moved, slowly pulling away from me so she could look at me. She looked almost on the verge of tears. Her eyes were closed, and yet despite that, I could see tears forming and peeking out around the edges. At the same time, however, I don't think I've ever seen a more pained yet beautiful and sweet smile on someone's face, all at once. Rose uttered, sounding nearly breathless, barely managing her next words, thank you. There should still be some daylight time in Asgard, just dash, her breath hitched slightly, I think suppressing a sob, please excuse me, so I can freshen up first. I don't say anything, I merely give her a polite nod. She slides off my lap with ease and practically power walks upstairs. I sense her position after she leaves my sight, going straight to the bathroom. I slowly lean back into the couch as I hear the girl sobbing and bursting into tears. All the while, absolutely cussing out that old fuck Odin. Or at least, I assume that's what she's doing. Her accent kicked into high gear almost as soon as she let loose, and I couldn't make out the specifics of what she was saying. Oh well, as long as she's happy, yeah. A new son. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Rose to finish freshening up. And you'd think, with how she looked when she did come back down, that she did freshen up. Her cute little blush was gone, replaced instead by a much wider, far happier, glowing smile. There isn't a single tell of whatever exactly she was doing up there. In addition, she was now also wearing sandals, but considering we're going out now, that isn't much of a surprise. As for myself, I took the time as she was doing all that, to change out my robes for a fresh pair of robes that looked the same as before. I would have put on my more formal robe and suit that I used way back when I first met Kunu and Yusaka, but I figured this was supposed to be a more fun thing, not a formal thing. On to the next thing of importance. Getting to Asgard. I stood up as Rose walked back in, her smile infecting me so much that I couldn't help but smile back at her. So, we ready to head out now? Rose nodded, enthused, I believe we are. Nice. Then, how do we get there, exactly? I ask, a bit perplexed. Do we have to call out that one guy's name for him to create a bridge? Rose just stared at me like I'd grown a second, third, and fourth head. No. She answered after a moment, where did you get any of that from? A movie. I tried, slightly abashed. Even though the Thor movie doesn't come out for another few years. The completely unimpressed deadpan she sent me made me finally understand how I look when dealing with stupidity. Luckily, my suffering was short-lived, as she shook her head, sighed, and held up a finger before elaborating, no, Nori, we just teleport there via magic. One of her magic circles bloomed into existence right above her finger, but after a moment she added with a tilt of her head, well, okay, technically, newcomers to Asgard are supposed to cross the Bifrost Bridge first, from Earth to Asgard, and there's this whole official process, but as a Valkyrie, even formerly, I have special access to a backdoor, if you will, which is what we will be using. I raise an eyebrow. Just like that. She nods, easily, just like that, yes. Well damn. That doesn't seem very secure. I mused aloud, to which Rose gave a very tired sigh as she walked over to my side. You tell me, she grumbles, her accent slipping in slightly. I tried telling Odin about the potential of it, but he didn't particularly care. That tracks. Although, Rose continues, a tad more shy, I'm sort of glad he didn't care to fix it. Now. The silver-haired girl admits, looking down with a slight blush. I couldn't help but chuckle, reaching over and taking her free hand in mine, causing her to perk up. As am I. I smile right back, only inflaming her blush more. Without another word, Rose threw down the circle spinning above her finger right in front of us. It expanded as soon as it hit the ground, turning into something almost resembling a devil-summoning circle. Except, in this case, the circle was a deep lavender or violet color and adorned completely with what I'm fairly certain are Norse runes and other such symbols. Before we step through, Rose raises her voice. Right as I'm about to take a step, I highly recommend concealing your aura and power, just so we aren't bothered. All right. I nod in understanding and take a moment to do just that, closing my eyes and pulling in everything I can, just like I did back in Takamagara. There we go. When I open my eyes, to Rose and everyone else, it'll likely feel like I don't even exist, even if they don't look at me. Judging by how all those oafs ignored Rose for so long, I don't think they'll find me any suspicious at all. If they even notice I'm there. Rose nodded, satisfied. And then, we both stepped into the circle. Befitting one of Rose's magic spells, we were gone practically as soon as we stepped in. I probably should have braced myself for it. I don't know why I was surprised, but with just one step, I was in a completely different world. Literally. My home had gone, the artificial lights and shadows peering down from the night sky and through the windows. Gone. It was replaced by a fresh and new daytime sky, a bright blue, with the golden-yellow light of the sun peeking through the blue above. There were no clouds, yet somehow, the light from the sun seemed dulled, blocked by something. But I didn't have time to ruminate on that, as my gaze was drawn outward, into the distance, into the horizon. It was all a single tree, a giant, megalithic ash tree that stretched up and up into the sky, so far up that not even my enhanced eyes could see where it ended. It made the second biggest structure in the distance seem puny, like an ant in comparison, despite it also being considerable in size. An old Norse hall that dwarfed both my homes in size combined, made entirely out of gleaming pure gold. And to my surprise, there was more than just the one, although the one my eyes caught sight of first was most definitely the biggest, most grandiose of them all. There were dozens of them though, large old Norse-styled long halls and palaces, made of pure gold. Then, finally, my immediate surroundings came into view, and they were no less impressive. Old Norse-style longhouses that are not entirely made of gold for once, but instead out of wood, the freshest, shiniest of woods. Each wall and roof is perfectly and meticulously carved with intricate and unique designs and embroidered with gold along the way to give each home a little more shine. But it doesn't end there, of course, it doesn't stop there. Amongst the homes, halls, and palaces were groves upon groves of trees, all sitting upon the same evergreen plains as the houses. They looked remarkably similar to ash trees, except the leaves were this dazzling red-gold color as if they were in a perpetual state of autumn. And finally, connecting it all. These simple, well-worn, sandy-looking paths waved between each home, connecting everything like a maze. So, for the second time today, I stopped and stared, my jaw almost fell out of my face and hit the floor. I was only brought back to reality by the light and pleasant feminine giggling at my side and the slight tug of my hand. I finally turned, looking to see Rose, the scenery as her backdrop, perfection. Actual perfection. Come on, she nudges along, giving me another tug, there's no time to waste. That there is not. Chapter 93, Chapter. As Rose started leading me around, I could only imagine the extremely stupid look on my face as I looked around, back and forth, to and fro. Somewhere between a kid in a candy store and blatantly odd tourist is probably a good approximation. It's just that as we went along, I simply couldn't stop comparing the place to Takamagara. I know it's kind of unfair, considering the circumstances I got to see each realm in are vastly different, and I know that's skewing my thoughts a bit. But, I think I prefer Asgard to Takamagara. Oh, the Shinto heavens are 100% more heavenly feeling, if that makes sense. You could feel it in the air there, every color popped, the place felt more, and it was far more interconnected with nature, or at least it felt like it on some level. Here though. As we walked along the twisting dirt path, more and more of the land and its places began showing itself, well. The differences, one major, became glaring. Asgard felt alive. An odd thing to say, isn't it? The dirt path we walked on bent oddly at turns and random times, the building built alongside it and other branching paths never looked the same and were built on a need-by-need basis, rather than via careful city planning. Occasionally, we walked past actual people outside their homes. No, boy. Like this. A big man, almost stereotypical in his rough Viking appearance, held a massive battle axe over his shoulder. He swung it down, cleaving the air in twine, before turning to a very young boy, barely able to walk, off to his side. Yet still, he wore tiny variations of the same Viking-inspired armor and carried a similarly tiny axe. "All right, father." "Ha." The boy swung his tiny weapon much the same, and although we had walked past the two by this point, so I couldn't see his face any longer. "Oh ho ho. That's it. That's my boy." "Ha." The uproarious and proud laughter of the father told me all that I needed to know there. That whole, tiny little interaction brought a smile to my face. My eyes slowly slid over to the face of the young woman still dragging me along, and I found much the same plastered across hers as well. A small knowing smile. The silence was comfortable, but I decided to break it out of pure curiosity. "You miss it here?" I abruptly ask. Rose startles a bit, turning her head slightly to look back at me. For a moment, she doesn't say anything, and her smile turns wistful. "It's my home, well, not here, in this part of Asgard specifically," she quickly corrects. "But, well, it's my home. So many good memories, yet so many bad memories." I nod in understanding. "Yeah, I feel that one. My old home right outside Kuo Town is much the same, I just never really think about it too much. Although, to be fair, that's likely because before the day on the mountain, there weren't many bad memories to think of per se. It's just a matter of could-have-beens, what-ifs, a whole lot of lost lonely times. That type of deal. But when I do think of that place, I tend to prefer remembering the good." I add on with a wistful smile. A flash of memory burns through my mind, of when Yuzum taught a far younger me to dance. Simpler times, man, simpler times. Rose hummed at that, turning her head to look forward fully once again. The silence once again settles, but it isn't long before it's broken again. This time, it was by Rose herself. "That kid and that father back there." She begins, reminiscing, "Those two, they reminded me of the time my grandmother first showed me magic." And just as quickly as she began, she trailed off, lost in thought and memory. I didn't require any more elaboration than that. I merely smiled at her, and let us continue walking in peace. And so we do. For what feels like a pretty good amount of time. Not that I have any problem with that. See, going out or just a date doesn't always have to be about restaurants, movies, sightseeing, all that stuff. In my mind, the time spent together is what matters at the end of the day. So something like this. Holding hands and just walking through the home of at least one faction of the Norse gods. Completely fine with it, as long as Rose is, too. There is a slight issue, though, in this case. Mon, shouldn't it be around here? I started hearing increasingly anxious mutterings like that from her over time. And soon enough, Rose was looking around in a panic, clearly unable to find whatever she was trying to guide us toward. At first, I didn't want to embarrass her more by bringing it up, but as time went on, she looked increasingly more and more like she was going to have a panic attack if I just said and did nothing. I start slowing down, the silver-haired girl leading me around so lost in her troubled thoughts that she doesn't even realize I do so until our pace is so out of sync she abruptly gets jerked from her hold on my hand, damn near causing her to fall. Eeeh. She cries out, completely startled, until I let go of her hand and wrap my arm around her waist, holding her upright and close, and Nori. She squeaks out through a blink as the situation settles on her. I raise an eyebrow down at her, and ask her plainly, having direction problems. She refuses to meet my gaze. No. I deadpanned at her. She caught barely a glimpse of it, and quickly covered her face with her hands in response. Oh okay, she reluctantly and painfully slowly admitted, after a bit more staring, yes, I thought I knew where it was. I had heard, several times, thought I. Rose stopped herself, her lip quivering as she held back from backing down on the spot. Well, shit. I can't have this now, can I? First things first, just to confirm. No teleportation there, I presume. I asked naturally. Rose gave a shuddering sigh, and no. I never went there, physically, before. And from what I know the place isn't popular enough to have teleportation circles to it at other places. Rose pauses, taking a short breath. I only heard about it from the other Valkyries, talking about it all the time. It's supposed to be this meat hall, out of the way, where, LL lovers go to, you know. I'm going to assume she means date, but the way she seems so shy describing it also makes me want to assume something like a Norse love hotel. But that doesn't sound right. Meat is a drink, I learned that from video games. Also, it doesn't make sense because if they had those up here, old Virgin 1 I wouldn't need to go down to Japan to visit worse knockoffs. Right. I shake my head, expelling that rabbit hole of a train of thought, to ask the next obvious question. Well then, you know it's around here somewhere, probably. Do you know what the place looks like? At that, Rose takes a moment to think before nodding slowly, moving her fingers slightly to peek out at me with a lone eye. Why yes, I believe so. They were very poetic with how nice, romantic, and clean the place is. How it doesn't get burned down as often as the other halls, or how few fights are started there that spill out into the streets. She began listing off, more than describing, and I could feel the longing in her voice as she did so. Is it sad that I looked forward to the place slightly less when she talked about how there were fewer fights there? Nah. Brushing all of that aside, I give her an easy nod and promptly wrap my other arm around her, picking her up. Oof. Nori. In her panic, she removes her hands from her face, grabbing my shoulders to hang on so I can once again see her confused, flushed face. If you remember what the place is supposed to look like, I explain, then it'd be easier to find if we had a higher vantage point, no. Rose blinked up at me. I unleashed a small piece of my power, my halo igniting into existence behind me, and I shot straight up, carrying her along for the ride. It was only then that recognition and something else flashed across her face. Wait, Nori, don't. She abruptly cried out urgently. Huh. I looked down at her, still heading up, WH-. I am forced to an abrupt and violent halt by my head slamming into something. Whatever it was, though, it was so hard that it didn't have any give to me when I slammed into it. There was no blunt, I took all the force. So much so that immediately afterward, I found my vision swimming in a sea of blurry darkness. For all but a second or two, my regeneration kicked into gear and healed whatever I had just done to myself. I came to, still in the air, in the middle of beginning to fall back down, Rose grasping onto the collar of my robe and looking at me in worry as tears pricked the corner of her eyes. Quickly, I halt our descent before it can truly begin, so we stay floating in place. I blinked several times and gave the only response I could think appropriate to whatever the hell just happened. The fuck? I heaved out in confusion and outrage. Then I looked back up, a preemptive glare set across my face. As soon as my eyes met that sky, only then did I see it truly. Yggdrasil. Rose started explaining, the world tree, some of its branches, they make up the sky. I blinked, slowly, as I processed her words. Before us. Practically a translucent wall, letting the light of the sun through, though it isn't perfectly invisible. I could see it, the hazy shimmers as the sunlight passed through. I looked to either side, left and right, and I couldn't see an end to the wall, no, the branch. A single branch. Just how big is this tree then? Hey. I perked up, hearing Rose calling out to me, and quickly turned my head to look back down at her. Are you okay? She asks, grabbing onto my face, her still tear-pricked eyes roaming over my head. That wasn't exactly a soft blow, and the world tree's branches aren't just really big solid objects, sometimes they can even. She quickly shakes her head, and never mind. We'd know if the tree released any magic. Well. That's ominous. Disregarding that for now, I pat her on the back and shoot her a smile. Don't you worry about me, alright. Regeneration already took care of the brain damage and all that. I tell her, before my smile turns into a smirk, what else could the tree do, though? Shock me. Ah. Rose gulps, that, and other stuff. I couldn't help but chuckle, rubbing her across her back. I would love to ask for more details, but clearly, whatever it is makes her anxious just thinking about it, so I'll drop it for now. Guess I'm lucky then, yeah. Now. I start slowly spinning around. How's the view from up here, huh? It's not as high as I originally wanted, but hopefully, this is good enough. Rose looks out, narrowing her eyes to soak up the view as best she can. It took me turning all the way around to make Rose perk up and point. There. She abruptly shouts, and I follow the direction her finger points with my eyes. Off in the distance, in the opposite way we were going, I spotted a building that was a touch different from the others. Structure-wise, it looks longer than the houses near it, and the roof looks like it's entirely made from gold, but not the rest of the building, like the other palaces and halls. At least, I think that's the one. Rose slowly adds after, and then in a voice even smaller, further adds while almost whimpering, I really hope that's the one. I shrug, giving her a small smile, even if it isn't, I hope you know our time together so far has been great regardless. Rose flinches at that, a bright blush passing across her face. Then I start floating toward the supposed hall's direction, and her face burns more. And now, hold on. Rose panically interjects, we can walk the rest of the way there now that we know, see can't we? After all, people might see us. She trails off in worry. I couldn't help my snort at that, who cares if they see us? Eh. Rose cried out, flabbergasted. What? I went on, it's not like we're hurting or even inconveniencing anyone right now, so if anyone has a problem, they can go suck it. My girl wants to go to this hall, I'm gonna get us there. Simple as. It's still embarrassing, wait. She stops, blinks, and looks up at me, her blush rapidly magnifying. Why you're... I merely smirked back down at her. Rose buried her head against my robe and said nothing more as we floated the rest of the way there. She'd only raise her head back up once I started floating down, right before the building. Upon closer inspection, well, my initial basic description was spot on. Adding on to that, though. The roof was made of straw. Golden straw, specifically. As in, the straw is just outright made of gold. Beyond that, the wooden walls were painted a nice deep red, and there was a sign hanging above the door that had a pink heart emblazoned on it. A pink heart was further emblazoned on some kind of shield symbol that was further pierced by a sword coming in from the side. Once again, is this just a meat hall? Man, I wish I could read Norse letters right now. There's a string of those at the bottom of the sign, right below the heart and hall, which I bet doesn't help any of this. I tilt my head, eyeing Rose expectantly. The poor girl doesn't disappoint, and she's staring at the sign, practically glowing the same shade of pink adorning the sign. This the place? I speak up, casually. Rose nods rapidly. Okay, I just have to know. What's the sign say? I follow up with a little quieter. And nothing. I give her a particularly pointed stare. I'd really rather not say. My stare intensifies. She looked away from my gaze. The romp through the shield wall. Romp through the oh. Hey, alright, that's an okay euphemism. Not exactly as spicy as I assumed, but fine nonetheless. They probably could have done better, but it is what it is. They've had Odin as a leader for who knows how long. I'm not shocked even their sexual comedy has suffered. I chuckle, uttering, how perverse. Rose nodded along, shy yet seriously, agreeing by replying with, very. Is there something I'm missing here? Like, culture-wise? Am I going to open that door to find the most degenerate place known to human and divine kind? Only one way to find out. Oh well, I hum, setting Rose down, only to take her by the hand once she's on her feet once more. Shall we then? I turn and ask her. Honestly, I expect her to stammer out something and try to back out of this, now that we're here. Or at least try to. Rose looks back at me, her blush still glowing, yet despite that, I can see something in her eyes. A different kind of glow, a fire. She gives a single, strong nod, yes, please. Well, I'll be damned, alright then. I walk us to the door and easily push it open, stepping in. Almost immediately, I was hit by various smells, all at once, all of them pretty pleasant. Flowers, freshly cooked meat, spices, and even honey. All of it nearly made me whistle out loud. As for what I'm seeing, well, it isn't enough to put my jaw on the floor because I sort of expected it, but it's still pretty impressive, nonetheless. It is a huge and long hall, as the building's shape indicates, but the inside looks far larger than the outside. Magic, right? That said, the hall itself looked sparsely lit but not completely dark. Most of the light came from the center of the hall, where several separate fire pits stretched down the center in a line. A few had steaming pots hanging over them or rods spit roasting meats, the likely source of the smells that hit us upon entering. On either side of the line of fire pits were rows of pillars, with walls behind said pillars, segregating off these small areas which had a wooden, but cozy-looking, bench and table set. However, a few of these areas were covered up by a long, brightly covered curtain or blanket, blocking the view inside entirely. All in all, there looked to be about a few dozen or so of these sectioned-off seating areas. Then, opposite to us, at the end of their hall, there seemed to be a couple of doors leading off to somewhere else, along with two sets of stairs leading up to the small second floor, whose only purpose is to give access to another set of doors leading elsewhere as well. Probably places for storage, or kitchens for more complicated dishes, would be my bet as to where those lead. Strange though, looking around, I don't see anyone else, there isn't even a front desk or anything. Thankfully, that didn't seem to matter. Not too long after the door shut behind us, a magic circle swirled into existence right in front of our feet. Rose, being the magic gal, quickly gave it an appraising stare. Her eyes soon rapidly widened in recognition. And she abruptly moved, panically pulling the brim of her sun hat over the front of her face. Before I could even ask what was going on, a light shined from the circle, and a figure soon emerged from said light. As the light dimmed, the figure revealed itself to be a young girl. Not one that I knew, though. She was petite, with shoulder-length pink hair that reminded me of cotton candy and bright green eyes. She wore a modest, free-flowing barmaid dress, and as she settled her eyes upon us, she crossed her hands together, holding them right in front of her skirt. A picture-perfect service smile settled on her face as she greeted us pleasantly, her accent thick, the sweetness in her tone just as fake as her smile. Hello there. Ah, you too, I do not recognize you, are you perhaps new here? I know Rose won't answer for some reason, so instead, I do the talking. But before that, I let go of her hand, instead grabbing onto Rose's waist, holding her close as I gave our greeter a polite nod, and replied, that we are. She nodded. Hildur. Hostess Hildur. Her smile never left, even as her eyes darted between my face and the hand I had on Rose's waist. Speaking of, as close as we are, I could feel the silver-haired girl in my arm flinch at our hostess's name. Now, what are the names of the lovely couple I have the pleasure of serving this evening? Our hostess asked, sickly sweet. She's really trying to earn her tips, huh? After thinking for a moment, I put my hand to my chest and said, Nori, a pat on Rose's waist, Rose. Thank you for having us, hostess. Oddly enough, she gives me a slightly strange look upon my giving my name. Weird. But she doesn't make a fuss about anything, and the look is gone like it was never there to begin with, so I wave it off. Hildur gives us a pleased nod and turns on her heels. Very well, you two. Come along, I shall show you to your space. I hum at that and follow, leading Rose at my side as, I don't think she can see right now, her hat is pulled down far too much. Our hostess leads us over to one of the sets of benches and tables, as far away from the other ones where a curtain is covering the front of the space. Upon reaching it, she merely stands off to the side next to it, right in front of one of the pillars marking the entrance to the space, to speak. With a wave of her hand, she signals us to walk in. I raise an eyebrow at her but lead us in regardless. Now, Hildur began, you will find your menus and silverware on your table, along with a notepad. Merely write down what you wish for food and drink, and it shall be summoned to your table. You will also find prices for times, and should you wish to book a more accommodating space, prices for that as well as part of your menu. Hildur puts her hands together and bows slightly. Please enjoy your stay, and a word of warning, although this space is magically enchanted to keep the sound in, it's not completely soundproof. She gives an exaggerated wink our way, so do try and keep it down at least a little, alright? Once again, enjoy. With that all said, she holds up a hand and snaps her fingers. Another magical circle swirls into existence, this time filling the space between the pillars, before bursting into a flash of light. Where the magic circle once stood, a curtain similar to the others I saw earlier was now hung in its place. I have several things I'd like to comment on about all that. But first, I rose, raising an eyebrow her way, before saying, all right, she's gone. Now what was that whole hiding your face thing for? Slowly, ever so slowly, Rose pulls up her sun hat and lets out a shuddering, relieved sigh. I knew that girl. She was a Valkyrie, once, she wasn't the last, but she was one of Odin's former bodyguards, too. Well shit. Small world, huh? Crazy she got a job here then. I mused, only for Rose to shake her head and sigh once more. She's got to make a living somehow, and I bet this place pays far more than working for him. Rose mused as well, but far more bitterly. At this point, I would ask why she'd hide her face from her, but, honestly, I don't think I need to bring that up right this second. I already have an idea from canon, anyhow, and besides that, I don't want to ruin her mood before we even get to the food. Although Hildur said there would be menus on our table, I don't recall seeing them when we walked in. As I think that, I turn and look toward our table, which is no longer so empty, as all the items she said would be there are, as though our table just got freshly set at a sit-down restaurant. Huh. I just realized this is technically my first time at a magic, or supernatural, restaurant. And it's part love hotel. I'm almost certain of that now. I don't even know why I bother being surprised anymore. A new sun. As soon as the curtain appears, Hildur's face morphs. Her smile. Gone. Instead, it's replaced by a bitter scowl. Another one of those people, the former Valkyrie huffs in derision to herself, from the east. Guess it was only a matter of time. As another magic circle appears beneath her feet, the Pinkette can't help but wonder though. That girl that was with him seemed familiar, even though she couldn't see her face, the poor shy thing. Although, for some reason, that just makes that feeling of familiarity swell more. What did that guy say her name was again? Rose, right? It's only a hunch, and there's no way it's true, but maybe she should make a call or two to a group of old friends. Just to be safe. Chapter 94, Chapter. Alright, let's see here. I hum, looking down at our menu consideringly, and after an incredibly brief moment, I decide, yeah, there's no way I'm reading this. It's all Norse runes. To me, the entire thing looks like someone made a spreadsheet out of the days left of their prison sentence. In quick order, I set the menu down and slid it over to Rose, who sat right next to me. Oh, right, I should have realized, allow me. And I mean really right next to me. As in, so close next to me that an arm and a leg are squished up against each other, and I'm left wondering how we're supposed to use the ladder to eat. She's able to reach over and pick up the menu just fine, but still, working with food might be a fair bit more awkward. Seriously, who designed this? The table is up against the wall, meaning you can only sit on the outward-facing side. There are no chairs, instead, it's more like a small bench that you and your partner are meant to sit on together. Now, I haven't seen many people around Asgard yet, but the few I have seen are pretty big guys. I'm talking about stereotypical Viking levels of height and muscle, real big dudes, bigger than me, and I'm not exactly a small guy. The girls are a little taller, at least compared to what I've seen in Japan, but with how big the guys are around here, it makes me wonder what the point of these tiny benches even is. It's just weird. The only reason I can't stop thinking about it is that there's plenty of space between the bench and the table itself, and it's not like there isn't room for a longer bench. Seriously, if they stretched it out, they could easily seat 2 or 3, or even 4 people. I've got a few theories brewing, but I'm also wondering if there's a specific way we're supposed to be sitting on this thing. I'll leave all that aside for now. In the meantime, I watch as Rose's eyes dart down the menu, straight to the bottom of the page. I noticed before that while most of the menu looks like, well, a restaurant menu in that what I assume is food is listed out for most of it, at the very bottom, there are 3 smaller sections of runes bundled together. It's no wonder she's drawn to them. Not only is it a completely out-of-place section, but the runes are even a touch bigger than most of the others in font size. The moment Rose's eyes hit them, they widened, almost comically. She starts muttering, her accent thick, room accommodations. Rooms? Haha. Okay, yeah, this place is 100% a love hotel and in mashup. I lean over, practically looking over Rose's shoulder, now also looking down at the menu. I still can't read it, of course, I just wanted to get closer to her ear. Oh ho. Accommodations, you say? They got condoms. I muse casually. Yes, they d-. Rose blinks, abruptly realizing what I just said. Almost robotically, she turns her head slightly to look at me, her face rapidly flushing as she does so. I merely smile at her before asking rather cheekily, so. I wonder what lovers come to do here, Rose gulps, they, oh. Oh. Thunk. It is now my turn to blink as Rose promptly slams her head against the table, bringing the menu down with her face. And not just that either. Those, perverted, no good, rotten. I caught a few muffled accented words here and there as she cried in outrage into the table and menu. Well, that took her a minute, didn't it? To be fair, I started, patting her on the back, I didn't exactly expect a full love hotel with extra steps either. I was kinda leaning towards something like makeout point, if not a bit lewder. Slowly, Rose lifts her head, tears pricking the corners of her eyes as she looks at me once more. And makeout point? She asked, a little confused. I chuckle, little scenic area young couples go to and, well, make out. Usually, they're on top of hills and such, thus the point part. I know that in nearly all usages of the trope, it is supposed to be more than just making out, but that's all that ever actually happens there. Rose smiles just a tiny bit at that, that sounds pleasant. And sweet. I smile back, it does, doesn't it? I'd need a car to make it work and a good spot off some hill or mountain somewhere. It's not a bad future date idea. Unfortunately, that smile of hers goes away swiftly as she shakes her head, replaced by a sad frown. As for this, Nori, I'm so sorry. Now, hold on a second, I interrupt her gently, much to her bafflement, that menu there, it's not just sex stuff, yeah. Rose picks up the menu once more after a moment's hesitation and gives it a cursory glance. There is, but I don't see why that. Because you were about to go on about how much a waste of time this was, how we shouldn't have come here, all that kind of stuff, right? I eyed her pointedly. Rose swiftly avoided my gaze, looking down instead, not saying anything. I nodded knowingly and, just as swiftly, wrapped my arm around her waist. Huh, Rose let out a shocked cry as I abruptly pulled her up onto my lap. Ah. I breathed a sigh of relief dramatically, while stretching my upper body just a bit, there we go, now we both have space. I guess. Rose eked out shyly, moving her arms in much the same manner, far more freely. Anyhow, yeah, we don't have to just leave because the place might be a little more perverse. I shrug, looking down at her face with a smile. It may not be a wholesome place, but that doesn't mean we have to be deviants. If you don't want to have sex on a table or in bed, or even at all, we won't. Simple as. I certainly don't expect her to go for it. Hell, I'd be shocked if she legitimately wanted sex right away like the other girls. Rose doesn't strike me as horny as the others, after all. Rose shimmies back and forth in my lap, which I'll admit, does things to me with her in that sundress of hers, but I know it's not intentional, so I keep a tight leash on Nori Jr. It's just. Rose bites her lip and brings her hands together, rubbing her thumbs together nervously, isn't it expected? When a couple goes to a love hotel. She nods slowly, and I sigh, yeah, sure. Still doesn't mean we gotta. Besides, even if we don't, it's not like they'll make fun of us. Most likely just me. Rose perks up in my arms at that, something jokes about how I couldn't get it up, something like that. I wave off dismissively. That's just. So. Rose trailed off even as her voice rose as if looking for the proper emotion in her head for what she just heard, unable to settle between frustration and bewilderment. So I fill in for her, stupid. Yeah, I know. I shrug it off with an unfazed smile. But I don't care what a bunch of nameless virgin losers say about me, so you don't have to worry, alright? Rose tilted her head toward me, clearly shocked at my words. I held up a hand and let out a light, ashamed chuckle. Yeah, I know. That insult was pretty blunt, also not that creative, but it's the truth, so I went with it. Rose let out a sigh and a small smile. Doesn't mean you should go down to their level, you. She admonishes lightly. I couldn't help the borderline evil cackle I let out upon hearing that. Oh, on the contrary, my sweet little Rose, I'm actually a big bully, you see. A bully of bullies especially. I lean in closer to her face. Anyone wants to start talking trash, they better be ready for return fire if they try that to my face. And for the people closest to me. I eye her pointedly. Well, only I am allowed to belie them, bordering some specific exceptions, like family. Rose's face lit up like the color of her nickname. Truly. I simply give her a resolute nod. Yeah, if her former Valkyrie squad mates, or anyone really, that bullied her in the past show up and try anything. Well. Odin got off lightly because he has diplomatic immunity, essentially. Strangling the all-maidenless would have gotten, bare minimum, several other gods all uppity, and likely would have jeopardized the alliance everyone was working toward at the time. A flock of sad high school Karens, though. Not so much. Now then. I smile and pull my head back. Food. I've gotta admit, I'm curious to see what kind of stuff Asgard has to offer here. Oh, right, food. Yeah. Rose smiles, far bigger, far brighter, than she has so far as she scoops up the menu. Very well, let's see. Her eyes travel down the menu. Oh. Wait, we have to pay for time here first. I blink at that, recalling that Hildur did mention that in passing. Time for the table and such. I asked for clarification. Rose nods curtly as she frowns, bristling at the paper. Yes, and these prices. Her hand started shaking, slightly, and I get the distinct feeling the red on her face now isn't because she's embarrassed anymore. Yeah, normally I'd be the same. This is the first time I've ever heard of paying for time at the table myself. I know some fancy buffets give you a time limit, but there aren't any options beyond it. Ah, well, whatever. Tonight is a special occasion. What's the longest time? I ask next, my question snapping Rose out of her growing indignation at the prices, as she looks back at me. 3 hours, she winces, before adding, but it's a bit much. I wave her off. Don't worry about it. I'm paying, obviously, so we'll do that one. Her eyes widen. Really? No, that's too much. I chuckle at her, even as her face turns pouty. Doesn't matter to me. Besides, when a guy takes a girl out, he pays. That's how it works. I'm taking care of you tonight, so it's worth it. Understand? Why you really dash. Understand. I interrupt and stare down at the silver-haired girl, watching as her conflicted expression wilts away under my gaze. I promise the dating experience. I elaborated further. You're gonna get the dating experience, got it? After a moment more, Rose huffed and averted her gaze bashfully. Oh, all right, she muttered back, almost as if whining. She reached out once more, snatching the notepad off the table, which had a pretty standard-looking pen attached at the top, yanked said pen off, and quickly scribbled something at the top of the paper in runes. When she was done, the runes glowed with a light mix of purple and blue before shimmering and vanishing. As soon as Rose's writing vanished, the menu itself lit up, a part of the bottom section specifically, one most to the right, lit up in the same way, though even that dulled quickly. When the light died, however, it revealed that part of the menu was colored the same as the light, and unlike the light, it didn't seem to be fading anytime soon. Magic. Seriously, though, pretty neat. With a sigh, Rose sat down the pen. There, all done. I nod, pleased. Food time then. Ah. Rose hummed and nodded back. Do you have any preferences, or? None whatsoever. I wrapped my arms around Rose's waist and leaned forward, placing my chin on her shoulder. I think, I'll try what you like or are having first. Oh. Well. Slowly, Rose leaned back into me, smiling slightly. Okay. It's time for a little food marathon. And then, well, we'll see what happens from there. A new sun. Valhalla. It is the largest, grandest, most golden hall that resides within Asgard. Some would even say this majestic hall is the centerpiece of the entire realm, and due to its more central location within the realm, they might have even been correct. At one time. Personally, Schwartlight never really saw how the place could have been ever. The young Valkyrie in training flew through the same golden halls at a leisurely pace, her face twisted with boredom and annoyance. The intricate golden columns, murals, and statues lining the halls depict long-forgotten myths of warriors and battle, not doing anything for her anymore. They started again. Ugh. She inwardly gagged, passing by a small group of actual Valkyrie muttering bitterly amongst themselves. Mostly because of them. She didn't stay and listen, as usual, she already knew what they were going on about. They didn't find any new heroes to bring in, new Einherjar. They are now jealous of so-and-so because, reasons. The same old same old. Ever since she started training to become a Valkyrie, this is all she's had to deal with. She'd heard tales of how this grand hall once hosted an unfathomably large army of elite warriors, fighting and feasting amongst themselves, training for Ragnarok, the end of all days. It would have been grand a sight once. Now, all she gets to see these days are fully grown, lonely, bitter women lamenting their job choice because those times are gone. There's no opportunity to get a heroic boyfriend, and the wages are trash. Just thinking about it now makes Schwartlight's nose ring in disgust. Of course you're all sad and lonely. You sit here complaining about how bad things are instead of going out and looking. She raved in the confines of her mind. She'd love to say it out loud, of course, but she'd rather not deal with more jabs about her style of clothing or her inability to, well, fight. Offensive magic is not really her thing. Yeah, she's having a day as is, no need to add more to it. At least Lord Odin's personal guard has an excuse, the horror stories she's heard of dealing with him, despite it being a great honor or whatever. At that, her frown turned sad, and Schwartlight landed on the ground. She sighed. Unfortunately, she's still not used to Rosweiss being gone. Not that her former senior Valkyrie probably even remembers her. They met only once, and even before then, Schwartlight had admired her. She was younger than everyone, yet her skill, her raw talent with magic, it was awe-inspiring. Of course, not many others saw it that way. Petty, jealous, bitter, the whole 9 yards, that's how most of the others got. But that didn't stop her. She graduated early, soared straight into the most honorable position a Valkyrie could get, and then kept it longer than anyone else. And now she's gone. Schwartlight huffed to herself, the sound echoing lightly off the brightly lit, yet empty, golden halls. Honestly. Schwartlight wished she could leave too. But it's not like she has anywhere else to go, so, she's stuck. For now, at least. What? Schwartlight flinched as an incensed screech echoed down and throughout the golden halls. She looked around, back and forth, down either side of the hall, but saw no one. Yet it went on. What do you mean she might be back? Now that's new. Well, to be fair, the screeching isn't exactly new, but the content might be. Is someone coming back? Well, not very many leave, so it's not guaranteed, but she can still hope. Unfortunately, for once, the screeching didn't come again, leaving Schwartlight without anything else to go on. Acting quickly, a shimmer of magic appears beneath her feet, and the young girl is set floating into the air once again, before quickly dashing off through the air, following the echoes of the screeching. Thankfully, it didn't take long for her to find the source. In an adjacent hall, one of the full-member Valkyrie squad's magical training halls, if she remembers correctly. Unfortunately, as a Valkyrie in training, she's not allowed inside. It was a good thing she didn't have to be since they left the door open just enough to listen in if one was close enough. It is also probably how the screeching from earlier got out, these rooms are supposed to be soundproofed, after all. In any event, Schwartlight wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, so she leaned in to listen. "I'd want the captain catching wind of this, would we?" A new voice, different from the screeching banshee's voice from before, comes in, this one almost panicky and at nearly a whisper. Some louder muffled sounds come soon after, it sounds like an attempt at a reply, which Schwartlight can only assume is the screamer from before. Another voice, a third, far more mature and steady, chips in, "I doubt the captain would care." "She'd care if dumbass here wouldn't stop screeching about it." Panicky shot back. Those muffled sounds got louder still before Schwartlight got the slipping sound of tousled movement and a gasp for breath. "You, bitch. Stop that. I couldn't breathe." Banshee hissed at Panicky, though at a significantly more normal speaking level. Sorry." Panicky apologized, to which Mature just gave a tired sigh. "All right, that's enough." Mature went on, "Now, Ortlind. Are you sure what you heard was correct? And who did you even hear this from?" "Ah." H. Hilder, Panicky, now properly named Ortlind, spoke, her voice slightly less shaky, "You know. From her new job. She said Rosweiss might have shown up there with a guy." She spoke that last word with far more bitterness than anything else. Schwartlight deadpanned at the door. "Of course, that's the focus. It couldn't be anything else. You're kidding me, right?" Banshee snorted, "Rosweiss. The kissless virgin. At Hilder's workplace. Really? Banshee clearly wasn't buying it, and Mature spoke in the same manner, that, and you kept saying, might. Hilder, well. Ortline continued, far more unsure now, she never saw her face. Banshee let out a snorting laugh, and Schwartlight could swear she felt Ortline flinch. Then what makes her think it's little Rossweiss? Mature continued to the next logical question. Well. Ortline seized the opportunity to explain, eagerly, probably a bit too eagerly. Hilder also said the men she was with called her Rose and said Rose had long silver hair. Schwartlight could admit that Rose does sound like it could be an endearing nickname for Rossweiss. It's pretty cute, too. But the hair thing. Ortlined. Mature stated her fellow Valkyrie's name with no small amount of contempt at this point. Nearly all Walkure have silver hair. That means nothing. Yeah, that. Walkure, the race of half-gods that train to become Valkyries, all tend to have silvery hair. It's as common for them as black or brown is for humans. But the nickname Grimjord. Another tousle of movement sounded like something being grabbed. Come on. It has to be. It's too close. Mature, now properly named Grimjord, shoots her down hard. I think you're grasping at straws and need to stop taking so many missions into Midgard for a while. It's impairing your ability to think rationally. Banshee snorts, once again, damn Grim, why do you have to be like that to poor little Ort here? You know she can't think anyway. Helmwige. Ortline cried out, another tousle of movement and cloth, another grab, come on. Don't be like that. Even if it isn't her, well, the guy this girl was with is from the east. With those words, it was like the entire atmosphere in the hall changed. Schwartlight could feel it, too. It made her back bristle a bit and forced her to shiver. Now, this is something that's only been going on recently, so Schwartlight doesn't entirely understand what the big deal is, but from what she understands, ever since that alliance Lord Odin made with the East, the Shindo Pantheon, their people have been coming over to study the world tree and their culture. In turn, Asgard has been sending people over to the East for something similar. During that time, well, new people meet new people, what did anyone expect, really? For them not to start fucking each other. Honestly, Schwartlight is pretty sure a bunch of the Valkyrie are only getting pissy over this because they aren't involved in any of this. At all. Last she heard, it was the Einherjar that Lord Odin put in charge of heading east, while she's pretty sure the East sent over a bunch of priests. Or a type of priest, anyhow. Something called Miko. Something like that. All-female priest. Oh. Okay, now she's starting to see it. They probably feel like they were double screwed over in getting a chance at their lazy asses finding a boyfriend, huh? So then, a Walkure girl bringing over an Eastern man. Hey, Schwartlight wishes she could see the looks on her three seniors' faces right now. Say, Grim. Helmwige, although Schwartlight preferred Banshee, suddenly spoke again through the cold silence, her voice just as chilling as the silence she pierced through. What do you say we visit Ol Hilder, anyway? You know. It's been a while. Why not? Grimjord spoke, just as eerily cold. It has been a while like you said. Why yeah. Right. A really long while. Ortline added on, far more peppy than the other two. Shut up, Ort. Be quiet. The other two Valkyrie stated at once, shutting her down immediately. Oh. Okay. Ortline's voice sounded like it practically withered away. How petty. They would go that far, wouldn't they, even without knowing for sure. Just pure jealousy and spite, all around. Schwartlight couldn't help but roll her eyes, flying away quickly as she heard 3 sets of footsteps begin to approach the door. So it may not even be Rossweiss, Even so, it'd be wrong of her to let her seniors just carry out whatever the hell their bitter, petty minds cook up. Nodding resolutely to herself, Schwartlight flew off down the halls. First, she needs to find out where this Hilder's workplace is. Her name sounds familiar, but that's pretty much it. Ah well, she was sure she could get someone to spill Hilder's life story via gossip alone, all it'd take is a little time. Chapter 95, Chapter. Okay, how do I go about explaining this without sounding like a dick? Fuck it. If it comes off that way, it comes off that way. Right. So, Norse food. I don't know what I was expecting, to be entirely honest. Granted, considering clearly what this establishment's purpose is, I think it's safe to say I didn't have any expectations. Even then, as I stared at the frankly absurdly large wooden bowl of steaming stew before us, I didn't know what to think. Well, beyond the fact that I could easily stuff my entire head into the bowl and probably drown myself in the stew, but that's more an observation than anything else. This is the first thing Rose recommended we order, and to be honest, I can't say why. Unless she's got some sort of scheme where she plans to make us full as fast as possible in order to save money. I could see her trying that. It still wouldn't stop me from spending more money. If there's one thing Kuroka taught me beyond senjutsu, it's how to spend. And I didn't even need to be there for any of it. I just had to look at my bank statements at the end of the month. Anyhow. Back to the present moment. When the stew magically appeared on the table, it also came with a big wooden spoon, which I'm tempted to say is actually a ladle considering its size, along with, is that bread. It smells like freshly baked bread, but it looks closer to a tortilla with the thickness of a pancake. In my lap, Rose clapped her hands together and let out a content little sigh. I didn't expect it to smell so good, but considering the price, it had better. That last bit sounded wholly like a threat, and for a second, I could have sworn I saw a vengeful glimmer in her eye. She isn't wrong, though, it does smell pretty good. I can't comment on the price, though. I can't read. Heh. Blissful ignorance. I point toward the stew. So, you just called this the stew earlier. Does it have a name, and what's even filling this up? My guess is something like the mighty stew because of its size, and then fitting alongside that, a whole lot of meat. Rose perked up. Oh. Right, I suppose I did sort of brush over the why I recommended it, didn't I? Rose cleared her throat, and waved toward the steaming broth. The menu calls it the hearty stew. It's made from slow-cooked meat and root vegetables with a mix of earthly spices. Rose looked down and smiled slightly. It's a pretty standard dinner dish around here, perfect for keeping you warm and full no matter how cold or empty you are. Damn it. So close. Still, I don't let that get me down, and I let out a low whistle before smiling alongside her. Sounds pretty good to me, but what kind of meat are we talking about? Just beef, Rose answered, her smile turning a little uneasy as she looked up at me. There were other options, like venison, and more, exotic meat options from the other realms, but I wasn't sure you'd like any of those, so, just to be safe, beef. Exotic. I don't think I've had venison before, but meat from other realms. I'm not going to lie, that definitely piqued my curiosity. But at the same time, if Rose isn't sure, well, I'll accept her judgment on the matter. Still, I start slowly. Are you okay with beef? Don't you have any other preferences? Rose chuckled shyly at that. Well, not really, no. I always preferred simpler options. She considered what she said for a second before swiftly adding, and not just because it's cheaper, either. Even when certain things suddenly got more popular for no reason at all, like that time when Troll was. Rose slowly trails off, pulled into a memory, cringing all the while. I cringed along with her, of course. Troll. Actual troll. Who the hell would eat that? I don't want an actual answer to that question. Without a second thought, I pull Rose out of her trip down memory lane with a simple, well, alright then. Let's eat. Rose blinked out of it, and looked back at me, a big bright smile on her face as she nodded, That said, I scooped up the totally not a ladle and dipped it in the stew, pulling out a spoonful, which I held up for Rose. She blinked, first at that spoon in my hand, then she tilted her head to blink at me. My smile morphed into a smirk, and I wiggled that spoon in my hand as I cooed, come on now, Rose, open up, say, what? But that's. Rose flushed red, looking down at that spoon in my hand with a shy, tense pout. After a moment, though, she gulped, nodded her head once, and her pout morphed into a semi-determined glare. She opened her mouth without another word, and went, A little unsure, but adorable nonetheless, heh. I didn't shove the entire thing into her mouth, that spoon was way too big for that, so instead, I carefully poured the contents in, chuckling happily once the spoon was emptied, and she shut her mouth to chew. She refused to look at me, but I could see enough from what little of her face I could catch that, although mightily embarrassed, she was very pleased. It took her a few moments to chew. I guess the hearty in the name isn't for nothing, huh? But when she finished up, she gulped it down and let out a satisfied sigh. I didn't think I'd miss it so much. Rose let out as a low murmur that I barely caught. Nothing quite like eating food from your homeland after a long stint away, is there? That said, Rose slowly turned back to me, her blush still burning across her face. And now, she begins, not entirely certain, it is your turn. Oh. Just like that, the silver-haired girl snatched that spoon from my grasp, not quicker than I could react to, but why would I ruin her fun? And just as I did, she dipped that spoon in and turned back to me with a ladleful of stew, which she promptly held up, hands a little shaky. You say, please. Rose tried, she really did. I let out a soft chuckle, my hand coming up to take the hand Rose is using to hold up the ladle, steadying it. Heh. Thank you for the food. I hum out, before opening wide, looking her straight in the eyes, Rose stared at me, eyes wide, and even with my hand helping keep her steady, she still almost poured the contents straight onto my chin. In the end, though, we managed, and I held an embarrassed Rose happily as I chewed, even as she covered her face and blabbered incoherently about almost messing it up. As for the stew, well, it was all right. It tasted pretty much exactly as Rose said it was made of. It's pretty simple, all things considered. Now, that doesn't mean bad, per se. In this case, it truly just means simple. A little basic flavor-wise. Not bad, or even bland, just simple. Yeah, that's probably how I describe it, even at the risk of it sounding dickish in a way. To be honest, I get far more enjoyment feeding Rose and watching her reactions than eating this myself. I do not want to be that guy, but I think Japanese food has spoiled my taste buds a bit too much. In any event, after Rose calmed down enough so that we could continue eating, well, we did exactly that. That thing I called a mix of a tortilla and a pancake earlier. Turns out that was just flatbread. Who could have seen that coming? I ended up making something like a meat taco out of the meat from the stew, folded between a slice of the flatbread. Rose stared at me, her eye twitching, as I held my impromptu Norse taco up like a creation hot off my forge, with all the pride that comes with it. I couldn't tell if she wanted to strangle me or not for screwing with such a traditional meal. Even if she admitted that the said Norse taco didn't taste bad at all. Apparently, the proper way to do it is to tear off pieces of the bread and dip it in the stew. Soak up the juices and all that. I think I prefer my Norse taco, though, purely because I get to call it a Norse taco, and that sounds funny to me. Around halfway through the stew, I pretty much forced her to set it aside for the time being. It turns out she was planning to try and fill us up on just the stew. Sneaky girl. Unfortunately for her, I was determined to spend money on her, and for this. And thus, in comes a bit of a food montage. After a bit of cajoling, I managed to convince Rose to move on and pick up our next dish, something called gravlax. It was a cured salmon, mixed with herbs and spices, of course, on rye bread. Definitely a different taste compared to something like, say, sushi. Also it came with another bread type I hadn't seen or ever had before, neat. Unfortunately, I couldn't make a Norse taco 2.0 with the fish and the bread, even though I was fairly tempted to try. All those desires were dashed fairly quickly when a certain silver-haired girl glared me down, though. Next up, as a result of me asking for something a little sweeter, she ordered the salted caramel apples. Confused the hell out of me for a straight minute. I'm no food history buff, but I'm fairly certain caramel apples didn't come from the Vikings. Or just Northern Europe in general. Then again, I guess not everything on the menu has to be from around here. I just sort of assumed. I suppose that's on me. Whoops. Anyhow, can't go wrong with caramel apples. They even came in wedges, and the caramel was used as a dipping sauce instead of just being on the apples already, which was nice. That done, Rose practically begged that we order this next thing. Apparently it's one of the cheaper things on the menu, so I decided, why not? Not like we aren't going to order more stuff after. Especially since it just turned out to be honey-glazed root vegetables. Again, not entirely sure if covering a bunch of carrots and turnips and the like in honey, salt, and spices and then cooking it is a northern dish, but they weren't bad. I do like honey. Speaking of honey, though, that led Rose to recommend something a little more unique for dessert. Something called skyr. She pretty much likened it to yogurt. You could get all sorts of toppings and such with it, too. I ended up getting berries and honey on mine. Oh mamie, I moaned as I shoved an actual proper spoonful of the stuff in my mouth. Rose, still in my lap, giggled airily at my reaction. It sounds like you like it. Oh yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I did. It's rich, creamy, and smooth, and the honey and berries give its mild sort of tangy flavor a far sweeter and fruity pop. Honestly, probably the best thing I've had here. Rose cupped her small bowl of plain skyr in her hands, the properly sized spoon sitting in it, undisturbed for now. Our table is mostly cleared up by now, save the menu and notepad near the table ends. Every single time we're finished with something, it gets teleported away. Seriously, I can't even begin to undersell how cool a magic restaurant is. Rose, though, didn't seem so enthused. Instead, all of a sudden, she was staring off toward the menu, cringing slightly. I have a feeling I know what's on her mind, but just to be sure. I remove my spoon from my mouth with a sigh and eye her up seriously. Hey, you okay? Was there something wrong with the food I didn't notice? Rose flinched, and looked back toward me, looking almost ashamed or guilty. Oh, and no. Nothing like that. Everything was made up to my standards, and even surpassed them in some cases. It's just. Her eyes drifted toward the menu again, anguish clear in her pretty blue eyes this time. The prices, huh, I say slowly. As slowly as I spoke, Rose nodded her head before catching herself and freezing, quickly following up with, well, yes. I just don't think dash. I think it is worth it. I interrupted her with an easy shrug. Rose stared at me, absolutely flabbergasted, her mouth shutting, then opening, and then shutting again. Eventually, she let out a huff. It's rude, interrupting a lady like that all the time. I smirk, it's required, when said lady starts freaking out about stuff she doesn't need to worry about. The prices though. Rose starts wriggling in my lap, as though somehow the numbers on that piece of paper are going to commit a crime of some sort, and she has to stop it. As if I care about the price tag. I can't even read it. But more importantly, I shook my head, taking away her skier and setting it down with mine on the table before I took her hands in mine. Before she could even say anything else, I looked her straight in the eyes. I told you this before, didn't I? Before we even started ordering. I recall with an easygoing smile, I told you it's worth it. Do you know why? Rose shimmied back and forth in my lap, barely able to meet my gaze as she responded, your promise. I considered that for a moment before shaking my head, causing Rose to widen her eyes my way, before I elaborated, technically, my promise is only part of it. You want to know the full reason? For a split second, Rose's gaze sharpened, and she nodded. I smirked. It's because you're worth it. Rose promptly froze, stock still as I uttered those words, straight to her face. I know we haven't known each other the longest, I continue, unabated, unabashed, but I can say for certain, you're worth it. There's no price tag too high, no length too long, nothing. Every guy here. They're blind that they didn't see it before I did. That. Rose stuttered, that's not true, I'm not, I couldn't even. Disregard what other people expect of you. I continue, blasting through her doubts, consider what you've done. Look at all you've done, think of that. Compare it to everyone else, and what do you find? I don't know, Nori. I don't know, she uttered weakly, all my life, starting from the very beginning, with my family, I failed them. I couldn't use my family's magic. During school, I couldn't even find a boyfriend. As a Valkyrie, I couldn't find souls to bring in as heroes, and as Odin's bodyguard, well. She chuckles dryly, that didn't last all that long, did it? And yet. I eased her on with a raise of my eyebrow, you didn't make it to your position as Odin's bodyguard just on a whim, did you? No. I suppose I didn't, she said. I couldn't inherit my family's magic, so I went into the combat magic used by the Valkyrie instead. I ran through school, and even college, skipped so many grades, graduated so early, became a Valkyrie. She lets out a small sad smile, sometimes I wonder if any of it was worth it, considering how it all ended up. I let out a considerate hum before smiling back at her, I'm gonna be selfish for a moment and say that, considering you ended up with me. I settle my forehead against her and wrap an arm around her waist, holding her close. Yeah, I think it was. Like that, Rose stares at me, completely and utterly flabbergasted. Then, slowly, ever so slowly, she reaches up and wraps her arms around my shoulders, tears pricking the corners of her eyes as her face starts rapidly heating up. Why yeah. She murmured back to me in bashful agreement, maybe, it was. All of a sudden, she leans forward. She didn't have to move much, only maybe a few inches at most, and she didn't even move that fast. Regardless, for once, Rose still caught me completely off guard. Chew. Rose leans in and kisses me on the lips. Her eyes squeezed shut, she gave me probably the most chaste kiss I've ever had in any lifetime. One delivered in the heat of the moment, without any planning or knowing how to kiss. That's okay, though. Because I know just how to respond. I wrap my other arm around her, letting her hands go to hold her entirely within my arms. I kept her close, even as she tried to naturally pull away. Poor girl has no idea what she's doing, and frankly, I'm no masterclass kisser, but I don't exactly need to be either. As soon as she tried, my lips immediately caught back up to hers and claimed them back, properly. Rose's little kiss was gentle, tentative, sweet, and not sloppy by any means, but it could barely be called a kiss. As soon as my lips crash into hers, Rose lets out a squeak before tapering off into a muffled, pleased moan. And just like that, she sits there. I hold her, my fingers digging into the softness of her dress, while her hands trail up from my shoulders to my head, messing with my hair for reasons she probably doesn't know. In my grasp, I can feel Rose as a shiver goes down her spine, our bodies locked in the kiss as we are, that's the only movement I feel. I don't count the moments, the seconds, as it goes on, until eventually Rose tilts her head to the side and lets out a shuddering breath for air, clearly for air. Yet still, I'm hungry now. Ross gave me a taste of something else, and I want more. So I follow her lips like a bloodhound on the hunt and kiss her again, drawing a shocked but no less pleased groan from the silver-haired girl in my arms. She gave me her first, I took her second. Then her third, fourth, fifth, until eventually, I stopped caring to count. For the next who knows how long, the only sounds that echoed in our area were satisfying sighs, low wet squishes, and airy, almost lewd moans. My hands were halfway under her sundress when another new noise entered the room. The sounds of fabric, moving. Oh. And a new voice. Almost at the same time, Maya and Rose's eyes flew open, for a split second taking in each other's slightly ragged appearance, before turning back toward where the curtain should be blocking anyone from seeing or even hearing us. Only to find said curtain peeled back every so slightly, revealing the face of a slightly younger girl, maybe a few years younger, peering in on us. The girl looked fairly similar to Rose, with the same silvery hair and blue eyes. If I knew she didn't have any siblings, I'd hazard a guess and say this is her younger sister or something. What really caught my eye, though, the fact that our little voyeur here was eyeing Rose specifically. Not in a perverted manner, and she didn't seem shocked, no, rather, she seemed in awe. "It's you." The younger silver-haired girl started, "It really is you." Aye. You I didn't know what you were talking about." Rose cried, quickly tried to scramble out of my grasp, reaching wildly for the sun hat she brought with her, which was placed at the end of the bench beside us. She didn't even manage to reach over to it halfway. Instead, while trying to twist around, she fell out of my lap, between my legs, and slammed her head on the table on her way down. Ayak. Rose now lay out on the floor, groaning and gurgling in mild pain and embarrassment. Chapter 88 End. I let out a long, low breath from my nose, my divine powers positively boiling beneath my skin as I leveled a glare straight toward the girl. Maybe it was the fact that my powers were starting to leak, or maybe my normal glare is just that scary. Be that as it may, I watched as the smaller silvery-haired girl seized up and started breaking out in a cold sweat, her gaze now focused solely on me. Now that I have her attention. 7 words, spoken with an impatient hiss. "What the fuck are you doing here? It better be important, or else this girl is going to have a very impromptu trip to Asgard's sun in her very near future." Chapter 96, Chapter. Schwertlight is starting to think that she may have made a terrible mistake. And everything was going so well before, too. First things first, actually finding this place didn't turn out to be so hard. Turns out that Hilda they mentioned. She was one of Odin's former bodyguards, just like Rosweiss. Schwertlight thought that name sounded familiar, and it was because she had heard of it before. Hilda was one of the rare few non-walkers to become a Valkyrie and even ascend further to be chosen by Lord Odin to become his bodyguard. As a result, even long after she left Odin's service, the other squad members still somewhat look up to her and gossip about what she's up to now. And that would turn out to be, working here. The romp through the shield wall. As a hostess. Schwertlight didn't get it. Is there supposed to be a joke here that she's missing? Regardless, finding out where this place was didn't turn out to be too much of a bother. What did, though, was actually trying to reach the place. She couldn't just suddenly leave, and neither could those 3, it turns out. Schwertlight swears, everyone gossips and talks so much shit all the time that they forget being a Valkyrie is a job. So when those 3 tried to sneak out, and the Valkyrie squad captain Brynhildr caught them. Terrifyingly powerful as Brynhildr is, the only other aspect of her that rivals her power is her professionalism. As such, well, she didn't take their attempts at excuses all that well. Now, off the job or out of earshot would have been a different matter, but in this case, they weren't getting off the hook. The captain is practically forcing those 3 to work themselves to the bone, even now, doing menial labor tasks and such as she watches, which suits Schwertlight just fine. It dissuaded her from even thinking about attempting the same thing. Of course, if 3 fully grown and realized Valkyrie couldn't get around the captain's magic, what chance did she have as a Valkyrie in training? That sucks, but still, it gave her time after she was relieved of her training and duties for the day, something that would usually be far tighter otherwise, as the times Valkyrie in training and full-blown Valkyrie squad members are let off the job aren't far apart. She knows it's to prepare them for the real job, all that other blah blah blah, but it still couldn't be more annoying in this case. Anyhow. She felt she had made it in good time, but next came the tricky part. Finding her. Getting in without tripping the detection barrier wasn't difficult at all. The magic was pretty old, showing clear neglect, so it was an easy job. Without anyone showing up there, and presumably to tell her what exactly she was looking at, well, that's where the real tricky part came in. Schwertlight just ended up sliding up each curtain, starting from those closest to her and going down the line. She didn't swing them open. Well, not all of them, anyhow. Just the first one. She wasn't going to make that mistake again. When she first came here, she didn't understand the fuss, beyond the fact that couples came here. Then, when she flung open that first curtain, and all she saw was big hairy Manas pistoning down between the legs of some girl from Alfheim on a table, she figured it out pretty quick. Thankfully, those 2 seemed too absorbed in their date to notice what she had done, so she was able to throw the curtain back in place and swiftly walk to the next. Whereat, she merely pulled it to the side a little and peeked in. Now, as she stands under a golden gaze increasingly glowing with the fury of the sun, she'd honestly say she'd prefer the big hairy ass to this. Seriously, who is this guy with Rosweiss, and why does it feel his glare alone will turn her to ash? I asked you a question. He abruptly snapped, as she just continued to gaze, a cold shiver running up her back, I'm expecting an answer, or I'll assume the worst. Geez, this guy. Quickly now, Shortlight gulped and stepped forward, closing the curtain behind her so nothing they said would leak out. Or do. Like being turned into paste. Hopefully, though, it won't come to that. After all, she is here for a very good reason. His gaze snapped between her and the curtain as she did, and he raised an eyebrow in askance. Then, his eyes started to shift. Danger screamed throughout her entire body, and almost on reflex, she held up her hands in surrender. Wait. Don't. Do whatever that is. Okay. I don't want any trouble. His eyes narrow but halt mid-shift, reverting to normal-looking eyes a moment later. The guy huffs, clearly not buying it entirely. You are a little young to be just any voyeur, I guess. Voyeur. She is not a voyeur. His eyes trail up and down her form now that she's revealed, but notably, not in a perverted way, despite the way the Valkyrie uniform is designed, it's purely observational. Realization glints in those eyes before he smirks. You're a Valkyrie, huh? He asks, already knowing the answer, obviously, yet she nods along, quickly confirming it regardless. So then, a voyeur, plus a Valkyrie. He muses aloud, what would that be, a Valkyrie? Now, hold on. Is what she would like to say, not just think. But the further along she stands her, the more and more she feels something pricking at the edges of her senses, growing stronger. A divine presence. Here. Sure, Walkir are half-gods, but they only get the classification by a technicality. They don't truly possess any divine powers like, say, an actual Norse god, like Lord Odin or Lord Thor. She knows the scent of divine power well. She's been in the presence of Lord Odin and was there when Lady Freya came to visit Valhalla. Now, not the same scent, but something almost adjacent to it, is growing right before her. Coming straight from him. This guy, he looks Eastern, they weren't wrong about that, he doesn't look from here at all. Yet this power, is he a? All of a sudden, he sighs and shrugs, man, it's no fun if you don't react, Valkyrie. She felt her eyebrow twitch and watched as his gaze caught it, and his smirk grew a fraction larger. All right then, Valkyrie, she's not, go on. Explain yourself. This is the second time I'm reminding you to do so, if I have to do a third, well. He points to his eyes, I'll force an explanation out of you. Schwartlight isn't sure how he intends to do that and would really rather not find out. Gritting her teeth, with indignation at the insult and fear at the clear threat, she forces out a breath, I came, to warn you. To warn her. She specified, gaze falling pointedly on Rosswise, or where she thinks she is anyways, as she couldn't see her anymore beyond her unmoving legs from under and past the bench. The guy's gaze shifted, his head turning back to look down at the girl who fell between his legs barely even a minute or so ago, before turning back to her. Did you now? He asked, curiosity piqued, yet she could tell he still didn't fully buy it. That's okay, this guy probably doesn't even know, but Rossweiss would. Schwartlight nodded, resolute, a few members from the Valkyrie squad, they caught wind of her being here, they're going to come after work. Come crash, all of this. She waves toward them. His gaze immediately sharpened. Ah, now she's got his full attention. Yet, the next words she hears aren't his. Who? Who are they? Even the guy is caught off guard as he perks up and turns back toward the voice. Rossweiss' legs finally move as she stands up, gently pulling the guy's other slightly glowing hand off her head as she does so. Wait, glowing. Rossweiss nods at him, flashing him a small, grateful smile, seemingly thankful, before she looks over him and toward her. Is it wrong that her heart skips a beat a little when her eyes fall on her, and recognition fills them? Wait a minute, you. Rossweiss starts, in slight disbelief, we've met before, haven't we? It's been a little while, but you. Her eyes glimmer, and she perks up. Schwartlight, right. Schwartlight feels like she might faint. You couldn't use offensive magic, Rossweiss continued, so you specialized in support magic, but to fight, you also learned Norse-style magic fencing, am I correct? Schwartlight nodded. Rapidly. Several times. Meanwhile, the guy looked between the two of them, a deadpan look on his face as if he wanted to interrupt and say, really? You two are doing this now? Rossweiss smiled, pleased. How's that been going for you? Pretty good. Schwartlight swiftly confirmed, but then again, of course it did. Why, you recommended it for me after all. She went on, growing far quieter with each word. Rossweiss blinked at her, unable to hear her by the end. The guy also blinked, and then he smiled. He had heard her, somehow, she knew it. Stupid god bullshit senses. That is a thing, isn't it? Whatever. Anyway. Schwartlight coughed, clearing her throat and getting away from all that, before she started getting flustered, the squad members that were on their way here. Rossweiss' gaze sharpened. Right, yes. do you know who they are? She nodded, eager to get a move on. I got their names but pretty much nothing else. She answered, sounding a little ashamed or disappointed in herself now that she's saying that out loud. After all, she did have some time, maybe she could have. That's fine. The voice of her former senior Valkyrie cuts through her thoughts, the names are more than enough. She gives a reassuring smile. Schwartlight couldn't help but send her a small smile back herself. Well, all right, Ortlind, Grimjord, and Helmwige, that's the three. With each name, Rosweiss' expression fell and fell, until her smile was replaced a near-dead and tired stare. I see, Rosweiss responded after a moment, her voice simmering with suppressed rage, so much so that Schwartlight flinched, and the guy looked up toward her former senior, concern clearly visible across his face. Rose. The guy asked quietly, and Rosweiss merely sighed. I don't think I ever really got into the details, and I won't, for now, but... She began with a grimace. To put it plainly, out of most of the Valkyrie squad, those three were probably the worst when it came to, well... Schwartlight saw fit to finish her senior's words for her, everything. Like, literally everything. They're insufferable bitches, somehow each in their own unique way. Rose flashed her an uneasy smile. That is one way to put it, yes. Huh. The guy blinked. So, like Norse mean girls, then. He observed. Honestly, Schwartlight wasn't sure what he was yapping about now, and judging by the eyebrow raise her senior flashed him, she didn't know either. Sure. Her senior eventually, tentatively, agreed with him, which the guy smiled at, and gave her a thumbs up. All right then. He began, wrapping his arms around Rosweiss' waist. Yeah. Nori EEP. Her senior squeaked, actually squeaked, as the guy, Nori, stood up, bringing her with him. He got off the bench, carrying Rosweiss with him, before turning completely toward her and setting down the older silver-haired girl. A bunch of bullies then, yeah. He continued, stretching arms, right then left, in that order. I can take care of em easy. Just give me 10, no, 5 minutes. If that. I'll extract an apology from them for you, then we can be on our way to whatever we want to do next. He eyed Rosweiss, giving her a happy-looking grin, yet underneath it all. The room suddenly felt suffocatingly hot. And not in a lewd way, either. She means that literally. Abruptly, that same scent of divine power thickened to an all-time high. She could feel the neglected magic around them, in this little quartered-off area, in the curtain, begin to buckle as if being bent. If this keeps up. In seconds, the entire array of spells around them would collapse, and then... Noriaki. Her senior's voice cut through it all once more, albeit this time, far more harshly and scoldingly. Schwartlight then found herself gasping for breath, coughing and hacking on her knees. When did she fall to her knees? She looked up and found her senior glaring up at Nori or Noriaki now, she guessed. In Rosweiss' hand was a magic circle of her own design and make, spinning and glowing its vibrant purple hue, but unfortunately, Schwartlight didn't have the luxury to stare and goggle at the craftsmanship. Not right now. Around Noriaki. Now she could see it. A golden divine glow, like a mist of honey venting off his form and into the air, pure divine power released unbridled. So he is a god, then. Of course, her senior would go and bag herself a god, wouldn't she? Out of everyone back in that stupid squad, Schwartlight can say for certain that Rosweiss deserves such a guy in her corner. Still, she wonders what exactly he's the god of. Banishing the thought for now, Noriaki continues looking down at Rosweiss, his smile never even slipping. Yes. He answers her slowly, like he isn't doing anything in particular and is confused by her tone. Watch it, Rosweiss warns, her glare turning into one of concern. If you keep this up, you'll bring the entire building down. Will I? Noriaki hums, uncaring, gonna have to be honest with ya, Rose. I don't care about the building. What? This guy. Rosweiss looked rightfully appalled, yeah. But the fines, the fees. Yeah. Wait. Did she just say something about fines? Meh. I can pay for it. Noriaki waved her off. Why is that the thing these two are focused on? Besides, he continued, before her senior could bring up something more important, hopefully, the way I see it. The only way those girls could have found we were here is if someone told them. And unless it was that random dad playing with his son outside, it can only be one other person whom we met, and who would even have the connection likely to pull something like this anyway. Hildur. Rose slumped slightly as she murmured her name, disappointment clear in her voice. The hostess. Noriaki nods, yeah, exactly. So. Fuck this place. If what the Voyalkire over there said is true, for real, she's not, then I don't want to pay a dime. And I especially won't be leaving a tip for such a petty bitch. Rosweiss let out a long, low sigh. I understand, Nori, but there are other people that work here, other than her. Destroying the place is just going to inconvenience everyone, and barely at that. She waved her hand. It's not like it'd take very much magic to restore the place anyway. There we go. A reasonable concern. Noriaki blinked at her. Wait, if wouldn't do much, then what's this talk about fines? Rosweiss gave a pained grimace. For destroying property, she elaborates further, I remember hearing about them all the time from Lord Thor, how they put even him in debt for a time. Okay, maybe the fines were more reasonable a concern, sheesh. Noriaki's blink once more was far longer and was followed up with his eyes widening slightly. It took a few seconds, but his misty aura of divine power radiating from him slowly evaporated away as he crossed his arms, giving her a small pout. All right, fine. I won't torch the place. Her magic circle spun out soon afterward, and the older silver-haired girl flashed him a grateful smile. Thank you. I'm still gonna beat the tar out of those bullies. He added shortly thereafter. Rosweiss holds up a finger to him. Actually, please, allow me to handle them. Noriaki perks up. Wait, really? He looks at her pointedly. Are you sure? Reaching up, tenderly, Rosweiss puts her hand against his cheek, and gives him a resolute nod and smile. I'm sure. I don't know how exactly I want go about handling them yet, but... Her smile turns a tad bit more mischievous. I have a few ideas, I think. Noriaki smiled back at her, yet for some reason, Schwartlight couldn't help but notice that it seemed more strained. Wait, no, worried. Why would he be worried about a smile? Well, all right then. Noriaki reached up, grasping her hand with his. I'll be right here, by your side, if you need anything. Rosweiss merely smiles back at him, her face flushing an adorable shade of pink. Really, Schwartlight couldn't be gladder that after leaving, her former senior wound up in a place far better around here. Truly, she deserves it. Schwartlight didn't notice, but all of a sudden, she found herself smiling at the scene. Oh, yeah. Noriaki suddenly looked over Rosweiss' shoulder at her and raised an eyebrow. Almost forgot you were here, Voelkire. You doing all right over there? That is, of course, until she got pointed out by him. With a huff, Schwartlight got back up on her feet. Just, peachy. Noriaki then proceeded to flash her a thumbs up. Neat. His gaze flickered back down to Rosweiss, who was staring at him expectantly, prompting him to give an exaggerated sigh. Oh yeah. Also, sorry for blasting you with my divine aura earlier. I got a little excited. Yeah, let's call it that. Schwartlight grumbled to herself. Such nonchalance. A god, even if his words and the scent of his aura didn't give it away. How troublesome. Well, she can't truly fault him for it since it was for Rosweiss and all, but still, how troublesome. It's fine, I suppose. She waved him off. Good, now then, he pauses, clicking his tongue while looking at her, you just gonna stand there, or... Schwartlight blinked. Oh yeah, what is she going to do now? Logically. She should just leave. Her entrance was bad enough, give the two lovebirds their time to do whatever. There's also the risk that if she stays and gets spotted by those three, work would suddenly become a living hell. Literally. Unless her senior plans to kill them. But somehow, Schwartlight doesn't expect she'll go that far. Though Schwartlight certainly wouldn't mind, and somehow, she didn't think her godly boyfriend would care either. Yet, despite all the risk, Schwartlight can't help but feel like running away. She looked back toward her senior's godly boyfriend, her mind made up and resolute. I'd like to stay, please. Noriaki narrowed his eyes back at her, but ultimately, he merely sighed, looking toward Rosweiss. Well, it's Rose's show for now. So, you think the Voelkire here would be able to help? Somehow, someway, she will find a way to get this god back for him tainting her with such a vulgar nickname. It doesn't help that her senior isn't even trying to defend her either, as the older silver-haired girl doesn't even comment as she looks her way, humming in thought. After a moment, Rosweiss' eyes sparkle, and she smiles. Actually, yes, she could. Schwartlight shivers. Okay. Now she's starting to understand why her boyfriend looked a little worried earlier. Just what does her senior have in mind for her former squad mates? Chapter 97, Chapter. I whistled contemplatively as Rose finished elaborating on her genius revenge plan. Across from me, our newest resident Voelkire seemed far more nervous than she was initially, probably because the plan relies almost entirely upon her unique skill set to even function. Norse-style magic fencing, huh? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. Or of our Voelkire, here. I certainly don't recall Rose ever mentioning this girl before in the light novels, which means either this is an entirely original and new thing, or it's a possible spin-off or extra material addition that I never got the chance to read before getting whisked away here. I've gotten a similar feeling before, so this situation isn't entirely new, but regardless. Bah. What does it matter now? Extra or entirely original, it's still new in totality to me. Which means I have to bully this suspiciously smaller rose-looking Valkyrie. It's the will of me, of course. Yes, I'm still plenty bitter about her interrupting our moment, even if I can reluctantly admit it was better her than the Valkyrie mean girl squad. Murder doesn't usually indicate a good time during a date, after all. Well, now, hold on a minute, this is a different culture, so it could be. A soft knock or tap to the side of my head sends me blinking back into the present, where Rose is sending me a pointed stare, the hand she just used to knock me upside the head lowering, with the Valkyrie somehow looking even more nervous. Whatever you're thinking, Rose started before I could even open my mouth, the answer is no. Most definitely, no. Damn, got read like an open book. Was I showing anything on my face there, though? Or is Rose developing senses relating to shenanigans now from being around me and Kuroka too much? Either way, I give Rose an exaggerated pout as I cross my arms and slump a bit. Rose rolls her eyes, giving me a small, amused smile before she turns to the Valkyrie. As I was saying, Schwartlight. Do you have any questions, comments, or concerns? The junior Valkyrie twitched at that, letting out a low breath that didn't seem to relieve her anxiety. Yes. Several, but unfortunately I don't think we have time to go through them all. Rose gives her an understanding nod. Then the most important first. The poor girl winces, I'm not sure I have enough control to pull off what you're asking. She states, completely unsure. Rose raised an eyebrow. How many swords can you control at once? Huh, swords, plural. At once. At that, the Valkyrie snaps her fingers, causing 4 Norse magic circles of a similar color to Rose's to appear at her back. From those 4 circles came swords, all Gate of Babylon style, but instead of shooting out of the circles like rockets, the Viking swords popped out and then proceeded to float behind her, staying in place even as the magic circles disappeared. Oh. Magic fencing, duh. After a moment, she adds with a sigh, just 4 right now. If I try to add a 5th, my mind starts getting all jumbled. She grumbles, seemingly ashamed. That doesn't last long, however, as Rose suddenly grabs her shoulders, her smile wide, that's plenty. Yeah. Her junior cries in shock, but controlling the duplicates. Sure, there are only 3, but it's still people, not just swords. Rose nodded, true. But I'll be helping. Together, the 2 of us can make it work. Ah, well. Slowly, the girl gives her back an uneasy smile, oh okay. It feels kind of dickish to bring it up like this, but I still feel the need to offer, just in case. You know, I begin, with some clones and some more transformation, I could do pretty much everything myself. I offer. Rose turns back towards me, for the most part, yes. Then she holds up a finger, until we get to Valhalla, where Brynhildr would feel out your divinity, even the tiny amounts you and your clones leak whilst using your powers. She's around gods too much not to be sensitive to divinity. So that's why the only thing I get to do is here, huh? Now, granted, it's still a really fun thing, but still. Fair enough. I clicked my tongue, resigned, before adding, though, are you sure you don't want my part, though? Don't you have anything to say to them personally? Now at that, Rose frowned, I do. And while it would make them mad, it wouldn't make them the right kind of mad we'd need for this to work. So, she nodded to herself, and gave me a resolute stare, I'm leaving it all up to you. I couldn't help the chuckle that left my lips as I reached over and patted her head on head, my silver-haired girl letting out a low whine as I did. Unfortunately, she bats away my hand with a huff and a pout quickly after, continuing just as quickly, all right, let's get this started, then. Schwartlight. The Valkyrie perks up, yes. Ma'am. We're going to head out, watch for them, find a good place to make the swap, and so forth. She then sends me another glance. Nori. Right, I wave her off, I'm on in. Man, when was the last time I used this? Or have I ever even? My hands moved far quicker than either could likely see, but I knew exactly what hand seals they were making. Only 3. Dog. Boar. Ram. Transformation. The little curtain area we stood in was abruptly filled with a smoky white cloud, with me as its source. And when it cleared, both girls, despite my telling them it was possible mere minutes ago, couldn't have looked more shocked as they stared my way. As for myself, well. For one, I looked down and couldn't see my feet anymore. Why? Because there was a ravine of succulent soft-titted flesh now blocking my view. I whistled, damn, Rose. But it was distinctly not my voice that was coming out, how do you see with these things in the way? I reached my hands up, but unfortunately, they were completely stopped by Rose darting over and grabbing them. Please. Don't. She practically begged, her face a pure, scarlet red. Begged in the same voice, albeit with a different tone due to emotion, as mine. Looking forward at her now, I find my eyes meeting hers perfectly as well. And looking back down. I find myself wearing the same thing she's wearing, too. Transformation jutsu is successful. Alright. Fine. I reply, the first word all cutesy and girly, then all snobbish on the second, with Rose's normally suppressed accent coming out there, for some reason. I was just playing around, saying stuff in tones I'd never heard Rose in before, just to see what it sounded like. Also, the way Rose squirmed with embarrassment made me want to do it more, but unfortunately. I let out a good-natured chuckle and pat Rose on the head. All right, go on, you two, I'll be right here. Call me when they're almost here, and we can get this show on the road. Oh okay. The Valkyrie agreed, still in a state of absolute shock at what she had just witnessed. Rose eyed me for a second, but that only made her blush more and turn away, her body squirming as she did. Alright, see, with reactions like that, I've got to do at least one more tease. So, I lean forward, idly noting the heft of my chest, and peck her on the cheek. EEH. Rose promptly full-on shrieks in shock and grabs the Valkyrie, Okaberedi will Calliope. With that, she makes a mad dash out and away, dragging her poor junior along with her. I giggle a happy little girlish giggle, although unlike Rose's, my version in her voice is far more mischievous, more cackling. I sit back down, pick up Rose's sun hat, and set it on my head. It fits nicely and snugly, as it should. Now then, what shall I do while I wait? Slowly, my gaze falls upon my transformed chest. Only to sigh in discontent and shake my head, setting my gaze up and forward once again. I did it as a joke earlier, so there's no point in groping them now that I'm all alone. I've never felt Rose's before, see, so they wouldn't feel like hers. Right now, I'm using Kuroka's as a placeholder for that part of her body. Shame that. Anyhow, I suppose I'll spend however long I have left to wait rehearsing my lines, so to speak. I'd say Rose is too nice because she's letting me be the one to smack-talk them. But then again, she let me be the one to smack-talk them. I almost feel bad for those three. Almost. A new son. Are we there yet, Ort? Helm nagged, for the umpteenth time since they left. Grimjord had to hold in another sigh, instead staring straight ahead, pretending to be unbothered when she wanted to strangle Helm with her overdone hairdo. F for the last time. Ort, their panicky little friend, for once seemed very close to snapping, no. No, we are, N-O-O. She cut herself off before stopping, causing the whole group to stop, before she looked up from the phone she's been staring at the entire way here. Never mind, it's over there. She pointed, and the two followed with their gazes. It was Helm that, as usual, reacted first, with a whistle. Man, not a half-bad place at all, huh, Grim? Grim simply nodded. It was nice and out of the way, but not so far out to be an inconvenience to reach, while at the same time seeming nice and modest from the outside at least. Helm snickered, still can't get over the name. She mused aloud. Ort blushed at the remark, scrambling to put her phone away, the dolt nearly dropping it as she tries to send it away with a small circle. Grim couldn't help but chuckle. The name of the place is hilarious, after all. Having finally put her phone away, Ort started randomly adjusting her uniform, likely from nerves. Oh okay. She started with a gulp. Now that we're here, how should we do this? Helm turned, looking at the klutz with a raised eyebrow. We bust down the door and grab her, don't we? Grim immediately face-bombed. Thankfully, Ort had the sense to look appalled. What? She cried, no. We can't do that. T the finest. Helm's eyes widened almost comically, and she immediately turned a sickly pale. Right, okay. She let out a shuddering sigh before asking her, Grim. Whatcha thinking? Simple. She answers without need for deliberation. We walk in. Hilda is on the clock today, no. She'll appear at the door, we ask her where she set them at, and then go from there. None of them have ever even been inside Hilda's workplace before, why would they? So, they have no idea what to expect going in. Grim nods to herself, continuing, we'll need Hilda for this, whether we just mess around with them or do something more. Either way. Ort nodded, sounds like a plan. Helm groaned, ugh. Plans. This doesn't need to be that complicated. Walking inside isn't that complicated, though. Ort uttered, legitimately befuddled. But she, as usual, was promptly ignored. Helm doesn't do proper logic after all, she's just itching to cause trouble. Do you have anything that would let us get in without being forced to take 3 more jobs to pay off egregious amounts of debt? Grim countered without even looking Helm's way. No. She replied with a low grumble. Grim huffed haughtily. That's what I thought. You, girls. Ort mumbled in disbelief, her eyes slowly going wide. But she was ignored again, as Helm whirled on Grim and glared at her. "'Scuse me bitch, did you say something?" Helm gritted out. Grim barely looked at her, looked down at her, specifically. Of the three, hilariously, Helm was the shortest. Sorry. Grim began, unamused, I couldn't hear you down there. She tilted down slightly, her ear facing the girl, say again. You little dash. Gee girls. Ort interjected, grabbing them both by their shoulders as she shouted. Helm immediately turned with an aggravated grunt, practically shoving Ort away as she did so. What? She hissed. Oh, I apologize. Each of them froze, absolutely stock still. That voice. That wasn't any of theirs. That was the voice of a girl she hadn't heard in some time now. If you'd like, I can come back later once you've all sorted out, whatever this is. She continued, completely nonplussed. Hearing her voice a second time was enough to shock Grim enough to look forward once again, just to make sure. She had to see, had to be sure. Much like Ort, she found her own eyes widening much the same, as standing merely a dozen or so steps away was her. The meat hall framed their former squad mate's strikingly beautiful form, her silver hair flowing freely down her back, her body clad in a well-fitting sundress, and her head capped with a wide and long-brimmed sun hat. It's her, it's definitely her. It looks like her, and a cursory glance with her magical senses allows her to feel the familiar pang of her magic, though constrained tightly, it radiated before them still. Yet, at the same time. Roswai stood there, her arms behind her back, her body tilted to the side slightly as she looked at them and smiled. It felt off. So off. Yet Grim couldn't say exactly how it was off. Of course, the other two didn't pick up on that, or if they did, they certainly didn't show it. Helm stepped forward immediately. Nah, it's fine, see, we were actually trying to figure out how to approach you, but since you came right out to us anyway. She smirked, widely, it's settled. Do stay, little Rose. Roswai shrugged, her smile never leaving her face. Okay. She answered with barely a beat. Helm blinked, not expecting that response, Good. Yeah. The Roswais Helm knew, that they all knew, would have had a far more animated response to seeing them again. Two mocking her new nickname like that. A frown, a professional smile, asking what they want, telling them to leave, literally anything. Not just, this. So. Ort began to speak up, where's Dash? Only to be cut off entirely, much to the Klut's utter shock. Now then. Roswais continued abruptly, who are you three again? Helm staggered back as if struck. Why you're kidding, right? Why yeah. Ort gaped at their former squad member. Grim gritted her teeth, unable to say anything at this point. Oh, right, my apologies. She bowed her head slightly, something they were far more familiar with. I'm sorry. It's just I don't have time to remember a bunch of losers. Whatever familiarity that action brought was dashed by her next line in an instant. Excuse me. Grim finally spoke, muttering in growing outrage. Helm was glaring daggers at this point, and even Ort had an ugly little frown across her face. I do believe you heard me. Roswais raised her head back up, her smile still had not left. You're losers, correct? Am I to assume you've grown deaf as well since I left? Her gaze snaps toward Grim specifically. Or is your head too busy being in the roots to hear? I'll tell you right now. Her smile grows far wider, almost eerily so, you won't find a boyfriend up there, you kissless virgin troll. Grim saw red. Hold it. Ort suddenly grabbed her, wrapping her arms around her waist. Grim didn't even know she was moving, didn't know she had summoned her spear, and was in the process of firing up a lightning spell that would scour this bitch off the street. Fortunately, Ort was only one girl, and there were two of them. The fuck did you just call my friend? Helm screeched like a Celtic banshee. She didn't draw a weapon or prepare a spell, she just blasted straight for their former squad mate like a bull. Speaking of kissless virgins. Roswais mused as Helm charged, looking right at her with a lopsided smile. You. Bitch. She lunged, swinging. She missed. Roswais abruptly appeared right at Helm's back. Both Grim and Ort's eyes went wide. Teleportation magic. It had to be, they didn't see her move. Yet, at the same time, they didn't see a magic circle either. Wah. Woah. Helm nearly fell forward straight onto her nose as her fist passed through the air, and she was forced to come to a screeching halt, hopping several times on one foot, trying to maintain her balance and stay upright. Roswais turned and gave her what amounted to a pat on the back. The girl fell over like a stack of cards, straight into the dirt. Ack. Fuck. My uniform. Helm whined, enraged. Roswais didn't look impressed, merely raising an eyebrow down at her. Pigs stay in the mud and dirt where they belong. She suddenly spoke as though fact, causing Helm to freeze in place, as though struck and encased in ice. Why you. Helm began heaving, frothing with a rage neither Grim nor Ort even thought possible. Wow. Rossweiss gave her a side eye. You sure squeal a lot, don't you? No wonder no guy wants to be around you. Why you, I. Tears began pricking at the corners of Helm's eyes, her body beginning to violently shudder, as though she couldn't decide between murder or crying. Ort took a step toward Rossweiss, positively enraged at this point and glaring at their former squad mate, yet still trying to hold back Grim all the same. That's enough. She cried out, furious, what's the matter with you? Rossweiss turned to Ort, slowly, smile ever unmoving, what's the matter with me? The real question you should be asking, pigtails dash. Pigtails. Ort cried out, exasperated at Rossweiss, seemingly actually forgetting her name. Regardless, Rossweiss continued unabated, isn't what's wrong with me. It's what's wrong with you. She pointed at Ort specifically, but Grim could tell she was talking to them all. After all, I just went on a date. What felt like ice water was dumped on them all at once. They had forgotten, in the heat of the moment, that there was a guy. Yes, an actual date, and guess who isn't kissless anymore? She gave them all a cheeky little grin before her gaze focused on Ort. I know I was pretty shy when it came to this stuff, but geez, Rose mused wisely, I can at least see clearly why you can't get a date, pigtails. You couldn't ask a toaster to toast your bread for you, much less ask an actual guy out. Ort stared. Blankly. Then, she let Grim go. Get her. She spoke plainly. And for once, Grim couldn't agree more with Ort. Grim leaped, her spear raised, and pointed straight for Rossweiss' chest. Screw magic, she'll make her bleed the old-fashioned way. Helm also answered the call, a magic circle spiraling before her fist as she rose to knock her in the back of the head. There's an insignificantly small part of her that realizes that causing lasting damage wouldn't be a good idea for their careers. At the same time, though, Grim can't be bothered to care right at this moment. Especially when both her spear and Helm's magically enhanced fist pass through the air. Again. Ort stands there, eyes wide, unblinking, as Rossweiss leans against her back. She hums aloud, not to mention, beyond all else. You three are pathetically weak. She leans back, her mouth right to Ort's ear, yet all of them could hear her pretty clearly. I surpassed you all years ago, don't look so surprised. Your attacks don't mean anything, you three don't mean anything. Ort whirls around, magic circles spinning into existence across her arm as she attempts to swipe at her. Yet, she couldn't even clear the turn before Rossweiss was gone again, this time further down the road. Rossweiss merely waved to them, completely unbothered. All three Valkyries turned her way and charged at her head-on. Every attack they threw was dodged. Every spell they slung missed. Yet each time, Rossweiss slung a verbal barb that struck deep into each of their cores. And all the while, they never realized that, bit by bit, they were led back to the place they had just come from. An enormous hall made of pure, glorious gold. Valhalla. Chapter 98, Chapter. With all the same rage that brought them there, the three Valkyrie burst through the golden double doors of Valhalla, the same doors they swore they just saw her slip into. Yet, as the entrance hall stretched out before them. Phew-uck. Helm heaved, stepping further inside, the magic around her fists dimming. Where did that bitch go? She was nowhere to be found. Ort slumped slightly, her full body heaving as she panted, she couldn't have gotten far now, come on. Grim huffed, the least winded of the three, yet even still, she wasn't starting to feel the burn in her legs and magic power reserves. It was a wild goose chase straight from the start. She had taken off in a random direction, and no matter how much they tried, no matter how much they fought, they couldn't even touch her. They were always just out of arm's reach. Their spells never even so much as nicked her hair. But they were persistent, very persistent, and it thankfully didn't take too long before she visibly seemed to slow down. Grim became fairly certain then about the speed she was showcasing before. It was some kind of enhancement spell that was precast before their encounter. She's pretty sure the others would agree with that assessment. Because as soon as it wore off, she turned almost immediately and made way straight for Valhalla. Grim is also pretty sure she knows why. You two, Grim called, beginning to bark orders, spread out. Look for her, but be careful. We did enough damage on the way here, last we need is the captain to get on our asses over destroying the hall, too. Helm huffed and grumbled, while Ort shivered and began panically ranting, but we avoided torching like, the houses and stuff, right? We kept our blast contained, and to the roads, so it should be fine, right? Grim rolled her eyes. There's still going to be fines for that, Ort. Oh, gods. Ort slumped further, her entire body quivering. I'm going to have to take out a third loan, aren't I? And pick up another job. I dash. Okay. Helm slammed a hand over Ort's mouth. Shut the fuck up. Please. We'll think of something together. Besides, she slowly let Ort's mouth free. We've got to deal with something a little more important right now, don't you think? All right. Ort nodded after a moment, taking a quivering breath as she tried to calm herself down. While you two do that, Grim continued at last, I'm going to go keep the captain company. Just in case. Both Helm and Ort looked back at Grim at her words, their eyes slowly widening as what she said settled upon them. You don't think? Helm trailed off with a snarl. Really, she'd go to the captain? Ort muttered in disbelief and horror. Truly, Grim doubted the possibility. While she wasn't personally sure about how their captain would react to her showing up, she could also say with fairly high certainty that Rosweiss telling on them wouldn't amount to much. It never really had in the past, after all. Somehow, Grim doubts it'd mean much now. Still, the possibility is there that, now that she's no longer part of the squad, she'd try and spin the events of this night somehow, or try something with the captain specifically, to try and get out of this or put them in far more trouble. Yeah, Grim won't be risking that. And she says as such, with a shake of her head, maybe. Maybe not. Better not risk it. Damn bitch. Helm clicked her tongue, well, it's not like there's any need to worry about it, we'll find her, won't we, Ort? Huh? Oh. Why yeah. She stammered, yet nodded resolutely. With that, those two Valkyries ran off, and Grim began making her way toward the captain's office. So fast they did, in fact, that none of them even noticed the 3 magic circles springing into existence right where they once stood. A new sun. As Grim approached the captain's office door, she couldn't help but admit internally that she was more than a little nervous. Unlike pretty much every other Valkyrie, the captain, the Brynhildr, she's professional. Professional to an absolute fault. She doesn't gossip, she doesn't joke, Grim can't recall her ever smiling, or even attempting to have fun. Especially during the job. Never during the job. And even when she isn't on the job, Grim doesn't recall Brynhildr doing anything besides work. Or training. But then again, she is the strongest Valkyrie of their generation. Of course, it wouldn't be easy keeping and maintaining that name. Right. Brynhildr isn't even her real name, it's the name she inherited when it was determined she was the strongest, and that was some time ago. Grim doesn't even know her real name. So, all in all, if she thinks about it, she's sort of screwed. But it's not like the other two would have better chances of dealing with her, considering Helm's borderline constant delinquency, and Ort's ever-present nervousness. Yeah, those two would be more liable to get them in more trouble rather than helping here. So, it's up to her. Before her sat an ornately crafted office door. As with everything else in the hall, it was made of gold, but uniquely, the door featured entirely different decoration. Figures. It was covered in images of people, Valkyrie, to be more specific. Though their faces were blank masks, from the top, all the way up to the bottom, each woman looked different in some way, even if minor. Whether it be body shape, hairstyle, or even the type of weapon they used, you'd be able to tell each one was their own person. And at the topmost part of the door, a plaque, etched with a single word, a name. Brynhildr. She hasn't been here often, and when she usually is, she's dreading the visit, so she's never really had the time to take in the exact design of the door. Hell, why would she? It's a door. Yet now. She can't help herself. Each one of these figures were a past Brynhildr, a past captain of the Valkyrie squad, and there were so many. It puts it into perspective just how far away they are now from that golden age. Enter. She's shocked stiff from her thoughts as a mature, feminine voice beckons her from the other side of the door. Grim really shouldn't be surprised, of course, their captain could sense her coming. As there was no point in hesitating anymore, Grim stepped forward, pushing the golden office door open as she did. Only to be greeted by more gold as she stepped in. Typical. It is Valhalla, after all, even the office spaces must be covered every inch in as much gold as feasibly possible. Except, office space it may be, the gold here was noticeably more muted in its shine. Here, the gold was far darker, almost rustic. Truly, just how old this single room was apparent with that one slight difference. As such, dark golden bookshelves and file cabinets lined the walls, and wherever there was space in between, frescoes and paintings of battles and warrior women past were slotted in to take up the space. The center of the room is where all the action lay, a large, dark, golden office desk sat, stacked with papers and parchment, and the only thing brightly gold-colored compared to the rest of the room. A computer, something Grim heard was called a Mac by the humans down in Midgard. Supposedly, such machines were developed here for Asgard, but according to some rather baseless rumors, Lord Odin himself merely purchased the machines and brought them here, before painting them gold and claiming the former. But as mentioned, those are baseless rumors at best. There's no way Lord Odin would lie like that. In the end, however, none of that stuff took Grim's attention. No, it was the woman behind the desk that did. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, with long light blue hair, and piercing eyes of the same color that were already set on her, sat their captain. And judging by the unamused look on her face, Grim was pretty sure she wasn't in a great mood to begin with. Joy. the moment the door shut behind her, Brynhilde began. Grimgerd. Her name slipped through her captain's name like a number, nearly making her wince. Excellent. I was going to call you and your friends here in the morning, but I suppose we can do this now. Ah. Seeing as she didn't respond, Brynhilde continued, her gaze never moving off her face. You, Helmwige, and Ortlind. She began anew with a list. I just got a report that you three were throwing around combat magic in the streets. Brynhilde set one hand over the other, her gaze becoming a glare as she looked at her. Would you care to explain your and your friend's actions? Well. Fuck. How the hell is she supposed to get out of this one? If she already got the report, somehow, then shouldn't she know already the why? In which case, this is a trap, isn't it? She can't just lie directly to the Brynhilders like that. She can't say she'd survive the punishment. Letting out a shaky breath, Grim stood straight and began, Ma'am, we were chasing, Rossweiss, ma'am. Brynhilde rose an eyebrow, chasing, Rossweiss, She's back in Asgard, then. Grim could barely pick up the hint of curiosity in Brynhilde's tone, something not at all surprising, considering she personally taught Rossweiss her magic. To this day, Grim couldn't say whether such special tutelage is another source of pity or jealousy toward the young former Valkyrie. After all, Brynhilde's spars with the girl weren't private, and calling them spars is a little off the mark. Regardless, Grim nodded and answered the question given to her by her most high senior. Yes, she is, ma'am. Brynhilde let out a low, tired sigh. Of course, she shows up, and immediately someone gets into it with her. Without another word, she reaches out, picking up 3 separate file folders, and tucking them under a larger stack of them. The gods will handle you 3 on this matter, as you were off the job, and Rossweiss isn't employed here anymore anyway. Grim barely got a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Now then. Grimgerd. She continued, far too quickly, since I presume you didn't come here for all of that, I must ask, what are you doing back here so late? All of a sudden, Grim found her mouth dry and her throat closing up. Yeah, she really didn't think this one through at all, did she? Her knee-jerk explanation was that she came back to find her spear, but that stupidity was quickly tossed out when she remembered she could summon the thing at any time with her magic. That left her mind blank for a second. Until she remembered that hint of curiosity in Brynhilde's voice earlier. Ma'am, she began, slowly, to word this right, I just came to tell you about Rossweiss, in case you cared to know. Brynhilde gave her another eyebrow raise, though her face not changing beyond its stoic mask didn't give her any other hint to how exactly she felt about her words. For a moment, Brynhilde didn't say anything at all, and during that small window of time Grim was fairly certain she was screwed. How? She didn't know. Just screwed. Then Brynhilde finally said something, and it nearly gave Grim the whiplash of the ages. How was she doing? It was 4 simple words, yet not only did Grim never expect such a question from the captain's mouth, the way she said it. Melancholic. Even though her face didn't change, if it did, Grim could almost imagine her sporting an almost sad smile. Well, Grim began, clamming her petty jealousy deep down so it doesn't show, she was out with a guy. At Hilder's new workplace. So, presumably, good. Despite her best attempts, her seething still seeped out a little bit at the end there. Thankfully, Brynhilde didn't seem to notice it, or, if she did, she didn't care. As she was too busy looking visibly shocked. Truly. Brynhilde stammered, not entirely unlike Ort, little Rossweiss. She reached up and rubbed her chin, looking almost contemplative. Also, Grim could hear it, she knows the feeling and tone as much as any Valkyrie does after all. But Brynhilde's last word there. Unmistakably bitter. Grim has no idea what to do with this new information, but she must admit that internally, her perspective of Brynhilde has cracked a little bit. If not even she, the strongest Valkyrie of the generation, can escape the loneliness, then what hope do the rest of them have? Fortunately, she's not allowed to ponder that thought. Behind her, outside the office, sounds begin echoing through the walls. Brynhilde perks up, but Grim turns to face the door as the sounds get louder. It almost sounds like the roar of a shockwave. The office door promptly flew open with a thunder crack. Grim barely had time for her eyes to widen, for her to sense the unmistakable feeling of Helm's magical power, and recognize that the shockwave was likely one of her Norse-style magic boxing ones. Then it hit her, and she was in the air. For barely a second, as her body slammed into something far harder than any wall. A sky-blue Norse magic barrier circle. Brynhilde's barrier circle, cast so quickly she didn't even sense or feel it being summoned until she had struck it. The shockwave broke apart as it crashed against the barrier, leaving Brynhilde's desk untouched, and Grim to slide down the barrier and onto the floor. The magical barrier winked out a second later. Then, her voice came, once again, speaking her name. Grimgerd. No longer spoken like a number, one of many Valkyrie, but instead with a dangerous askance. And Grim saw exactly what she meant, as the office door hung open, and they both saw into one of the many golden halls of Valhalla. Specifically, the now trashed Golden Hall of Valhalla. With decorations blasted and fallen over, golden tiles cracked and flung, and other doors stretching along the halls broken open, if on their hinges at all. A sword was suddenly held right beneath Grimm's chin. Her gaze flickered down. What struck her first was the ornate Norse runes inlaid across the center of the blade. What struck her second was just how old and nearly worn it looked. Third? Who was wielding it? Brynhildr, who now somehow stood right next to her. Her wrist flexed. The runes of the sword glowed, and the sword ignited into a blade of flames. What was that? Grimm's eyes shot between the flaming blade and Brynhildr's, her stoic face now replaced by one of absolutely simmering fury, and she realized something. Now they're absolutely screwed. A new sun. Next to use, the Valkyrie collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Oh okay. Teetha, hot dash. She gulped, then gagged, and nearly doubled over, her entire body caked in sweat and looking like she was going to throw up and pass out at the same time, somehow. Rose was quick to kneel next to her, rubbing her back soothingly, a reassuring smile on her face despite the sweat dripping down her brow. There, Schwert. You did amazingly, well done. Well, not just reassuring, she looked damn near ecstatic even. Also, cute nickname. Still going to use mine. Dash. She couldn't even thank her without gasping for breath, that's how out of it she was now. It didn't take a genius to guess what exactly was wrong with her, so I did just that, run out of magic. Rose gave a confirming nod, pretty much. Exhausted it with powerful, unfamiliar magic. Even I felt the blow to my reserves as well there. Rose let out a breath. Still, it all went according to plan. Her smile grew wider better, even. I looked out from our watchpoint, a building looking straight out at Valhalla, the massive, pure golden meat hall that Rose had trained at to become a Valkyrie. So they did more than just trash the place? I asked, curious. After all, I didn't understand magic mambo-jumbo, and I certainly didn't understand Norse magic mambo-jumbo. To me, all I saw was them playing DJ with magic circles. All I know is the plan. That being, lead them here, then, Rose and the Valkyrie here were going to create magic duplicates of the Valkyrie Mean Girl Squad, and use them to get them in big trouble with their captain. Now, since they're trying to duplicate something other than themselves, the clones can't do much of anything, really, besides basic movements and such. The Valkyrie's job was to give them more lifelike movement, in case anyone saw them, via whatever magical telekinesis she uses to control her swords. Rose, meanwhile, cast the actual magic through them that was to destroy a bunch of stuff. Rose came back up on her feet, shaking her head, smile still brimming. No, they still did that, but due to them throwing around so much magic on the way here, I was able to take the signature, or feel of their magic, if you will, and throw that around as the duplicates went around trashing everything. I raised an eyebrow, then that means, like, anyone who checks the damage will sense their signature on it from the magic. Rose shook her head at that, such small-scale magic won't leave a detectable trace. No, what it means is any spells that those duplicates cast. I was able to put their signature on it, so if someone is in the presence of the magic, they'll sense that person's signature. Ah. I smirked, I see. So then, the captain. Rose mirrored my smirk. Yes. Valhalla flashed. I don't mean the building itself, no, I mean from within, a flash that broke through the windows and lit up the evening darkness around it like a small sun. Rose recoiled, almost instinctively, damn near slamming into me. Even from here, we could hear the screams from here. Very, very pained girlish screams. Rose let out a sigh of relief, perhaps too well. That was Brynhildr starting to do her job. We should, probably move. I pat her on the back, are you sure you don't want to stay and watch the fireworks? I ask. Rose thinks for a moment before shaking her head, I know what's going to happen to them now. That's enough. That's ominous. Well, all right. I pat her on the head, unwilling to fight her on this. All of this was her idea. If she's satisfied, so am I. Then I blinked, as a thought occurred, wait, how are we going to pay back Hildur? I just realized, we never really made a plan for her. It kind of all got focused around those three. Rose looked up at me, blinking in realization, a light dusting of pink marring her cheeks in embarrassment. Oh. Right. Well, that should be easy, if Schwert is up for it. Said Valkyrie heaved out a slightly choked gasp. Yeah, I chuckle, looking toward the poor girl, I'll take care of it. Tell me, what did you have in mind? I asked, looking back down at Rose. The dusting across her cheeks grew deeper as she leaned up on her tiptoes to mutter into my ear. I snorted soon after. That simple. Why yeah. She confirmed, her gaze hardening, she doesn't deserve much thought, does she? I grinned and simply nodded at her. I can get behind that. It didn't take much effort to make a little under half a dozen clones. Rose didn't drop a bead of sweat as she cast a single spell on each to spoof the magical detection of the restaurant, then teleport the small group there. Then, I got to watch once they were done. As each one got there, and walked right on into the place, with no one to greet them. As each one turned into our former hostess. And finally, as each one took turns flinging open every single curtain, practically tearing the things down as they did. They made sure every single occupant saw who they were before vanishing, poofing one after the other. By the end of it, the hall was filled with the sounds of very angry, very exposed couples, whose couplings were all cut short. Have fun dealing with that, bitch. Those Yelp reviews are going to suck. A shame I won't get to see her face dealing with all that, but oh well. She was just a footnote, after all. Chapter 99, Chapter. By now, the golden glowing circle in the Asgardian sky has been replaced by a slightly smaller glowing silver circle, barely peeking over the edge of the horizon. The evening is over, and the nighttime has begun. Yet despite that, the realm of the Norse gods doesn't appear to sleep. I sit now on top of a far larger building, still old Viking-inspired in design, yet far more modern in build. The closest thing this place has to a skyscraper, considering, you know, the low-hanging sky and all that. Rose sits beside me, cuddled against my side, her arms wrapped around my arm, and her head leaning against my shoulder. Before us lay a full-on urban sprawl of buildings looking the same as the one we were sitting on now. Despite the darkness, there was practically nothing we couldn't see, as lights within the buildings and across the streets lit up everything. And if I were to turn around, facing out toward the countryside, the place where we spent most of our time in Asgard so far, I'd see much the same yet far more sporadic. Truly, I could sit here and stare at it all for a long time. Is this really all you want to do? I lean down a bit toward Rose as I ask, curious. Rose only nods and lets out an affirmative hum, her eyes closed and a gentle and contented smile on her face. As much as I would like for her to fall asleep like this, peaceful and content, there are more than a few problems that would arise from that. For instance, I'm not sure I'd be able to bring us home myself. I don't know about magical teleportation, and my form of transportation might only result in us slamming into the branches of the world tree at warp speed. Also, I turned my head, looking behind and off to the side from us, lying not too far away, was the Valkyrie. Yeah, she's still here. She's not awake, though, she's out. Magical exhaustion finally caught up to her not long after I dealt with Hildur. By that point, she could barely speak, and out she went. She'd be fine, she just needs rest, according to Rose, anyway. The thing is, she doesn't know where our Valkyrie here lives. Leaving her at Valhalla wasn't an option, since a magically exhausted Valkyrie would be very suspicious, considering what had just gone down. Rose speculated she might have a sister, but she wasn't entirely sure on the matter, and regardless, pretty much all the Valkyries are petty little virgins, so that also wasn't an option. We could have left her with Rose's grandmother. Well, I suggested we did. And no. Rose exclaimed, fidgeting and flushing at the same time, I am not ready for that why yet. I had to force down a chuckle as the memory of Rose's reaction to that idea passed through my head again. I should have assumed, though, that meeting your significant other's parents stage isn't exactly something that usually happens so soon, and Rose, in specific, is already as green as can be regarding this, so yeah. Anyhow, in the end, we resolved to pretty much carry the poor girl around with us until she wakes up, which leads us to now. Rose switched the girl's clothes out of her Valkyrie uniform into something warmer and more comfortable, although I have to admit, I was more than a little surprised about the outfit Rose put on her. It was Gyru, gal fashion, although Rose had no idea what any of that meant. It's apparently what Rose remembered her wearing besides the Valkyrie armor, so I went along with it, but still, our little Valkyrie here is full of surprises. I do kind of feel bad just leaving her there, though. I know she's not human, so maybe it's not as big a deal, but lying on wood and stone can't exactly be comfortable, can it? Ah, well. Rose never brought that up as a concern, so I'll assume it's fine. As we sit, I absent-mindedly rub my hand along Rose's thigh, prompting the silver-haired girl to let out a breath and shiver just a tad. Nori. Rose suddenly speaks up, albeit softly, causing me to blink and look back down at her. I don't let the suddenness get to me, though, sup. You well. Rose draws her gaze downward, her eyes closed, before abruptly rearing his head back up, straight to my face, and just as suddenly kissing me. It was nothing like before, this one was incredibly quick, more like a peck she didn't even give me time to properly react. Except now she was looking at me, meeting me eye for eye. It's getting pretty late, she starts, the only hint of what she'd just done being the slight quiver of trepidation in her voice and her burning cheeks, not here, but I mean, back in Japan. Back home. She considers Japan her home now. We should, probably head back, I think. She seems oddly nervous about this, doesn't she? I raise an eyebrow, looking back at her, done with the sightseeing already, huh? It was a pretty beautiful view. I give her a pointed stare and a little wink, causing the poor silver-haired girl to flinch more, but, all right. If you're done, then I guess we can call it a night. Rose nods quickly, before adding, done here, yes. End of the night, though. She trails off like she wants to add more, but shakes her head instead, stopping herself. Well, now, looks like someone's got something planned, huh? I don't want to jump to conclusions, so I'll keep my lips zipped shut for now. Instead, I point back toward the still unconscious Voyalkyrie with my thumb. We're taking her with us back to Japan, then. If that's all right. I give her a nod and a reassuring smile, we've got plenty of space. The only thing I'm worried about is her waking up and thinking she got kidnapped or something. I think it'll be fine, I'll leave her a note or something by her bed. Rose muses a simple solution, to which I shrugged. If that'll do fine, go for it. I encourage her, to which Rose nods back after a moment. Without another word, I get up. It takes a moment or two more before Rose lets me go, as she was still holding onto my side. She let out a little squeak of embarrassment when she realized what she was still doing before she did. Cute stuff. I walk over and pick up the Voyalkyrie, swinging the girl over my shoulder in a good old-fashioned fireman's carry. Only the special and good girls get the princess carry. Anyhow, cargo acquired, I walk back over to Rose, who was now holding a steadily spinning magic circle in her hand. She didn't necessarily drop the circle, so much as it floated down out of her hand before hitting the ground. As I rejoin her side, the circle begins to light up, and I prepare for the flash of light that's to carry us away. What I'm not prepared for is for Rose to turn, take a breath, and gently grab onto me, in something like a half embrace. Her head against my chest, and the light from her teleportation circle building, she mutters something I can just barely hear. Thank you. I can take a guess or two at what for. Without a word, I wrap my free arm around her waist, lean down, and kiss her on the forehead. And with that, the light takes us away. A new sun. Lord Odin opened the double-decker golden doors to Valhalla with a wistful sigh. Another day, another long night of looking at tits and throwing money at women so they'll talk to him, all in a good day's work. As soon as the doors were open, he took one step inside, tripped, and fell flat on his face. Argh. The old god grunted in no small amounts of shock and annoyance, his face full of gold. Odin raised his head, and almost immediately, he found out what the problem was. Valhalla had been trashed. Golden statues and pillars overturned, art and painting smashed, the tiled floor cracked and broken apart. He turned, looked back, and saw the thing that he had tripped over. His statue's golden head. Joy. Grumbling, he lifted himself back onto his feet, dusted the golden dust off his robe, and set out to walk down the hall. All the while, his left eye shimmered and glowed, the magic eye of Mimisbrunner revealing the flow of magic to him in the area in a dazzling ray of colors and auras. Odin snorted. He didn't need to see through his left eye long to figure out what happened. A hodgepodge of magical signatures and formulas had run roughshod through the place like a tsunami, but he caught on to 3 specifically that he felt were familiar to him. Because those 3 were part of his Valkyrie squad. Odin let out a long and tired sigh. He was not at all looking forward to finding out why the hell any of this happened. Unfortunately, this knowledge would be his soon, considering the sobbing and screaming of girls he quickly heard echoing down the hall. He'll admit, he went a bit slower than he could have gone, but anything to save his head the ache of this situation for a little while longer. In time, though, he made it to the source of the screaming and crying. It was one of the larger Valkyrie training rooms, though in practice it acted far more like an arena or stadium, albeit on the smaller ends, located closer to the center of the hall. There, he found them. The 3 girls whose magic is all over the place, and his lovely Valkyrie captain, this generation's Brynhildr. And oh hell. Does she look pissed? You could tell because she's frowning. Odin doesn't think she's ever seen Brynhildr truly full-on frown before. Well, that, and the whole. Dash. One of the Valkyries, the smaller of the 3, screeched and cried as Brynhildr whacked her on the ass with her flaming sword. Be quiet, Brynhildr commanded, ice cold. That means she's pretty pissed off, doesn't it? All 3 Valkyrie were bound, ankles and wrists, by spiraling blue magic circles, their bodies bent over so their asses were all presented. Odin didn't need his left eye to tell immediately those were Brynhildr's spells, and frankly, he's rather glad of that fact. After all, he'd rather not look at this scene too much, he's not into any of that shit. The one who just got whacked whimpered pitifully, trying to look back at Brynhildr, likely to beg for mercy. Instead, when she turned her head, her gaze rolled over him first. Shit. Lord Odin. She panically cried, causing the old god to wince a fraction. Lord. Please. You've got to listen to you dash. Whoosh. Slap. Hiss. Hi. Another strike. I said, be quiet. Brynhilder's cold voice broke through the literal burning screams and tears. Yes, ma'am. Satisfied, for now, Brynhilder turned to him. She didn't even say anything yet, and the old god flinches, her looks almost screaming, "You're next," even though he didn't even do anything wrong. Well, besides blowing Valhalla's budget, but Rosweiss isn't here to talk his ear off about it, so he did nothing. My lord. Brynhilder acknowledged simply, her free hand forming a fist, which clanged against her breastplate as she saluted him. Be Brynhilder. Odin acknowledged back, his one eye flickering between the cyan-haired woman and the three Valkyrie. I see you've got this all taken care of, so I think I'll dash. It was Rosweiss. He was cut off, not by his Valkyrie captain, but one of the three, the tallest-looking one, with a deeper, more mature voice. I don't know how, but she dash. Slap. Hiss. Ghaangghhhh. Unlike the last one, she gritted her teeth, biting back a scream. There were still tears rolling down her cheeks, but she at least tried to keep from sounding like a little girl. That goes for you, too, Brynhilder added. Odin noticed, sort of offhandedly, that the one who spoke just now has had it the worse, considering how bruised and red her ass is compared to the others. Still. Rosweiss. Odin begins, brow furrowing, what does she have to do with all this? Brynhilder sighs and answers for him, nothing, of course. According to these fools, she was back in Asgard, apparently out on a date dash. Odin nearly choked. But I'm starting to believe this one. Brynhilder pointed her sword at the one she most recently slapped, just made it up as a cover for these two idiots to trash the place. We already told ya, see Captain. The last of the three yet to speak, finally spoke up, at least in his presence, the middling in terms of size, she was here. That bitch lead us here. And then dash. Odin could predict this one by now. Whoosh. Slap. Hiss. Fucking bitch. Ag. Brynhilder's eyes narrowed dangerously at that. What was that? All of a sudden, the middling seemed far less outspoken. No one, Captain, no one at all. Wait, no dash. Slap. Hiss. Agig. Fucking, ngghhhh. She slowly devolved into broken whimpers and scattered sobs. Okay. Odin began after a moment, eyeing Brynhilder specifically, so you're pretty sure she wasn't here, then? She huffed, no. Probably not. Odin breathed out a sigh of relief, which caused Brynhilder to raise an eyebrow at him back, albeit only slightly. So slightly, he didn't even notice it. Regardless, he's relieved because, well, he doesn't want to be anywhere near her again. The girl could be scary sometimes, and he'd rather not deal with the repercussions of his actions if he could. Plus, where she goes, he goes. The son brat. Sure, at first, he wasn't exactly scared of the young man. He was young, brash, didn't respect his elders, all that noise. Typical brat shit. The brat doesn't like him. So what? He's not the first, from his pantheon to others across the world, he won't be the last. In the end, such things don't matter. But then the son brat went and fought the strongest exorcist the church had, and didn't die. The same exorcist who, if he's right, could fight his son, Thor, and probably not lose. The same son who's considered one of the strongest beings in the world. That Thor. Odin wouldn't want to fight Thor, he'd lose. Odin wouldn't want to fight the Dulio brat, he probably wouldn't win. And now? Odin doesn't want to be anywhere near an angry son brat, because there's a very good chance he would beat his old ass the same color as his robes. What do the kids say nowadays? Oh yeah. Fuck that shit. Disregarding that, Brynhilder carried on. Before these three wrecked the place, they also caused a scene on the streets all across the countryside on the way here. While you're here, you may as well issue their fines. After all, she looked at the three with a dangerous glow in her eyes, they're going to be here for a while, cleaning up, and then. Well, they might not be at all. Gah. Work. And scary. The three didn't seem to catch that last bit, though, as they all started making noise at the idea they might lose their jobs. One started crying, one started begging, and the last one started cursing. Brynhilder did as she has done several times by now, though. Whoosh. Whack whack whack. This time, though, she scores a 3-in-1. A-I-I-I-I-E-E. W-Y. N-H-H-G-G-G-H-H-H. F-U-H-U-U-C-C-K-K-K-K. You know, usually, at a time like this, Odin would make a joke, something like, this is the only time you three will get your bottoms touched, but right now. Not even he can bring himself to do it. I see. Odin starts, slowly, carefully, right. Well, you keep doing your job, and I guess I'll go do mine. Brynhilder gives him a plain nod. The three Valkyries look toward him, almost as one. They don't say anything, but their look says it all. Please save us. Odin, promptly, turns and hustles away as fast as he possibly can without making it seem like he's trying to escape. Even though he's heading in the direction of his office, he is 100% going to escape this. Like the kids say, fuck that shit, they somehow got themselves into that mess. Odin isn't going to put his old ass in front of that sword for them. He's also not going to do his work. No, he doesn't want to be anywhere near Valhalla for a while, not while Brynhildr is like that. He knows, he'll call up one of his kids. Maybe Baldur. No, he's probably asleep right now. Plus, Baldur is his favorite, he wouldn't want to put him in harm's way. Perhaps Thor. No, Odin is pretty sure that Hammerhead son of his wouldn't be able to sign his damn name properly. He'd also ruin his office. Not like Odin uses his office for anything, but still, it's the principle of the matter. Vidar, it is then. That settled, Odin nods to himself, satisfied. Besides, it's not like he's being lazy or anything. See, he's got a couple of prisoners to visit personally. And, speaking of his sons. Although in this case, it's more adopted son, but the distinction doesn't matter all that much, he guesses. With a snap of his fingers, a bright green Norse runic magic circle spirals into existence, and it just as quickly winks out of existence. His message sent to Vidar, he holds out his hand, in a new flash of green, his trusty spear, Gungnir, appearing in his palm. Once he was out of Brynhildr's sensory range, he taps the butt of the spear to the ground, and with a flash of his magic, he's gone. In a flash, he appears in a whole other space. Before him, the sounds of roars echo across the empty expanse, as a white-armored dragon wrestles a colossal wolf, expertly avoiding its fangs and claws as the dragon manages to maneuver around to its back, and wrap its arms around its neck. Odin nods, satisfied. There are other echoes around this old reused prison space, of course. A sword clashing against the hard metal of a staff, magic powering off and on, and occasionally exploding, and old mechanical whirling. But those aren't his focus right now. Thor managed to subdue Fenrir, but couldn't kill it. Then, the Sunbrat just handed the Norse one of the terrorist group's sub-factions, the Vala team, after he beat them all, because he didn't know what to do with them. One of them had the method to control Fenrir, at the cost of reducing its power, sure, but controlling the god-slaying wolf when you aren't Loki is damn near impossible. Then that sword brat showed that he could, and Odin saw the potential here, in this whole team. The Shinto pantheon got much stronger after the Grigori dissolved. Unfortunately, that wasn't true for the Norse, with them losing a pretty valuable ally. On a more personal note, Odin can also say he lost a pretty good friend. Where did you go, Azazel? Odin's fist tightened around his spear for the moment before he let the thought go, for now. Here, though, with the Vala team. He saw the potential for them to recuperate the strength they lost. So, he made them an offering. He'd adopt Vali, the White Dragon Emperor, effectively freeing him and his group of the stain of being terrorists. In return, well, he gets adopted, and he fights for the Norse now. Originally, the young half-devil didn't go for it. But he came around, once Odin let him in on a little secret. The Sun Brat annihilated the hero faction, a big chunk of the Chaos Brigade. Effectively, the terrorists shouldn't be a concern anymore. And yet, his little ravens tell him that isn't quite right. They live under a new leader, a new emperor, and the Chaos Brigade isn't done. Not quite yet. They only just went to ground. Once Vali heard that there were still enemies around to fight, to get stronger on, he was all for the idea. Well, that, and Odin promising the half-devil brat training so he could fight the Sun Brat again and make up for his loss last time, probably played a factor. And let him just say. The white dragon throws the god-slaying wolf away, just before it can manage to turn the tables. Light exploded then from the dragon, its wings bright and luminous. From Odin's left eye, he could see it, the explosion of demonic power and draconic aura was completely off the charts. Then, the chant began. Awaken. I am the White Dragon Emperor who plunged the law down into the dark. The jewels across his arm glowed brightly, emitting constant flashes of dazzling cyan light. Through infinite ruin, and dreams of dawn bridging toward ascension, I shall become the Immaculate Dragon Dynast. His armor, once a pristine and pure white, began to flicker, alternating between white and a deep, immaculate silver. Head now. The illusion of white, and the epitome of magic. The silver stuck. And a voice as old as perhaps Odin himself ran out from the jewels across Vala's armor, at the same time as the boy's call. Juggernaut Overdrive. Odin watched on as the White Dragon Emperor, clad now in silvery armor, his aura so dense, so strong, it began to warp Fenrir's old prison. Around them, other voices called out in dismay. He could feel the magic girl reaching out to try and stabilize the space with her magic. Yet the god-slaying wolf had a different reaction. He let out a low rumbling growl, as an almost proud smirk stretched across its maw. And Odin couldn't help but share the expression of his prophesied killer, for once. Chapter 100, Chapter. My eyes open with the sun's rising, and thus I'm greeted by rays of the early morning orangish-yellow light shining down through the window upon us. Yeah, us. I crane my neck to the side just a tad, as that's all it takes for her to fill my view. Rose is out, not unlike a light, bundled up against my side. I don't know how she managed it, but the sundress hugging her form seemed to have gotten looser in the scarce few hours of sleep she'd gotten since we returned. By that, I mean the thing is falling, and her ample chest is slowly spilling out of the thing. Yet despite that, she remains asleep. Even as I stirred, sitting up a little with a chuckle, and reaching over myself with an unoccupied arm to pull the top of her dress back over her chest. Nothing, not even a peep or slightly harsher breath. The girl is out. I can't say I'm shocked. It didn't take long for her to pass once we got back, and no, despite her slightly disheveled appearance, we didn't do anything last night beyond rest. I had guessed correctly, Rose wasn't going to put out, so to speak, so soon. She just isn't as naturally horny as, literally every single one or my other girls, now that I'm thinking about it. Honestly. I'm glad for that. I don't want her to jump into anything because she feels like she needs to, because she just wants to stop being a virgin, or whatever other nonsense. As casual as I probably make it out to be, that doesn't change the fact that for others, it could be far more intimate. Far more scary. So, as I've said before, I can wait just fine. If she wants her losing her V card to be special, I'll do my damnedest to make it so. Until then, well, I guess I'll have to see what Rose wants to do next when she wakes up. With a smile, I carefully push away several strands of silvery hair blocking her face and eyes, revealing her sleeping expression. It almost looks pouty, the way her mouth is slightly open, the steadiness and softness of her breath, no snoring, just pure existence. Cute. I carefully manage to slide my arm out from her grip, the act of which still doesn't prompt the girl to make any kind of move or sound. That's just how dead to the world she is right now. To be fair, I understand completely. I'm a cheating cheater who cheats. I don't need sleep at all, but if I still did, I'd also be out as hard as she is if I only managed something like barely a few hours. Time zone differences suck hard. Night in Asgard was damn near the morning in Japan. Which is why I'm going to let her sleep in today. I don't think she'll regret the hit to her sleep schedule after the night she had, though. Too much. Hopefully. Hey. I slipped out of bed with not a sound, changing out the robe I was currently wearing with another fresh variant of the same make and design just as quickly, before scuttling out of the bedroom. The door shut behind me, I let out a sigh, and started stretching the kinks out of my arms and back as I walked. Man, what to do? I muttered to myself. That's probably not a good sign, but I've been realizing more and more lately that, without an outline like canon to follow, I've been sort of lost on what to do lately. I've thought about it before, a little. Maybe given it a sparse mention here or there, but it's at times like these that I realize I don't exactly have anything concrete. Sure, I've got short-term plans, like next up, I'm taking out Kuroka and Chiron, I already promised that. Then, sometime soon, I need to return to Takamagara, since I promised dear old mom I would meet my siblings, spend some time there, and all that jazz. But like I said, short-term. Long-term plans, those need a bit of work. Eventually. I give the floor a wry smile, procrastination. The bane of the gods, and my past life. I mutter to no one but myself. Shit, at least it's excusable this time around, yeah. I don't think I'll die of old age, so I quite literally have all the time in the world. Assuming someone doesn't off me first, but at the rate I'm growing, the list of people who could is growing shorter and shorter. I stop. My eyes narrow. Speaking of short. I turn on my heels, heading away from the stairs leading down to the kitchen and living room areas, back toward my bedroom. Except I pass that as well, and head straight for the guest rooms. Little shit didn't think I'd notice. I grumble as I make my way through the hall. Thankfully, it didn't take long to make it to the guest rooms. Doubly so, it appears the cat hasn't messed with our guest much. Yeah, I caught her with my senses on the way down. She wasn't trying that hard to hide, but she was trying to hide regardless. But once again, not that hard. Upon reaching the guest rooms, I found the Voyalkyri's door wide open. I stopped at the frame, and stood there, arms crossed, finding what I saw inside entirely unamusing. Naya. Kuroka was on all fours, looking down at Schwartlight with narrowed eyes and pupils, her tail swaying back and forth as she pondered the poor girl. Occasionally, she'd reach over and paw at the girl's face. MMGGH. Prompting the poor girl in question to groan in exhaustion, likely still half asleep, as she moves an arm to weakly slap away Kuroka's probing hand. Truly. It is far too early for this shit. One of these days, I ought to find out how to register pets, and come back with a file or certificate or whatever saying I registered Kuroka as my pet cat. Do they have such things in Japan? HNN, research is required. It would be great if so, though. Even if the horny cat would probably get off on it. Oh yeah, speaking of getting off things. Seeing as the cat doesn't seem to have noticed me at all, I take the opportunity to strut right on in and snatch her right off the bed. My arms around her waist, and off she goes. Naya. Kuroka cries out, almost immediately starting to flail around like an actual cat. It takes a moment, but she either realizes her struggles are useless, or who picked her up, either or, she stops and looks at me. Oh. Nori Naya. Darling. Good morning. She practically purrs in my arms, smiling as she wraps her arms around me in turn, before leaning up and kissing me on the cheek. Huh. She seems, well, beyond more cat-like, like in a really good mood. Good morning to you, too, kitten. I couldn't help but smile a little, her good mood just feels almost infectious, someone seems like they had a good time last night. She gives me a sly smile, I should be asking you that, darling Naya. She giggles a little, but yes. I had a sleepover with Chiron last night, after she was done with her devil work, it was just like old times, Naya. Ah, that would do it, wouldn't it? Sue. Kuroka continued unabated, smile only growing, how was it, Naya? I rolled my eyes and shook my head, yet my smile never left. I knew she'd keep pestering me if I told her the plain truth, so I came up with a quick plan. Food. I'll tell you about it over breakfast, I gave her, prompting the black cat girl's eyes to practically beam away from our new guest here. I turned as I finished and started heading out. Kuroka though. She perked up. Oh, Naya. She began, speaking of, did you and Rose-chan adopt her without me? I stuttered a step, damn near falling over like a stack of blocks. It took more than a moment, as I choked down a very loud wheezing laugh, before I finally righted myself and gave Kuroka a look. Not a bad one though, oh no. Save that one for when Rose comes down, aight. I told her, my face hurting, trying to hold back a laugh. Kuroka didn't say anything, she didn't have to, merely sent me a coy smile back. We'd then spend the entire walk down to the kitchen barely holding in our collective cackling. A new son. Unfortunately, there's only so long one can hold in their anticipation before it just kind of ebbs away. As I told Kuroka about Rose and I's time in Asgard, that's pretty much what happened. Well, not during that explanation specifically, more like waiting for Rose to come down after. The whole lot of waiting. Sure, I could have woken her up early. But I didn't want to do that to her, as already said, and besides, she did wake herself up fairly early regardless. But she didn't come down, not yet. I could feel the moment she stirred, got up, and started moving through the house. Not to come downstairs, but she almost immediately went to the Voyalkyri's room, I think to check on her. It didn't seem like she intended to stay as long as she ended up staying, hell, she was even about to leave at one point, but then she turned back. Curious. I wonder what kind of conversation those two are having. At least Kuroka was able to get her gremlin fix, leeching off the laughs of my telling of my time in Asgard. She especially liked what we did to Hildur at the end. One could only imagine why, huh? Naya. Kuroka yawned, half her body lying sprawled out on the kitchen table. What's taking Rose-chan so long? She whined out, her tails twitching and swaying in agitation. I merely leaned back in my seat, arms crossed, and shrugged my shoulders at her. At this point, we'd already finished breakfast, and I washed everything. I did make something for Rose, but Kuroka ate that as well once it started going cold, and Rose proved to be a no-show. Kuroka let out an annoyed hum, almost like a hiss, before abruptly stopping, with even her body going stiff. Ah, I know. Darling. She began again, this time far more sensual, far more sultrily, batting her eyelashes as she looked at me. Slowly, ever so slowly, she stood up, yet her upper body still laid on the table, so all she was doing was sticking her ass out. Her kimono followed her whims, slowly gliding forward, but only a little bit, just enough so I could see the round curvy edges of her perky ass and plumpness of her thighs. I also couldn't see any underwear. Following all that, her tails coiled up into the air, and in a feat of tail dexterity I don't recall her possessing, she shaped her tails into a heart. Two tails formed the image, with the last one wrapping around the heart's bottom point to complete it. Seeing all that, I took a deep breath in before abruptly standing. Kuroka let out a pleased, lewd little giggle, giving her hips a very intentional shake as she did so. I just know it. I was halfway around the table when, at the same time, we both groaned. At that moment, we could feel as Rose left the room, with the Voyalkyri coming along with her. Kuroka sat back down, grumbling something under her breath. I wasn't completely deterred, though, reaching over the rest of the way to grab the cat by the chin, looking her right in the eye. Later. I huffed out huskily. Kuroka shivered in my hand and gave me a loopy little smile. Yes, darling. She flashed me a heart, albeit a smaller one, with her tails again, before I let her chin go. By the time I had sat back down, I was able to settle a Nori Jr. attempting an uprising from my robes, thankfully. It would have been a little weird to flash Rose and our new guest with him now, wouldn't it? Sorry we took so long. Rose called as she came down, more than a little ashamed by the sound of her voice. Good morning. Even still, she looked positively radiant. She was followed closely by the Valkyrie, who, although up and about, still didn't look so good. Her skin seemed just a touch sickly, and there were visible bags under her eyes. Her posture was more than a little sluggish, all that. It's my fault, all right. I kept us up. The Valkyrie stuttered out weakly, good morning. I gave the two a wave, while Kuroka just eyed the two, a mischievous smile growing across her face. Yet, before Kuroka could say anything, most likely something to get back at the whole abrupt cockblock thing, Rose made way straight for me, stopping directly in front of where I'm sitting. Nori. She began, her face slowly starting to flush, her fingers twitching as her nerves started getting the better of her. There's something I'd like to ask you for, if that's all right. The Valkyrie soon joined behind Rose, her gaze directed downwards as she did. I simply looked at the two and blinked, confused. Out of all things this morning, I can't say I was expecting this at all. This probably has to do with whatever those two were talking about for so long upstairs, if I had to guess. The thing is, I have no idea what they could have been talking about in the first place. Well. I began, speaking my mind plainly, this is rather abrupt. But, alright I guess. I waved for her to continue. What's up, Rose? Valkyrie. The Valkyrie flinches and grumbles, probably something about not calling her that. Again. Kuroka cackled off to the side, as the cat does. Rose rolled her eyes at my antics, but pressed on. Well, this is going to be selfish of me, I know, so just please hear me out. Rose. I held up a hand and interrupted her. Now it was my turn, rolling my eyes at her antics. Don't worry about it. I give her a good-natured smile. Don't try and make it more complicated than it needs to be, just say what you want, as plainly as can be. Rose looked at me, she saw my smile, heard my words, and eventually, slowly, she smiled back. Okay. She answered, her voice far smaller. Then she took a deep, centering breath, and looked at me once again. When she spoke again, she was far clearer and concise. I would like to take Schwartlight as my student, but if I do, she'd have nowhere to live. Could she please stay here until I can find somewhere to set her up? I stared at her, completely blindsided by this development. Naya. Kuroka's surprised mew echoed from off to the side. Almost immediately, Rose flinches back as if she said something wrong, likely misinterpreting the look on my face completely. That was when the Valkyrie began to speak up. Really, though, even if you say no, it's okay, I can work something out, back home. Miss Rossweiss can take me back and forth, from here and Asgard. It's really no big deal. Why yeah. Rose came back in, forget I dash. Okay. Wait, hold it. I stressed as I interrupted them. Geez, girls, at least give me a second to answer, or even think about it. Yeah. I'm not mad you asked or anything, just surprised, is all. Didn't expect it at all. Sorry. Sorry. Both girls let out lowly, one still more out of it than the other. I waved their apologies off, and finally thought. Rose, grabbing a little student, huh? That, in and of itself, isn't surprising. I know from the novels that Rose's future goal is to build something of a Valkyrie school, training and teaching a new squad of Valkyries in the underworld. The problem is, I can't remember exactly how that goal came to be. Was it something she wanted to do later on because of some event, or was that something she always wanted to do? Well, I guess now the how doesn't matter, huh? I'm mostly just surprised this is all happening so abruptly. I have a feeling I know what kind of answer Rose will give me if I ask why. It's pretty easy to infer based on their past. As for my answer, though, well, wouldn't it be obvious? I lean back in my seat and give the two silver-haired girls an easygoing smile. Well, I took in Kuroka over there. What's one more, anyway? Naya. Kuroka gave an indignant mewl at that, but she was entirely ignored. Why? Well, the Valkyrie was too busy sagging further in what looked like relief. Rose, though. She jumped me. All of a sudden, I found my lap being straddled by the older silver-haired girl, her arms wrapping around my neck as she leaned her whole body up against me, and pushed her lips into my own in an almost desperate kiss. When she pulled away, her flushed face was all that filled my vision as she rested her forehead against mine, and I could see tears pricking the corners of her eyes. I feel like I've been saying this a lot lately, but at the same time, not enough. Rose began, soft yet quickly, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I slowly wrapped my arms around her waist, and just held her, gently and soothingly rubbing her back. All right, Rose, all right. It's okay, it's not an inconvenience, or anything like that. I barely caught it, but I'm fairly certain I heard the sound of a picture being taken on a phone. Rose didn't seem to catch it, though. Heh. Fucking cat. She'd better send me the picture after I grab myself a new phone. Are you sure? Rose eventually asked back, far more gently this time. I nodded and gave her a little peck on the lips back. Rose let out a quivering breath, seemingly letting out all the tension inside, before she practically slid off me and turned right back to the Valkyrie. All right. Rose started up again, her far more peppy tone causing the poor girl to perk up. Now that we know you can stay here, we need to find a place where you can continue your education. Yeah. The Valkyrie looked at her, bewildered. Wait, but, really? Kuroka cackled off to the side, as Rose nodded in affirmation, holding up a finger. Your education is very important for your future. She rambled off in an almost chastising tone. But, you're teaching me already. Her junior tried to argue, yet Rose simply shook her head. I'm continuing your Valkyrie training, but I can do everything, now, can I? That's a bit much, even for me. Rose, girl, you really shouldn't sound so ashamed of that fact. But that. But well, HNN. Her junior grumbled out, weakly trying, and failing, to come up with another point. Rose, though, seemed to take that as affirmation, nodding, good. I'll start looking then. Which only managed to draw a further pained groan out of the poor girl. Right to business, as usual, huh, Rose? Still, though, maybe it's just a gut feeling, but... I smirk, hey, Rose. She turns back to me, eyebrow raised. I think I know a place. A new son. Sona sat in the student council room, at her desk, as she pretty much always has since she became the student council president. Even though it's a Sunday. School isn't even in session right now. Regardless, she has the school during the day, as part of her deal with Rias, so here she is. In the center of the room sat a magic summoning circle, with which her peerage uses to go to and fro for contracts. Most of her pieces are out doing just that, their work had begun as soon as morning arrived. Meanwhile, hers didn't feel like it'd ever end, as she looked over a paper of one of her contracts made with. Boss. Sona sighed in slight agitation, having been interrupted before she could even begin reading over the thing. She set it down and looked up from her desk, seeing her pawn standing directly in front of it. Yet to her surprise, she's not looking at her. No, she's looking and pointing, past her. Sona turned, swiveling her chair to do so. By her sister did she wish she didn't do so. Floating there, in front of her window, was him. Noriaki Kusanagi, wearing nothing but a bathrobe, one arm holding a silver-haired girl like a suitcase, with some sort of file folder in his other hand. He smiled and waved at her, as if nothing about this was in any way wrong whatsoever. Sona could already feel the headache coming on. Chapter 101, Chapter. I could tell Sona was ecstatic to see me. How? Well, most people don't lean forward in their seat, look down, and groan as they rub the bridge of their nose the moment someone floats in through their window. Now, granted, most people don't float in through windows, but that's such a minor thing. Sona's pawn, Ruruko, good old twin-tails girl, took up a position behind her king as soon as I sat down. I plopped my +1 down in the chair next to me because, of course, Sona already has chairs set up in front of her desk, so there was no shock there. For a good minute, I sat there, beaming smile on my face, while the Valkyrie and Sona slumped in their seats. After all, only one of them wanted to be here, trust. Finally, Sona spoke up, already sounding tired, Kusanagi-san. Why are you here, and who is that? I set down the last thing I was carrying, a file folder, right down onto her desk. A new student. I answered easily, basking in the tense look she sent my way. Unfortunately, not all good things can last forever, as I had to add, for the junior division. And thus, all tension left her face, replaced by sweet relief. A shame. Sona let out a sigh, reaching out and sliding the folder closer to her, eyes flickering between the two of us, right? I won't pry, but I will ask, is she all right? I wave off the Citri devil, yeah, she's just magically exhausted, is all. Sona raised an eyebrow. I shouldn't be surprised, considering how you flew here. Irritation bled into her voice slightly, though it quickly ebbed out, but, supernatural. I nod, yup. The girl is a walkure. Valkyrian training, from Asgard. I could almost feel her headache intensifying from here, as a vein comically bulged from the side of her head. I won't pry. She said, still, I could tell she was holding back a lot. Which is appreciated, though, truly. After this, we are going school supplies shopping after all, and I want to be home before lunch. I chuckled and reached over, patting the silver-haired girl on the head, prompting her to grumble and try and knock my hand away as she dug her back further into the seat, likely trying to get comfortable. She won't, these seats aren't for that, but who am I to try and stop her journey for sleep? Don't worry, I continue with an easy grin, everything you want to know is in that file, and... I shrug and decide to throw her a bone. For the record, I would have gone to Rias for this, but she's not here, so... I trail off, leaving the conclusion obvious. To my slight surprise, Sona shakes her head and sighs. While her father does indeed own the school, she starts explaining, the running of the lower divisions falls to me. At least the more supernatural side of things, anyhow. You bringing this to me now is actually for the best, truth be told. It's better than having to take care of it directly at the start of a new school week. Tomorrow. Well shit. Now I kind of wish I had waited. Sona sent me a deadpan that told me she somehow knew what I was thinking. Oh. My smile fell, and I'm pouting. That'd do it, huh? Will that be all, Kusanagi-san? Sona asked plainly. For once. I hum and nod, yeah, I think so. I stood up again, clasping my hands together. You got a school supply list for the junior division lying around. I want to get that done today, be ready for tomorrow, and all that. At the reminder that she's going to school tomorrow, the silver-haired girl groaned. Sona and I ignored her with practiced ease, with Sona herself humming as she pushed back her chair to access one of her lower desk drawers. It was less a piece of paper and more a pamphlet, but it still had the supplies listed all the same. She pulled it out, set it on the desk, and slid it over to me. Her uniform, Sona added, causing the poor girl to cringe, and the schedule should be ready by tomorrow as well. Stop by and pick it up before school starts. How she changes into it before the bell is entirely up to you too. I nodded and picked up the pamphlet. That's pretty fast, I note, marginally impressed. Sona nearly looked offended, of course. She huffed, before adding, reluctantly, though I must admit the same. My notions made me think you wouldn't be so proactive with something like this. I sent the devil a smirk. Oh, Sona, she flinched and grimaced at the informality, but I wasn't done yet. You should know just how proactive I can be when I dedicate myself toward it, shouldn't you? At that, the girl shivered, and I swear I could see the prank trauma flashbacks almost like a film reel as they played in her eyes. After a moment, Sona simply acquiesced with, right. I gave her a thumbs up and happily added, now then, it was great seeing you again, but I think it's time we head out. Sona cringed, likewise. She lied as easily as she breathed, my peerage and I also have work to attend to. Good day. I snatched up the Voyalkiri, carrying her like one would a particularly lazy cat. Not Kuroka. I mean a normal cat. She grumbled and whined, but didn't give me anything eligible, so I just carried on. Could you please not jump out of the... I then proceeded to jump out of the window. Before the sounds of rushing wind passing by overtook everything, I caught her pained and agitated sigh from inside the room, and smiled, as I flew back off into town. That's one thing checked off the list, next is shopping. Beyond school supplies, Rose also wanted us to get new clothes for the girl. Something about Rose not wanting Short to need to go home at all. Not entirely sure about the details. I can suspect bad home life, sure, but I was never told specifics. Well, I figure one of the two will tell me eventually, and if it turns out I don't need to know, then I don't. Ah, well, moving on. A new sun. The rest of the day flew by quickly, and in no time at all, the new week began. Shopping went about as well as it could go, what with me dragging along the visibly half-dead walker everywhere I went. I had been taking her everywhere I went so she'd get to see the sights of her new school and such, but to be perfectly frank, I don't think she'll remember any of it anyway. Well, besides the clothes shopping part. It started normally, then she spotted a gyro shop out of the corner of her eye, and I swear it was like she took a Phoenix tear or something, because she was all of a sudden far more awake. I had never been inside a gyro-specific shop before. I never plan on being inside a gyro-specific shop again. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see color. Specifically, bright pink, yellow, and teal. After we left, though, her second wind pretty much petered out, leaving her just as she was before she saw that accursed place. Oh. Right, while I was out, I finally got myself another phone. It took me long enough, I know. Along with that, I also got a bunch of lewd pictures, because when I text the girls telling them of my new number, they can't reply normally. No, they have to be extra about it. I think what makes it worse is I'm about to head to the Academy's junior division, basically, the middle school, and I'm getting sexted constantly beforehand. Upstairs, I hear cat-like cackling. My new phone promptly vibrates in my robe. I groan and lean back into my couch. I think it's good now, all right. It's only a ribbon, sensei. Is it a perfect ribbon, though? Sensei. Ah, look, a distraction. Right next to me. Granted, they've been at this for a while now, but still. Rose fiddling with the Voyalkiri's outfit in specifically I mean. I'm not exactly shocked Rose is going out of her way to make sure Schwartz's first day goes smoothly, but I didn't expect Rose to wake herself up early to go grab her uniform for her, then spend the next few hours making sure it looks good. Shame the schedule wasn't done by then, probably just pick it up at school. Also, I'm not sure when Rose started having Schwartz call her sensei, but, well, I guess it fits. In any event, I should probably stop this before Rose unintentionally makes her late, huh? I got off the couch, pointedly ignoring my phone vibrating incessantly in my robe, before heading over to the two, coming up behind Rose, and giving her a light tug away from the younger walker. All right, Rose, that's enough, keep it up, you're going to make her late. I admonish the older walker. Rose gasps, oh. Right. The time. Schwert, though, looks between us, then down at the ribbon on her chest, before deadpanning at both of us. On second thought, it could use another look. She states blankly. I snorted right back, holding Rose back from heading back up to her almost by instinct at this point. I wave her off entirely. Yeah, no, you're fine for the first day. Are you sure? Rose asks nervously, causing both me and Schwert to look at her. After a moment, she looks between the two of us. What? She questions, anxiously, I honestly don't know, I haven't been to school here ever before. I pat Rose on the head, looking down at her with a sigh. It's fine, all right. It's not that big a deal, as long as she's got the uniform on. Schwert nodded with a roll of her eyes, giving an exaggerated twirl for the two of us. Truly, she'd be perfectly fine. Besides her brightly colored gyro accessories like her hairband, bracelets, and badges, alongside her sweater, all she wore underneath it was the standard Kuo Academy uniform. Which means the skirt is way too small in my opinion, especially for the junior division girl, but otherwise, I don't think she's going to get bullied or ostracized or whatever Rose thinks. Hell, even if she did, I don't doubt our Voyalkyrie would take care of it. And if she won't, then I suppose I will. Well, if you say so. Rose reluctantly conceded with a gulp. In that case, you need to get going, don't you? Schwert let out a long sigh. Yup. I chuckled. Someone sounds enthused. I get ignored as she walks over to me, picking up her school shoulder bag from a nearby tabletop on her way over. Have fun. Rose waves a bit dumbly toward Schwert. The Voyalkyrie here has at least the sense to try and smile. I'll try. She gives Rose back. That's enough to make Rose's smile a little less dim. That said, away we go. I call, holding up my hand, a golden light blasting up around us as I do. In a flash of sunlight, we are abruptly in sunlight, outside. Not just outside, but outside Kyoto as well. A whole town over, just like yesterday. Except, well, this time I'm not lugging my charge around like a suitcase for most of it. And here we are. I hold up my arms, almost as if presenting our destination. Even though the junior division school building looks pretty much identical to the high school one. It's just labeled differently, is all. Well, that, and there's a bunch of kids outside. They saw our arrival, and though they seemed stunned, all of them, and I do mean every single one, I can sense a bit of power beyond normal humans. Weird. Also, they look like they're guarding the entrance, for some reason. Wonder what that could be about. Schwert looks at all of this and sighs. I honestly don't know what to say. Well, beyond the fact that this is all going a little fast. Get used to it. I advised her with a smile, and you don't need to say anything. Just give it a try first, all right? If you don't like the school, we can try elsewhere, or I could eventually convince Rose that homeschooling is the way, eventually. Schwert sends me a small smile. Fine, and thanks. Really? I don't think I'll ever be able to repay you, or Roswai-sensei, for this. I simply pat her on the head. Well, try to. She flicks my hand away, sending me a look as she readjusts her headband. I cackle as she heads off. For the briefest of moments, I consider giving her one last call before parting ways, using her real name, of course, but I decide against it in a second. Too many people around. Not worth it. Poor girl hasn't earned that kind of first day. Speaking of the people, the group of kids at the door, Schwert walks up to ask about her schedule, and they start talking about their president likely having it. Huh. So all these kids are part of the junior division student council. Explains a couple of things, I suppose. Doesn't explain why their president is out, according to them, chasing down a well-known problem child. Well, whatever, not my problem, I guess. Schwert seemed to be thinking the same thing, as she merely shrugged off their words and headed inside. But not before looking back and giving me one last smile. I made sure to wave her off, my hand only dropping when the doors closed, and she was gone. Now then. Those kids are staring at me, and I don't want to explain stuff to them, so I'm out. Another golden ray of sunlight strikes my lonesome self. For a moment, I considered heading back home. Then my phone vibrates several times, and I feel my eyebrow twitch. On the fly, I change course. It has been a while since I last saw Rias and crew, hasn't it? I may as well hit them up while I'm in the area. Besides, before I go to Takamagara, I may catch up with her. It'll probably be a while before I can do so again anyhow. That, and I'm curious about what's been going on in the underworld lately. I haven't exactly received any news about Down Under lately, after all. My new course set, my golden flash, radiates away, and I am elsewhere once more. The old school building. Where Rias does all her devil stuff. Specifically, I appear directly outside it. I'd be a bad friend, blowing a hole through her barriers and roof just to get in faster, wouldn't I? Now then, I'm not sure if she's even here, but... A shiver runs up my spine. I stopped midway through my first step toward the building. This feeling. I haven't felt anything like this since the mountain, back when I invoked that name. That holy power. Yet, that's quite right, either. It's similar, almost feels related, but not quite. Distant. Muddled. Contained. Sealed. Yet, close. I turn on my heels, not entirely sure what to be ready for. I especially don't expect to see a girl, around the same age as Short, standing there, looking absolutely flabbergasted. She was clad in the junior division student uniform, mouth slightly agape, with long hair and unusual mix of black and dark pink that I'd never seen before, her dark pink eyes growing increasingly more and more anxious as they beheld me. My first thought. Why the hell is this girl's chest as big as Kuroka's? My second thought was. Oh yeah. DXD, fucking duh. A new son. She was just about to leave. She, truly, was just about to leave. She saw the barrier, the faint red circle surrounding the entire old building, and realized immediately that she probably shouldn't be here. She could feel the unease, the alarm bells ringing in her chest. It's always these kinds of situations, something always goes wrong. And it did. A lance of golden light slammed into the ground behind her just as she was making her hasty escape. Almost on instinct, she reached for her chest and whirled around, expecting an attack immediately. Then the light died down. No attack came. It was just some guy, a young man, a few years her senior, most likely. He also wasn't looking her way. His back was turned. A chance. So, why wasn't she trying to run away? Those fighting instincts, that feeling deep in her bosom, those alarm bells, they weren't stopping. In fact, they only got worse. She didn't want to attack this guy, that's a horrible first impression. Plus, he came from the sky. He's definitely not human. This was a terrible idea. And yet. Tensei, this feeling, is it? Her thoughts trailed off. And a voice called back. Why yes, Zeka, I'm. Yet, his voice that was usually so smooth was marred by so much pain. I'm sorry, it's because of me. I can feel it, a call to battle against this man, like an edict from the one who put me in here. Zeka's eyes widened at that. Is he a bad guy, then? I don't think so. Tensei replied in short order, no. Even if this guy is, I won't fight by his order anymore. He gave up that right when he put me in here, long ago, when I accepted my punishment. Tensei. Zeka. If he attacks, I'll be there. Don't worry. I'll deal with these lingering feelings and expel them. In the meanwhile. Huh. He's looking this way. Oh. Oh. That he is. Now that she can finally see him, she's more than certain he's not human. Golden eyes that look like miniature suns, obsidian black hair as shiny as the glass it appears to be from, perfectly fair skin without a single blemish, yet his lean muscles and build were clear, pronounced, even hidden under his robe as it was. His entire presence, even though he's wearing a bathrobe of all things, just screamed majesty and power. It almost made her feel like she should bow before him, as though he were a prince or god. Normal men don't exude such excellence naturally. So, that feeling buried deep in her chest, she leaped back, a considerable distance away. She held her position upon landing, her hand hovering about her chest, ready to release Tensei at any moment. You are, not human. She called out her first words since this encounter began. The man watched her leap, then continued staring at her, seeing where her hand was positioned, he merely raised an eyebrow. Then he finally spoke, deadpanning, huh. I wonder what gave that away. Was it the giant pillar of light, my aura, or something else? You Almost immediately, Zeka felt her face heat up. She wasn't expecting that to come out of his mouth. The light. She gave her answer truthfully, albeit slowly, and in embarrassment. The man blinked at her. Now he looked legitimately confused by her response. Then, coming to a realization, he abruptly smiled, all right, I see what's going on here. You're adorable. Huh. Zeka nearly, somehow, managed to stagger, standing still, yet her guard remained up all the same despite his words. It was more of a sound than a word that Zeka let out, but it's not like she could think of much else to say to that. Especially since this guy didn't seem hostile or threatened. Now, he just seemed more amused than anything else. He crosses his arms and gives her a knowing look. So, what's a junior division girl doing over here in the high school division? Wait, what? High school. The guy then proceeded to reel his head back and chuckle, loud and boisterous, as her face fell further and further into loss and confusion. Ah. Well. He suddenly stops, wiping away a lone tear from his eye, his smile never leaving. That's how these things always start, isn't it? My name is Noriaki Kusanagi. Call me whatever makes you comfortable, I don't truly care. If you're so lost, I can point you in the right way, if you want. She still isn't done digesting what he just said before. How the hell is she supposed to come up with something to all that now? Yet he still isn't done. You know, he carries on, without a care in the world, in an almost reminiscing tone. You kind of remind me of, well, me from a little under a year ago. How neat. No, she doesn't know. What does any of that mean? And it's not neat. Chapter 102, Chapter. I truly don't know what else to say besides that this girl is cute. Seriously, the way she's trying to keep her guard up while also trying to figure out what I'm going on about is just pure perfection. My bully senses are tingling. Scratch that, they're practically vibrating and ready to explode. It's kind of weird, though, the way she's holding her hand above her chest. It's like she's prepared to draw something from them, like a weapon. Which is certainly interesting, to say the least. Considering I don't see a weapon there. Though from that muddled holy feeling I got from her earlier, I can assume she is likely a sacred gear wielder of some sort, a holy relic type. Her aura feels human, ruling out the possibility of her being some sort of supernatural being like an angel, so unless she's a very lucky quarter or less pure angel or something, I can't see where else that feeling could come from. In any case, this is all just speculation, and for a while at least, I think it'll remain as such. Why? The poor girl isn't saying anything. She's just staring at me now, confused, wary, lost, embarrassed, and likely more, all wrapped up into a neat anxious package. I give her a wave. Hello. Earth to new girl. I ask, still amused, yet the slightest amount of concern begins to creep in as well. Still nothing, huh? Oh yeah, a lot like me before that day on the mountain, I should add. To put it simply. This girl can't socialize, like, at all. Literally. Granted, part of this is probably my fault. I did go a little extra in my introduction, I suppose. With a sigh, I step forward toward her. So, what's your name? That, at least, seemed to shock her out of whatever funk she was in, as she nearly jumped again as I moved toward her. She gave a considering look before finally answering, Miyamoto, Zeka. As soon as her surname was uttered, I could almost feel the tension in the air thicken, purely from her alone. Poor girl looks about ready to fight or flight at a moment's notice, and not because she's twitchy, but because she's stock still with her eyes watching me like a hawk. And I can't blame her. Miyamoto. I mutter back to her, with a tilt of my head. As in Musashi Miyamoto. The dual-wielding sword saint of Japan. She tensed even further as I spoke, but I wasn't quite done, spirit inheritor, descendant, or both. I asked without further need to elaborate. Her brow raised in no small amount of confusion, something I get the feeling is going to happen fairly often, then she twitched, her eyes widening slightly. I suppose, both. She states, not sounding very sure, whilst also not wanting to elaborate. I hum back in response, refusing to push further on that topic. Well, either way, her existing without me knowing about her beforehand is a problem. Musashi is kind of a big deal, after all. Yuzum should have bare minimum mentioned that the guy had a family still out and about. So someone's getting spankings later. As for right now, I eventually shrug. In any event, you're gonna be late if you keep standing around here. My eyes narrow down at her as I trail off, and she shrinks slightly from my gaze. Also, your ribbon is crooked. The only reason I noticed is because I sat around as Rose was fixing Short's ribbon, but yeah, Zeka's here was pretty obviously off. The girl flinched as if struck, really. She looked down at it, sputtering, clearly not seeing the issue, with quickly growing panic. I clicked my tongue and walked right up to her. Her gaze snapped up to look at me. Hey, what are you? Her back foot slid back, as if she was bracing herself to draw a weapon. As fun as it would be to see what this girl could do, considering her relations to such a legendary historical figure, she doesn't have the time for that. If you come any closer. So I promptly ignored everything she was saying and doing, and grabbed her ribbon for her. Beep. Even her squeaks are cute and quiet, geez. Stay still. I order plainly, right before she could do something like jump away. Again, it'll just make it worse if you start trying to pull away now. Air. She looks away, refusing to look at me in general. Right. Why yes, Kei Kusanagi, senpai. She complies, to which I merely smirk as I fix up her ribbon. Do I look like I go here? I respond to her askance with a question. No. For once, she sounded pretty sure of herself. I chuckled at that. Yup, well, I used to, a good few months ago. Left though. Ended up dropping out. I give her ribbon a good tug, tightening it into its rightful place, as Zeka looks at me, curiosity obvious. Dropped out. I nod, yup. My life started going crazy around that time, decided I didn't need school, so I left. Her eyes drifted down to my hands as I pulled them away, before she looked back up at me. Would that have something to do with why you have the hands of a swordsman? I blinked at her, more than a little surprised. I wasn't aware that something a person could tell just by looking at another's hands. She shrugged a little weakly. It's something I can tell, at least. Ah, probably something she got from her ancestry, then. I suppose that makes sense. I feel no need to deny her, so I merely nod. Well then, you're right. Yeah, it was a whole thing. And more. Before then, like I said, I started musing. I was a lot like you. The girl froze up again at that. I could feel the question, unspoken as it was. How so? So I continued, closed off. Shy. Quiet. Didn't want to talk, because I didn't exactly how. Afraid of that fact, and so on. She winced at every word, as if each one was a punch straight to her gut. I shook my head. I got out of that, albeit my method of escape was rather unconventional. How so? She asked, so unusually quickly for her that I nearly flinched. I don't think she'll like my answer, but I answered truthfully regardless. Got drunk with a goddess. Woke up on a mountain without my memories. Nearly got eaten by a snake demon. Discovered I was the son of a certain Shinto goddess. Banged a cat girl. I simplified. I left out the whole self-insert thing for obvious reasons. Zeka stared at me, face blank. If she had no idea what to say to anything before, she certainly isn't going to have a single lick of any idea as to how to respond to that. So I sent her a smile as I pressed on. Not something you can follow, huh? Like I said, I escaped in one of the most unusual ways possible, I added, but for you. My one piece of advice is to just relax. That caused her to perk up, her eyes widening. She began, gulping. I don't know how to relax, this is. I waved her off. Yeah, you got so used to it by this point you don't know anything else. I get that, but you can't keep going in circles forever. I shook my head, reached over, and patted her on the head, causing her to freeze up again and stare at my hand. Change is scary, but nothing good ever comes easy. I'm not saying stop caring all in one day, that's too much to ask, but baby steps. After all. I pull my hand back and hold a finger. You're clearly new here. Come for a fresh start and all that, right? That's a change, the first baby step. All you gotta do is keep climbing those stairs, and you'll make it out of that circle. You think so? Zeka slowly asked, looking down at the ground. I think so, yeah. I give her a thumbs up, plus, you know I'm right, after all, I'm just some random god you met in the not-quite-so-abandoned part of the high school division campus. Zeka looked back up at me, giving me a very dry look. I send back a knowing look. What? It is always the random guys to meet in the middle of nowhere that tend to be the most insightful, don't you know? You don't strike me as a sage, or guru. Zeka rightfully points out. Still, ouch, my heart. And you don't strike me as one to carry a map, considering where you ended up. I pointed out back. At that, realization struck across her face. The opening. Zeka nearly cried out, frantically, Kusanagi-san dash. Please, I interrupted her for something very important, call me Nori. I did practically give you my life story after all. Her anxiety was temporarily overtaken by sheer incredulousness, but even that didn't last long. Nori-san, she stressed while correcting, please, point me in the right direction. She practically begged. I couldn't help but chuckle at her. Now, it's all right, I reassured her, I'll do you one better. Come on, I waved for her to follow, I'll show you there myself, personally. She blinked, show me, yourself. She trailed off, clearly unsure. Granted, I would be, too, if some strange guy appeared from a pillar of light and told me, a younger girl, he'd walk me to school. Thankfully, I can skip the pesky earning of trust stage with a fairly simple statement. I paused and looked up toward the sun, musing aloud, methinks you've got something like 10 minutes before the gates closed. T10. The poor girl nearly fell over herself, whilst standing still, before abruptly uprighting herself. Lead the way then, please. There we go. I nodded and smiled, waving her along as I started heading out. And by heading out, I mean I took off in a sprint. I wasn't going full speed, of course not, yet even still. The girl was quick to follow, albeit a good few feet behind me, and she kept up easily. How interesting. A new son. There. Is that the junior high division? I heard Zeka nearly cry out behind me as the building itself came into view. Yup. I call out back, and unlike the girl, I'm not even a bit winded. It'll be fine, though, as long as nothing happens on the way, she'll be there with time to spare, even. I blink as another aura promptly bomb rushes into my sensory range. It doesn't even take a moment for me to recognize the feel. Devil. I'm going to be Leia. That was not Zeka. I come sliding to a halt, my arm snapping out, reaching. Right in time, as someone burst out from the roadside trees. She wore a uniform, much like Zeka and Schwartz, but her ribbon was a different color. Additionally, she was small. Like, smaller than Chiron, even. Her hair was short, cut to her shoulders, and was a vibrant pink like that of a sakura tree. Her eyes were much the same way, looking down at me, blinking between my fingers as she looked at me. Gah. She sputtered as she slammed right into my open palm, and I took no time in grasping her head right then and there, holding her still. Oi. I began, Zeka sliding to a halt right beside me. Watch where you're running, ite. Hey. The girl chuckled, warily, you're right, my bad, I was just in a hurry, you know. She reached up and patted the hand holding her up by her head with a smile. Still, mister, thanks for catching me. If you didn't, well, just look at me now. If you can do this, I can't imagine what running into you would have felt like. I snorted in amusement, not good, I imagine. And promptly let her go. She landed with an almost superhero-like landing, before quickly standing up straight. Phew. All right. She bowed to me, respectfully, once more. Sorry, mister. I'll be more careful next time. She loudly exclaimed, causing Zeka to timidly flinch at just how loud she was. Unfortunately, that slight movement drew the pink-haired girl's attention almost immediately, causing her to abruptly turn toward her. You. She pointed at Zeka, you're wearing the uniform, yet I don't recognize you. Zeka looked like she wanted to bolt it, but Pinky here held her attention whether she liked it or not. I'm Avi. She continued, introducing herself with a smile, while giving a glance at the ribbon above her chest. I'll be one of your seniors, looks like. My favorite words are liveliness, tenacity, and enthusiasm. Pleased to meet you. After a moment, almost like she'd nearly forgotten, she adds, and you are? Miyamoto, Zeka. I think she almost forgot her given name there for a second. What with the energy Avi here is putting out, I sort of don't blame her. Huh. Avi. Now, for some reason, that name does sound familiar. Unfortunately, I don't get the time to sift through the good old memory banks. Avi nods a couple of times before going on to ask, did you perchance just enroll in the academy recently? Zeka nods in turn, albeit only once, and far slower, yes, transferred, today. The pink-haired girl's mouth promptly hits the pavement, a transfer student. Wow. And it's your first day, and you're on the brink of being late. Zeka winces, yet Avi isn't done, as she adds with no small amount of awe and a grin from ear to ear, that's fire. Huh. I think I like this girl already. Avi-senpa dash, Zeka starts to ask, only to be cut off, as she whirls back around, facing me once again. So then, who's this? Your older brother, perhaps? Dad. Bruh. I responded, so completely and utterly caught off guard by her assumption that I instinctively resorted to slang from 2 decades in the future. Avi though, she didn't know that. She nodded several more times, almost pleased. Brother, then, got it. I gave the shrimp the most deadpan stare I could muster, taken from all the time I've seen Chiron level similar glares at me in the past. I know I probably should correct her. But, at the same time, she also somehow assumed I was Zeka's dad. Somehow. So, I'll keep my mouth shut for now. About this, and the fact that there's another group of people, humans, approaching. Avi-senpai, that's not dash. Zeka tried to speak up once again, only for Avi to whirl back toward her. She didn't even say anything, she just moved, and the poor girl got scared silent. You know, Zeka-chan. I also have an older brother. Well, too, Actua, wait. She paused, stopping herself, as if she suddenly remembered something. It took her a second. Ah! Then she screamed, this isn't the time for chit-chat. We can talk later, right now, we must hurry. 'Cause you'll be late as hell. I point out. That. She pointed at me, but also they'll show up any second now. They. Zeka muttered slowly. Fortunately, her question was answered fairly quickly. There you are. Problem child. Another girl flies out from the trees. But unlike Avi before her, at least she wasn't in danger of ramming into a god and getting a mild concussion. Instead, she jumped from the tree line and landed right behind us. The girl was short, a lot like Avi, actually. Her black hair was done up in a messy ponytail, she was carrying a sword whose sheath was marked by a clan emblem, and her school uniform also possessed an armband. Like all the kids I saw at the school gates earlier. Student council, then. Ack. Avi grunted in alarm, and then, almost instinctively it felt like, she moved behind me, using me like a shield, already caught up. Huh, Mina-chan. You're fast. The new girl sputtered, damn near looking offended. Don't call me that. My name is Minamoto. Minamoto. She ground out the sound of her name through gritted teeth. As if on cue, other students, all with a similar armband, came walking out of the trees. They assembled behind Minamoto like some sort of military squad. Today, I'll throw you in a guidance room for sure. Mina glared, her eyes practically blazing. Slowly, Zeka backed up, getting closer to me and Avi. I don't, Avi-senpai. Nori-san. What should we? I stared at the new girl, my eyes narrow. Her name also felt familiar, but more important. Where did I hear it before? Well, I'll think over that bit later. What I'm more interested in right now is... Oi. I speak up, address the council squad. What are you lot doing chasing a kid around outside school? And with those words alone, I could see Mina's entire train of thought derail for a second. Well, sir, that. It takes a moment, but her professional demeanor returns. That is none of your concern. Unless, of course, you're the problem child's guardian. Huh. You know what? That's fair. I nod, in agreement. All right, have at her. Bay. Avi sputtered behind me, with Zeka turning toward her, looking concerned. For a second, Mina almost looked as though she couldn't believe what she just heard. Right. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation, sir. She turned her head toward the others and nodded once. Catch her with all you have. Yoo. As one, the kids assembled behind her roared as though charging into a war zone. Hey. Avi jumped out from behind me and grabbed Zeka's wrist. Eh. The girl made a shocked sound. Then she was pulled away. Eh. Avi had immediately made a break for it, crying out, run with all you have, Avi. Wait, why am I dash? Zeka-chan. Your older brother is so cold. Avi whined as she ran off with her. He isn't my dash. Their voices were drowned out by the stomping of several pairs of feet as they chased after them. The student council grunts made sure not to even ruffle my robe as they ran past, parting around me as they started chasing the girls down. With a chuckle, I turned and watched the action from afar. Man, what a crazy part of the school. Not even the high school division had this much action happening so blatantly outside it. Crazy and interesting, all at the same time. I wonder if Schwartz will pick up any of this during school. Well, even if she doesn't, maybe I'll point her Zeka's way regardless. Schwartz is far less energetic than Avi and far stable. Maybe they'll hit it off as friends. Both girls could use it, I think. As for me, I need to head back, find Yuzum, and ask her some very pointed questions. I also need to forge a paddle beforehand, just in case. I walk away from the school building, thoughts of spanking the hell out of a goddess as children shout and throw weapons in the background. Just another day in this world. Chapter 103, Chapter. Good old deja vu smack. Nori. It's been a while. How've you been? Smack. NNNNGHHHHH. Good? Good. My hand went back up, and as soon as it did, Yuzum started squirming around desperately in my lap. Wait. Wait. Stop. She cried out, what did I even do now? I was asleep. Asleep. I blinked at that, realizing that she was technically right. When I got back home after that whole ordeal outside the junior high school, I walked straight up to this goddess room, picked her up immediately, dragged her ass out here into the gardens, and started spanking her. I didn't even explain anything, I just started going to town. That's honestly just how natural this entire motion is at this point. That's fair. I admit after a moment of thought. I set my hand down on her lower back as Yuzum breathed out a sigh of relief. Her ass was already red, of course, or else I would have put it there just to tease her. By the way, as an aside, she's wearing this deep purple lingerie set, and I can't for the life of me figure out why. It's not like she expected anyone to see her in it, right? So then why go through the extra trouble? Trying to comprehend the inner workings of her head would give me a headache, though, so I'll just leave it at it's Yuzum and move on. Doing so, I proceed to level a dry look down at the back of her head. She can't even see my face at present, yet somehow, likely by pure instinct, her body started tensing up. So, I began, when were you going to tell me some girl is running around with the Miyamoto name? It was now Yuzum's turn to blink. Her response. Just as eloquent. A confused noise, perfect. My hand suddenly went back up into the air. Nori, wait, hold on, And like a well-oiled machine, it came right back down on one of her cheeks. Smack. Eeeeeeee. See, come on. She cried, wriggling around in my lap. Musashi didn't have any kids. I don't know what you're talking about. My hand stopped halfway, as my eyebrow raised in its place. Oh. I hummed, interesting, so the name Zeka Miyamoto doesn't ring any bells. None. She denied, exasperated and more than slightly panicked. We watch all the families, from Mystic to Marshall, and we especially keep close tabs on the legendary family lines. If his line existed, we would have watched over it. I click my tongue. You're positive about that? That he didn't start a family? I never said that he didn't have a family. Yuzum stressed, he did adopt some kids, and he had students, but he never passed on his genes. I furrowed my brow at that, ready to open my mouth and ask how that changed anything, but Yuzum beat me to the punch. And before you ask. She begins anew, those kids he adopted also died before they could start families of their own. I couldn't help but wince at that. Still, I had to ask. And you're sure he didn't father a kid with, like, a courtesan or the like? Yuzum snickered, I don't think you understand, Nori, that guy, he wouldn't do anything like that. Was he gay? I asked reflexively. Yuzum wheezed so hard she damn near fell off my lap. No, and no. Ha, quite the opposite. He, and those damn swords both, were both supermassive perverts. Obsessed with breasts for some reason, can you believe it? Huh. Wait. Obsessed with breasts? The fucking what? Why? I asked, utterly flabbergasted. Yuzum shrugged, as much as she could anyway, I don't know. Regardless, it ended up with the guy having this sort of stigma around him in the past. Yuzum continued explaining, as time went on, though, that bit was pretty much forgotten, buried under all his accomplishments and such. But, yeah. Yeah, fucking nothing. What the hell is wrong with this world? Wait a second, let's back up here. You mentioned those damn swords as well, what was that about? Yuzum gave a nervous chuckle, right. That would be his sacred gear. A pair of swords called Eden's Duel. Eden. As in, the Garden of Eden. And just like that, realization struck me. That feeling I sensed, that divine power that reminded me of a holy relic, it was a sacred gear, but not a relic. No, a person, a pair of people. The first humans that were created by the big, sometimes angry guy upstairs. The first man and the first woman. I frowned. The first man and the first woman. I can't say their names. I know who they are. Who doesn't know the story of the Garden of Eden? It's just like how I can't say the big guy's name anymore. Yet somehow, I doubt this is related to me specifically. It's far more likely he sealed their names away when he stuffed them in the gear. Maybe that's their punishment for eating the fruit here. If so, that's wild. And Musashi had them as his sacred gear. Somehow even wilder. I know he's wanked to high heaven and back in these kinds of worlds, these kinds of stories, but still, damn. But of course, the titty god author had to go and ruin them by making Musashi, and the first humans, boob-obsessed perverts. I wish I were shocked, but truly, I sort of felt it coming a mile away. At least Zeka seemed like a good girl, if a bit shy and socially stunted. Not a hint of titty obsession on her from, albeit, what little I saw of her thus far. Well, that answers another thing for me, then. I speak up with a sigh, pretty sure the new girl has his sacred gear along with his name. Yuzum freezes at that, before she slowly slumps, letting out a groan, it's fine, it's fine. She begins to try convincing herself that gear lost the second sword centuries ago, it's still strong, but at least it's not a Longinus-level threat, so it's fine you didn't know where it ended up until now. Yuzum trails off, muttering incomprehensibly to herself. Somehow, I'm also not shocked she lost track of the gear. Also, as if I needed further proof that Zeka girl is some sort of protagonist, there it is. Her family name already made that likely, but add potential Longinus-class sacred gear to the list, and that practically guarantees it. Yuzum begins to slowly curl up into a fetal position, still rambling on, but at this point, I can't say I need much more out of her. So I'll leave her be, running my fingers through her silky smooth purple hair just to give my hands something to do as I think. About what exactly? Well. Now that I know all this, I'm probably going to have to keep far more of an eye on the situation than I originally thought. The girl's family made her important. A sacred gear like that on top of that. Oh yeah, someone, somewhere, is likely after her. Someone being after her would also likely explain why Yuzum and the Pantheon as a whole didn't even know she existed. Her family was hiding her, or just hiding in general. And I mean, come on, one of her swords has already gone missing. My bet is someone in the past took it, and whoever they are, they likely won't settle for just half a Longnia's sacred gear. They're going to want the full thing eventually, and they're probably going to start something to get it. I internally groan at the thought, my other hand reaching up to run a hand through my hair as I huff. The question then becomes, who did it? Who took the sword? Who am I supposed to suspect is coming? My knee-jerk reaction is the hero faction, but I annihilated their leadership, and I don't think they survived after that. The Cows Brigade as a whole is still around, though, yet I haven't heard them doing much of anything lately. Even down in the underworld, beyond backing Cocoa Puffs, I mean. Which means there's most likely a new threat abound. Fuck me. This is one of the rare times when I think I truly wish I hadn't died when I did. I wish I had finished the entire original set of light novels and had even the chance to see where the hell these characters and events are coming from. It's odd, though, now that I'm thinking about it. I look down at the still blubbering Yuzum in my lap. I never really get that feeling about certain other characters or events, even though I never saw or heard of them from the source material either. Yuzum here, for instance. My mother. Takamagara. Izanami and Yomi, and so on. Weird. Probably best not to dwell on that, though. I stand up, picking up and carrying the goddess that was once on my lap under my arm. One last thing I need to dwell on, though. That little pink-haired brat called herself Abby. I have heard her name before, her full name. Avi Amon. Chiron told me about her way back before Odin visited Japan, around the time when I was collaborating with the clans and the Yukai, planning his visit and tour and all that. It was rather offhandedly, and I recall considering checking out what she was all about back then, but events of that time sort of pushed that stray thought to the back of the list, so to speak. Chiron had described her as my #1 fan, but somehow, I doubt that's accurate if she couldn't even recognize me. That, or I can add forgetful to Avi's personality index, and I can kind of see that being the case, considering what little I've seen of her thus far. She was like the opposite of Zeka, and I get the feeling she had a good head on her shoulders, so Avi not being all there. Well, it checks out at least. Regardless, to say my interest in her had waned would be an understatement. Or, rather, my interest is now invested in bullying the little brat because she called me old. That is assuming we even run into each other again, of course. I don't doubt we will, though. It's pretty likely she'll latch onto Zeka for plot reasons or what have you, considering how they met, even if I were there. So. I won't have to worry about that. I will have my revenge. Eventually. And I'm not sure how yet, but I will. In the meantime, though, I make my way back toward the main house, carrying Yuzum along for the ride. I'm going to throw her in her room, let her settle, and as I do that, I'm going to help Rose plan for Schwartz's eventual return. I don't mean help with planning a training plan, oh no, Rose has that covered. I'm talking about a sort of successful first day of school, after-party type of planning. And, well, if it was a bad day, then the party becomes more like a cheering-up party, rather than a celebratory one. Rose is very keen on making sure Schwartz has a proper education, and having at least a good time while she's at it. I can only wonder why, huh? So as soon as I had put Yuzum away, Rose and I got to work for the rest of the day. Thankfully, come the time school got out and I went to pick up Schwartz, her day had gone rather plainly, according to her anyway. As it would turn out, her appearance was sort of overshadowed by a certain other girl, who had made her entrance by somehow jumping into her second-story classroom via a window from outside. As said, though, Schwartz didn't seem to mind. I couldn't stop myself from cackling for the rest of the night, though. Beyond that first day, nothing of note happened for a little while. A day after the first, 2, 3, until nearly a week had passed. By this point, Yuzum had gotten herself together enough to go tell my mother what was going on and explain why I was going to be a little late visiting now. According to Yuzum, she accepted it, though Yuzum herself didn't accept the spanking Amma gave her for letting the girl slip through her fingers for so long. Well, that, and her gear. I didn't exactly know what to expect next, but I can sure as hell say I didn't expect what would. A new sun. The evening sun was getting lower and lower in the sky as I lay around on the couch, thoroughly breaking in my new phone with a whole lot of texting. Well, I say texting, but there weren't many words going around. More like pictures. A lot of pictures. Right now, it was mostly between the Yukai girls and me, the others were busy, or Rose, and were thus way too shy to do such a thing. Understandable. What is also understandable is that I was a bit too preoccupied staring at my phone to notice anything going on around me. Why would I? It's not like anyone is going to appear in the middle of the living room around this time. A Norse magic circle sprouted up in the middle of the living room. I turned my head, slowly, robotically, toward it, and blinked slowly. One of my hands let go of my phone to pat my body down. Good. I'm still wearing my robe. Thank fucking me. I was triply sure of that, thanks once said magic circle deposited 3 girls in my living room instead of just 1. See, ever since her first day, Schwartz figured out how to teleport herself between here and the school, Kuroka and Rose modified the barrier and such to let her do so. That didn't stop her from bringing people with though. But my little phone time here certainly stopped me from realizing she got out of school at this time. With a click of a button, my phone screen went dark as Schwartz almost immediately approached me. I didn't even get to ask who her friends were, even though I already knew, before she spoke plainly. They aren't my friends, they just really wanted to see you for some reason. And with that simple statement, Schwartz gave an annoyed huff and walked off. Well, all right then. As she walked away, the two girls behind her were revealed to my sight. I already knew who they were, of course, I could sense them as soon as they appeared, but I couldn't see with Schwartz right in front of me. Now, though, I could. Zeka stood there, looking around like a fish that jumped out of water a week ago and was suffocating horribly. Avi though. She winced, her head craning briefly in the direction of the artifact room, likely where she felt the immense Holy Spirit aura of several artifacts and weapons sitting around. Whatever she felt, though. That faded immediately as she turned toward me and promptly pointed. You. She exclaimed. I pointed my thumb toward myself, me. I exclaimed back mildly, eyebrow raised. Zeka gave a nervous chuckle, but beyond that, stood stock still and said nothing. Undeterred, the pink-haired invader stepped forward. You weren't Zeka-chan's cold older brother at all. She continued, accusatory. I glanced past Avi, toward Zeka. You only just now managed to tell her. Zeka sighed lowly. She wouldn't give me much of a chance. That much figures. I turned my gaze back to Avi. Is that all that came here about? Kind of weird, you know. Avi shook her head vehemently, walking straight up to the couch, all the while she was fishing around in the small shoulder bag she was carrying. She pulled out a phone, and with a speed that somehow both amused and scared me, went through it, quickly finding what she needed, before shoving the screen nearly right into my face. That's you, isn't it? She pointed at the screen with her other hand whilst exclaiming. What was on her screen? A static shot of me, shockingly enough. During my fight against the rampaging Red Dragon, back when Issei went Juggernaut Drive. Specifically. It's the shot of me getting my clothes blown off by a dragon or a bullet. I narrowed my gaze at the screen for a moment before looking back at her face. Out of all the screenshots you could have taken, why that one? So it is you. Avi accused, completely dodging my question. Why didn't you say anything the other day, huh? I deadpan stared at her. You didn't ask for my name, you shrimp, you just assumed I was Zeka's brother or dad. Avi blinked at that. Oh. She gave, realizing, before she suddenly pulled away. All right. You have me there. Hey. My bad. She bowed, sincerely. Man, what a switch up, huh? Meanwhile, poor Zeka was looking around like she was trying to find a way to escape. She wouldn't be able to find one, at least not before Avi could do what she did next. Anyway. Avi abruptly went down on her knees, slamming her head onto the ground as she did a full kowtow straight from standing position. Kusanagi-sensei. Zeka-chan and I humbly request your aid. Avi exclaimed adamantly. Zeka perked up, letting out a panicked squeak. You Avi-senpai, I. She trailed off, like she wanted to say something, but couldn't. Meanwhile, I'm just lying here wondering. When the hell did I become a sensei? Chapter 104, A New Sun's Second Anniversary. I know exactly why I'm here today. Right now, I'm standing atop a particular mountain in the middle of evening's light. The sky is nice and clear, almost exactly how I remember it. I couldn't help but smile just from my sheer luck. It is usually far more cloudy than this, what with the weather nowadays. Or maybe, a certain someone or two felt my nostalgia and decided to clear the skies up a bit for me. A wistful sigh escapes my mouth as I lean against the railings, and this time, I don't feel the need to vomit off them. That's probably the one thing I don't need to do again, yeah. No sickness, just me, the cold, the light, and memories that feel several years old rather than the actual good several months ago they actually happened. I can't say why lately, but what with the lull in events ever since the day, the junior division, when I met those girls, dropped off short, all that. Well, ever since I briefly mentioned my past self to Zeka, it's just been on my mind lately. And naturally, when the past comes to mind, where it all began tends to come to the forefront. My head tilts to the side for the umpteenth time this evening, looking down at the railing as it stretches across the mountainside's ridge. I can still remember it all. My first moments waking up here, my encounter with that fucked up danger noodle stray, all of it. I remember the railings melting from that rubber hose's stupid acidic spit, from smashing the thing's body through the metal and into the forest below. But now. The railings are all fixed. As if new, or rather, as if no damage had ever happened to them in the first place. Any signs of my short fight up here are gone, long gone. It's sort of mind-boggling if I'm being real. Now I know how fast supernatural shit can get cleaned up and swept under the rug, so it shouldn't shock me that much. Still, this place is my first memory here, so it holds a bit of a special place in my heart, alright. I'm allowed to be a little irrational over this. Not that I wanted the place to still be wrecked or anything, it's just, yeah, it's stupid. Naya. Darling, what are you doing up here? Speaking of stupid. Okay, that was mean, but the setup was too perfect for me not to think that. In any event, there goes my piece. With an amused sigh, I turn around, leaning my back against the railing as I cross my arms. Kuroka bounded right up to me, but like a cat who was caught mid-pounce, she ended up stopping right in front of me. Aha, Naya. She course-corrected immediately, putting her hands just above her ample bosom to form a heart with her fingers as she winked at me. Unfortunately, that's not enough to get her out of this. I roll my eyes, yet can't help but smile, even as I reach out to her and snatch her up, pulling her right up against me. Nye. Darling. Wait, let me put up a barrier first. No. I huff out, still just hugging her. And no. Kuroka whined, scandalized. People don't come up here all that often, turns out. I pause before adding, especially once it starts getting colder out, you know. Still. Kuroka grumbled, leaning her body into mine, grasping my robe as she did so. Also, I'm not fucking you over the railing, the hell. I grunt out into her ear, causing the horny bimbo of a catgirl to perk up and feeze. Humph. Then pout, for some reason, even though she didn't seem too sure about it, under the assumption of doing it in public mere seconds ago. Ah, this fucking cat. Of course, from the moment I left home, she followed me all the way here. I sensed it, and I let her, no reason not to. It'd be up to her if she'd be gotten for her curiosity. Well then. Kuroka continued, still huffy, if you aren't gonna breed me over the railings, what are you doing here, Naya? I elected to ignore her huffiness, else I would be baited into pounding her over the railing anyway somehow, and went straight for the point. You remember how we first met, yeah? Kuroka looked up at me, and tilted her head, a full grin stretched across her face. How could I not, Naya? Fair enough, I couldn't help but chuckle at the memory myself. I turned my head, my gaze sweeping across the built-in platform resting atop the mountain. I explained to you that I lost my memory, woke up randomly, all that jazz. Well, this is where I first came to all those months ago. That seemed to get her attention, prompting the cat girl to perk up, and full my gaze, leading nowhere in particular. It didn't take long for her to start giggling, it's so random, Naya haha. I shrugged, drunk me has weird vacation spot choices, aight. Kuroka wraps her arms around my shoulders, gently pulling me down so she can rub our noses together. Someday, I'll meet drunk Nori, right Naya? Ha. I let out a single, drawn-out laugh, probably not. If I ended up here by getting drunk, who knows where I'll find myself if I do it again. Now that I have powers, it wouldn't surprise me if I somehow made my way to the underworld or something, and woke up in actual hell. That'd be a story to tell. Kuroka pursed her lips, shame, Naya. How else am I supposed to thank him for making me run into you? I stared down at her, completely and utterly blindsided by what she just said. It took me a moment to find the right words, for my smile to come back, full force. I think he knows you're grateful, you sneaky cat. Excellent, Naya. Kuroka then, without warning, leaned forward and pressed her lips into mine. I found no reason to resist, wrapping my arms around her back and holding her as the sun began to set. Chapter 105, Chapter. The pinkette kneeling on the floor before me began to sweat and shudder, and that was the only visible movement she'd made since she went down there. She also hasn't said anything, but I feel that'll change soon. Why? Well, I'm still lying here, across my couch. Unmoved. Not exactly unbothered, but I have yet to say anything. It's been more than a moment by now. Probably minutes, if I had to guess. I haven't been keeping track. Zeka has been standing almost as still as Abby this entire time, too, her lips sealed shut. The poor girl has no idea what to do or even say. I know I'm not helping, but this is all to punish Abby, the little shrimp, for pulling this in the first place. I'm sure she'll forgive me after this. Also, she practically called me old again, so I'm feeling more than a little petty right now. Though I do have to say, respect where it's due, I expected the little shrimp to get tired kneeling like that by now. Well, I have time. Without saying anything, I lean further back into the couch and pull up my phone again. This time, I'm holding it so the screen is facing purely toward me. No chance anyone in front of me could see it. I figure since I do have time, I could attend to something else of far more importance. Fox titties. Fox titties. It has been a little bit since I last checked up on Yasaka and Kunu. Or as I'm damn near ready to start permanently calling them, concubine and daddy's brat, if they keep sending me pictures of themselves looking smug with their chests plastered all over the screen. Maybe after this, I'll hit them up before heading up to Takamagara. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Actually, I'll gather up all my girls, we'll make it a group project. Zeka squeaks in the background. I look up from my phone at her, eyebrow raised at her, only to see that her face is a burning red and she's gaping at me. I give a glance to my lower half to find no Nori Jr. making a surprise appearance, so I'm not sure what set her off. Oh. I made a face, didn't I? Oops. Oh well. Now then, how should I respond to? Okay. Oh me damn it. The pinkette rises from her bowing position with a shout, her legs wobbly and shaky, with angry red marks marring her knees, and even on her forehead. Despite all that, though, Avi put her fists on her waist and stood straight and proud. That was starting to hurt, so excuse me for my disrespect, sensei. She exclaimed. I couldn't help it anymore. With a twitch of my brow, I turned off the screen and dropped my phone to the side. Then, with a smooth motion, I sat up. With just that single movement, just sitting on the couch as I am, I end up looking down at her. That's how short Pinky here is. Avi blinked at me, eh. I reached out and just as smoothly, flicked her on the forehead. Smack bad on the red spot like it was a bullseye to be shot. Yuch! The shrimp cried, jumping back, her hands instinctively going to cover the struck area. And before she could say anything, I'm not your sensei. I immediately began, clipped and annoyed, I've never taught anyone like that. I'm not even old enough to be a sensei. I ground out, and to top it all off, don't you think this is all more than a little sudden? We didn't even meet until the other day, what could I possibly help you with? The short-haired girl rubbed the sore spot atop her head, gazing at me with something I didn't quite expect. Ah, right. She hums out with a tilt of her head, a bashful smile stretching across her face, I guess I did sort of jump the gun a bit, huh? My apologies. She bowed, swiftly, a normal respectful one, no getting on her hands and knees this time, allow me to introduce myself properly. From behind Avi, I could see Zeka watching on with no small amount of awe and shock. Same, Zeka-chan, same. Kusanagi-san Mr. Kusanagi. Avi decided as she went on, no breaks, I am Avi. Avi Amon. Third child of the high-class Devil Pillar clan Amon. For a second there, it looked like she was about to trip over her words, but she held strong, and I am a big admirer of yours. Ah. Wait, what? All of a sudden, Chiron's words from way back when ring in the back of my head. Number 1 fan. She came to Kuo because of me and my fight against the Red Dragon, I remember that. But why? I asked aloud, utterly bewildered. Avi smiled, blindingly bright in fact, why, because of your swordsmanship, Mr. Kusanagi. Zeka tilted her head in the back, perplexed, and I damn near copied her, because that just gave me more questions. Rather than ask, I just motioned toward her and simply stated, elaborate. Please. Avi practically preened, gladly. See, with just a blade, you took down the rampaging Red Dragon. This generation's Red Dragon Emperor, the boosted gear user in an out-of-control juggernaut drive. Zeka's eyes widened considerably in the background, by contrast, I grimaced. It was nowhere near as impressive as you think. I denied, more than a little embarrassed regarding that whole deal. Not only did I have help, I nearly died more than once, only saved by my bullshit healing ability. The me from back then is so much weaker compared to the me right now that the comparison frankly brings physical pain. Well, it would if I could feel proper pain, but it's the point that stands. Avi simply waved me off, her smile never faltering, that doesn't matter to me. What does is you still did it all with a sword. And fire, real cool fire, but mostly a sword. She nods to herself, rapidly, and from what I saw, it didn't even look like a particularly strong one either. I'm not going to lie, that almost offended me something fierce. Then I recall that, despite its history, back then Odorite Okosen didn't even have a name, or much of the power that it does now. So I suppose she's not technically wrong about that. You showed that something that strong can be brought down by something so small. Avi continued, fist pumping, before she stops, blinks, and scratches the back of her head, well, not that your sword is small, but you get it, hey. I know she doesn't mean it as an innuendo, so I won't say it out loud. But that doesn't stop me from thinking it. Heh. I really need to stop spending so much time around Kuroka. But yeah. Avi continued, that is the reason I call you sensei. And why I want your help, specifically. I have a goal. A dream that I will accomplish. She clenches her fist close to her chest, and you showed that it isn't impossible. So, thank you. Isn't she giving me a little too much credit? Still, I can't help but feel the drive coming off this girl. It's something for a little shrimp, isn't it? I let out a long and low breath before leveling her an inquiring stare. I won't promise anything right now. Her smile still doesn't waver as I begin, but, in fact, it grows wider. I'll at least hear you out, Pinky. What ya need? Avi barely managed to suppress an excited shriek as she turned, right toward Zeka, who promptly flinched as the smaller girl's intensely excited face was pointed toward her. I'm also fairly sure it activated Zeka's fight, flight, freeze response, because the girl looked like she wanted to run away, desperately, but didn't even get the chance to as Abby pranced over to her and threw an arm around the girl's shoulders, causing her to slouch down to the pinkies level. Zeka-chan and I are in a group, or club, you could say. Abby began to explain, grinning from ear to ear, but there's a slight complication. We don't exactly have an advisor, or, well, enough members, or an official club room, nor, acknowledgement from the school that we even exist. Abby slowly trailed off, with each thing she listed, her mood seemed to drop a bit, and she slouched more and more, until her pink eyes practically swirled with dread and worry by the end. She was dragging along Zeka the entire time, too. By the end, the poor girl was practically bent nearly completely over, and straining to breathe normally. But we could fix one of those things. Abby suddenly perked right back up, her normal asserting itself, with Zeka gasping for a breath in relief. We need an advisor, and I think you're the best person for the job. I let out a considering hum at that. A club advisor, huh? How would that even work for me? Though thinking about it, in the novels, Rias managed to get Rose a job at the school as a teacher after he left her behind in Japan. And Rose is around my age. Realistically, I could bully Sona into making such a thing happen as well. It wouldn't even be that hard. No, what the question should be is this worth my time? If I'm right, and this entire thing, these girls, are a part of some side story or something another that came out after I went under in my first life, then something may happen eventually that I should be aware of. Like, shit, Zeka over there has the sacred gear hosting the souls of the first man and woman, that by itself is pretty important, no? Especially considering the whole deal with the big guy upstairs here. Truth be told, even with the promise of new events to deal with, new enemies to fight, something new in general, I don't think it'd be completely worth it to have to babysit a bunch of girls to access it. At the same time, do I have a choice in the matter? If I let this sit, if I let this fester, and something big happens when I'm not there, it'd be the Red Dragon event all over again. I close my eyes and lean forward, my chin resting on my hands. After a moment's more consideration, I open my eyes and gaze at the two girls sharply. I don't need much more. If it's not worth my time, I shall make it worth my time. If this ends up being nothing, then so be it. If this all ends up coalescing into something far bigger, then I'll be there. This time, I'll be there. I'll be real with you. I start, my tone broaching no argument, deadly serious. Abby seemed to pick up on that, as her smile hardened, albeit only a fraction, while Zeka still just seemed confused. I don't know anything about this advisor stuff, all right. I admit, standing up straight, so I'm probably not the best man for the job here. Abby shakes her head, adamant, that might be what you think, but I don't agree. I couldn't help but chuckle as I walked up to the two girls. Yeah, I smirked, somehow, I figured you'd say that. Well, I stretch my arms before looking down at the two girls intently. You've certainly got my attention, and now I'm curious. You say you've already got a place. Abby smirks back at me as she nods, a fire building in her eyes, in anticipation. Good. I state simply, then show me. Heh. With pleasure, Kusanagi-sensei. Abby answered fervently. I wasted no time in flicking her forehead again. AAH. Pinky didn't see it coming and ended up falling over, releasing Zeka before she dragged her to the floor too. Zeka looked between the two of us, clearly unsure of what to say, but that was alright for now. I'm more focused on Abby at the moment. I'm not your sensei. Not yet, at least, and I may not be after this still. I shrug, giving her a lazy smirk. Guess we'll see how it goes, Abby rubs her forehead with a hand, the other keeping her sat upright, yet despite her state, not even a little has that fire in her eyes weakened. I understand, but if there's a chance, there's hope. She nods resolutely, staring me straight in the eye, and we won't let it go to waste, will we, Zeka-chan? Zeka jumps, having all of a sudden been directly called out. We will. Yeah. Abby jumps up onto her feet, fist pumping. That's the spirit. Spirit. Zeka parrots back awkwardly. Yeah. Let me see that fire. Woo. F-fire. These two, these two. Zeka's just parroting back parts of whatever Avi's saying because she doesn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Zeka's tone flies over Avi's head, and all she's hearing are the words. I had to resist the urge to chuckle at their antics, and although it's a shame to stop them mid-show, I'm going to have to. Alright. I wave at the two of them, Avi's attention immediately snapping to me as I speak, while it takes a moment more for Zeka to almost drowsily look my way as well. Give me a minute to grab something before we head out, okay? Avi quickly waves me off, no worries. Though, we're going to have to go back to the school, so. She rubs the back of her head again, more than a little abashed. Could you grab Short-chan too while you're at it? I don't even recognize where here is, that, and even if I could, well, I wouldn't be able to teleport us out of here myself. Now, at that, both Zeka and I raised eyebrows her way. Sure, she could just be talking about the barrier around the estate. That would stop her from teleporting out and in whenever she wanted since she's not keyed in. At the same time, the way she said it implies something entirely different. Also, Schwartz-chan, cute. I don't think those two have talked barely at all, yet still, here comes Abby bulldozing her way through formality. I'll save that thought for later, though, and instead shake my head. Don't worry, Pinky, I assuage her worries, I can port the three of us fine myself, just wait for me. Abby quickly perked up, with any sense of shame or off feeling vanishing as she sent me a thumbs up, fire. I chuckled, sending the girl a thumbs up back as I walked away. I wouldn't need to worry about them messing with anything, not like I suspected them to on purpose anyhow, but even then it wouldn't be a problem because I won't be long. Honestly, the only thing that might take time is finding my old sword-carrying bag, a new son. My return with my old, filled, sword-carrying bag brought reactions from both girls, as was to be expected. Excitement from Abby was especially expected, but Zeka's odd stare at the bag wasn't. No confusion, just pure consideration. Regardless, when I returned, we were very quickly off. Since I didn't know where this building was on the junior high school's campus, I beamed us down right in front of the entrance. Though apparently, that wasn't a problem, as Abby quickly waved us to follow her deeper in, the little Pinky practically ran for the trees. I mean that literally. She started running toward an old-looking forest that sat in what could easily be mistaken for the campus background. Zeka looked like she wanted to say something to Abby before she ran off, but she ran off before she could even get a word out, leaving the awkward girl there sighing before quickly running off, after giving me a very pleading look. I'd tell her she wouldn't want my brand of help with whatever her problem is, but honestly, she might be just that desperate to accept it. It didn't take very long at the pass we ended up going, and considering all of us were a degree of supernatural, we could go fast. It took barely a minute. Which is pretty shocking considering what Abby ended up leading us to. Nestled within the forest was a small, clearly abandoned building. The pathway leading up to it had long since been overtaken by the forest, and the foliage and green around it were slowly encroaching upon the wood of the building. I recognized the building on sight for what it was. A dojo. An old traditional Japanese-style dojo in a clear state of disrepair. Here we are. Abby stopped and turned to us, throwing her arms up as she presented the place to us. Ah. Zeka gave her a sound, which is better than nothing, at least. I scratched my chin as I gave the building a considering once-over. All in all, it's old, but it doesn't look ready to fall apart. Yet. Serviceable. If nothing else. I gave Abby a nod. Hee hee. Right. I'll show you two inside. Without a prompt, Abby turned back and booked it straight for the door. Though she did stop right before she flung herself through said door, barely, to open it, and quickly wiggle off her shoes, depositing them to the side of the entryway. We followed her example, though much less clumsily, I must add. Though I have to say, what greeted us inside wasn't nearly what I expected. It was like night and day, the outside versus the in. Upon walking in, the first thing that hit me was this crisp, fresh paint smell, mixed with the cool evening air. This came from the walls, which were a stark white, not a hole, mark, or blemish anywhere. The floors, by contrast, were wooden, and they looked old, aged, but not rotten and falling apart. All in all, it reminded me of the dojo that I had in my home near Kuo, like an older version of it. Wah. Zeka let out a sigh next to me. Not a bad one, but it was certainly a cute one, considering the way she did it. Abby put her arms behind her back, fingers locked as she practically skipped to the center of the dojo. As soon as her foot hit the center, she flipped back around, facing us. I know it may not look the best from the outside, Abby began with a big smile, but that certainly changes once you make it inside. That it does. I agree, nodding approvingly. Yes, Zeka also agrees, though quieter, and as she kneels to run a hand along the wooden floor, it's clear that this place is very well maintained. Huh. She's so fascinated with something regarding the floor that she managed a full sentence. Neat. So then, Pinky. I look around, specifically toward the walls. I can feel the auras within them. Demonic. Yukai. Magic. Nothing wholly related, yet still, so many different powers, in the walls. Mind telling us what this place is? I finished, raising an eyebrow. Abby smirked, likely clocking onto the fact that I had sensed whatever's in the walls. Thus, she wasted no time. With a snap of her fingers, the walls revolved, turning like a hidden bookcase or door would to reveal a hidden room. But instead, this merely revealed new walls. Walls packed to the brim with swords. Countless. Swords. Encased within thick glass display cases, there had to be dozens, no, easily 100, probably more than that. And they were the source of the auras I sensed. Which is weird, because a Yukai aura, on a sword. That's new, I didn't know such a thing could exist. This, Avi began, calling out, is the place for seeking the finest weapons, cultivating the best swordsmanship, and becoming the greatest swordsman. Avi preened, puffing her chest out whilst placing her fists on her hips. The Occult Sword Research Club. Or, if you want to be simple about it, Cult Sword. Ah. Chiron was right. She might be just a touch obsessed with swords. Chapter 106, Chapter. Alright. Sorry, I don't really do tea, so. Zeka, Avi, and I had all sat down after Avi brought out a few floor cushions, those traditional Japanese ones called zabuton. Now. Avi is holding out what looks to be a couple of cans of a sports drink. Here you go. We take the offered can, and I give it a once-over, immediately recognizing the gal plastered across its face. Seraphal Leviathan, in her magical girl costume, holding out her staff that was blasting out a beam of colorful liquid. She was a famous actress, wasn't she? With her magical girl TV show and such. It'd make sense she'd have merch and products, Issei did with his show as well, but I don't recall ever seeing any of Sarah's stuff being mentioned or shown directly. The name is a little rough, though, Magical Sweat. I uttered it. Is this another gamer girl bathwater situation? Should I be worried about that? Beside me, Zeka just looked plain confused, clearly not recognizing the Demon King on the front as she turned the can over and read, barely audible, the slogan right next to Magical Girl, if you drink this, you'll also be a Demon King, use Levia BEAM against heinous monsters. Zeka didn't seem like she knew what to make of it. For once, same, Zeka. Same. Avi nodded, enthused, as she sat down directly across from us. In case you were wondering, I get them from the high school division. The student council president there throws a bunch of stuff like this out all the time, so since she doesn't want it. She smiles cheekily as she trails off. I snorted, putting together the pieces fairly easily. My guess is Sarah sends Sona a bunch of stuff all the time, and Sona ends up throwing it in response because it's too much. Something like that. Ah well. Zeka doesn't judge, her eyes moving off the drink at last to finally look toward Abby. I'd like to think it's fine, but did that president have a large chest? I was halfway toward opening the drink myself when Zeka abruptly said that, and I damn near fell over in my cushion as she did. My head swivels, and I just stare at her, only to be further appalled as Zeka stares at Abby with an intensity one don't think I've seen in her eyes yet. Abby blinked at Zeka, seemingly completely oblivious to her look, her head tilting as she replied, "Why are you suddenly going on about chests?" Abby glances down, her hands coming up to squish her very much non-existent chest area, a little larger than mine, I suppose. Abby asks, clearly unsure. I took all my willpower to not chime in and say Avi's is actually bigger, but at that point, I'd just be being a dick for no reason. Now, if Sona was within earshot. Zeka gave Avi's response a pleased hum, a small-chested president, wonderful. I'll accept it, then. She then proceeded to pop the thing open faster than I could blink and started chugging it. Huh. I blinked, mildly impressed and a little concerned. Wah. Hold on now. Avi cried out, shocked, what did I say that caused this? Zeka did not stop, and did not seem particularly interested in answering the question either, for that matter. Well, judging by the fact that she isn't stopping, I'm going to assume the drink doesn't taste bad. Then again, I suppose as long as it isn't prime, it should be good, huh? I pop the drink open myself and take a sip. Honestly. It's alright. I don't really do sports drinks, but for what it is, I wouldn't say no. Zeka is still juggling the thing like her life depends on it, while Avi just stares on in awe at this point. I consider the moment before deciding to get the ball rolling myself. First things first, let's clear some things up. In the moment, the misunderstandings and funny hijinks that can ensue from them would be entertaining, but long-term. Not so much. Aight, Pinky. I begin, immediately grabbing her attention. You said it was just you and Zeka then, right? Out of the corner of my eye, I see Zeka freeze. Avi nods, correct. Zeka immediately sputtered, coughing and hacking as she heaved, aye, that's. She tried to get out, but failed horrendously. Yikes girl. Just, yikes. I rub my chin, a small smile on my face as I continue, that was quick, considering she transferred here recently, isn't it? Avi continues nodding along, happily, Though, admittedly, her joining was also fairly recent as well. I raised an eyebrow, how so? Earlier this evening. Avi cheerily answered. It once again took everything I had not to wheeze out loud. As it was, though, it was a very close thing, is that so? So close it almost slipped, regardless. Avi didn't seem to notice anything as she nodded and hummed, recounting, it happened right before we found Short-chan and had her take us to see you. Damn. Zeka, you're on a roll tonight, aren't you? Speaking of the poor girl, she was looking increasingly more and more abashed as words came out, yet still she held her tongue. At least she wasn't choking anymore. You know what? I could force the issue, here and now, clear it up, and all that. I can easily tell something is amiss here after all. In the long run, it would be for the best, like I thought before. At the same time, I can't go around solving Zeka's problems for her. If she truly doesn't want to join, it is well within her power and ability to say so for herself. So. Avi leaned forward a bit, looking toward me. What do you think? I gave the entire place a good glance once again, across the walls, the swords, and all. Honestly. I began, slowly, watching as Avi leaned further forward in anticipation. I'm pretty impressed. Yes, Bleg. So forward in fact, she promptly fell on her face. That didn't stop her for long, though, as she promptly pushed herself up. Ow. Where was I? Right. Yes. She pumps her fist. I rested my head on my hand, watching her mini celebration with a small smile. It's even more impressive because it's just been you for the longest time, hasn't it? You don't even get supported by the school. At that, Avi shakes her head in confirmation. Nope. In fact, some would say the school even has it out for me. After a moment's consideration, she elaborates, well, more like specifically the student council, but that's the same thing. In anime land, unfortunately, yeah, it pretty much is. But I keep going on all the same. Avi continues, before looking at me intently, so, does that mean? I take a sip of my sports drink, considering just how exactly I wanted to go about this. Well, to be honest, I already had an idea of how I wanted to do this. It's why I brought my sword after all. But it doesn't hurt to consider other options, now does it? Unfortunately, those other options are rather boring. So, I'm going along with the original plan, of course. I stand up, not too quickly, but suddenly enough to cause both girls to perk up. One last thing. Then I'll decide. I slip my bag off my shoulder and into my grasp. I want to see where you two stand. That causes both girls to gape at me, both completely caught off guard by my statement, both sharing an emotion for one. Though that doesn't last for long, as Avi abruptly grins, following me by getting onto her feet as well. Of course, I should have seen this coming. Her gaze momentarily flickers between me and Zeka, and a flash of realization crosses her face, for some reason. Thankfully, I swiftly learned what sort of revelation she had, as she focused fully back on me. Ah, right. Mr. Kusanagi. She abruptly gave a quick yet small bow. I apologize, but Zeka can't be your opponent. I furrowed my brow down at the pinkette and asked the obvious, why not? Avi raised her head and gave me an apologetic look. Unfortunately, Zeka-chan has no experience and lacks the skills of a swordsman. My deadpan look became so perfect, so absolute, that I don't think I could come up with a metaphor to compare it to. Slowly, almost robotically, I turned my head toward Zeka. I had already suspected it was straight bullshit. The way she reacted to my presence when we first met. She was fully prepared to defend herself if need be. Additionally, I doubt a girl with her family history and sacred gear wouldn't be an exceptional swordswoman already. Lo and behold, my eyes found Zeka looking down, all of a sudden finding the floor very interesting. I couldn't help myself anymore at this point. Zeka-chan, I spoke up. Yes, and Nori-san. She eventually answered. You're first, I stated simply. Zeka perked up and finally raised her head in shock. Eh? Avi gasped, Mr. Kusanagi, didn't you hear what I sighed? Yeah, I did. I cut her off with a sigh. It's also wrong, and Zeka here just let it sit. Avi blinked at me, then blinked at Zeka, who gave her an anxious smile, before promptly looking back at me. Really? I almost sighed again, but forced myself to stop. In part, I can't exactly blame the Pink Devil. She doesn't come from Japan, she wasn't born or raised here, so I'm not shocked she didn't hear Zeka's last name and immediately figure her out. On the other hand, though, she runs a club called Cult Sword in Japan, yet doesn't recognize the clan name belonging to possibly the strongest sword saint in the country. Yikes, Pinky, yikes. In the end, I decided to wave the shrimp off with a simple and concise, seeing is believing. Before I began walking to one end of the dojo. Avi's eyes widened, and she then looked toward Zeka once more, who just let out a quivering breath and gulped. Avi began, clearly unsure, for once sounding like she sees the look on the other girl's face. I'm not sure, Mr. Kusanagi. I still think it'd be better if I fought you in her place, instead. Pinky. I toss my bag against the wall, propping it up against it. There's no coddling when it comes to the blade. Speaking of, I muse aloud, we won't need protective gear, just a few practice swords. That's all right. It takes a long moment, but eventually, Avi responds, right. As I hear the small pink girl bound off to wherever the gear storage is here, I turn back around, and send the remaining supposedly younger girl who looks like a deer caught in headlights a smile. Remember, I begin, softly, just try and relax. A new sun. Zeka felt like she was dying from anxiety. To be fair, most of this is her fault. It wouldn't be fair to blame Kusanagi, or even Abi-senpai. No, she's the one who couldn't speak up when it mattered, and so now she's here. In this position. In a dojo, across from her, stands the man who killed a rampaging boosted gear user. A literal Shinto god, a kami. Who likely has figured out about her family and her sacred gear by now. It's in cases like these where she wishes her grandmother weren't such a good instructor. She wishes she didn't know about the Longinus, about the kami, about any of that. Oh, she doesn't think he'll hurt her, on the contrary, she's fairly certain he'll hold back a vast majority of his power. That still doesn't stop the anxiety from gnawing at her, though. From forming that empty pit in her stomach that her mind just sinks into it. Until, inevitably, something drags her back out of it. Alright. Here you go. Avi-senpai came bounding back up, a heap of bamboo practice swords in her arms, pick whichever you two want, however many you want. We approached where Avi-senpai stood in the middle of the dojo. Nori-san picked first, and without an ounce of hesitation, he drew out the largest bamboo sword of the lot Avi had brought. Which, considering how large his primary weapon appears to be. Zeka's eyes glanced at his sword bag. Yeah, she saw that coming. Almost causally, he slung the weapon over his shoulder, its size and heft not seeming to bother him at all. Once more, completely expected. For herself, Zeka took a moment to comb through the options available before drawing out a single standard-looking bamboo sword. Nori-san tilted his head at her, and she saw the momentary look of curiosity flash through his eyes. Ah, it's because she only picked a single sword, isn't it? He's aware of her family's style of swordsmanship, then. Despite that, he didn't question it, instead turning back and walking to his position on the other side of the dojo. Without any further prompt, Zeka moved to do the same, her hands shakily clenching onto the bamboo sword. Well, she was about to, anyway. PSSHHHH. Hey. Zeka-chan. Zeka flinched as Avi-senpai leaned toward her, with her voice coming out, hushed. By this point, Zeka didn't think such a thing was possible for Avi-senpai. Honestly, that caught her off guard enough already, but what Avi-senpai said next just made it more so. Listen, it's okay if you don't want to fight, alright? I'll think of something, if you don't. She said, you don't have anything to prove. And just like that, the abyss in her gut grew just a touch warm. For a moment, Zeka couldn't recall the last time someone showed such genuine care for her, besides her grandmother, anyhow. For a moment, Zeka just stood there, shell-shocked. Nothing to prove, huh? Unfortunately, her senpai is wrong about that. Relax. Right. Taking a deep breath, Zeka's eyes finally met her senpai's. It's fine, Avi-senpai. She said, hushed right back, I'll be fine. For a moment longer, Avi-senpai stared back into her eyes, a sharp focus in her gaze as she searched for something, like deceit, most likely. When she found nothing, all tension and seriousness left her at once, and she stepped back. Okay then. She shouted, let's get this started. Finally able to turn around, she does so. But not without seeing Nori-san standing there, in his position, a small smirk on his face. He heard everything, didn't he? She looked toward her Sanapi, seeing the small pink-haired girl trying to pull away the floor cushions while still carrying the bamboo sword in her arms, completely oblivious to the fact that they weren't quiet at all. Luckily, he doesn't seem mad, more amused than anything else, but still, the lack of awareness is a little, yikes. Still, she found herself disregarding it fairly quickly because, in the end, that's just Abi-senpai for you. No, as she walked to her position, she found a new feeling welling within her chest. Well, not necessarily new. She's felt this before, this anticipation, this drive. 10 years ago, she made a vow to her grandmother that she'd become the strongest swordsman, that she'd reach the same height as her ancestor, and make a ton of friends. Nowadays, she thinks that path was for naught, because she didn't make any friends at all. Yet, to say that path gave her nothing at all would be wrong. No, she became strong. Of that she's sure. Maybe not the strongest, not yet, but as she stops at her position and turns to face her opponent, that drive thrums within her heart. She can't help herself. That drive to improve, to test your blade against another's, to prove that the path she walked wasn't completely useless, that something good came out from it all, well, it never left. Alrighty. Phew. Avi-senpai finally managed to move everything out of the way, off the dojo floor. She then turned, her hands on her hips as she stood at the edge of the center of the floor. Now then, we'll keep the rules simple, since it's only a spar. No time limit, first clean hit wins the match. Cool. Ah, so a fight to the bitter end without any breaks. Nori-san gave a contented look as he replied with a smooth, very. Zeka merely nodded and readied herself. Across from her, Nori-san didn't seem to do the same. He kept his sword lazily hung over his shoulder, waiting patiently for the match to begin. Avi-senpai nodded, pleased, good. She raised her hand, ready. Then begin. And swiped it down. Nori-san vanished. As soon as Avi-senpai lowered her hand, he was just gone. Fortunately, he wasn't a small guy, so she saw him when he reappeared. Unfortunately, he wasn't a small guy, and he was right in front of her. Avi-senpai yelled something, but she couldn't hear her. She was far too focused, her instincts sharpening as Nori-san brought his odachi down from above. A split-second decision between blocking or dodging it played out in her mind, and she quickly settled on the latter. She moved, practically kicking off the floor as his sword passed through the air her body once occupied. She could feel it, even as it passed by, even as she went flying to the side, the slash cutting through air, the vibrating, the near ringing. The power within a single arc of his wooden sword would be far too much to take head-on. It'd blow through her guard in an instant. He stops his sword as quickly as it comes down, right before it can contact the floor, his golden eyes immediately snapping to her new position. He stepped, and that one step somehow turned into a dozen in an instant, and he was nearly on top of her again. His sword came out like a lance, piercing forward with all the power his slash had, yet concentrated on the blade's tip, and of course, it was even faster than his first attack to boot. There wasn't any time to dodge, not this time. No, she had to parry it, redirect the blade away with the force of her own, it's the only way. Her blade rose to meet his at last, hers coming in from the side, slamming into it with all the force she could muster. Her eyes widen significantly when it does nothing, and the blade continues completely unabated. So soon. On the second strike. She lamented internally. She closed her eyes, preparing for the inevitable explosion of pain. Only to find a blast of wind hit her instead. H-ha. She gasps, confused, before looking down to find the tip of his odachi right in front of her chest, having stopped right before it could make contact. You're holding back. His voice, succinct and to the point, followed, causing her gaze to shoot up and look at his face. He looked serious as he looked back when Abby was talking about him becoming the club advisor. He pulled the sword back before lightly and casually swinging it at her with one hand. On instinct, she held her sword up to ward it off, yet even still, with one arm, the swing sent her flying across the dojo, her arms rattling and ears ringing. Don't. He continued, plainly, the world doesn't care about whatever mental blocks you have, or whatever you're feeling inside. If you never stop holding back, you'll remain as you are. He points her sword at her, and for a second, she can see it. A golden glow, an aura, flaring up around him, but only for a moment. Show us, the extent of what you can do. He practically demanded. Zeka gritted her teeth and stood up straight. For a second, her eyes drifted toward the bamboo sword heap that Avi-senpai brought in. Then her gaze snapped back to her opponent. Nori-san frowned. And just like before, he vanished. Truly, Zeka could only wish it were so easy to just let it go. The drive is there, yet. These chains don't feel like they'll ever leave. Chapter 107, Chapter. I've got to say, this really is a first. My sword came down, as casually as I could make it go, with one hand. Zeka jumped back, her feet skidding across the dojo floor at the force of her leap. Usually, when I'm dealing with a girl's problems, they sort of just spill them all out on me without much or any prompting. Zeka doesn't move from her new position, even as I lazily pull my sword back up and perch it upon my shoulder. So many openings, lost in an instant, because she's refusing to act. I've also fucked them already by that point, or am getting around to it by then at the very least. I breathe, and my next step becomes like a dozen. I catch Zeka's eyes widening as she sees the blur of my movement, and I practically appear behind her. In reality, though, I may as well have walked around and right up to her back. That isn't going to fly here, and to be honest, I'm kind of going in blind here. I'm assuming this has something to do with her shyness, but I'm not at all sure how that connects to her martial ability. It's a damn shame too. My sword swings like a bat for her neck, but strikes out in the air. Zeka ducked, kneeling just in time for the oversized wooden stick to pass right over her. I can tell, even though she won't attack, she can fight. Even if I didn't know about her family or gear, I can tell. She's holding back massively. Not out of necessity, no, I know she's not underestimating me. I get the feeling she's underestimating herself in truth, not in regards to her ability exactly, but somewhere far deeper. I sluggishly hold my sword off to my side, just standing there. Zeka turns, her stance tight, sword kept close like a form of armor. She doesn't even try to lash out, not even a little bit. Zeka-chan. The shrimp calls out from the side, her hands raised and clenched into trembling fists. Why are you being so stubborn? Attack. You see the openings, don't you? I think the pinky over there feels it too, even if she's not crossing swords with the girl. Unfortunately, I don't think Zeka is hearing her right now. I stare down into the shy girl's eyes, mine narrowing in no small amount of annoyance. You need a target sign to go with all these openings. With a shrug of my shoulders, several places across my body light up like big candles, soft glowing flames becoming like light indicators. My neck, shoulders, forearm, chest, groin, knees, hell, I may as well just be on fire. That's how open I'm leaving myself right now. I hold my arms out and state plainly, here you go. That good enough for ya? Zeka's eyes merely narrow, considering, extremely cautious. Huh. I think my sarcasm and taunting are legitimately flying over her head right now. Aim for the groin, Zeka-chan. Wow. Okay. Brutal Pinky, brutal. Fortunately for me, Zeka did not aim for the groin. She didn't aim anywhere at all, again. Instead, she leaped back and away once more, and I couldn't help but groan. Are you kidding me right now? I exclaimed, exasperated. Zeka merely tilted her, giving me this defensive and confused look. It could have easily been a trap. Yeah. I flung up my arms, damn near done with this shit, in a normal match. But we're sparring. Sword only. Such a thing was never specified. I blinked at Zeka's answer to that, and swiftly moved to correct her. My mouth opened, and then I remembered exactly what I said before the match began. I want to see where you two stand. I didn't exactly go into it beyond that. Fuck. My mouth shut, and I clicked my tongue before holding up a finger and speaking properly. Okay, that's fair, I actually didn't specify, you got me there. Zeka nodded, but I wasn't entirely done. Still, I point at her, that doesn't mean it wasn't heavily implied. After all, this is all for a club called Cult Sword. I don't think fiery explosions are a part of that. Unless they come from a sword. Avi chimed in to add. Zeka blinked, before her stance slumped slightly, her gaze diverting down, a strained expression stretching across her face. I sighed, my arms falling loosely to the side, the grip on my sword so lazy even a stray breeze could probably blow it from my grasp at this point. If this keeps up, this is just going to get sad. There's something in there, but it's clear she doesn't want to use it, for whatever reason. I could probably pull it out with force. Maybe pulling what Vala did against Issei in Volume 4 would do the trick, threatening loved ones. Though that might be crossing a line, even for me. Damn it. This is even worse than that time I beat some sense into Akino's dad. That time, I knew what the problem was, and could punch him physically and verbally. Here, I have barely a clue. Well, I do know one thing for sure. This can't go on like this. I huff out, almost at a loss. If it does, nothing's going to change. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the shrimp look between both of us, her face set with concern, before she abruptly walks out onto the floor proper. Right up to Zeka. Zeka-chan. Avi murmured, though Zeka didn't move her head to acknowledge her presence at all. From where I'm standing, I could see the look of pure and utter concern for the girl on her face from here, clear as the cloudless sky. It struck me like a thunderbolt, not any physical attack, but the missing piece to this mental and emotional puzzle. Zeka is a shy girl who, if my initial impression of her continues to hold, likely doesn't have any friends. When we first met, I focused more on who she was, not what logically came about from it. She doesn't have friends. She probably doesn't feel like she has many who care about her, if any at all. Then, when you consider she's still just a kid. Huh. Is it really that simple? Well, only one way to find out. Time to pull a softer Volume 4 Valley. I take a single step forward, the grip on my sword tightening. Zeka, for once, doesn't react, but Avi does, her hand twitching toward her thigh, of all things. My eyes narrow, and I can just barely make it out. That the little pink midget's got a knife strapped to her thigh. It's incredibly hard to see, but if you look close enough, you can see one of the straps for it just barely peeking out from under her skirt. Not going to lie, that neat little tidbit for some reason makes me somewhat excited to test the pinky's skills. But, for right now, time to play a part. Oi. I start, better move out of the way, Pinky. I don't remember the match being called just yet. I take another step, slowly walking toward the two girls. It takes the shrimp another moment of looking at Zeka before she finally replies. No. Avi ground out, impossibly quiet for her. Oh ho. I raise an eyebrow and stop, a mere few steps away from the two girls. No. I parrot, curious. That's right. Avi turns toward me, her face now set with a stern frown. No. If she doesn't want to fight, she doesn't need to. You can't force her. Force her. I snort, I didn't force her, though. She agreed, not even a peep in argument. Avi stumbled, that's, still. She clenches her fists and looks me in the eyes, right now, clearly, she doesn't want this. I can see it in her eyes. I'm calling the match, you can fight me instead. I could already feel the tension, a thick, ominous, shadowy thing, building around us like a dull, silent noise. My smile at her words ensured it became real, a smog wrapping around the floor. And my response? No. Ensured it became very real. Avi, almost on instinct, stepped back, reeling in surprise, and no. MHM. I hummed back, this fight isn't over until I say it's over. And so far, you can't even really call it a fight. It's been more like trying to hit a runaway piñata. That's because she doesn't want to fight. Avi fired back. Sounds like her problem. I responded, casually. Avi's mouth gaped, what? I'm not exactly sure what you're confused about. I sigh, putting my weapon over my shoulder. I said I'm going to test you both. You'll have your turn, right now, it's Zeka-chan's. She doesn't want to be tested. Clearly. Avi expunged once more. And I once more deflected. And nothing. Avi finally had what seemed like enough, stepping forward, right up to me. You better stop pushing, mister, or we're going to have problems. Oh yeah. My smile never left, even as I leaned down to look her right in her eyes. What kind of problems? And released my aura, the aura that I had, up to this point, been containing so as not to overwhelm the two girls before me, and not freak out the school that's very close to us right now. Of course, I don't let out everything, no, just enough. Enough that my entire body lights up like a comet entering the planet's atmosphere, and the entire building begins to shake. No. Not the building. The swords. The demon and yokai swords are trembling in the presence of my divine power. It's impressive, then, that the pink midget in front of me has a far more subdued reaction. Oh, just like the swords, she's trembling, but to a far lesser extent, even though she's far closer to my aura than the swords. Thus, she can feel its effects far more directly. Which explains the small nosebleed trickling out of her nose as she stands before me, defiant. Despite the instinctual fear within her eyes, she won't allow her face to show it, and the fire in her eyes does well, somewhat completing the mask. Still doesn't completely trick me, though. As if awakened from some kind of sleeping spell, Zeka's attention finally snaps forward, toward us. Hey Avi-senpai. She intones, befuddled. As though prompted, Avi turns her head and looks back at her, albeit not entirely. IT told you, Zeka-chan. She gives her a thumbs up, and a beaming smile, despite the blood flowing down her face, picking up in intensity. I'd figure something out. For a brief moment, Zeka stared, shell-shocked at the situation unfolding before her. I could almost see it in her eyes. As the gears turned, the thoughts formed, and her mind ran with it. Memories, connections, realizations. She has someone who cares about her. Who's willing to stand before a divine being for her? Who's willing to bleed for her? Who may, in fact, even be willing to die for her, too. Now, I began, no longer addressing Pinky, who turned back to try and glare up at me. Hey. I ignored her, looking right over her, right at Zeka. Isn't this all you need to fight? A friend to protect, who will protect you in turn. Zeka's eyes widened as though she gasped, completely and utterly silently. I saw it in her eyes, the moment everything she was thinking clicked in her mind just right. Zeka righted herself, her slumped posture, her sagging stance, all of it, she corrected, smoothly sliding into becoming battle-ready in almost a heartbeat. Finally seeing where I'm looking, just as she was about to speak up again, Avi turned to follow my gaze, and immediately seemed to recognize the changes in Zeka. Zeka-chan, you don't have to, she began, only to be cut off. But not by me. I'm sorry, Avi-senpai. Zeka cut her off with a shake of her head, for the pain I made you endure, and that I'm making it all for naught, but I must fight. Avi perked up, her eyes widening and glimmering with something I couldn't quite describe. Zeka-chan. Her gaze moved up from the shrimp to me. I will have you pay for hurting Avi-senpai. Zeka said matter-of-factly. I raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh really now? Zeka nodded, resolute. Then, in a whirlwind of blinding white aura, she vanished. My hand snapped up on sheer battle instinct before I could focus my eyesight, my mind just barely registering the fact that Zeka pulled out Tuki on me all of a sudden, as a loud wooden ringing sound echoes throughout the dojo. In my outstretched hand, between two fingers, I held Zeka's sword. From now on, Zeka grunted, pressing her blade down in midair, aura flaring around her and her weapon like a growing campfire. I'll be serious. I smile, the divine power around me calming. Words are no longer required. Instead, golden aura flickers across my hands, pressing into the blade. Said blade then promptly pops like a balloon, sending wood chips and splinters falling like rain around us. Zeka's gaze sharpens as she begins to fall, weaponless. I give her no time as I swing my sword over the shrimp's head, hefting the wooden blade straight for Zeka's throat. Nitten Ichiryu dash. She calls out, right before she lands. Lariapi. My blade cuts right through her throat, right as she lands. So clean the cut is, that there's no resistance, only the air. The figure of Zeka then fades away like a distant haze. Heh. So that's how afterimages feel. The sound of bamboo swords beating and shifting together briefly whistles across the dojo. I turn around, bringing my sword down once more with a single arm as I do. Right in time to meet an aura-clad Zeka, now wielding 2 wooden swords taken from the pile Abby left where she was originally standing. Her swords came up, crossed, her fighting spirit blazing around the fragile wooden blades as my massive beat stick barrels into them, smashing into the center. It sounded like 3 full-size trees smashed into each other at full force, yet without the breaking. That hollow wooden ringing is all that resounded. The floor shook beneath Zeka's feet, taking the brunt of the blow as it traveled down her shaking arms and into it. My smile turned into a smirk. Zeka looked up at me, and mirrored it. I pulled one arm behind my back as Zeka pushed, sending my sword back where it came. She stepped forward without hesitation, straight into my guard, and stabbed forward with one sword. I pulled back, taking advantage of her smaller stature and sword, easily dodging the jab. Only Zeka wasn't having any of it. She followed, pouncing after me like a predator trying to spear their prey, her second sword swinging down with her. The way she moved felt as though whatever heavy thing that once weighed upon her brow, shoulders, and shins had vanished. I swung up, sending her sword skidding across my larger blade and away from my body. Yet she stepped into it, locking her second sword against mine before attempting to push both her blades up into my torso. Relentless. But even with her fighting spirit straining around her, she isn't beating me physically, even with me bracing with only one arm. I show her this by pushing back, stepping forward, and bringing my weight to bear. Her swords get pressed back, going so far as to push her swords against her chest, which finally forces her to leap back. She doesn't dally. Right as she lands, she's dashing forward once again, her swords ready. I love a good dance, and what a great dance it quickly became. A rapid pace assault assumed, with both of her swords swinging to take a piece of me. The clash would last a mere few swings, but in a battle of blades, that's all it takes to end an opponent. And at the speed at which our battle commenced, it may take even less. Across the dojo floor, we dashed around, dual swords meeting great sword, several blows against larger, heavier ones, the sounds of wood clashing against wood almost like those radiating from a windy bamboo forest. Until both of us came to a stop, near the center of the dojo. The battle didn't end, no, but we had stopped because it couldn't continue like that, as beautiful as it was. A beautiful dance, unending, loses its beauty over time. So too would a battle. Someone had to give and break first. And it was up to us to force the other to be that someone. Zeka held her dual swords out, aura cascading like a raging river across their edges. She entered a stance, one sword held out in front of her, the other behind her, as she began to intone, Nitten Ichiryu, first esoteric technique dash. Ah. You know what? For old time's sake. I breathed. No aura nor flames cascaded down my blade, not this time, but it was needed as I slid into the stance, putting both hands on my sword at long last as I followed, Hinakami Kagura dash. Zeka's eyes widened, but she didn't hesitate, she moved. Her swords sing out as they cut through the air. Profuse bloom of falling petals. My sword spirals out to meet hers. Burning bones, summer Sunday. Our swords met at long last. And the dojo itself cried out in shock as the blades exploded against each other. Air and power, cries and gasps, the dojo's very floor and walls creaked as it was pelted with glowing shards and splinters. Zeka and I were sent flying away from each other, just a part of the debris, landing on opposite ends of the dojo. Off to the side, Abby stared, unmoving, clutching either side of her face in awe as she looked between us. She never did wipe the blood off her face for some reason. Slowly, I sat up, my smirk never having faded. And directly across from me, Zeka rose much the same, grasping the side of her head a touch as she did. Her eyes met mine, and she gave me a much smaller smirk back. Well, I begin, I think it's safe to say you pass with flying colors, yeah. Or flying. I pick up one of the many wood chippings splayed across the floor, wood chunks. Either or. Zeka looked at me oddly, this was that kind of test. I nearly facepalmed, but was stopped as Abby hurled herself right onto Zeka. Weh. Zeka recoiled as Abby grabbed onto her. You are amazing. I knew you were strong. Ha ha ha. The little shrimp laughed heartily and loudly, a nice pair of lungs on that one, that's for sure. I simply leaned forward, smiling as slowly, perhaps unconsciously, I saw Zeka wrap an arm around Abby, her face growing concerned as she eyed the blood still on the smaller girl's face. Cute. I think, for right now, I'll let the two have at it. Then, well, I guess I'll see if Pinky is ready to pull that knife on me. Chapter 108, Chapter. Alright, I think that's enough of a break. I announce, clapping my hands together as I walk toward the two girls, still on the ground. Zeka looks up, past Abby, and toward me, while said Pinkette perks up. Oh yeah. The shrimp begins, as if remembering something. Then, in the next instance, she pushes herself up onto her feet, using the poor girl under her as a springboard. Or, rather. Yeah. Zeka cried out in shock and alarm as Abby pushed off her chest to get onto her feet. Abby didn't even flinch at any of that, though, she was too busy whirling around. You. And pointing at me. You dash. My hand came out before her ranting could even get off the ground, grabbing the entirety of the lower half of her face, right underneath her nose and down. Avi's eyes widened comically as I sighed. Look, Pipsqueak, I looked down at her, straight in the eye. I was playing up a part to draw Zeka's fighting spirit out, so you better not start, got it? Avi blinked at me, unable to articulate a reply due to my hand covering her mouth and holding her jaw. That was all right with me, though. I wanted what I was saying to settle first before she blurted out anything more. So I gave her a second to let her brain matter process my words, then I let go of her face. Well, more like I dragged my hand off her face, I figured. While I was at it, I may as well clean up the blood that was still there. Also, clean up after yourself. I added, matter-of-factly, holding up my blood-stained hand. Fire quickly flashed across said hand, burning it all away into nothingness in short order, leaving it clean and pristine. Avi looked at my hand, then back to my face. Oh, yeah, I did forget about that, didn't I? She said, slightly ashamed, yet amused. I rolled my eyes, but before I could turn to Zeka, Avi abruptly continued. But where are my manners? She exclaimed, before promptly bowing to me. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner, Mr. Kusanagi. I will endeavor to be more perceptive in the future. Now it was my turn to blink at someone. Even her apologies are a bit over the top, huh? Ah, well, at least they're sincere. I patted the pinky on the head, and answered with a simple, see that you do. Now. I pause, turning my gaze to Zeka before continuing. Before we go on with testing, Zeka-chan. I've got a question for ya. I will answer, to the best of my ability. She responded after a moment, her gaze barely meeting mine. Oh, we'll see about that. Why didn't you use your sacred gear on me? I asked immediately, Avi perking up under my hand. I could almost feel her mouth the word sacred gear in shock. That caused Zeka to look away, but not out of embarrassment, shockingly enough. No, the normally dull look in her eyes grew past the point of lifelessness, if that's even possible. Ah. She began, though it sounded more like a sigh. That's because, Nori-san, its powers wouldn't have affected you. Because I'm a divine. I tried, but Zeka merely shook her head. No, because you are a man. She answered, tired and sounding done with living. What the fuck? Is it a sexist sacred gear? I tried again, legitimately baffled, yet at the same time considering the possibility. I mean, Chow Chow existed. His subspecies Balance Breaker had an ability that exclusively fucks with women's powers. So, yeah, could that just be her entire sacred gears thing? Honestly, that would just give proof that the big man upstairs is truly the most based of them all, considering he'd have to make the first man, or woman, have abilities that exclusively fuck with the other gender. That would be incredibly based, wouldn't it? By this point, Zeka's pink eyes have turned so dark they practically look like spirals into a dark abyss. And no, it's because you, she paused to gulp, as if her throat was as dry as a desert. Her next words came out raspy and scratchy, as though she didn't want to say them, even on pain of death. Don't have, big O-a-pay. I'm sorry. What? Then I recalled what Yuzum said, talking about Zeka's ancestor, his obsessions with tits, and the sacred gear sword sharing them. Oh my fucking me, the sword is like Issei, isn't he? That is correct. As if reading my mind, a new voice joined the dojo. It was a man's voice, shocking smooth, majestic, and almost suave, with a pleasantly deep tone, yet at the same time. It came from Zeka's chest. Or rather, the golden glow now coming out of her cleavage. Zeka didn't even seem to notice, not at first. The poor girl looks dead to the world in general right now, which is likely why he's stepping up. Avi just stared, for once, so utterly and completely flabbergasted at everything going on that she couldn't. You see, the voice of the man continued, Apei are life itself. My power is that of the dual-breast sword. Thus, it only works on Apei. As you lack any whatsoever, then unfortunately, Kami-sama, we would be a bad matchup for you. The fuck kind of nonsense did I just get spouted at me as though it were legit? Zeka began muttering something, albeit she was too quiet to hear, but based on how her lips are moving, 1 Apei, 2 Apei, 3 Apei dash, hold the fucking phone, is she counting tits? I stared at the light, so earnestly dumbfounded that I couldn't find much to say to all that beyond. Huh. A pause, then I added, so. Did you and your wife get stuffed in those blades because you guys got dropped on the head when he formed you, or? Surprisingly, the first man merely gave a soft bark of laughter at that. No, not at all. We violated his law, and that was it. Something about our conversation seemed to stir Zeka, though, as she stopped counting titties, and faced forward once again. Wait, Tensei, what are you and Nori-san talking about? I can't say, but it sounds like he knows, so, go on ahead and ask him. The man replied, making Zeka look pointedly at me. her gaze far more intense than I think I've ever seen it, beyond our spar anyhow. Then, what do you know about Tensei? She asked, her hands clenched slightly. Wait a minute, hold on, does she not know who exactly is in her swords? Well, the one sword she has right now. Why hasn't he? Oh. He can't. Right, probably because the big guy upstairs did something to prevent him from speaking about his past, like his time up in heaven, in the garden, all that. Well, for starters. I began, rubbing my chin. Tensei probably isn't even his real name. Zeka flinched back, as though struck. What? That is correct, Kami-sama. The men picked up again, prompting Zeka to look down at the light radiating from her chest. My true name isn't Tensei, it's merely a nickname Musashi whimsically bestowed upon me. That. Zeka trailed off, looking completely and utterly lost. Saint of the beginning. I snorted out, the meaning of his nickname, with ten having a double meaning, heaven. Man, Musashi laid it on pretty thick, didn't he? The men let out a soft chuckle, that he did, yes. Then how did he name your wife? I naturally asked in response. Shusei. His reply came fondly, as though he was reminiscing. I nodded, a smirk crossing my face, saint of the ending. Very thick indeed. The first man, the first woman. The beginning and the end. Now named, Tensei didn't seem to have any more to say after that. Dude probably got lost in remembering his wife's tits or something. Anyhow. With that out of the way, I continued, gazing intently at Zeka. Since you don't seem to know much, I can tell you what else I do know, if that'll help. Zeka snapped out of whatever lost thoughts were clouding her mind, her gaze meeting mine, and mirroring it. She nodded. Please, do. First things first, I began promptly. According to what we know, your gear has the potential to be considered a Longinus. Potential. Zeka sputtered. I nodded in turn and continued, yup, Longinus. Though, probably not as it is now, without the lost second sword. I add, I haven't exactly seen it in action, and don't know the sword's current powers myself, but I can't imagine that it's weak right now, is it? Zeka placed a hand on her chest, just above where the light was still dimly shining from her cleavage, and shook her head. No, I wouldn't call Tensei weak by himself, either. Though I have to ask, if you don't mind. I don't, ask away. I waved her concern off. What is this Longinus thing you're talking about? Zeka asked honestly. I blanked out for a moment. Is this girl truly in the dark about everything? I wasn't aware that was even possible when you had a gear like that. Thankfully, Avi picked up my slack, interjecting as I blanked out to say with no small amount of awe, the Longinus class sacred gear, weapons powerful enough to slay gods. Zeka's eyes widened at her senpai's words, and it looked like she might stumble over standing still. Exactly. I managed to start up again. You've potentially got a real powerful tool there, albeit a rather eccentric one. The light from Zeka's chest glimmered. Why thank you, Kami-sama, and Tensei's voice followed, amused yet earnest. Well, Zeka gulped, that certainly explains a few things. Before trailing off again, deep in thought. It wouldn't shock me if she had people already come after her for the sword, and she had to deal with it herself. If she didn't even know what Longinus was, then she probably didn't understand completely just why they came for her, but now. Well, now she gets it, good. Now, lastly, the name of your sacred gear. I began, drawing both girls' attention. It doesn't exactly fit when you only have the one sword, but it's called Eden's Duel. Both girls gave me these stares that told me that the name didn't mean all that much to them, though Zeka at least looked appreciative. I expected it from Zeka, but come on, shrimp. You're a demon. Eden. Like the Garden of Eden. Heaven. Big guy upstairs, his angels, genesis of creation. Eden, huh? Avi mused, I wonder what that could mean. I facepalmed. Avi jumped, turning to look at me, Mr. Kusanagi. I'm starting to question whether or not this girl paid any attention in her noble classes or not. Or even had classes to begin with beyond the sword. She did mention she had brothers, right? I don't think she's the heiress of her clan, like Rias is to hers, so it's possible Avi had a different kind of upbringing. Ugh, whatever. Honestly, at this point, I'm done with tonight. I can feel the position of the sun, and we spent a pretty decent chunk of the evening here talking, with only a bit of fighting. Yeah, I think I'm ready to call it a night. While I'm out and about in Kuo, I may as well pick up something to eat to bring home. My hand slides down my face as I look at the two girls in front of me. I suppose since these two are already here, it wouldn't hurt to bring them along, huh? Especially if I'm going to be spending more time around the two of them, I might as well get used to it. Not that either of them is bad company, they just, well, Avi takes some adjusting to get used to, is all. I'm good, was just thinking about something stupid, is all. I finally answered the pinky, prompting the small girl to tilt her head as she eyed me, scanning for something, before flashing a small smile and a thumbs up my way. Fire. So then, Mr. Kusanagi, it's my turn, right? How should we dash? I held up a hand, stopping her. It is your turn, but how about we do your test tomorrow, yeah? Avi blinked several times before sputtering out, why? Why? It's getting late, there's wood chipping scattered across the floor, and food sounds nice right about now. I listed out the reason succinctly and clearly. Oh. Avi immediately stopped, making a sound as her mouth hung open slightly. All right, Mr. Kusanagi, that's fair. She acquiesced fairly easily, but we get our match first things first tomorrow. When do club activities usually start? Deal. I chuckled. All right, deal. Yes. Avi hollered, pumping a fist. Zeka watched Avi on, the smallest of smiles across her face, before turning back to me, bowing the proper way. Unlike Avi, thank you, Nori-san. I had the idea based on the weight of her tone that she was thanking me for several things at once. I didn't ask for details or say anything at all, instead reaching down and patting her on the head. It took me until just now to realize, but her chest wasn't shining anymore. Not sure when Tensei retreated, but all right. I only bring that up now because there's a little bit of light flushed across her usually pale cheeks as I pat her on the head. Cute. All right, I walked past her, picking up my sword that was still bagged, and leaning against the wall. Speaking of food, why don't you two come with me? I didn't bring any money with me, so. Zeka began to deny, but I waved her off. Don't worry about it. I'm paying. And if he wasn't, I could too. Avi chimed in, walking up to Zeka's side. Oh, well, she took a deep breath. All right, let's go then. I haven't gotten time to explore the town, so, Avi-senpai, Nori-san, I'll be in your care. Avi flashed the girl a thumbs up, while I merely gave her a reassuring smile. Everything is going to go. Haha, yeah, no, I'm not finishing that thought. Fuck you, Murphy, you sneaky bastard, but not this time. A new son. I'm really glad I caught Murphy like the sneaky fuck he is. Because so far, all we've had to endure thus far is the shrimp not being able to shut up for more than 5 seconds. Wait, hold on, Zeka-chan. Avi piped up, hearing the latest answer from the girl to her most recent inquiry. You live alone. Don't you ever feel homesick? Zeka shook her head, taking a sip from her drink bottle, which she got from one of the many shops littering the sides of this street, one of the main market streets running through the center of the town. It's all right, I exchange letters with my grandmother often. Letters? Maybe I ought to send mail, but use like, sun arrows or something. Oh. Fascinating. Avi exclaimed in awe, and old-fashioned. Maybe I should also communicate with letters. Maybe attach them to arrows and the like. I now feel ashamed that I was thinking something similar to the pipsqueak. You better not, you'll get arrested. Zeka tried to sway her otherwise, of course, but Avi had long since moved on. Well, what about you, Mr. Kusanagi? Avi points to me with a plastic spoon. She had a cup of something at one point, but I'm not sure where the long-since empty cup went. I'm also especially not sure why she still has the spoon. In any event, I sigh, you know I don't live alone, Shrimp, Schwartz lives there. Well, yeah. Duh. Avi rebukes, but it's not just her, right? I doubt that. Her mentor lives there with me, as does a Nekasha. I give, to which Avi simply nods. What a combination of people, wouldn't normally expect that. A god, a Nekasha, and 2 Wakir, it's like one of those jokes. Avi points out. Well, alright, when she puts it like that, it does seem kind of silly, doesn't it? Nekasha. Cat, girl. Zeka trailed off before her face abruptly flushed a bright red. Oh yeah, I did tell her I fucked a cat girl, didn't I? Guess she just made the connection. We were walking along the street, just like that, when someone passed us by, walking in the opposite direction. I stopped, as for lack of a better term, my sword, which was still in its bag and slung over my back, pulsed its power. Specifically, its dragon-slaying power, for some reason. It wasn't enough to be sensed outside of the bag, but I felt it nonetheless due to my connection with the sword. That girl. That wasn't my voice, that one was Zeka. I turned, looking to my side to find Zeka had also stopped, nearly at the same time as me, but she was turned, looking back and watching the girl walk away. To the other side of us, Avi spoke up, curious, Did you know her? No. Zeka answered, almost absent-mindedly, clearly deep in thought. Well. Avi rubbed her chin consideringly, she was pretty tall, and she was blonde, foreigner. Zeka didn't answer, so I chipped in. Anyone is tall next to you, Shrimp. Nay. Avi stuck her tongue out at me before grumbling and marching away. Her look from behind, and that blue. Zeka trailed off all of a sudden, almost as soon as Avi was away. She sounded like she was on the verge of remembering something but couldn't quite connect all the dots. I turned and gave the girl walking away a look over. Her face wasn't visible, but judging by her height, she might be a little older than Avi and Zeka, possibly a first-year high school student. She had bright, golden blonde hair, which was tied up into twin tails with a pair of blue ribbons. Wait, blue ribbons. That's what's catching her attention. Zeka-chan. Avi abruptly came back, and I turned, seeing her with a pair of croquettes. Huh. Zeka flinched, hearing her name being called so loudly, and did the same. Here, croquettes. She held one out to the girl, still steaming hot. Why croquettes? Zeka asked, flabbergasted as she slowly took the one on offer. No, Zeka, the better question is how croquettes. I wasn't even aware you could get those around here. I got them at the butcher's shop. Freshly made. Was Avi's response. We are in Japan. So once again, I ask, how? Also. Oi, wait a minute, I piped up, where's mine, huh? Avi smirked and gave me a side eye, over there. She pointed with her now free hand. She was pointing at an alleyway. A very small alleyway, where only a short person could squeeze through. My eyebrow twitched before I looked back at her, as she was once again sticking her tongue out at me. Good luck, hey. OM. She bit into her croquette, and almost as soon as she did, she exaggeratedly exclaimed, Tashtiti. It's so tasty. Brat. I will have my revenge. I turned back to Zeka, only to find her looking away once more. I followed her gaze to the nothingness it led to. Where, before, that nothingness hosted the blonde girl from before. Ah. I reached behind, giving my sword a slight nudge through the bag. Nothing. Still, that bodes well, doesn't it? Chapter 109, Chapter. The very next day comes, and the sun reaches the crest of evening in a blink of the eye. This is starting to get kind of absurd. Seriously, Shrimp, how are you still standing? I voiced, both impressed and concerned in equal measure. Avi-senpai. Zeka mumbled, in shock and worry all the same. Now, why are we like this right now? Because the Pinky stood there in the middle of the dojo, more blue and purple than pink at this point, her body littered with shallow cuts and bruises, and yet. Guts. Avi exclaimed with a big, stupid smile, not even wincing in the slightest as she held her bamboo sword up and pointed it at me. I'm still not done yet. Yeah, I can see that. I let out a deep sigh, my eyes drifting over to the orange-red rays of evening sunlight. Over an hour. That's how long we've been at this, my test for Avi. Nearly the whole usual 2-hour length most after Japanese school club activities last. Let me break down how exactly this happened. Avi wanted our spar to have the same rules I did for Zeka's, only difference. No first strike. It will continue until whoever drops first, or gets so severely wounded they can't fight anymore. Zeka didn't like it, but I could heal Avi if she pushed herself too hard, so I allowed it. Now, I went into this expecting it to barely last half an hour. I figured we'd go at it for a bit, then she'd slowly wind down as her stamina dropped, and her body gave out. I mean, look at the girl. She doesn't look sickly, but she certainly doesn't look well built like, say, Sarorg. I had no idea what I was thinking at the time because this girl may as well be Sai, but with a sword. At first, I didn't go anywhere near as hard as I did with Zeka, because I didn't know what the girl could take. Avi, though, started by trying to take my eye out. It wouldn't have worked, even if the thrust landed, but she was far faster than I had thought. She was almost as fast as Zeka was. So I set my pace around there, and we kept going. And going. And going. And going. I turned up the heat, slowly, and I started landing hits, grazing blows at first. Then it kept going, so my grazes turned to strikes, and all that managed to do was make her take a trip to the other side of the dojo. For a second. Then she'd make it a round trip by coming back and trying again. It didn't matter how many strikes she took, she got back up. It didn't matter how painful said strike was, she didn't even wince. Her swordsmanship was nowhere near as good as Zeka's, though it was unrefined, it didn't possess any inherent style or attachment to a school or methodology. It was simple, brutally so, swing real good, precisely. The basic of basis of any way of sword swinging, really. Yet Avi took just that, screamed, guts, and ran with it as she tried to gore said guts out of someone. She was relentless in a different way from Zeka. Zeka didn't have anything to prove with a swing of her sword, yet with Avi here. Every strike was meant to prove something. What? I can't tell exactly, only that there's something. Though, considering the comparison I made to Sai earlier, and the fact that, even now, as she stands before me, her fighting spirit has risen to its peak. I can sense much, if any, of her demonic energy. By my senses, I can tell she's a devil, yet she holds no weight as one, if that makes any sense. The best comparison I could make here would be against Sona or Rias. Those two, to my senses anyway, have a distinct weight about them. The raw amount of demonic power they hold gives that to them. I can sense them and feel that they are high class. You could also call it a presence, I suppose, the force of their being, so to speak. By contrast, Avi's presence doesn't match her status. I can sense her just fine, yet it almost feels like there's a baby in front of me. It's a weird feeling, to say the least. Maybe my comparing her to Sai isn't much of a miss after all. In any event, I would like this not to be the only event of my evening today, so. Yeah, I finally answer her aloud, resting my bamboo sword over my shoulder. I can see that, shrimp. Avi's smile beamed, good, before she slid back into a stance, basic, sword held out with both hands, her smile never leaving as she braced her back foot. Let's continue then. With all hearts. Nah, I think I'm done for the night. In that moment, Avi made to move, to pounce forward and strike. I could see the moment my words registered in her ears, the way her eyes widened in shock, her foot catching on the ground as she tried to stop herself. Wah! Only to face-plant straight onto the floor, her body bouncing into the air as the force of her dash was turned against her, the floor becoming her trampoline. She flailed around in the air before landing, limp, like a rag doll, unmoving and still. Zeka stared blankly, yet even in her incredulousness, Avi-senpai, are you? She began, concerned. Wah. Avi suddenly reared her head up and off the ground as though revived. Despite her injuries, despite the way her nose looked slightly off, she sounded just like herself. Ah, okay. Zeka made a sound, before just accepting that whatever is going on, is going on. Swift learner, that one. Avi wasn't done. She pointed her sword at me, holding up her tiny injured body with ease with her other hand, despite being completely off balance. What do you mean we're done for the night? The now blue and purplet whined. I thought we were just getting started. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, before waltzing over to her, halfway prone form with a small smile on my face. I think you forgot what this spar was originally for, didn't you? Avi blinked at me, not following whatsoever. My smile fell as I deadpanned down at the girl. A test. I let out slowly, causing the girl to perk up. Oh yeah. She finally recalled, bonking herself on the head with her wooden sword. Right, I don't usually like tests and all that, so, hey. Must have forgotten. My gaze slowly goes between her head and her sword, before looking her right back in the eye. If you do what you just did often, I can see why. I started with a huff. Avi, as usual, ignores the side remark and goes on, her eyes widening in another realization. Wait, so, if you're calling it, does that mean I? Truthfully speaking, I can see her thinking going either way, but I'd rather not do the whole song and dance of explaining and misunderstandings if she assumes wrong. So. I hold out my hand, Avi's gaze snapping to it as though watching a weapon poised to strike. Before anything else can start, I say two simple words. You passed. She didn't land a single hit on me, but to be fair, not even Zeka did that. And then again, that's not what I was looking for either. Avi always seemed to have what Zeka lacked. Even now, the currently not Pinky has it far more. Drive. It took Avi a moment, once again, to process my words. Her reaction once it did was far less animated than earlier, though. I only caught it at all because I was so close to her. She doesn't say anything, not a peep. Her mouth opened slightly, as if a tiny, silent gasp was escaping. All she did was stare at my hand, then, for one long moment. When she finally takes it, she doesn't say anything either. I went to pull her up, concern growing at the almost unnatural way she was staying silent. Shrimp, Yuku dash. I was cut off as Avi pulled herself up, using my hand and arm like a rope. Her sword falling out of her hand halfway to her destination, me. She grabbed me, hugged my robe, and I winced for her because that had to have hurt. The cloth of my robe isn't exactly the most pleasant against open wounds, most cloths aren't. At last, as she clung to me, she finally spoke up. You don't know how much it means to me to hear you say that. It's kind of scary how quiet she said that. Avi Amon and quiet shouldn't go together in a sentence like that. It feels like a perversion of the natural order somehow. Also, it's easy to put out of mind, but this girl kind of looks up to me, doesn't she? Even if she has an odd way of showing it half the time, the little pipsqueak. Regardless, I can't find any words to respond to that, so instead, I reached down and patted her on the head. She doesn't react one bit, not even as my light trickled out like a gentle rain, cascading down her form. Zeka steps forward, clearly unsure about what to say in this situation, but I catch her eyes widening as she sees the wounds and bruises littering Avi's form beginning to close and fade, washed away in the light. Only when the blue and purplet is gone, and the pinkette is restored, do I stop. And only then does the now once again pinkette finally seem to react to her wounds, letting out a sigh of relief as my light fades. All of a sudden, Abby slowly looks up at me, her eyes a touch wider. I look back down at her, one of my eyebrows raised as I give her a little wave. Oh, I. Avi's face flushed as she abruptly took a step away from me, letting go of my robe. Though due to her size, taking a step away doesn't do much, but still. Right. My bad. I don't know what exactly came over me there, hey. She looks away, refusing to meet my gaze as she rubs the back of her head. Avi-senpai. Zeka watched on, confounded at it all, except this time for good reason. Very not Abby-like indeed. I waved the pinky off. You'd be surprised how often my robe gets grabbed like that. It's fine, alright. Seriously, I'm pretty sure every single girl I have a connection with has grabbed my robe like that. I can't have just normal hugs, apparently. Gets grabbed. Zeka parroted, even more confused. I don't get it. Abby stated, back in her usual jubilance, a moment after Zeka. Of course, she doesn't. I shake my head and snort back, you don't gotta. Wait a minute. Abby piped up, moving on completely. If we both pass the test, does that mean? She trailed off, looking at me very expectantly. Not going to lie, the whole sensei, club advisor thing got sort of put out of my mind for a little while. I tap my chin with a finger, humming aloud as I make a show of thinking about it. My mind was already made up, but watching Abby lean in, the tension visibly showing on her face as she waits with bated breath for my answer, well, I just had to draw it out a little bit longer. By the time I was sure I had my fun, Avi's face was burning nearly the same shade of pink as her hair. That's when I finally responded. Well, I tilted my head, and smiled at the girls, sure, let's see how it goes. Yes. Abby threw her arms up and shouted so loud, Zeka nearly jumped like a cat. I promise, sensei, she barely held herself back from giggling like a maniac there, we won't let you down. She then proceeded to bow so hard, so fast, that I could feel a small wave of wind blow out around her. Before I could even say anything to that, Abby piped back up, standing up straight once again, isn't that right, Zeka-chan? Right. Zeka quickly followed suit, bowing, but properly. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. Now then, we should get started right away. Abby began, but before she could go on about club activities, schedules, and other stuff that'll make me regret my life choices, I held up a hand. That by itself wouldn't stop her in this case, so I also interjected, started heading on home. Abby looked at me like I had grown a second head, heading home. Already. But it's still so early. I leveled a withering, deadpan stare at her. Abby. I stressed, I want you to turn around, open the door, and look outside for a second, alright? Abby tilted her head, walking to the door as if on autopilot, well, alright, but I'm not sure what with an opening of the door, her voice ceases. Only to come back with a simple, oh. Yeah. That was my natural reply. Hey. Abby slowly closed the doors, albeit not all the way, alright, fine. I guess it is getting to that time, Zeka-chan. Abby called out. Zeka turns to her, yes. Abby beamed a smile right at her, wanna head on home together. Zeka fidgeted, but ultimately mirrored the pinkette smile to a smaller extent. I don't see why not, Abby-senpai. She started moving over to Abby, but before she even really began, she stopped, her eyes widening in realization. Wait, the dojo, we need to dash. Don't worry about it. I interject, waving off Zeka and the shrimp, I'll take care of it in a snap, you two just head on home, alright. Abby came walking back up, nodding and humming, you heard sensei, Zeka-chan. She takes the taller girl's hand, let's get moving. I can't wait for tomorrow. Abby practically drags the larger girl out, Zeka staggering behind the pinkette every step of the way. I couldn't help but chuckle, that chuckle slowly morphing into a full-on belly laugh as the two exited out of sight. If anyone ran into me like this, they'd probably think I was some kind of villain with an evil scheme. To be fair, if you're a member of this club, you probably are going to be thinking that starting tomorrow. See, the students are supposed to be the ones cleaning up after everything's said and done. I'm being nice doing it myself now, mostly because the way the dojo is right now is because I was ragdolling Abby every which way. After tonight, though. Yeah, this is going to be the girl's job. You could call this the calm before the storm, sort of. On top of all that, as an advisor, this means I'm going to be watching over and guiding club activities. If they want to become the strongest swordsman, well and truly, then I'm not going to baby them. I'm not going to give them free shit just off the cuff, I'm going to train and drill them into the ground. With swords. No metaphors. No dicking. I know there's also a bunch of other responsibilities a club advisor has to deal with, like managing the club finances, which I'm curious how that's even going to work, considering the club isn't funded by the school. I think. It's not even an official club. It was just Abby for a while, and I'm not even a teacher, so I technically shouldn't be able to be an advisor. But whatever, we'll make it work. Probably. I form a single hand sign, a half a dozen clones poofing into existence around me. They already know their task, they were made with it in mind after all. Clean the dojo. One of them turns and opens their mouth. I could feel the complaints coming on, they're pretty much me, of course, I would complain just to complain about something like this. So with a cackle, a golden flash of light takes me away, right before any words can come out of his mouth. The last thing I hear before I'm elsewhere is a chorus of myself crying out, "Bastard." To be fair, I don't blame them. Considering the special kind of hell I'm going to put these girls through for whatever is coming next, I'd even say it's deserved. Now, that said, I may have the ambition to be a teacher from Yomi, but I don't have the skills. Which is why when I appear in my home, it's not in the yard, living room, or even my bedroom. Nope, instead, I appear in Rose's room. As soon as the light dims, I begin, "Hey Rose. So I need your help with dash." The light vanishes, and in that, it reveals something, ironic as it is. Rosweiss, kneeling there on her bed, trying and failing to pull a white robe over her chest. I recognized the robe instantly, of course. It was a Miko Shrine Priestess robe, though Rose was having trouble getting the thing on for some reason. Probably related to the fact that her chest refuses to let it happen. Rose stares at me, a familiar red flush growing and spreading across her face. I only really had one thing to say at this moment. If you're looking for something that might fit, Suza-chan probably has something dash. Thunk. Ah. That was the sound of Rose fainting and falling off the bed, smacking against the floor. I reached down and gently took her into my arms, a low sigh escaping my mouth as I lifted her back onto the bed. I have no idea what the plan was for this one, but if I had to assign blame, I could probably blame this on Kuroka. Somehow. Though the idea of Rose wearing a shrine priestess outfit and worshipping me does turn me on something fierce. Yeah, this was a Kuroka plan. Fucking cat. Chapter 110, Chapter. Thankfully, it seems after so much practice, Rose got better at coming back to consciousness far faster, so she didn't stay out for longer. This timing. Why? Rose whined to herself aloud, her hands clenching the robe tightly as she looked away, folding it around her stomach and holding it there. That still didn't stop her chest from spilling out of the top half, though. It also didn't do much to cover her lower half, either, as she wasn't wearing any pants. But yeah, unfortunately, all that practice did practically nothing for when she actually woke up and had to deal with that. Still, Rose is always so cute while flustered, I couldn't help but chuckle. That made her finally look toward me, an indignant look crossing her face. Why you? Don't you know it's rude to just appear in a girl's room uninvited? She points out, more so out of embarrassment rather than legitimate anger. I simply shrug and nonchalantly respond, guys do that to their girls all the time. Full experience, remember. I reference, promptly causing her to flinch, and her blush to burn brighter. Cute. But well, I'm not a dick. Two people I like anyway. But, I continue, smiling softly as I bend down, getting closer to her face, if now is a bad time, say the word, and what I want can wait a few, alright. Steadily, Rose lifts her gaze back up to mine and sniffles. It's fine, alright. I was just trying. She trails off, looking down at the robe, more than a little dejected, before sighing and letting her grip loosen, well, not like it was going to work out, regardless. So, what did you need, Nori? Ah, I hummed, reaching over and cupping her cheek in my palm. First things first, I wouldn't say it wouldn't work out, you'd make an excellent Miko. And if you want to cover up completely, like I said, Suza-chan probably has something that can accommodate your chest. Rose blinked at that, seemingly confused by something, if I want. But my research said Mikas are supposed to symbolize purity. Being so openly perverted, that doesn't make any sense, does it? I send the silver-haired girl a blank stare and reply with a simple, you'd think. Rose stared, I could almost see the question marks flying off and around her head as time went on. With a sigh, I sat next to her, I'll keep it simple. The first Kagura dance, the type of ceremonial dancing that Miko usually do. I look at her to make sure she's following along, she nods easily, yeah. The first one was performed by the goddess failure I keep around here, Yuzum. Goddess, huh? Rosweiss muttered, and only then did I realize those two haven't interacted much, most likely. In any event, I don't stick around to fill in her utterance, instead elaborating on it by adding a single word, naked. Rose stopped and stared. Mouth agape. Huh. I nod, yup. Naked. The first dance was done naked, and it wasn't even the dance that did what she was trying to do, it was her tits. Huh. Truly, my mother had particular tastes. Yuzum does have a great chest. So yeah, I continue, ignoring how Roswai sounds even more perplexed than before. Don't worry so much about it. Normally, in public, they usually go full cover, but outside of that, I trail off, as my memory drifts way back, right before I met Suzaku. Several of the groups of priests I saw happened to have Miko, and I recall fairly vividly how a good chunk didn't dress modestly. At all. If I were in a hentai world, I'd be concerned, truth be told. For a good, long moment, Rose purely stared at me, the gears in her head turning as though there was a wrench thrown in them. Oh okay, then. She eventually just accepted, looking down at her exposed chest with a small frown. It's easier that way, I imagine. I clap my hands together, anyway. I begin, moving on, what I originally came here for. Rose perked up at that. Right, I nearly forgot. What is it that you came here for? She tilted her head in thought, and I couldn't help but reach out and boop her nose. She sputtered back at that, but I didn't give her a chance to say anything about it as I pressed on. I recently decided to take up the position of club advisor to a not completely official, or likely legal, club at the school. It's a sword club, so I know I can advise and teach that just fine, but I chuckle a bit, rubbing the back of my head, planning stuff. Not the greatest. Scheduling. Haha. I huffed, leaning back slightly as I turned to look at her. So yeah, I was hoping you could dash. She's not there anymore. At least, she's not where she was just sitting. Which was right next to me. The hell. My head swivels back and forth as I look around, eyes darting across the room looking for her, which they swiftly manage. Well, specifically, my eyes find Rose's behind, likely unintentionally perfectly being presented to me as she bends over, speedily rummaging through a work desk that sits right on the other side of her room. So, yes. She is very much not wearing pants. Thankfully, or maybe not depending on how you look at it, she's wearing underwear. Bright pink underwear that fits taut around her perfectly curved cheeks. I want to walk up and smack it. Like. Really badly slap it, call her a naughty little secretary, and all that. Good thing I have self-control. Unfortunately. Aha. Rose exclaims in triumph, as I privately pray to myself, thanking me for the great timing, as Rose promptly rises from her desk, hauling up a whole stack of papers and folders in her arms large enough to rise a good bit over her head. These. Rose gives a strained huff as she walks back over, and puts everything down right next to me. The whole bed, with me on it, shakes from the impact. Are my lesson plans for short light? I know Valkyrie training and magic are a little different from swordsmanship, she continues with a bright smile, but this is a good place to start, no. I couldn't say why, but looking at the pile made me shiver. And I wasn't even the student here. I swallow, slowly, as I point at the monstrosity of paperwork she has to go through, all of that. I ask, slightly horrified. Rose tilts her head, my tone flying over her head. Why, yes. She answers honestly, specifically, these plans detail a whole week's worth of study guides, lessons, practical activities, and more. Just a week. I damn near felt faint hearing that. My mind recalls, briefly, just how tired Short was whenever I saw her lately, like when she dragged Abby and Zeka here a couple of days ago. Oh, Valkyrie, I'm so sorry. I take a deep breath, my hands coming up to clasp right in front of my chin as I consider how to go about telling Rose what needs to be said. I then blink, as I immediately realize this needs to be cleared up post-haste. Yesterday. Straightforward it is. My hands fall, motioning at her as I breathe out. Yeah, that's too much. What? Rose furrowed her brow at that. What do you mean? Okay. Now, how do I describe the nature of the Japanese school system without making Rose feel immense guilt? Fuck, there probably isn't a way, is there? Well, I can at least try. Alright, so, listen closely, alright? It's not your fault you didn't know, but... Rose leans in as I begin to explain the notorious Japanese school system. I didn't exactly want to go on about everything, and it's not like all of it was relevant, so I only explained those parts that pertain to Short's situation here. Specifically, that, for the most part, the entire system is a pressure cooker that forces students to spend their time stressing and working to achieve academic excellence. Wait, she begins once my explanation is complete, so what you're trying to say is it's too much. Huh. Well, okay, she doesn't sound at all bothered by any of that. I guess it never occurred to me that such a high workload wouldn't exactly bother her. It also completely slipped my mind that this girl graduated early from, I think, both high school and college. Whatever the Asgardian equivalent of those is, anyway. I don't know the normal age one graduates from something like college there, but still, even assuming a normal age, and considering that I recall Rose being Odin's bodyguard the longest out of anyone before her, the work she'd have had to put in would have been astronomical, wouldn't it? I let out a long-winded sigh, and slumped slightly. Yes, Rose. Not everyone is an academic juggernaut like you, you know. I suppose so. Rose puts a hand to her mouth and flushes with a small shame-filled frown. Is this truly too much with her studies at Kuo added on top of it? I tried to tailor it for her, not to be overbearing but still pose a challenge. I thought, since she hasn't said anything, it was all going fine. Ah, now that I can explain far easier, I don't think she'd want to tell you if it's too much. I shrug, giving her a small, reassuring smile, not because you did something wrong, but because she'd be afraid of letting you down. Rose's eyes widen, as if it all clicks into place for her. Oh. I see what you mean. If that's true, then I'm dash. If the next words that come out of your mouth are, a failure of a teacher, I'm bending you over your desk and spanking that nice, perky ass of yours. I interrupt her, casually. Spanking. Wait, pee perky. Rose sputters over her own words, backing away from me at the same time as though to protect her hiney. Yes. Perky. I confirm easily enough. Now, like I said, you aren't a failure of a teacher. Teachers don't know everything, and at the same time, your student isn't exactly being forthcoming with what's going on. I stop a second, humming in thought, before adding with a shrug, if I'm even right about any of this at all, that is. Wait, if you're right. Rose parrots back. I nod before explaining, yup. I noticed she was tired, or at least seemed to be, ever since she got here. It's been a little while since she started, so maybe she's still adjusting, or it could be something completely different. So, then, the only way to know for sure would be to ask. Rose asks, thinking. I confirm with a hum. What if she lies, even after I ask, because she's afraid of disappointing me still? Rose slowly asks, far more nervous. Then you assure her you won't be disappointed in her. I respond, and if even after that, she still refuses, and you can see she's pushing herself far too hard, I'll sort it out, all right. She smiles, warily. I'm not sure that's a good idea. My smile grows wider. Could let Kuroka do it. No. Rose quickly rejects that idea. You can do it. I trust you. I dunno, Rose, that sounded a little forced to me. Besides, there's no need to worry, I wouldn't do anything that bad. Probably. Well then, in that case. I dust my hands off that subject, literally. I trust you to show me how to do this whole teaching thing right, okay. Oh. Rose looks between me and the stack of paper, before nodding, with a resolute smile, right. I mirror her smile, to the best of my ability. If one wishes to teach like hell, one must go through hell first, experience it, to bring a piece of it back. Fortunately, my hell was barely clothed, which helped somewhat. Heh. A new sun. Ha. I sat off to the side of the dojo on a mat, casually. One leg up, and an arm thrown over that knee. In my hand, I idly held a Serafal Magical Girl sports drink, as my eyes were busy watching something else. Ha. 1498, Abby was standing in the center, simply swinging her sword. A perfect downward cut that would bisect anyone down the center if it struck. The most basic of basics. Ha. 1499, but for some, like Abby. Well, that's all she needs. It's been about another week or so since I officially became the advisor of this club. Nothing has happened yet. In the meantime, though, that doesn't mean I haven't taken my new job seriously. When I first started, I considered teaching the girls breathing techniques. I'm not sure what Zeka would be best with, but Abby is such a shoehorn for flame breathing, it almost hurts watching her not practice the forms. However, after a bit of consideration, I decided against it for now. I want them to cultivate their brand of swordsmanship first. The breathing techniques and styles can be added on later, if they want. Thus, now. Ha. Hee. Phew. Sensei. That's 1,500, isn't it? Abby called out as soon as her final swing reached low. My response was to simply give her a thumbs up and toss the drink at her. She caught it with a whopping, oh yeah. Before practically tearing the thing open and excitedly beginning to chug in. With her teeth. Yeah, she bit the side of the can and started sucking the drink out like a vampire. I couldn't help but chuckle at least a little bit, but then again, since we started doing these activities, this was her first goal. Well, not her original first goal. That was like 4 times larger, but it was impossible because the time for club activities is only so long. I think she'll manage to reach even that in time. Usually, I'd have Zeka on a different activity right now, but strangely enough, she didn't show up for club activities today. I sensed her on the school grounds. I know she's fine, must have been busy with something else today. Not sure what that could have been, though. I hum, tilting my head toward the door. And as if on cue, it opens. I was so focused on making sure Abby did her swings right that I wasn't looking outward nearly as much. So, when Zeka walks through the door, looking oddly nervous and twitchy, I'm not surprised. But when a completely new blonde-haired girl follows after her, that's when I'm shocked. It took merely a moment, my eyes locking onto the new girl's hair ribbons, for me to figure out that this blonde isn't all that new. That evening out at the market, she walked right past us. The girl that my sword reacted to. How interesting. Seeing her now, though. Well, she looks hilariously Chuyuni. Her blonde hair is tied up in twin tails with those blue ribbons like before, but she's also wearing an eye patch that covers up her left eye, her sole right blue eye surveying the dojo as they enter. In addition, while she's wearing the standard Kuo Academy junior uniform, chest ribbon and all, the sleeves of her uniform are modified to be puffed out, kind of like European nobility, and she wears a strap and belt across her torso that holds a flowing blue and white cape out behind her. Off the rip, I'm not at all sure what to make of her. And beyond that, she isn't giving me much to sense beyond the fact that she feels around Zeka's level. But that's about it. Weird. I don't sense anything dragon-related myself. Also, another weird thing. Why the hell is her chest almost as big as Zeka's? Zeka stops near the door, but the blonde here continues a few paces beyond her, really looking all around. Avi, by this point, had completely stopped roaring and chugging, and was just sort of standing there in the middle of the dojo like a statue, the ken in her mouth, body bent backward to chug it. The new girl didn't even get a chance to say anything, as Avi promptly spat the ken out of her mouth and whirled to face the blonde entirely. A new member. She exclaimed in shock and awe, to which my eyes widened. A little presumptuous, don't you think, shrimp? That's when Zeka piped up, as much as she could, looking between Avi and the blonde. I guess so. Oh. Never mind then. Avi moved. Zeka must have felt some sort of danger, because she looked like she was about to leap away and out the window, but Avi was far faster in this moment, and snatched up her junior's hands with her own. Amazing. That's amazing, Zeka-chan. Avi started shaking Zeka's hands up and down vigorously, and seeing Zeka smile and chuckle to herself rather than her freak-out was a nice little treat. Then the new girl spoke. So, you are the leader of this club? Formal. That's the best way I could describe the blonde's voice. Like that of a young noble girl, not snobby, not proud, but noble and formal. Avi promptly let Zeka go, and turned to her addresser, indeed, new member. I am Avi Amon. The blonde nodded back, before clasping her fist in front of her chest, and bowing, my name is Lilibet D. Lunari, and for certain reasons, I wish to join this club. Huh. I'm hearing a little bit of a French accent in her Japanese. Though her Japanese is pretty alright. Still, that name doesn't ring any bells for me at all. Avi looked impressed, however. What an enthusiastic greeting. Well, regardless of your reasons, we at Cult Sword welcome you warmly. Delighted to have you. Lilibet nodded, giving Avi a small smile. I thank you for the magnanimous approach. Now that I have joined, I shall endeavor to fulfill my obligations. Almost in perfect sync, the pinky and the blonde shook hands firmly. It kind of reminded me of that one meme I saw in my first life, with the two muscle dudes grasping each other's hands. It at least had that energy. That thought almost made me chuckle. Lilibet tilted her head, looking past Avi and at me, her lone eyebrow raising. If I may, are you the club advisor, sir? She asked, curious. I gave the girl a casual wave, as Avi perked up, and answered for me, oh. Yup. He's Noriaki Kusanagi-sensei. He. For the briefest of moments, the girl's face twisted. Then she all of a sudden looked, relieved. Huh. I don't get much of a chance to ponder that, as Avi lets go of Lilibet's hand and goes on to ask, oh, right, you just transferred to Zeka-chan's class, didn't you? Did you join because you're a friend of hers from out of town? Zeka winced at that, likely because she has no friends in general. Lilibet though. She sneered. She is not my friend. She then denied blandly, before adding, to begin with, I have no friends. Well, that's a self-report if I've ever seen one. Shockingly, the girl wasn't done, as she finished by saying, however, Zeka and I share a special bond that can't be shared with others. Oh ho ho. A special bond. Zeka immediately shriveled into herself, while Avi leaned forward, her eyes narrowing at Zeka as she began rubbing her chin. A special bond you say, could it be? For once, Zeka did immediately deny it. That's not it, Pres Avi. She's not referring to that sort of thing. We had passionate sex just a few moments ago. I immediately fell over, my guts heaving as a full-on belly laugh poured out of my mouth. Zeka-chan. Avi cried out, scandalized, over my laugh. That's not it. Zeka cried out in denial, even more over my laugh. I take back what I said about the new girl's Japanese being alright. It's fucking perfect. Haha. Chapter 111, Chapter. She really does throw out a lot of stuff, huh? I couldn't help but snort as Avi held up a couple of new packages. Specifically, a couple of packages featuring a particular magical girl. Avi nodded. I'm not gonna complain though. My eyes slowly moved, gliding over to a now open door leading down into the dojo's storeroom, where several more stacks of similar-looking packages sat in the darkness. Sona. Girl. Seriously. Where the hell do you keep getting all this stuff? I don't think even Serafal would be quite this extra. Ah, well. I decided to let it go, as long as it's edible. Avi nodded once more, vigorously, very much so. All right, everyone. She turned and began walking. We have some sweets today. Some. The image of the mountain of sweet packages downstairs flashed through my mind for a moment. Right. Some. Avi quickly made her way over to the center of the dojo, where Zeka and the newest arrival, Lilibet, had already sat. True to the blonde's word, even though she had just joined, she helped out almost as soon as the confusion caused by Lilibet's botched Japanese was cleared up. All she did was misuse a word, by the way. She was trying to see that she exchanged promises with Zeka, whatever that was about. Poor Zeka was a bit too embarrassed about the whole ordeal to elaborate further. I'm going to use it to bully her, though. It's too funny, not too. In any event, yes, Lilibet jumped straight into helping clean up the dojo, even though it wasn't used all that much today. She and Avi dragged out a bunch of floor mats and set them in the center of the room, something about taking the opportunity to show the new girl around a little. Not like there's much downstairs, but fair enough. Without further ado, I followed the pinky, reaching the center of the dojo where 4 mats are spread out, each one spaced so that stuff could fit in the middle, as though they're around a table. Avi sets the packages down, standing on her mat with a grin, her fists on her hips. All right, let's have a snack or two, think of it like a welcome for a new member. And then, well, there's not much time left for actual activities, so we'll have a quick meeting. As I took a seat on my mat, I could see Zeka look over the packages with a bit of intrigue before getting to them. Avi and Lilibet, though. Those girls didn't hesitate at all. Thank you for the food. Ah, right, thank you for the food. Lilibet and Zeka state. Zeka looks like she almost forgot, hilariously enough, if not for Lilibet. Avi already had half a dozen dango in her mouth. Hugh. MNMH. Unable to talk, Avi gives them a thumbs up instead. I had half a mind to chastise the pinky for trying to talk with her mouth stuffed like that, but to be honest, I'm kind of taken by this stupid dango at the moment. I'll say this, even though I never watch Serafal's show, her merch and other products aren't bad at all, and this dango. Probably the best I've ever had, straight up. These are quite good, Lilibet speaks up, somehow while eating dango off a stick like a refined noble lady, to the point it makes me want to launch a Levia beam at a heinous monster. That joke was terrible, and she should feel terrible. Zeka nodded when Lilibet started, but grimaced so hard at her attempt at a joke, you'd think the girl got stabbed. Needless to say, the dango didn't last long after that. And with the sweets gone, now came the boring part. Business. Now then, Avi began, clapping her hands together to draw all attention to her. I'm loath to admit it, but the student council has sort of had eyes on me, and now us, for a while now. Avi trails off with a sigh, ever since I set up here, really. Now that we've got an advisor and more members coming in, we're likely going to start running into issues if things continue this way. I raise an eyebrow, what kind of issues? Ah, well, sensei, Avi chuckles nervously, rubbing the back of her head. For one, because we're not an official club, if the student council conducts an investigation and finds clear evidence of us operating out here like this, it's more than likely we'd all, expelled. Zeka nearly face vaulted at that, but Lilibet didn't look the slightest bit concerned. How has the club even lasted this long to begin with? Zeka almost cried out. To which Avi and I shrugged at her, causing Zeka to slump on her mat a whole lot more. You'd think half the kids at this school could sense for shit, but I guess not. Also, Avi started up again, apparently not yet done. We may start facing financial issues soon, what with the lack of a school budget to fund anything. I blinked at that. A budget. Wait, where does this club even get money from? Has Avi been paying for everything herself? I waved Avi off there, no need to worry about money. I can take care of it, shrimp. Avi twitched at that, a frown crossing her face. No. I can't ask you to do that, sensei. You're not asking, though. I point out, raising a finger, I'm telling you I can handle any monetary issues. Seriously. Even after Kuroka discovered gacha games, I'm still loaded. I've started to think maybe I just actually have infinite money. Despite my words, Avi didn't look reassured, crossing her arms and almost glaring down at the floor. Now this is new for her, and I'm not entirely sure what she's trying to get at here. Whether she doesn't want to take advantage of me, or doesn't want handouts, or what exactly. I sigh and decide fairly quickly to drop it. Fine. I won't be your girl's sugar daddy. Go on, shrimp. Abruptly, Avi's face flips to a triumphant smile, while Zeka squeaks, prompting Lilibet to give Zeka a raised eyebrow. So, considering all of that, I have devised a goal for Cult Sword. Avi excitedly exclaims, her gaze sweeping across everyone, before declaring, we get Cult Sword recognized as an official club. Well, yeah, that would fix everything, wouldn't it? Why is she saying it like it's some groundbreaking revolutionary idea, though? Sure. I responded, it shouldn't be too hard after all. I think it is a nice goal. Zeka timidly followed. As a newcomer, I have no objections. Lilibet spoke out, I'll comply with orders. Damn girl, you a robot or something. Avi preened at all the affirmation like a resplendent bright pink axolotl, hee. And I'm still a third-year student, your one-san. Her gaze fell onto me, who was just staring at her, making her quickly add, besides you, sensei, hey. Seriously, Pinkie Pie. This isn't that revolutionary an idea. So then, Avi quickly moves on to add, excitement mounting for some reason, when we do get the budget, let's go all out with it. How about a trip somewhere? Across from me, I could see the very moment something clicked in Zeka's head, and a realization dawned on her face. It took me significantly less time, because it was my first thought the moment I heard the school would give us money. Swindling the school for road trip money. Let's fucking go. I take it back, shrimp, you preen, you majestic genius axolotl you. I aspire to go to Osaka. Avi animatedly goes on, drooling ever so slightly, I want to eat lots of delicious food to the point of bursting. Somehow, I'm not surprised. Lilibet took the question far more seriously, as she put a finger to her chin and thought for a moment, if it's Japan we're talking about, then I have an interest in Tohoku. As for abroad, South America would be good. South America? Holy. Okay, this world, South American deities, how many of them do blood and human sacrifice in myth again? I could probably destroy them all, but I'd really rather not deal with that shit, thank you very much. Well, since we're throwing out suggestions now. Olympus. I throw mine out there. Everybody turns and looks at me, befuddled. Sensei, I don't think. Avi starts, but I wave her off with a little grin. Yeah, I know. I shrug, I can go pretty anywhere on Earth whenever I want, in no time at all. But mythological places. Those I can't just fly into, you know. And out of all of those, definitely Olympus. Greek mythology was my favorite mythology. Always a shame how dirty Hades gets done out of myth. Avi considered that for a moment before conceding to my words with a nod, that's fair, sensei. She then turned to Zeka, are there any places you want to go visit, Zeka-chan? Zeka immediately perks up and starts looking between everyone as though she had been abruptly thrust under some kind of spotlight. Two. Avi and Lilibet lean forward as Zeka sputters. Tokyo Disneyland. Zeka finally answers. Heh. Based. The other girls didn't look too impressed for some reason, both Avi and Lilibet now sporting bland looks. Zeka-chan, I'll remind you just in case, this is a trip for club activities, alright? Avi stated gently. This is a time you should give a proper answer. Lilibet was far harsher in her rebuke, almost scoldingly so. Yeah. Zeka shriveled in on herself, looking about ready to cry, not in a legitimately sad way, but in a dramatic anime way. I sent the poor girl a wink and a thumbs up while the other two weren't looking, however, Zeka noticed and gave a small smile back. Seriously, I wasn't even aware Tokyo had a Disneyland. I wasn't even aware Disney was a thing in this world. Without it being a parody of itself. How many contracts with demons do the Disney overlords have here, I wonder? Turning back to the room in general, Avi takes back hold of the conversation. Well, let's set aside Zeka's case. I mouth for now under my breath after she's done. See, now I'm far too curious for my own good. The primary issue at hand to becoming an officially recognized club right now is members. Avi continued, slightly pained, thankfully, due to only being a junior high club, the other requirements aren't so strict, but members are the real key here. What's the minimum required? I ask with a hum. 4. Avi sighs, causing the other girls to groan almost in sync. 1 down, huh? It could be way worse, I suppose. Well. Actually. This could be extremely easy. Barely an inconvenience. It will be challenging, won't it? Zeka brings up, dully. Avi nodded profusely, yet seriously, yes, but of course it will be. Cult Sword's goal is to become the strongest swordsman together after all. For now, I decided to stay quiet as they began to talk animatedly amongst themselves. This right here is more so Avi's domain as the club's president. If they need advice, I'm right here. My mind drifted off as they started going on about the obvious, that recruiting ordinary students as members just wouldn't work due to their supernatural abilities. We'll have to search for them directly. Avi clenched her fist as she resolutely declared. She means to search for other supernatural students. I swear, it's like she already forgot that a certain gal exists, but alright. I would prefer those with enthusiasm, rather than those with talent or sense, Abby continued. After all, I want people who aspire to grow stronger with us to join. Ah, okay, now that's far fairer. With that criterion in mind, I'm not sure if the girl I was thinking of would be a good fit. Only one way to find out. The conversation then quickly devolved into how exactly they should go about catching people's attention to catch new members. By this point, I damn near completely lulled off, especially once the new girl started talking about cultivating roses. Yeah, I'm not sure what that's going to accomplish, but it was certainly something to hear. A new son. It had quickly become apparent that nothing was working. Why would I say that? Well, quite literally the very next day, I sat there in the dojo, waiting for people to arrive as usual. No one showed up. On time, anyway. Which is weird, because I could sense that everyone was on campus. The first one to make it in was Abby, who burst through the door before quickly whirling around and nearly slamming the door shut, but she purposely stopped it before the door struck the side and held close to it, looking out through the small crack left open. I stared at her back, plainly, wondering if she even noticed I was here. After a moment, she sighed in relief, then shut the door all the way. She turned and, immediately drew her knife from her thigh, and flung it at me in one single swoop. My hand came up, casually, catching the blade between two fingers, going almost cross-eyed as I looked at the short black dagger inches away from the middle of my forehead. Slowly, my gaze slid back to Abby herself, whose eyes were still wide and adrenaline pumping on overdrive. I flipped the knife around in my hand and flicked it back across the room at her. Watch where you throw that thing, brat. Aha, right. She catches it cleanly with a nervous smile, her free hand rubbing the back of her head. Sorry, sensei. Where you been? I ask, unbothered. Her smile becomes slightly more strained, being chased by the student council. For trying to recruit more members. Yeah. Abby slumped. They caught us trying to do our stuff during lunch break, and, even after that, they tried to catch us between classes, and after classes. Abby trailed off, as if remembering personally fighting in the Devil's Civil War. Yeah, that tracks. What doesn't help any of this is the fact that they couldn't decide on one sole thing to do to try and draw in members. This resulted in them deciding to try everything. All at once. Each idea the girls proposed. Now it looks like none of them even got off the ground. Relentless, aren't they? I eventually amusedly ask, perking Abby up. I know, right? The Pinkette didn't hesitate to grab her practice sword after that. Anyway, the others will arrive in due time, so I should have a little bit of time for a few practice swings while we wait. Of course, I chuckle, go ahead then. Hi, sensei, It takes a few minutes, but eventually, the others do walk in. Lilybet is next to come in, walking with a small frown on her face, huffing as she brushes her cape. That student council, they can be quite aggravatingly unrelenting. That's all she said before she stood off to the side and continued watching Abby alongside me. Ah, that reminds me, I'm going to have to fight the new girl to figure out how exactly I should tailor the training and activities for her. Probably won't get that done today the way things are going, but just making a mental note of that. Not too long after Lilybet walks in, Zeka follows, though the girl is far more winded than either Lilybet or Abby, staggering into the dojo whilst breathing heavily. Ugh, she groaned, before sitting down just inside the door. That was terrible. Ah, Abby lowered her sword. You were being chased by Mina-senpai again, weren't you? Good job evading her, Zeka-chan. Lilybet tilted her head, considering Abby's words, before nodding in agreement. It is of no surprise Zeka would be able to handle this person. Zeka chuckled shyly at the praise, her head drooping lower as she did so. Now that everyone's here, however, Abby put down her sword. So, that was all a bust, huh? She sighed, prompting a shake of the head from both girls. This isn't going to go smoothly, is it? Abby contemplated dimly. Until Zeka looked up, and toward me. Ah, Nori-sensei. Do you have any advice? Finally. Abby perked up at that, and Lilybet tilted her head my way. Oh, yeah, I guess we never did ask you, huh, sensei? Abby exclaimed. I simply rolled my eyes and looked at Zeka. Yeah, sure, give me a second. I responded before standing up. Before promptly vanishing in a flash of light. She was still on campus, so it didn't exactly take long to kidnap her. I reappear, mere moment later, with a silver-haired gal right next to me. Schwartlight, the Voilkyrie herself. All three girls were in the process of figuring out what the hell I was up to, and now they just looked completely bewildered. Befitting a girl I just outright yoinked without any explanation, Schwartlight looks completely caught off guard. I promptly sat back down, waving to Schwartlight causally. You can try asking her. Schwart's eyes eventually found the other girls, specifically Zeka and Abby, especially the latter, and looked about ready to teleport away right this instant. Oh. Right. Shuchan. But Avi bound right up to her, far too fast to react to. Please don't call me that. Said Shuchan tried to interrupt, stepping back slightly. You're supernatural too. But it didn't work, as Avi continued without stopping, I completely and utterly forgot. Yeah, that tracks. Also, new bully material, nice. Zeka tilted her head, I didn't, she used magic, so I assumed she was a magician, not a swordsman. She muses aloud, likely trying to figure out why I brought her here. Oh. Avi blinked, oh yeah. Wait, sensei, why did you bring her here? Yeah, she turned and glared back at me, why did you bring me here? Well, she asked, so she shall receive an explanation. They want to make this little club here official, I began, but to do that, they need 4 members, they only need 1 more. What? I didn't say I was going to give a complete explanation. Besides, that's not my job at the moment. And what does that have to do with me? She continued, brow furrowing. Well. You do have yet to join a club, right? I smirked. She twitched at that. Yeah, can't forget, clubs and stuff are usually mandatory at Japanese schools. Perfect. Avi called out, only to frown, wait, Shuchan, are you a swordsman? Because if sensei brought you here just because. She looked back at her and sighed, giving me one final glare, which I returned with a smile and a wave before she turned back toward Avi in full. I'm not a swordman. I'm a magic swordsman. She declared, before snapping her fingers, causing her 4 magic circles and thus 4 flying swords to appear behind her. Now, at that, everyone looked either awed or intrigued, especially Avi with the former. Oh, that's fire. Avi exclaimed, grabbing Shu by her hands and holding them, her enthusiasm so radiant it even took Shu back a little. It would be an honor if you would join our club. We're Cult Sword. A ground trying to become the greatest swordsman together. Ha. Aye, this is all a bit. Shu nearly stumbled back, but Avi held her firm, albeit unintentionally. After a moment of regaining her bearings, Shu sighed, looking around. I guess I have no reason not to consider it, necessarily. She answered noncommittally. That's not a no. I'll take it. Woo. Avi then proceeded to let Shu go so she could pump her fists in the air. Why didn't we just ask Nori-sensei yesterday? Zeka mused aloud, perplexed. Meanwhile, Shu backed up, coming over to my side, letting out something akin to a groan. Under her breath, she muttered to me, I'm only really considering this because you talked with teacher, okay. I smiled and nodded, sort of figured that much. It'd be good for you, you know. I replied in kind, training is a whole lot better with friends after all. She only grumbled at that. Oh, lighten up a bit, won't you, Shuchan? My smile never faltered, even as I felt 4 magical swords point toward my back. Chapter 112, Chapter 4, well, technically 3 members, but a little fib here or there never hurt anyone, yeah. That's enough, right? That would mean we should be good to go, right? Well, as it turns out. Yua. I didn't think this far ahead. Avi cried and exclaimed. Why? Well, I asked who I had to contact to get the club approved if Shahir joins. The answer? The student council. Not Sona's student council, as she runs the high school division, but the junior division's student council. In specific, the president of the junior high student council needs to approve, and I have no idea who they are. This could be an issue, turns out. Sona will do what I say, purely via the threat of my annoying her. This person, though. Threatening them with such pranks could either make things worse or just not affect them at all. There's also the case of whether or not this guy deserves my particular brand of convincing. So far, all I have to go off of are the vice president's actions, but that's not going to tell me anything about the president himself, is it? Lost in thought as I was, I didn't notice until I snapped out of it that all the girls were crowding around Abby, who had practically curled up in a ball on the ground, shuddering as though she was freezing. Well. I may not know anything about this mystery president, but Abby sure seems to. Zeka was uttering, there, and patting her on the back, trying to soothe her, to no avail. Lilibet stood, arms crossed, appearing deep in thought, likely about how to solve the issue at hand. While she looked like she had no idea what to do, all former aggravation at me was lost, replaced by this awkward unassuredness. She began, unsure, is the student council president that scary? Avi's expression became horrified, scary. She exclaimed, as though she couldn't believe she said that, if you think Mina-chan is bad, wait until you meet the president she. Avi looks around, as though expecting the girl to spontaneously appear, I'm not sure she's even human. Yikes, that's harsh and ironic, coming from the literal devil of the group. I wonder, considering the junior division's obsession with power and martial arts, the student council president then would logically have to be pretty strong. So, maybe I'd recognize the family name from somewhere. Pinky. I spoke up, the girl not moving even at my voice. What's the president's name? Yagyu Gichu Zizamen. She almost chanted it in terror, like saying it would summon the demon herself. Why, sensei, do you possibly? Her voice trailed off. I could feel the hope inside her rising that I might know what to do about this. That was all crushed once I shook my head. I could almost hear something like glass shattering from Abby as I made the motion. Nah, I don't know the girl. I capped it off, practically killing Abby off. But that family name, that sounds familiar, surprisingly enough. I only heard it once before, way back when Yuzum first filled me in on all the supernatural goings-on in Japan. We didn't end up going into too much detail about it then, but Yagyu, that's one of the old samurai families that make up a group called the Eight Roaring Generals. Now, they sound important, and technically, they are. The generals are practically the 5 clans, but for the East. See, the 5 clans are based in Kyoto, and they focus on the West. I'm not aware of the generals' base. Tokyo makes sense considering their founding and all that, but then it's weird, I never ran into any of them before while I was in the capital. Ah, well. I never really expected to meet any of them in any event. Especially not so soon. Unlike the 5 clans, the 8 generals never needed actual divine intervention for their problems, or so Yuzum has said, so the Shinto generally left them to their own devices. But, I continued, Abby peeking up as though revived, I do know of her family. I never met them, don't know much of anything about them, but, who knows? I shrug, before standing up from the comfy position on the floor I was sitting in and stretching, the only way to find out more would be to meet this president myself, I guess. Abby gaped at me, and then, without prompting, launched herself out of her fetal position and attached to me. W8. Sensei. You don't have to go so far for us. I deadpan down at the shrimp attached to my torso. She's a girl around the age of you lot. I don't think I have anything to worry about. For some reason, that didn't seem to assuage Abby even a little, as she rapidly shook her head. No, no, no. You don't understand, it's HNN-. I reach down, grabbing her by the back of her collar, and easily pull her off before she can start crying or something. With a deep sigh, I state firmly. I will be fine. Understand. Abby looks almost like she's ready to have a breakdown, while the other girls look on, visibly concerned. I rub the bridge between my eyes, the phantom buzz of a headache passing through me momentarily as I set Abby down amongst the other girls. Keep an eye on her. I don't address any of them specifically, pointing instead at Abby, and once I get back, I need to test to Luna Ire, said the girl's lone eye widening at that, then maybe Shuchan as well, we'll see, alright. I shouldn't be long. I get a chorus of hesitant nods from the girls, Lunaire's in particular being more so, before the group's focus snaps to Abby, who has once again curled up into a ball, muttering something about having to find a new advisor after this, since I'm as good as gone. Honestly, I'm beginning to wonder how much of this is actual terror or played up for dramatic sake. Either way, I guess I've a new student council president to meet all of a sudden. A new son. It took me until now to realize I had never actually been inside the junior division school building proper before. By that, I mean I walked into the building, realized I was in the junior division version of the high school one, and didn't realize that fact until I pointed it out to myself. Weird go around, I know, but it was needed because both buildings looked the same. That thought stuck with me as I walked through the halls, peering through the windows into classrooms here and there, and it was only then that I could see the minor differences. In particular, the classrooms had more decorations that made it feel pampered toward those younger, while the high school division classrooms were far more boring in that regard. Different countries, different school systems entirely, and even across the waters, some things never change, huh? In any event, this familiarity didn't ultimately surprise me. I considered it a big help. It meant I knew exactly where to find the student council room, without having to find a map or something. I do love me a good time saver here and there. It was almost automatic then, reaching the student council's room. It was also incredibly odd, though, because I know the council would be operating by now. Hell, they were just out chasing my girls. Yet, there's only a single soul, a single presence inside. And I can barely feel them. If it were me from a few months back, and my senses weren't as sharp, I'd probably assume whoever this is on the verge of death or something. But no, they're just very well trained at hiding their presence, that's all. Almost unnaturally so. I reach up to knock, as politeness dictates. And yet. You may enter. A voice rings out just before my knuckles rapped against the wood. Well, all right then. It was the voice of a girl, soft, but not gentle, not so rough either. It was almost mild. Neutral. No, maybe even tone-deaf or emotionless. That's, shaking my head, I decide to stop trying to decipher what she sounds like, and just enter. I open the door and step in without issue, closing it behind me just as easily. The room is exactly as I expected it, nearly identical to the one Sona and her peerage reside in, yet without the obvious markings of a devil peerage base of operations, such as the giant demonic summoning circle in the middle of the room. And there, at the far end of the room, where evening sunlight bore into a large desk, sat a girl. She wore the same uniform as every other junior division girl I've seen, and thank me, she had normal bodily proportions as well. Her jet black hair was straight and cascaded down her back. All in all, she looked almost like your incredibly stereotypical Japanese girl. Exactly what you'd expect. Except for her eyes. Like her hair, they were jet black. Also, like her hair, they held no shine. No sparkle. It was like looking at a soul taken directly from Yomi, given a flesh and blood body. The girl stood from her chair, and without saying any further, she made a bow, slow and deep. Norihito Denka. The hair on the back of my neck bristled. If she addressed me at all, that was the last name I expected her to refer to me by. I had never expected to meet you one day, yet it seems our paths cross nonetheless. She raises a smile plastered across her face. I could tell it wasn't real, yet it held no wrath, not for me. I had sent everyone away when I sensed your coming. Please, take a seat. She motioned for the lone chair in front of her desk. Thank you, I sigh, moving to do so, but please, there's no need to call me that, Yagyu-san. Her smile twitched. To do so otherwise would be the greatest sign of disrespect. I lean back in the chair, my eyes narrowing at her, and I'm no prince, not officially anyway, it's just, don't. If you must, Kusanagi-sama, all right. She stood there for a moment before nodding deeply. If it is your wish, this Yagi will follow it, Kusanagi-sama. All right, I'm going to come out and say it. I just met this girl, and I can't tell whether or not she's a puppet or a robot, and it's sort of creeping me out. Granted, I don't at all feel threatened, but still. Just had to get that off my chest. Am I correct in judging by the fact that you know my family name, you already know who I am? She promptly asks. I nod, that is correct. I see, yet protocol dictates I introduce myself to you regardless, I hope you understand. She gives me a small apologetic wave before putting said hand to her chest. I am Zaman, of the Yagyu family. It is with my greatest honor that I welcome you here today. I want to call her Ziei-chan. Purely to see how she'd react. Maybe her face would do more than smile. I wave her off. There's no need for that. I didn't come for anything official. She tilted her head, slowly lowering herself into her seat. I am aware, Kusanagi-sama. You came about the Occult Sword Research Club, you have been sponsoring, haven't you? I'm not shocked she knows about it. It's not like I've been hiding my presence, especially on that first day. That's correct, yes. I affirm once more, before adding, though, I gotta say, if you already know about it, I'm surprised you haven't tried to shut it down yet. I was about to. She states matter-of-factly, her smile never leaving, but then you came into the picture, and in addition, took the Nitten Ichiryu girl under your wing as well. I blinked at that casual info dump. I'm sorry. I tried, only for Zaman to wave me off in return. There's no need, Kusanagi-sama. In the end, perhaps this outcome was more preferable after all. She leaned forward. You see, I assume you don't know this, please chastise me if you do, but my posting here in the junior division was because of the Kami. I perked up at that, listening intently as she went on. Due to the Grigori's untimely end, and the rebellion in the aftermath, the gods deemed it necessary to send someone to protect this place, this academy, due to high-value targets nearby. Her head nodded in the direction of the high school campus. As you can imagine, it's an interesting challenge. I had to resist the urge to snort at that. Of course, it would be. It's Rias and Sona after all, they probably attract all sorts of crazy shit by themselves. I didn't know about your posting here, no. I confirm, not all mad about this fact. I don't need to be told everything that goes on all the time, and actually, I'm glad they took the initiative to send someone themselves, which means they're doing something, even if covertly. Her smile turned briefly amused as she continued, truly, when I first took up the post, what the Amon girl was doing went right under our radar for some time. Minamoto's dedication was how we ended up finding out it all. But as I said previously, your timely arrival changed things. For the better, huh? I parroted her words from earlier, and she nodded once again. Considering shortly after, the Nitten Ichiryu girl showed up, along with a descendant of a particular French hero, she began to explain, I believed keeping you around would be practical. Even then, however, I wouldn't impede your will whatsoever, Kusanagi-sama. Such a union of logic and duty is so rare nowadays not to take advantage of. A particular French hero. Who could that? Wait a second, who's the only other recent transfer student besides Zeka again? Lilibet, then. I guess that explains some of her dress choices, doesn't it? I sure hope when I test her, she doesn't surrender immediately. Har har. Ugh. Come on, I know I can do better than that basic bitch joke. Though now I'm curious, don't tell me she's like a descendant of Lancelot or something, who knows what kind of baggage that would carry with it. Ah, Zaman sighed, yet still, her smile persists. It would appear I've gone horribly off track, my apologies. You came here about that club, yes. She tactfully switched subjects. Am I to assume you came here to make it all official? I blinked at the sudden switch in the conversation. Yeah. Are there any problems in doing so? With me? No. She shook her head, before her smile thinned, just a tad, but with the rest of the council and school. Perhaps. Yet they don't particularly matter here, do they? I ask, with a raised eyebrow. At that, her smile becomes just a touch genuine. That they don't, Kusanagi-sama. With that said, she reaches behind her desk. I hear a drawer sliding out, the sound of papers rustling, before her hand comes back up with said papers. All it will take is a few forms filled out, and some time, and it shall be done. A pen gently hit the paper, before it was all slid in front of me. Well now. I can't say I expected this to go quite so easily. The way Avi was hyping her up as this eldritch monstrosity, I thought I was in for a boss battle or something. Ah, well. I pick up the pen, a new sun. It didn't take long to fill everything out. What? It was for a junior high school club. Avi wasn't kidding, all that was truly needed were members. Which we technically didn't have, but I'm sure she will warm up to them in time. Plus, she can leave if she truly doesn't want to deal with it all. I don't want to say Ziei-chan was sucking up to me, but I get the feeling she wouldn't exactly care if the club I'm advising for had 3 instead of 4 members. Still, all that sitting and walking around, I really should have just teleported back, but I'm not exactly in a rush. I'll start doing that more when it starts snowing and the weather inconveniences me. I make it back to the dojo with plenty of light to spare, groaning as I stretch one last time before sliding open the doors. I can't believe I agreed to this. HNN. Lunaire-san, hold it. This would be much easier if Zeka-chan would stop moving around. Okay. In the center of the dojo stood a pyramid of girls. Lily beat on the ground, who was holding up and trying to balance Zeka, who was in turn trying to balance Sha-chan, who was balancing 4 swords, 1 in each hand, and 2 on her head. It hasn't collapsed yet, and I'm somehow both appalled and in awe that it hasn't. Why are they doing this, one may ask. Probably to try and cheer up the pinky still sitting on the ground, curled up. To be fair to the girls, it's not like it's not having any effect at all. Avi is looking at the tower of girls in much the same way I am. I closed the door behind me, making sure the noise it made was pretty loud. Ha. Zeka-chan, Schwartz-san. You dash. The noise startled Sho, who jerked around for just a moment enough to unbalance Zeka, who promptly fell on Lilibet, taking the Voilkry with her. Avi looked down at them all before turning once she realized what that loud sound was, and swiveled her whole body around to face me. It took only a moment for her face to light up, sensei. And only a moment longer still for her to collide with my torso once again. She looked up at me, tears pricking the corner of her eyes. You're alive. And not a soulless husk floating in a lake somewhere. Holy me, girl, what exactly do you think of the student council president? Yeah, turns out, she wasn't so bad. I replied, slowly, before tacking on, really, shrimp, I don't know why you were so freaked about her. Avi gaped up at me, completely and utterly blue screening. Only for her to ignore everything I said about the girl herself and focus on something else. Wait, she starts, thinking hard. If you're back, then. Well, I'd be back regardless of whether or not I got the club approved. I responded, making Avi slump, before casually adding on, but yeah. We'll see what happens in a couple of days once everything goes through. Avi freezes and blinks, very slowly. The other girls, sans Sha-chan, who was pouting at me, also just looked at me. Nobody said anything. So anybody up for ramen to celebrate? I added, amused. Every single girl perked up at that, and all said as one, even Sha-chan, ramen. Haha, there we go. Chapter 113, Chapter. Of course, before we could get to ramen, we had something else to take care of quickly. I had 2 girls whose swordsmanship needed to be tested. Perhaps spurred on by ramen, to my surprise, the blonde-haired girl who seemed extremely reluctant when it was first brought up didn't seem to be so hesitant anymore. I will do what is required. Lilibet declared matter-of-factly, actively stepping up first. She thought she was being quick, but I caught the glance she sent Zeka, one that screamed, witness me, for whatever reason. Maybe she is Zeka's special someone after all. Heh. Regardless, Lilibet picked out and held up a wooden blade, her chosen training sword being as close to a Western longsword as could be. I held my usual ultra-large training sword over my shoulder and waved at her casually. Whenever you're ready, Lunire. Lilibet nodded, and without another word, burst forward. All right, so let me be honest with myself here. As the spar went on, everything sort of started blurring together. Not in a bad way, like I was put under some kind of magic spell or curse, but more like I was bored as shit. That's not meant to be a knock against Lilibet specifically, either, it's just that she doesn't bring anything particularly unique to the table. Zeka was just plain better, and her techniques reminded me of my breathing style forms. Avi was sheer tenacity incarnate and utterly refused to go down, and though I haven't fought she yet, I never had fought someone who uses 4 swords in a fight before either, and I was looking forward to see how exactly that works. By comparison, Lilibet fought like a European knight, just without the armor, only a long sword. That's not to say she is a bad swordswoman, not at all. Just Sammy, forgettable even. I haven't fought another knight personally before, but I've seen the type so much already that I can't help but not truly be engaged. It was like watching a prepackaged set of movements and sword strikes, trying to fight. Regardless of how good those moves are, it's still all just A particularly funny thought I'm now having is imagining how this is likely how Jean would have fought. You know, if I hadn't blown her up without even looking. By the end of our spar, Lilibet having tired out, my eyes were slightly glazing over, and I felt a measure of disappointment. Not Lancelot's descendant, then. A shame that, but also somewhat a relief. As said, I would rather not have a front row seat to whatever baggage that old hero's madness would bring. It would have made for a better, more memorable fight, at least. By the end, I could almost see the disappointment I was feeling mirrored in Lilibet's one eye, angled at herself, as she looked down, heaving tired breaths. Hey now. I reach out with my wooden sword, bringing the tip down to her chin, before pulling it and thus her head up, making her look at me. I see that look, don't let this get you down. You weren't bad at all. Lilibet said nothing in response to that, instead huffing and looking away, toward the others. Avi, who's been standing off to the side staring this entire time at nothing, suddenly snaps out of it. Huh? Oh, yeah. What Sensei said, Lily-chan. Avi abruptly cheered. Shrimp, girl, come on, at least pretend you were dozing off there. She looked up from her phone, snapping out whatever she was doing when Avi started shouting, Is it my turn yet? The only one who seemed to have paid attention the entire time was Zeka. In my opinion, it looked like she was focusing a bit too much, almost like she was trying to remember something. Lilibet, for her part, didn't seem to care about the others at this moment. Instead, her sole eye focused on Zeka. The nervous girl caught onto her gaze and sent Lilibet a shy, uneasy smile in response. Lilibet, in turn, sighed and lifted her head off my sword as she stood. She said nothing as she bowed to me, before walking off to the others, stopping to stand right next to Zeka, an impassive stare on her face pointed at nothing. For some reason, that seemed to make Zeka even more nervous. Well. There was some kind of silent conversation just going on between those two. Maybe they have some history. That happens all the time in romance plots, doesn't it? I could just ask. Either Zeka or Lilibet. The former would probably give it up more easily if I had to pry, but at the same time, should I be prying into their private lives? It doesn't seem dangerous, at least not that I can see. There's more there, but I'm getting a more drama-based feeling rather than a sense of danger. Ah, well, something to consider later, I suppose. I rub my eyes, making sure to get the glaze out before resting my sword once more over my shoulder. I suppose so, Shuchan, I smile as her eyebrow twitches, step on up. The silver-haired girl glared at me as she did just that. Like Zeka, she picked up more than one weapon. Unlike Zeka, though, she picked up 4. Without even touching them. For Norse magic circles whirled into existence around the pile of training swords, and for each circle, a sword was extracted. I recalled her showing her magic fencing. The swords she summoned herself were long and thin, and the swords she grabbed from the pile were as close as she could get to that as possible. Without delay, the swords formed up behind her like some sort of parody of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. I hum, whenever you're ready, dash. 2 of the 4 swords promptly launched themselves like missiles. I hear Avi cry out in awe as the speed with which the swords move momentarily catches me off guard, forcing me to block one with the hilt of my sword as a step back is enough to let the other careen into the ground. She sends me a smirk. It took only a second to figure out where she had aimed. My throat and my groin. The audacity of this brat. Before I could point that out, the swords had already begun moving again. The one on the ground starts spinning up, forcing me to jump. A wave of her hand sent the other 2 swords on standby straight at me. This time, I'm far more prepared, far less playing around, and so block both blades in a single slash. Just in time to twist midair, as the first blade I blocked comes for my back, batting the thing away like a fly with the edge of my sword. A single swipe before I land sends the spinning blade skipping across the ground and away, allowing me to land easily. She frowns, her hands out like a puppeteer holding puppets up by their strings, her swords all beginning to move as one as she focuses intently. My eyes narrow before I send myself spiraling into the air, dodging a four-pronged assault coming from all around me, the swords bashing together where I once stood. I come down heavily, my foot stomping down on the training blades and forcing them still against the ground. She's eyes tighten, a gleam of sweat against the side of her head, the swords wriggling beneath my foot, trying desperately to escape. To absolutely no avail. I merely raise an eyebrow at her, amused that she thinks she could force them out from under me. Still, I've got to wonder, just how much would it take to break her magical hold over her weapons? Let's give it a stress test, like so. Without further delay, I kick off her weapons, driving myself straight toward her, my blade already raised. I didn't go anywhere near as fast as I could go normally, or even with Zeka, because I assumed at this distance she wouldn't be able to react. My guess was correct, as Sh's eyes widened comically at my sudden approach, finally moving from where she stood all this, quickly stepping back as she pulled her hands back. All four swords soared past me, she groaning in frustration and panic. With a push off the ground, I was back up and standing straight, my advance continued unimpeded. She attempted to impede it, grabbing one sword and pointing it out, while the others hovered behind her. Right before she got into my range, she stabbed out with the sword she was holding, causing one of the floating blades to launch toward me. It slashed it out of the sky without stopping, my speed such that I made it into her physical range while she was still overextended, unable to pull back her outstretched sword and hand in time. I slashed out, straight for her wrist. She let go of the sword, just barely in time, resulting in the small sword taking the full brunt of my slash, and promptly sent spinning off against the wall. Small chips of wood rupture from it before it hits the ground, unmoving, energy sparking off it. Oh ho. So you just have to hit her weapon hard enough to break the spell on it, then. She sees the sword, then looks at me, and the realization that I figured it out strikes her almost immediately, as she grimaces. This doesn't cause her to give up right away, however, instead, she leaps back, her hands outstretched, the two swords behind her flying at her command. It's good that she didn't give up. But this is pretty much over now. The strength of her method of swordsmanship is its range and ability to strike from blind spots, odd angles, and from several different places at once, all while the user themselves is within a relatively safe spot, outside of the enemy's range. Well, I'll put a pin in that last comment, that technically only applies against other swordsmen, but against combatants in general. Not so much. Pretty much everyone has some form of ranged spell or attack option, even if it's just a simple, or a bullet, projectile. That said, in an actual fight, being attacked and pressured from several angles at once could make it so that an actual opponent wouldn't be able to blast you if your pressure is strong enough, which, to be fair to Sho, her pressure wasn't half bad. The only real issue is, not only does everyone have some form of ranged spell or attack option, but most people can, well. My sword sings through the air, in an arcing circle around me twice over. All three flying swords are struck down, sent spiraling across the dojo in every direction, wood and magic flaying across them. She winces in pain, letting out a heaving breath. She can't even try to step away before the edge of my blade finds her throat, and halts, pressing right against it. Not only do most people have ranged options, they also have what I'm going to simply term as get off me cards. Shockwave attacks, big area of effect blasts focused on them, or even just a spinning slash. Now, none of this makes her fencing style weak in my opinion, it's all about how she applies it. I think I know why she prefers slimmer blades now, too, rather than throw large greatswords at people. The name of the game with her fencing is getting through the guard and around the attacks. A big sword, a big target, a small sword is far easier to maneuver. It's fencing after all. Sticking them with the pointy end is kind of the entire point. I smile at Sho, not bad at all, Sho-chan. Despite being out of breath, the girl manages a glare, stop, calling me that. I tilt my head, innocently, oh. Would you rather voic dash? Sho-chan is fine. She panically interrupts without a moment's hesitation, her hands waving at me rapidly as she glances between me and the other girls. Zeka tilts her head, trying to make sense of what I was starting to say, Voya, stealing. She translates the meaning, what does that mean? And nothing. She cries out, now focusing on Zeka, causing the girl to reel back. Avi wasn't hearing any of this. The shrimp was just standing there, a fire in her eyes and an odd look on her face. Lilibet had the most tame reaction, with only a mild look of interest at it all. Anyway. She starts desperately trying to change the subject, twitching a bit while sending a mild glare at me. It's ramen time, right, sensei? Didn't you promise ramen earlier, sensei? Right. You know, Sho, you keep calling me sensei like that, and I'll think you're planning something nefarious. Despite her tone, her words make all the other girls perk up at the same time, like a hive mind remembering as one. I couldn't help but chuckle at them all, so ravenous as they were. Yeah, I concede easily, I'll set some clones to work cleaning the place up while we head out. So enamored with noodles they were, that the girls who have no idea about my abilities don't even question what I mean by clones. Seriously, the noodles aren't that good around here, are they? A new son. They were alright, about as good as other ramen places I'd been to. Zeka ordered extra everything, though, because picking up social cues and lingo is hard. The other girls, I, and everyone left in the shop had to help her finish it. I damn near called Kuroka for backup, it was that much. In more important news, it's been, what, about a month since all this started. Since I met Zeka, the whole thing with the club, everything, I mean. A couple of weeks since the ramen incident, as I've taken to calling it. And I'm surprised, because suspiciously enough, nothing has exploded yet. In the end, I decided not to try and pry into the personal lives of a bunch of younger girls, so all that's happened are club activities. The club became official, though I've noticed the vice president watching us and the building like a hawk from afar ever since, and the president was right that the general student populace and the other student council members are a bit miffed about the whole thing. It's a good thing I don't care, and Avi has taken to rubbing it in Mina's face as much as possible. The shrimp ran around putting up posters and shit proudly proclaiming the club's existence, and since they didn't break the rules or anything, the council couldn't take them down. I don't know what exactly Avi and Zeka did to get the vice president so pissed about them in particular, but it does make for a good show when Avi preens like a peacock purely to piss them off. Didn't even need to teach her that. She just picked it up. Ah, I'm so proud. But yeah, it's really weird, nothing catastrophic has happened yet. And honestly, at this point, I'm starting to suspect nothing will. The only thing that's been a little odd is Lilibet and Zeka, but those two have always been a somewhat awkward pair ever since the former joined. There's history there. Lately, I know Lilibet specifically has been making far more of an effort to do stuff with Zeka, much to the latter's, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell whether she wants to do anything with Lilibet or not half the time. Zeka isn't the most social, but I can tell she's trying with Lilibet, really. Which makes it odd, as when I came into the dojo today, I found an envelope sitting in the center of the room, neatly placed atop a sitting mat. Ah. What? I uttered, completely taken aback. A glance through my sixth sense told me nobody was here, hiding, ready to jump out and call this entire thing the stupid prank it is. Which means someone went through all that effort of putting an envelope down in the room like this. I couldn't say when exactly it was placed. I don't come in until a little before classes are over, so it's already the evening. Who knows when this was placed? Without much fanfare, I stride over to the envelope and pick it up, all the while trying to think of who would be so dramatic as to do this. I came up pretty short on the list of suspects. My first thought was of Mina, though from what I saw of her, she always seemed to be the more confrontational type to me, not this. There wasn't any need to waste much time on it when I could just open it and more than likely have all my questions answered. So, I sit down on the mat and pop it open. It's a letter, or at least looks like one, a lazy glance at the bottom of the paper gives me a name. Lilibet D'Artagnan Lunaire. Okay. What the hell is this about, then? The very first line, I begin uttering aloud. Dear members of the Occult Sword Research Club, I was a member of the dash. I pause, my breath hitching. Hero faction. I finish, grunting in sheer and utter incredulousness, a sneer crossing my face immediately in disbelief. That's not possible. I destroyed the hero faction with my blade. I have their former leader's Longinus, literally under my bed. So how? Are these fuckers like cockroaches? Are there more that didn't attack me or Kuo that day, and have just been lying around this entire time? If they were, why was that never mentioned in novels? Why did it seem like they were done and dealt with entirely after Chow Chow and the others were done in? Ugh, just my luck. Murphy, you piece of shit, just when I started thinking otherwise. I gave the rest of the letter a quick read, and it did confirm what I figured the original problem was going to be. Someone was after Zeka's gear, turns out, it was the hero faction who sent Lilibet to do it. But she chickened out because she started caring about everyone, who could have seen that coming. The letter mentioned someone called Sherwin Gong, a superior in this hero faction of some sort, but I don't recognize the name even a tiny bit. I couldn't care less about who she is, I'm more worried about what she's doing. According to Lilibet, that's amassing a force in Kuo, secretly, to do terrorist shit again. Gee, I could only wonder where such a force would be amassed. Where is one of the only places where the majority of the strongest people in the town couldn't go? The abandoned church. Not like they could use any of the abandoned warehouses and other areas out there, those got blown up, torn down, and rebuilt on top of already. Last I checked, such places aren't exactly so available around here. I'm going to destroy that place after this. I should have done so the first time I was there. I couldn't help but let out an aggravated groan as I set down the letter. What a revelation, and through some letter of all things too. Seriously. On the bright side, the letter mentions that Lilibet is leaving to settle things with them, which implies she's leaving them now, or going to try to. That, unfortunately, also implies they are still currently active. Not already destroyed, like I presumed. And once more, what a way to get that information, a letter of all things. It almost made me scoff. It's making me regret not prying into either of those girls' personal lives, when I really shouldn't. No point in going into what-ifs right this second, I need to head out, now. Ah. As if the universe couldn't stop fucking with me, it sends Avi through those doors at that exact moment. Good evening, sensei. How's your day been? I turned to look at her, and I guess she saw the look on my face, because the pep in her step fell off, and she essentially froze, the smile she nearly always has unfaltering. I don't need to answer her, I merely tossed the letter at her before getting up. What is this? The shrimp scrambles to grab it, though as soon as she does, she starts reading it, her eyes bugging out almost immediately as soon as she starts. But I'm already walking past her, so I don't get to see her face reacting to the entire thing. Yet I don't even make it halfway to the door before something impacts me from behind. Avi, wrapping her arms around my waist from behind, likely trying to stop me. Wait, sensei. She calls out, don't go right now. We need to wait for the others. I don't stop walking, dragging Avi along behind me. There is no time to waste. That is my simple response. Avi stutters and blubbers a bit. That may be true, but this is important, for everyone. Lyle-chan is one of ours. We need to do this together. Do we? I ask honestly, I can wrap this up in 10 minutes. Tops. It isn't about that. Avi tries to deny. You're right. I agree, causing Avi's eyes to light up, only to squash it back down with what I say next. It's about the people that trash will hurt if their attack goes through. That's, sensei, please. Avi doesn't have a good argument against that, so she resorts to begging. It doesn't stop me. I open the doors. Gather the others if you want. I speak out, if you want to follow, I'm heading to the old abandoned church. I won't kill her if I don't have to, but if she's threatening the town, I will put her down. I turn my head and look back and down at her, understand. Avi lets out a ragged breath, I understand, sensei. Good. Be safe. Be swift. I don't plan to take my time. Not this time. I look forward and step out into the evening light, Avi having jumped off me at last. In another step, that light takes me, and I'm sent across the town. To a place I haven't been to in a long, long time. There was a barrier around the church, a subtle one that hid itself and those inside it. I smashed through it without as much subtlety as an ice guy truck. My light let me out in the old church grounds, still just as decrepit as I remember. But nowhere near abandoned. I could feel them, dozens of powers, of people, of different races, teeming across the grounds. I could feel the moment nearly all of them locked onto me. Good. I held out my arms, and without reservation, I made my presence known. My power, my aura, my being, everything. As the barrier that kept them hidden falls to pieces around me, cracking the sky, a light the likes of which I bet none of them have ever seen before follows. And it calls to finish what it started. Chapter 114, Chapter. Generally speaking, when a clearly fairly pissed off god catches your hideout, what should be the usual reaction by all those on the premises? Running away to pray and fight another day, perhaps. Moving up whatever evil plans you have and executing them on the spot to try and salvage whatever you possibly can of the situation. Or, and in my opinion, the most hilariously stupid one, thinking you can gang up and jump him. Somehow. I gave terrorists coming from the hero faction too much credit, because almost immediately after I landed, I went to make a dozen or so clones, figuring the first two options were the given. I was mid-hand sign when I noticed something mind-boggling. They were all heading toward me. It was almost comical, feeling all their presences, their powers, feeling that still, as they can feel you, and then immediately turning and running straight toward it. You've got to be kidding me here. I gaped, just standing there, completely befuddled. Well. If I wasn't sure they weren't hero faction, I certainly am sure now. Which is weird, because I don't only feel humans milling about. I also feel devils. Also, to note, not absolutely everyone is heading my way, just pretty much all the trash fodder. There are 3 powers so far that I can feel staying out of it. They also just so happen to be the strongest I can sense lumbering around here. 2 are fighting each other, funnily enough. One of these feels like Lilibet, but... My eyes narrow. I sense dragon coming from her now. It's mild right now, but it's growing, that dragonic aura, it feels colder and darker than normal. Granted, my sample size isn't exactly large for what's considered normal, but the disparity is massive nonetheless. Considering the last, and only, dragon I fought was in the midst of Juggernaut Drive, that should say something. The power Lilibet is fighting isn't something I've felt before. It feels human at first, but the strength, I don't know, I can't describe it, because what I'm feeling doesn't make sense. After all, How could someone feel infinite when they very clearly are limited and are progressively losing their fight against their opponent? Wait a damn minute. Infinite. Fucking Ophis and her snakes. Putting that out of mind for right now, the last of the three is near the other two, almost like it's guarding the place of the other two's battle. My head cranes in those three's direction, and I can see the actual old not-so abandoned church building off in the distance, the overgrown forest around it failing to shroud it from me. They would be there, figures. I wonder if they fixed the door after the place got cleared out. Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out, First things first, though. I didn't bring my sword to the club today. I haven't exactly needed to, so I didn't. Now, sure, I could go back real quick and grab it. But why go through such a small amount of time and effort in the first place when I have weapons right here? I clench my fists and take a deep breath, feeling my power spark and crackle around my fists. Taking out whoever the leader is would just cause all the trash to scatter. They could do so easily via teleporting away, or they could go through the town to do so. I won't be giving them the chance. My head moves to the side automatically, a demonic power ball brushing past it almost casually after the motion. It impacts the ground like the magical equivalent of a water balloon, exploding against the ground and forming a fist-sized indent. Finally. They're here. My full body turns around as I crane my head skyward. There, their forms outlined in the sky by the still crumbling barrier around the grounds, is a group of devils, their wings and tails out behind them. Wait, tails. Straight up pointed demon tails, a classic. Well, that's new, I guess. Doesn't change the fact that they're all fodder. My eyes lock onto the one at the head of the group, the one whose hand was outstretched, the one who's currently being looked at by the others of his kind in that sort of manner that colleagues do when they know you just fucked up big time and are about to get fired. Or worse. Fire rippled out across my right fist as my power was imbued into it. I don't step, so much as I kick off the ground, sending myself flying into the air like a cannonball, with the thunderous boom of one to boot. There's no reason not to pass up an opportunity like this to try out a few new attacks or two I've been thinking up. A heat haze ripples out from my knuckles on my approach. It's so intense that I'm not surprised they felt the attack before physically seeing it. It didn't save them, however. The leadman barely got the chance to widen his eyes before my fist connected with his torso, and that heat haze erupted into flames. Dancing flame attack. It's like the sword slash, but with my fist instead. Except far more explosive. As the guy promptly blows apart with the eruption of fire, the others around him are consumed in the dancing inferno nearly just as swiftly. So quickly, none of them even get a chance to scream, they just fall, alight, and are charred into bits and parts. I let out a disappointed huff as I begin falling back to the ground. Expected, of course, but disappointing still. And that was only the first group to arrive, too, the closest. There's still plenty more. HNN. Maybe I should have brought the girls, purely to deal with these guys. That'd have saved me some time. Thankfully, by the time I land, I'm surrounded by a new group, but not of devils. No, this time, they're all humans. All wearing familiar, and very stupid-looking, school uniforms, wielding a menagerie of weapons. Hero faction fodder, the same ilk that Chow Chow had with him. Ridiculous. My eyes shift form as my gaze sweeps across them, my senses find the strongest of this little attempted ambush group, some girl who looks like a background extra in any generic anime's shopping scene, and my evolved eyes lock with hers. The poor girl couldn't even attempt to fight back, as my eyes spun up such a potent hypnosis to make the one I used against Freed all the time ago look like a simple parlor trick. So potent it was that the girl almost immediately fell over as though she was drunk, her eyes glazed and foggy, a couple of her troop around her giving startled gasps, attempting to help her up, and ask her what was wrong, while still trying to keep their weapons pointed my way. Who's your leader? I ask without further ado, tell me everything you know about them. Who they are, how strong they are, what kind of powers they have, everything. The troop collectively balked at my perceived insolence. Yet they balked even harder when someone answered. Our great emperor. The girl I captured in my sway answered without resistance, all emotion, and tone dull and deadpan. All I know of her is that she is our great emperor. That we follow her. Not Chow Chow, even before he died. Now only she is left. I have never met her. I know nothing of her true power or appearance. So shocked they were, not a single person tried to stop her. Thankfully for them, she didn't know much of anything beyond a name and gender. I hummed as I digested that information. So, looks like the hero faction had other parts to it all along, a group that, while part of it, never really followed Chow Chow. It would be the height of hilarity if it turns out that the woman, whoever she is, was yoinking members right out from under Chow Chow's nose just like he was. Karma do be a bitch like that. I would personally find whatever hell Chow Chow ended up in purely to tell him all about it and laugh in his face if I could. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any more than that, it seems. Ah, well, perhaps one of the stronger people over by the church building would be kind enough to share more. That said, I doubt the rest of this group knows any more than her, so. Thank you kindly, I state, sincerely, before raising my fist to the sky. Evening sunlight ripples across said fist like lightning as I breathe, and the ground ripples like ocean waves struck by a comet as I bring my fist down into it. The people around me cry out in shock and fear as they're suddenly thrust dozens of feet into the air, the ground rupturing beneath them with a force beyond their understanding. Every single one of them lands harshly, their cries replaced by groans and muttered whimpers, my gaze arcing around the cracked and tarnished field, finding every single person half buried and struck, trapped within pieces of uneven rock and earth. All still alive, of course. The devils burn, and the hero faction members get captured, as per the last showdown. Who knows, maybe the people whose job it is to process idiots like these can use them to find out more. Though considering how that went last time with Chow Chow's group, they all likely know next to nothing. Worth a shot on the off chance that just one learned something they weren't supposed to, regardless. The next group to make it to me is another squadron of devils. I don't get a good look at them, I simply turn in their direction and spit a fireball. The explosion alongside their presences winking out of existence confirms their elimination, and I turn toward the next closest. Thankfully, being the meat grinder doesn't take that long. While there is a considerable number of people around, it isn't an army, or anything close to it. Though once their forces started dwindling a fair bit, a few of them finally got the bright idea to run with their tails between their legs. In the devil's case, this was literally. Unfortunately for them, Holy Spirit power tends not to play nice with demonic powers, and the devils were trapped. Meanwhile, those of the hero faction who tried to escape were even more boned, since not one of their number was a magician, and so all of them had to run on foot. To say none of them run that race would be an underestimate. It felt longer than it lasted, but within minutes of my arrival, the church grounds were in absolute ruins. All around me, people groaned and whimpered, with patches of flame swirling around charring demon parts. The flames had begun to spread toward the actual church building by this point. I gave a huff of disappointment. I didn't expect a challenge, but these guys were probably even worse than fodder. Pure time wasters. In the back of my mind, a part of me was thinking about how that's a good thing, that it'd give the girls time to show up. But that's stupid as hell. Sure, I know how stories like this go. In whatever canon was the basis for these events, the club likely would have stormed the place by itself. Zeka would probably deal with Lilibet or whoever the final boss is by herself, kind of like Issei did with Rainier, now that I'm thinking about it. Wait a me damn minute, have the events of Volume 1 been paralleled the entire time and I never saw it? I let out a groan of frustration and brushed right on past that train of thought. Where was I? Right. Sure. I could let the girls handle all this. But that'd be irresponsible as hell of me. Honestly, as much as I hate reading about the mentor, or sensei, or whomever fixing everything, after all, it's more fun watching the main character go in and struggle for it themselves, growing themselves. Despite that, I have no reason to sit back and let them handle this. Especially when I can't control the situation at hand, and don't even have an idea as to what changed. Assuming this is even a canon spin-off or what, anyway. No idea who this great emperor girl is, no idea what Lilibet's deal is, nothing. I'll take care of it. At least just this once. It's been some minutes now, and I can't feel the girls anywhere near the church. Oh well. I won't artificially draw this out any longer. My halo of light appears at my back as I float into the sky, and with a flash, I barrel my way straight toward the church. A new sun. The church has, half collapsed by now, in the center of an open space surrounded by a steadily burning forest. I'm not surprised the place looks somehow worse than I last saw it. I'm also not at all surprised to find someone standing right outside, exactly as I had thought, guarding the entrance. A lone devil, who also looks like a background extra, at least compared to most devils. Maybe a particularly fancy background extra if you don't have taste. He was wearing one of those old-style noble suits. I land before the church, and thus before him. Strange, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't immediately attacked me. Right now, he's sort of giving me this sort of cold stare. As my halo winks out behind me, the devil finally does something, giving me a huff, how unfortunate. He begins, more annoyed than anything else, the Arahitogami. You were supposed to be in Kyoto, but instead, you're here. I raise an eyebrow at that, no shit, Sherlock. I point behind me, up toward the sky, was the light not a big enough clue? The devil rolled his eyes, har har, Cammy. I care little for your japes. He puts a hand on his chest, I am of the old Satan faction, Mobius Floretti. Begone from this place, at once. The name doesn't ring a single bell. Though I now understand why he didn't attack immediately, he's an idiot. Dude's a part of the old Satan faction. Well, that gives me pretty much everything I need to know about him. Man, you sure are forgiving. I continue, curious as to how far he'll keep this up, considering I slaughtered all the other devils here. I'm betting you're their big leader here, not a single ounce of compassion for their lost lives. Mobius, and man, isn't that a stupid name, turned his nose up at me. Their lost lives are meaningless compared to what I'm here for. That power of the snake, the idiot droned on, the old Satan faction requires it for our purposes. If we get that, even 100,000 more lost would be acceptable. Ah, so the person in there I sensed earlier has and is using an Ophis snake that this guy wanted for the old Satan faction, pretty much. Classic old Satan devils. Ah, geez, I couldn't help but chuckle. You old Satan types, you really are stupid, aren't you? Mobius' eyebrow twitched, and without another word, he raised a hand, incredibly slowly. I saw the attack coming a mile away before it even began. The demonic power that roared from his fingertips, forming a simple yet incredibly large bullet that launched straight for me. The power of this guy and the fodder are, admittedly, like night and day. I will give him that at least. The guy is stronger than your simple high-class devil, I'm betting on the reaches of ultimate. Which explains the arrogance to a fault. Yet. I mean, really. I utter, as the attack raced toward me, has the arrogance of you lot become infectious that it spreads? The bullet reaches me. My hand comes up, clad in my power. I grab the bullet like one would catch a dodgeball. In my hands, the demonic power frays apart as though it were mercury surrounded by boiling water. The attack shatters in my hand, dissipating uselessly. I can see the moment the gears in his small brain finally put two and two together, the exact moment he realizes how fucked he really is. Demonic circles begin to appear all around, but their spinning and forming are suddenly halted. Guh. He chokes, as my hand seizes his throat, dust bellowing behind me at the speed with which I move to get here. On instinct, he grabs at my arm, uselessly. Well then, I continue, smirking, you know the only way to treat an infection, don't you? Why you? The devil tries to gurgle out something, but he is ignored as I answer for him. You burn it out. On cue, I squeeze his neck, snapping it before his entire body promptly immolates. I dropped the flaming corpse listlessly to the ground and watched as the magic circles he summoned promptly sputter and flicker out of existence. For good measure, I set my hand on fire before shaking the flames off as well. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I grunt, looking down at the burning corpse. Without further ado, I turn toward the entranceway, and oh, hey. They did replace the doors to the entrance at least. You can tell because of how comically new they look compared to the door frame itself. I snort in amusement at that before making my way inside. By kicking the new, fresh doors off their hinges, of course. Alright. The fuck? I shout, my voice echoing along with the sound of the church doors slamming into the benches inside. At the very front of the church, Lilibet stood and nearly jumped at my entrance. At her feet was a woman, wearing one of those old traditional Chinese dresses, the thing in tatters as she lay in the ground, unmoving. Ah. Kusanagi-san. Lilibet uttered, sounding completely exhausted as she turned to me. Much like the woman at her feet, Lilibet also wasn't looking too good. During her fight, she lost her ribbon, and now her hair is splayed out behind her, wild and unkempt. Her uniform is in similar tatters, her cape is just gone, her sword has a chip in it, and her eye patch is gone, revealing a single yellow eye that appears perfectly functional. It's also, now that I'm this close, the source of where I'm feeling her dragon power coming from. So, that eye patch was a seal, huh? Not just part of some Chu-Uni cosplay. I walked in, raising an eyebrow, not sensei. I ask. She gives me a very tired, yet sad, smile, yes. I left Cult Sword, if you saw my letter properly. Even as she spoke, the dragon power from her eye was still gushing forward, like she was actively preparing for or in the middle of a fight. What is wrong with her? I waved her off, a letter isn't sufficient for that kind of thing. You want to leave, you're going to have to tell everyone straight to their face, you know. She grimaced, that won't be possible, Kusanagi-san. Especially now. I'm not much longer for this world, after all. Let me guess, I point at her, it has something to do with the overflowing dragonic aura coming off you right now, doesn't it? Unfortunately so, she nods grimly, I had to use the evil dragon's power inside me to defeat the enemy leader. She points to the Chinese-dressed woman with her sword, soon, I will stop being myself. Evil dragon. Ah, that would explain why her aura feels so different compared to other dragons. This isn't part of a sacred gear, right? Couldn't be like a juggernaut drive. The way she describes it sounds different, and it feels different compared to that time. I'm glad you came, Kusanagi-san. Lilibet continues, unaware of my inner thoughts, I know you'll be able to stop me without hassle, once I finally, HNN. I cut her off by grabbing her face, the majority of my hand resting right over her golden yellow eye. What are you doing? The girl cries out as I pin her against the wall. At the same time, a bluish-black aura begins to bubble and burn from her body. Oh yeah, that feels more like a curse, alright. Fixing whatever this is. I grumble out a verbal response before delivering my mystical response. A pure white light shines from the hand I have latched onto her face. Why you can't just HNNGH. Lilibet lets out a low groan, mixed with a monstrous growl, as the aura around her grows denser, flares up stronger. I frown, as I simply up the intensity of my purifying light. Purification. I've done something like this with Kuroka, completely taking out the devil with her. That required a whole process, was soul and body deep. This. My light smashed into the dark evil aura like a hurricane, immediately beating it back by sheer overwhelming power, will, and a dash of divinity. I could feel it almost instantly. This curse of hers wasn't nearly as deep as devil reincarnation, but it was pretty deep. It was thick, too, like it had been there a long time. Ah, well. It won't anymore. Lilibet shook under my grasp, her body trying to escape my grasp, likely by the curse's will. She heaved and groaned, but I refused to let out. I pushed my power until the aura around her vanished. I pushed it inside of her, not like that. And hunted down every speck of that nasty evil aura I could find. My light was almost drawn to it, seeking to weed out the filth even without my input. I'm not sure how long it took, beyond the fact that when it was done, it was dark out. When I was done, I let Lilibet go, but quickly had to catch her before she crumbled to the ground, limb. I let out a small sigh before gently leading her to the ground, in a far more comfortable position compared to the Chinese-dressed girl Lilibet put down earlier. Her breathing was haggard, but I sensed not a single dash of that curse on her. Excellent. And as if on cue. The sound of footsteps rushing against grass and then wood began to echo to the church. 3 girls appeared at the entranceway, their eyes wide, likely from seeing the devastation on the way here. Once they saw Lilibet, though. Lyle-chan. El Lilibet-san. Lunary. Well, they all had different exclamations, but they all still rushed to her side regardless. I stretched and sat down alongside them. When she wakes up, this girl has more than a few questions to answer. My eyes momentarily dart to the Chinese-dressed girl. She was the leader, huh? No way she's the great emperor that one hero faction girl she was talking about, right? Chapter 115, Chapter. Should have been faster then. I shrugged. Ha. Sensei. You. A little shrimp continued ineffectually to beat my back with her fists as she whined. I just chuckled, completely and utterly unfazed by it all. Seriously, though, if I hadn't gone as fast as I did, Lilibet might be in a far worse position. Right now, she's role-playing Sleeping Beauty, but if that curse had overcome her completely, well. I can't imagine it would have been pretty. In my robe, I can feel the incessant vibrating of my phone going off, over and over. After everything, I had contacted more than a couple of people after all, Suzaku and Yuzum to inform the 5 clans and Shinto of what I learned about the hero faction, Chiron, and thus Rias, to tell them why the old abandoned church and the surrounding grounds are now on fire, along with just giving a general update to Kuroka and Yasaka. That's going to be a fun batch of calls to get back to. But beyond all that, there's something else that needs to be dealt with first, here and now. Lilibet was laid out on the floor of the dojo, unconscious, a mat under her head, us having brought her back here before the fire could spread completely to the church. She hovered around the blonde, a magic circle in her hand. She seems fine. The silver-haired girl stated, albeit a tad unsure, this kind of magic isn't my forte, so I can't say for certain. Avi continued beating my back, not at all worried for Lilibet as she started adding a ki to every downward swing of her fist. It added no actual offensive power, and so, as everyone else has been doing since we got back, I continued paying her no mind. Zeka, though, who was sitting at Lilibet's side holding her hand, stilled at Sha's words, in clear shock. My gaze settled on her, and almost as if feeling it, Zeka moved only to meet it. If it were possible for a girl as pale as her to pale further, I think this'd be the time she would have. It didn't take long to figure out. All the time these two were spending together. Yeah, Lilibet probably told her everything. Maybe not about her hero faction stuff, but about her curse and such. Most likely. Zeka. All I had to say was her name, and said girl flinched, I respect you keeping Lilibet's privacy. But I think it's time we get an explanation. Avi finally stopped beating my back to look around me. Huh? Zeka-chan. She seemed the most confused, an explanation about what? She asked, her face scrunching up. Zeka looked like she wanted to be a turtle with how badly she was retreating into herself. That curse on Lilibet that I purified would be a good place to start. I answered Sho. Zeka sucked in a breath. What? She stated, blandly. A curse. Avi cried out, dashing around me to Lilibet's side, right next to Zeka. Though she looked like she wanted to fuss over the blonde, she abruptly stopped. Oh, wait, it's gone. She muttered, before slowly turning towards Zeka, and you knew, Zeka-chan. The pinky voice was a dangerous mix of trepidation, bewilderment, and pain. I could pretty much see the moment all the fear and anxiety withered away into sheer guilt at Avi's words, finally jolting her to say something. It wasn't, my place to say. Zeka sighed, I still don't think it is. Before Avi could say anything about that, I cut in. Maybe not, I began, voice low, but you're awake. She isn't. And we deserve to know rather than later, but I need to know, for official faction bullshit and such later. Zeka flinched as though struck. That is, fair. She mumbled tiredly. So then what happened, Zeka-chan, what was going on with Lyle-chan? Avi urged, putting a hand on Zeka's shoulder. She hovered in closer, content to hear and see where this goes. And so, Zeka began to regale us with a tale, which, as it went on, I increasingly hoped was just fiction, and not history about the girl's life. In France, a girl was born to the house of Lunaire, a descendant of a hero, the great knight D'Artagnan of the Three Musketeers. Well, I suppose that answers the question of who her ancestor is. To be frank, I had heard of the Three Musketeers, who haven't, but I never actually read up on them in detail, I never knew their actual names and deeds. Thus, her middle name never rang any bells for me. Moving on, Lilibet lived her life in her hometown and house, training with the fellow knights of her house, of which there were many. She was brought up to be a knight. One who protects people with her comrade, just like her hero ancestor. It was perfect, until, as these stories tend to go, it all fell apart. A mere few years ago, a person wielding the power of an evil dragon appeared in her hometown. Lilibet wanted to fight them, together, with the understanding that maybe together, they could win. But her comrades, her trainers, the knights she grew up with, all they wanted to do was run, save themselves. Even then, Lilibet tried to entrust her little sister to those who'd rather flee, hoping they'd get the girl to safety. They did not want to take her. In the end, none of it mattered. The enemy swept through the town and its people like a tidal wave, annihilating all in cursed flames. All except Lilibet, who, for whatever reason, that person spared, instead allowing her to keep her life, but not without cursing her with their power. Why would they do that? Whether cruelty or respect for trying to make a stand, Zeka or Lilibet could say, but what was done was done. In a single day, all Lilibet knew was lost. And to top it all off, she never could find the corpse of her little sister. No matter how much she dug through the ashes, the mud, the rubble, and debris, she couldn't find her. All she found was her ribbon. The blue ribbon Lilibet had been tying up her hair with since she got here, that was likely lost back in the church during her battle with that woman. Speaking of that woman, that leads into why Lilibet was here. That woman was one of the hero faction's leaders, albeit she wasn't crucial amongst the lot. Her name was Sherwin Gong. The name doesn't ring a bell at all, of course, but it's not like that matters. What does matter is that the woman led an attack on Zeka right before she transferred into Kuo. Zeka beat her, stealing her powers permanently with her sacred gear in the process. I'm going to put a pin in the whole permanently stealing powers bit. Don't worry, I'll flip my shit about it later. For now. That encounter was also when she first met Lilibet as the blonde was moonlighting as some mysterious blue knight in full armor. They dueled then, Zeka won, and that, plus her subsequent mission assignment of stealing Zeka's gear, was why Lilibet seemed oddly attached to Zeka when she first showed up. As for Sherwin Gong, well, Zeka stealing her power is what enabled the woman to sneak past the barriers and such other protections, as they likely flagged her as a mere mundane human. She probably had the help of that devil I killed out front of the church. All she'd have to do is sneak it with a summoning contract of his, use that to summon him from inside, then that guy could summon whoever he wanted with his magic. What a mess that could have turned into if they were smarter. By the time Zeka finished explaining, everyone was staring, equally distraught. She was staring off into space, with a distant and horrified look in her eyes. Avi's fists were clenched, and she looked on the verge of angrily crying out. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here, staring at Zeka blankly. Truth be told, hearing all that just made me incredibly tired. It also made me want to hug Lilibet, but I don't think she'd appreciate it that much as she is right now. Maybe later, when she wakes up. The part of me thinking of the now, however, can't help but realize I've got some more questioning to do. After all, someone running around with the power of an evil dragon, wiping out towns of people and houses of supernaturally trained humans, wouldn't such a guy have been killed by now at least? You'd think such an unstable, murderous sociopath would be put down by someone, even if just to maintain the status quo and save someone a little extra work, mass hypnotizing the friends, families, and so on of everyone the guy has killed. It's something to look into, at least. Even if it's a continent or two away. Sensei. Zeka spoke up, albeit barely, I'm sorry I kept this from you. I thought I didn't know. She trailed off into a long, low sigh, finding every single explanation she tried unsatisfying to her for some reason. Without another word, she simply bowed, thank you, for curing Lilibet. She settled on saying sincerely. Heh. I see that you. Calling the girl by her first name when she's unconscious. I snorted out a chuckle, reached over and patted her on the head. Don't mention it. And don't worry so much about not mentioning it to me. It's not like you knew I could purify her curse in the first place. I console her. It is one of my more niche powers after all. It isn't one that's going to be shown publicly. Still. Zeka ground out, a faint blush on her cheek. Still nothing. I shook my head and shot her down before she could start. I get it. Just remember, you got friends and folk here willing to hear you out and help, no matter what it may be, got it? Avi nodded vigorously at my words. That's right, Zeka-chan. I suppose so. She hummed in agreement. Lilibet here too, of course. I added, looking at all the girls, someone make sure to tell her that when she wakes up, all right. All right. Will do, sensei. They can handle it. Zeka and Avi promptly looked toward Shu and glared. She met their gazes, and it only took a second for her to break into a cold sweat. Oh okay, geez. She began, holding up her hands. I'll tell her if I'm around, but I'm no doctor, so I probably won't be, you know. Heh. Girl's domesticated, and she doesn't even realize it yet, huh? My hand comes back, and sets over the part of my robe where my phone is still going off. I let out a light yet long sigh. All right, girls, I begin again. Let's get Lilibet here moving. Why don't you all come over to my place for the night? I'd rather be able to keep an eye on all you lot, at least until this all blows over. Whoa. Sleepover. Avi threw up her arms in excitement. She groaned, while Zeka gave the pinky a nervous smile. I can feel my phone heating up through the fabric of my robe. Holy fuck. If I weren't immune to fire and heat, it actually might have started hurting by now. Right. I stand up, clapping my hands together. Get whatever you need, and let's go. On it, sensei. Two of the girls responded, the last just groaned louder. Heh. Poor show. A new son. After I teleported everyone over to my place, I had to excuse myself for more than a little while. Why? So many bloody phone calls. Fuck me sideways. I growled out to nobody in particular, as I now lay alone in my room. If I had waited any longer, my poor phone would have probably burnt out. Then I'd have to get another one. I should look into supernatural phones. Those exist, right? Well, in any event, my phone is now safe, cooling off on the bedside table. The girls are settled into their room. Yes, room singular. A great idea thought up by Avi, who dragged Shu into it, so they could all watch Lilibet and bond. Poor Shu. Shouldn't have gotten yourself into that predicament. I put the girls across the estate, far away from my room, yet well within my sensory range. They'll most likely be fine, but it doesn't hurt regardless. Now then. With a huff, I sit up on my bed. Now that's all taken care of. I mutter, trailing off back into my thoughts. I can prepare for my trip to Takamagara. I'm going to leave a clone behind to watch the girls and continue training the girls, that's a given, but otherwise, I've got an extended stay in Shinto heaven to plan for. Of which there isn't much to plan, because I don't exactly know a whole lot about the place. I know it's where all the heavenly kami, including my mother, live. Along with my half-siblings, I suppose. Though I never really considered us related, it feels weird even thinking it. From the glance I got when there, the place seemed like a viper's pit of aristocratic bullshit, ego, and stupidity. Not looking forward to that. Ah, well, no use in complaining about it now. While everyone is moving in the aftermath of this, I should rest while I can. Ah. Someone's coming. Fuck. My door abruptly gets flung open, albeit not with a whole lot of force. Ma, Nori. What's going on? Rose stumbles in, clearly half out of it. The girl looks like she just flung herself out of bed. In every way that matters, in that she's almost dressed like Kuroka. That's how you can tell she's out of it. The silver-haired girl is in a yukata, much like the robe Kuroka and I wear, except hers is stripped white and predominantly light blue. Exactly like Kuroka, however, in that the thing is barely clinging to her body. The sleeves are falling off and down to her elbows, her chest is pretty much completely exposed, looking like her tits could spill out at any second, and the sash keeping her robe tied up is hiked too far up, leaving her stomach, underwear, and thighs completely exposed. I took one look at her, and my brain damn near stalled altogether. It's kind of amazing how Rose flawlessly pulls off what Kuroka actively tries to, while tired and not even intending to do so. In other news, as my secretary, I probably should have expected she'd have gotten more than one call herself, too, huh? Good late night to you, too, Rose. I wave at her, casually. Bae. Good late night. HNN. She shakes her head, stomping heavily over to me in both drowsiness and distress. I was asleep, and there were so many calls, NIEEP. Without a word, I reached out, grabbing the silver-haired girl's wrists as soon as she got close enough to me, and pulled her onto the bed with me. Noriaki. What are you? She fumbles around, before being properly silenced as my lips take hers. I let go of her wrists, my hand finding her hips free from her robe to grip onto and hold her close as I took her lips. Steadily, I could feel my Valkyrie loosen against me, her nervous energy and tension dulling. Only then, when it lowered enough, did I free her lips. There we go. I muttered lightly, nearly chuckling, are you calm now? I suppose so. Rose uttered back, breathlessly, her face burning red, I'm sorry, I squeezed her hips, causing her to cut herself off with a shriek. That was, how did you? Only to begin stuttering on a new tangent, which was immediately solved by her simply looking down, causing her to see her state of dress. Or rather lack of. Oh. That was all she said to that, the red in her face spreading from ear to ear. This time, I chuckled. It looks good on you, by the way. I added, causing her to stare down at my chest, a low whimper emanating from her throat. Heh. Before she could pass out on me all of a sudden, I decided to move on to the topic at hand. As for all those calls you got, don't worry about it, I just took care of it. Something happened earlier. I trail off, considering how much I need to say right now. To be honest, I'd rather not have a repeat of the phone calls I took a short while ago, just with Rose. At least, not right now. Something. Rose asked, finally looking at me, incredulous, what would that be? I give it a moment of thought before chuckling and deciding to wave it off. I smile, it's not so important now. I'll tell you later. Ha. Rose gasped, why you can't just, I captured her lips again. Why? Because I wanted to. Nori, you can't. Rose practically moaned into my mouth, the isn't professional. She gasped out at last, as I released her once again. Rose's tongue was practically stuck out of her mouth as she breathed, trying to catch her breath. Why you know what my job is, right? Rose huffed, refusing to look me in the eyes as she pouted. To take care of me. I huskily and sternly replied. Rose blinked, confused, I guess. If you want to severely simplify it. Rossweiss. I grumbled. Why yes. She almost whimpered out. I'll admit. I'm usually very good at controlling myself. But right now. I don't want to. My hands fully slide around her hips, and now my arms wrap around her waist. I tug her closer, causing Rose to mewl in shock. Slowly, I bring my head down, so my eyes are right in front of her eyes. There's no more looking any other way now. I give her one simple command. Take care of me. I huskily order, straight to her face. Rose's eyes go wide, and she lets out a stuttering breath. She isn't stupid, just a little naive. But with that, I knew she got the message. Okay, my lord, if that's an order. Rose quickly, yet lightly, squeezes out. My hands land on her rear, and I don't hesitate, taking a big handful of her cheeks, not at all feeling the discomfort such a position would usually deal out to me. Eep. That's. Rose shivers against me. It's not just an order, I continued, causing Rose to perk up, it's picking up where we left off, back in Asgard. The reminder of that caused another shiver to rake through the girl, but I wasn't done. As both your boss and your man, I want you. Right now. I squeezed just a touch harder, causing Rose to let out a gasping moan, is that a problem? And no. Rose was surprisingly quick to stutter out, and no, Lord, Nori, I've been wanting this, too, She breathlessly trailed off, before gulping, and steadying herself. I want to take care of you, she managed, without a single stutter, breath hot against my face, would you give me that honor, my lord, my Nori? All of a sudden, my robe felt far right than it did a second ago. I didn't answer verbally, I didn't feel like I needed to. I'm pretty sure my actions alone were pretty explicit themselves. Instead, I captured her lips once again. But unlike before, where I was playful, this time, I was far hungrier. Nori. Rose moaned completely back into my mouth, and I could feel the girl practically melting against me. She further yelped into my mouth as I turned onto my back, dragging her along for the ride, and causing her body to land on top of mine, her chest to smash against mine, her legs to tangle with mine. Rather than just accept me, I could feel Rose now actively push back, so to speak. Her arms began wrapping around my head, her tongue began pushing down to coil with mine. It was sloppy, and raw, and kind of desperate, but I could feel the heat and want coming off of just her face alone. My hand slid up and down her back, occasionally taking her head and cradling it much like she did mine, or going back down to grab handfuls of her plush globes again through her robes. Minutes passed in what felt like moments, and as our heads finally disconnected from each other, all that was left was a trail of saliva, which itself quickly fell. Rose was panting now, her tongue stuck out, but seeing as all I did was let out a husky breath, this led to her getting an idea. She sat up, her arm coming down right next to my head, holding her up slightly above me. Here you go. With her free hand, she reached down and gave her robe her tongue. And just as I had predicted, her breasts came spilling out with ease, right over my head. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what she wanted me to do. Without further ado, my head raised, and my mouth clamped down straight onto her areola like it had a target sign on it. AAH. Rose's head reared back slightly, as she bit her bottom lip. Oh, yes, Nori, right there, that feels so Her head flinched back again as my tongue struck out from within my mouth, lapping at her nipple. Rose whimpered and whined, her breath coming in steady and quick gulps as the hand closest to my head wrapped around it once more, holding me up. I release her nipple with a satisfying pop, the thing having swiftly grown plump and stiff from my work. I can feel Rose let out a full body shiver, straight down her spine as I do so. A part of me really wants to take my time with you, I utter up at her, smirking, but the other part just, really wants to slam you against that wall and pound this perky ass until it's as red as your red face right now. I confess, my hands come down to squeeze her ass, right as I come out and say it. I don't mind, either way. Rose admits back, as she leans down slightly to look me in the eye. I'm yours to use to take of yourself, as any way you want. As she went on, I could feel her swivel her hips against my own, her body pressing against the source of what's making my robe so tight, the 10 that had long since formed down there, your employee or girl. So don't hold back, okay? We walk here are made of sterner stuff, I know I can take it, if it's you. That's not helping my choice paralysis here, Rose. Oh, fuck it. I do another turn, a full-on flip this time, ending up with Rose on her back, and me on top of her. Without further ado, I sit up onto my knees. This is getting kind of uncomfortable to wear, I growl out huskily to the girl beneath me. Rose's eyes slowly glide down my still-robed form, very quickly finding the problem. She whimpers. I'd imagine so. She gulps, shivering. It takes a single tug on the cloth to loosen the robe, another to pull the strap of cloth keeping the thing together off. And one last tug to pull the robe open, my length springing out right over Rose's head. Rose looked up at it, breath hot and voice shaky. Her hand slowly came up to her tits, pushing the large, soft mounds together. Here, right here, please. She grasped them, giving them small, slight shakes as she lightly begged, I want to feel it here. I grunted, lowered myself just a tad, and slid my twitching girth straight between her tits. It slid right between her large bust with ease, no lube needed, that's just how smooth and soft hers were. Her bosom took my cock right down to the base, before the tip of my girth pointed out right at the top, hovering over her mouth. I let out a groan just from the shot alone. The way my length fit snugly in her bust, the way the head of my length stuck out, hovering right over her mouth, the way she looked at it and me, her face hot, her breath hot as it brushed against the tip. I was just about to start thrusting when something wet joined the hot brushing against my tip, causing me to groan further. Rose had leaned up, just a bit more, pushing her tongue against the head of my girth. Ma. She breathes out, as her lips follow, coming down and closing around it, Mama. Oh, fuck. I shiver and groan out as I instinctively reach down and grab her head. MHHH. MMMH. And finally begin thrusting. Each one was slow, yet hard, burying my cock into her mouth without forcing it down her throat. I didn't need to worry about teeth, Rose kept them out of the way easily, perhaps a bit too much so, considering I could only feel her lips and tongue. She wasn't even sucking on it properly. But I didn't care, it was warm, it was wet, it was Rose, and it felt like fucking heaven. MMMHH. MMMHHH. Rose moaned around my cock, letting me pull her head into every single one of my piston-like thrusts. Fucking hell, can't, ugh. I don't know if maybe it's because I'm back up. Or perhaps it's because it's Rose herself. But as I felt her mouth around my cock, I felt my length swiftly begin heating up in response. I've got no shame to admit this, I came fast, and I came hard. MMM. Rose's eyes widened as I pulled her down into one last thrust, a low, long groan grumbling from my throat as my cum spilled out into her mouth. I slowly pulled her head off my length, sighing as I did so. Mama, show, mush, MMM. Rose lay there, slurring with her tongue stuck out, breath so hot now you could see it in the cool night's air. Her mouth was dripping with my cum, a pure white liquid sprayed all over her tongue, and there was a lot she didn't seem to know what to do with. Mush, shout, With a small chuckle, I went to help direct her, only for her to close her mouth and lean her back, swallowing thickly. Ah, there. She gasped for breath, her mouth now wide open, yet somehow empty. Well, all right then. Wait, Rose began again, breathless and confused, now looking at my still rigid length, isn't it supposed to? She trailed off. I resisted the urge to laugh. No, I replied, deep and gravely, maybe for others, but not for me. Rose blinked. Oh. Oh indeed. I reached down, my hand wrapping around the back of her head. You do remember what I said earlier, right? I smiled. It took her a moment. Oh. She shivered out. Without a second more to waste, I flip her around, once again, right back onto her stomach. Oof. She cried out, Nori, Lord. She rubbed her thighs together, something I quickly got a full view of as I pulled up her robe at last, freeing her legs and backside entirely, giving me a clear view of those perky, plump cheeks clad in a pair of dark panties. Well, I grumble, a finger slipping in between the lace of her underwear, causing her to whimper, won't be needing these anymore. I pull them down, and with that, I can see just how wet she already is. My hands clamp down on her cheeks, molding into them like a shapely dough. I pull her waist up, her legs coming up onto her knees as I do so. You ready? I rumble out. Why yes, Nori, my lord, please make me your girl. She squeezes out with a mule. There's no need for hesitation, she already said she could take it. So I plunge myself forward, my cock spearing straight through her entrance and into her folds with one big thrust. HNN. Big. Rose moans and cries out, her fists clenching the bed beneath her, her teeth sinking into the sheets. I groan as my girth is practically sucking in by her hot, tight folds, her pussy constricting and pulsing around my length almost desperately. My grip on her hips tightens as I begin to pump into her. At first, I start much like I did when I took her mouth. But this wetness, this heat, it's far more than what her mouth was. So it's no surprise at all that I quickly find myself pumping far faster, far more recklessly, far harder. Oh. Aha. Show, good. Gooyed. Rose's words began to slur almost instantly between moans, as her mouth and tongue hung open and out. I can't feel my legs. Mama. With each pump of my hips, her moans began getting luttier, her mouth began drooling as her eyes rolled back. All the while, her folds pushed all around me from almost every direction. Every single lewd cry and sloppy word made her insides bubble and church with heat and a throbbing clench around my girth. Haha, you gotta be fucking HNN. I groaned out, as all of that just served to push and drive me forward toward my climax, again. This feels a little soon, but we've got the whole night left ahead of us. And as if rising to meet me, the heat in her core builds all the same with mine. Nori. 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 Rose lewdly cries out over and over again, timed with each of my thrusts, right height there. There. Thought, spat. HNNN. Except hers abruptly built way faster, speeding past mine. Holy fuck, Rose. Ugh. Her folds clamped down around me as her entire body seized, a quiver spreading out across her entire body, curling her toes and causing her to arch her back directly against me. At the same time, she practically milked my cock, the tightness finally pushing me over the edge and causing me to fill her insides just as I had her mouth. Hey. Rose giggled lewdly as she lay there against the bed, her eyes glazed over, almost drunkenly. Why yay, so warm, I fell forward, my hands coming down against the bed on either side of her head. Nori. Rose tilted her head, looking up at me. I simply smirked down at her. Wait, still. Not until, these cheeks are as red as that face, remember? I huff out. Rose whimpered lewdly, which only turned into a full shaking moan as I thrust once more. I may as well indulge until I have to go, right? Just this night, then, in the morning, I can tell Rose what's happened. At some point, anyway, the morning does technically last a while, doesn't it? Hee. Chapter 116, Chapter. Today is the day. At my side, a particular cat girl stood and hummed, a finger on her lips, as her gaze darted between me and Rose. A Rose, who was now in her secretary uniform, was walking around the living room, wobbling. Every so often, the silver-haired girl would take a look toward me, blush profusely, and promptly try to pretend she didn't do so. Kuroka, seeing this, slowly smirked and finally settled her gaze on me. You should have let me help, Naya. Kuroka exclaims, pointing a finger at my chest. Rose shrieked in the background, a suitcase clattering to the floor as she dropped it in shock, causing Rose's shriek to be followed up by a despondent whine. I shot Kuroka a look and flicked her on the forehead for her transgression. Nyeh. Her head snapped back as she cried out, her hands immediately moving to cover her head before she whined, "Darling." I ignored her dramatics, however, as standard, and reached out, putting my hand on her head. The reaction and switch-up were almost instantaneous. She went from whining to purring, like a nice engine revving up. Her pupils dilated comically wide as she pressed her head back against my hand. I won't lie, it almost made me coo, seeing her act so innocent and cute. "Be good to Rose while I'm gone, all right?" I instruct her, powering through all instinct to rub the cat some more. Kuroka huffed, still rubbing against my hand, but she looked significantly more displeased now. "I still don't understand why you can't take her with," she grumbled. That caused me to frown in turn. "I do," I responded, with a click of my tongue, "but I really don't like it. See, normally, as my secretary, Rose would be coming with and following me around while I stayed in Takamagara, sort of like a reverse of what we did in Asgard. There's a problem with that, however. Despite working for me, despite having officially left Asgard and Odin for good, she's not allowed up there. Nobody besides the heavenly gods of the Shinto pantheon. According to Yuzum, there haven't been exceptions, even if my mother wanted there to be. That's because such a law wasn't put in place by her, but rather, her father, and the primordial Shinto divines that came before even him. Yeah, those little shits. The ones my mother referenced didn't particularly like my relationship with Kuroka. Honestly, I had half a mind to bring Rose anyway, then shove my sword up each of their asses and tell them to stuff it. The only reason I'm not is because, as Yuzum told me, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't be able to bring her even still. It's a law imposed upon the realm itself. I wouldn't physically be able to bring her through, she simply wouldn't be able to enter. Stupid divine bullshit. Once I get strong enough, I'll cut a way in, past all of that. Literally. That's all Yuzum explained this morning, in preparation for my stay in Takamagara, anyhow. Ever since then, she's pretty much vanished. I've been getting ready, or rather, Rose has been getting ready for me because she feels like she has to, as she can't follow me. I told her she didn't need to, but she kept going anyway. The only thing that really seemed to even slightly stall her was thinking about last night. Or, well, more like the entirety of last night. Which is kind of hard to avoid with the way she's walking everywhere. I'd say poor Rose, but she loved it, so I can't really say that now, can I? Anyway, Rose is packing whatever she thinks I need. I don't really have an exact time frame for how long I'll be staying, maybe about a month or so, but even assuming that, I don't really know what I'd need to bring. I'd have asked Yuzum, but like I said, she kind of left in a hurry this morning. Ahead of me, I think she said she wanted to be. When I'm ready to go, I'll follow her to Takamagara, but none of that really helps with right now, does it? Thankfully, Rose has experience dealing with trips across mythological systems with Odin and has some idea of what I'd need. Mostly clothes, going by what I've been seeing her stuff into suitcases. Something about how I need to dress up if I'm going to be staying at what amounts to a royal court, an ancient Japanese royal court, at that. I'm going to be real, I appreciate the effort Rose is putting into all this, but I kind of don't want to go along with any of the whole court shenanigans bound to ensue. No dressing up all fancy, prancing around like a peacock, threatening idiots for courting death, that kind of stuff. Okay, that last one might be more of a Chinese pantheon thing, but somehow I feel as though with how many nobodies there are up there, at least some have to think they're more important than they actually are, and try to start some shit with me. It's practically the law of the universe. And Murphy. And, done. Rose calls out abruptly, the slamming of a suitcase followed by a sigh of relief trailing after her words. Without further ado, Rose picks up the suitcases, 3 in specific, one a large rectangle of a thing and the other 2 far more standard in size, and walks over to me with them. This should be all you need, Lord Nori. Rose's face burns as she holds them out, trying very hard not to look at me after her slip up. I could feel the smugness radiating from Kuroka at my side. I successfully resisted punting the damn cat, instead reaching out to take the suitcases by the handles and out of Rose's hands. Huh. I can feel the heft in the larger suitcase. The hell did Rose put in here while I wasn't paying attention? Well, putting that aside for now, I open my mouth, ready to thank her, only to be cut off as Rose wraps her arms around my torso, suddenly hugging me. There's no need to thank me, I wanted to, that's final. Rose humbles against my chest, still not looking at me, yet I could see the side of her face, the slight upward tilt of her mouth, of her smile. Naya. Kuroka, not wanting to be left out, promptly jumped on me from the side, joining Rose in hugging me. I'm doing this because I want to, Naya haha. She went on to announce while cackling. Ah, well, I'd hug you girls back, but I attempt to hold up the suitcases, but unfortunately, I'm blocked by said girls. So, instead, I kiss each of their foreheads. Naya. Kuroka snuggles deeper into my side, chuckling, have a good trip, darling. I could feel the heat on Rose's face burn hotter, alright, have a good trip. Rose barely manages to mumble out. See, now, if they do this, it's just going to make me want to take both of them with me. I know, the law, my promise to my mother, all that jazz, but still. I'll have a clone around, but it just isn't quite the same, I suppose. So, for now, I'll settle for becoming strong enough that I can take them with me, no matter the law. I hope I will. I finally answer them back with a wistful sigh. It's probably bound to happen no matter what I do, there's no way I don't get into some sort of squabble, some sort of drama. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. I just hope that isn't all there is. It took a few more moments that stretched on far longer than they actually were. I could tell the girls didn't really want to let go, but they had to eventually anyway. With that, I walked outside, into the morning sun. It wasn't too early, nor near the afternoon, the sun hung up in the sky, casting its light upon the world at a good angle. There wasn't anything in particular that was different about the sun compared to your average morning. Yet, as I stepped out of my home, and the sun's rays washed over me, I couldn't help but feel a sense of, I'm not sure, exactly. It felt like a kind of nervous energy. Almost foreboding, in a way, but not specifically hanging over me. It was weird, so that's all the thought I gave it. With a moment to spare, I inclined my head back toward the house and gave the girls watching from the window a smile and a nod. As I did, the rays of the sun seemed to collect around me, before scooping me up in a pillar of brilliant golden light. A new sun. You know, considering this entire thing was supposed to be far more official, I expected a fairly elaborate greeting and or welcome of some kind. One where all the pomp and bullshit is pulled out, full royal welcome, the works. I had kind of figured I was being thrust into such a situation when that light collected me. After all, I didn't do that. I was preparing to, but I didn't get it off in time myself. So, when I opened my eyes, I naturally put on a blank stare, expecting something grandiose and more than likely headache-inducing. Instead, I was in a familiar windowless room once again, my gaze drifting down to find a certain purple-haired failure of a goddess lying in a particular beanbag chair, in her underwear. And by underwear, I mean a borderline micro-lilac bikini. Yuzum lay there, seemingly not having noticed the light show at all. Which is fair considering she's lying on her stomach and facing away from me. She yawned loudly and dramatically, stretching out her limbs as she did so. Not a single care in the world. Nice ass, though. What the fuck? I began aloud, not so much a question, more a statement of fact. That made her react. She stilled mid-stretch, her limbs going rigid. Yeah. She started turning her head, but I didn't even give her that luxury. My hand came down like the hammer of a god of judgment. Right down on one of those shapely-ass cheeks. Aye. Yuzum shrieked in stinging pain, basically flailing herself off the beanbag chair. I snorted. A far more feminine voice, that definitely wasn't Yuzum, also snorted, directly behind me. I didn't need to turn around, she ended up walking right up to my side, so all it took was a glance to recognize her. An oversized black t-shirt with blue sweatpants and white wolf slippers, obsidian black hair down to her waist, and matted from sleep, and golden eyes somehow glowing with the dull tiredness of someone who really doesn't want to deal with this shit right now. Nice shot. She grumbled out, groggy yet proud. I flashed her a thumbs up, but I don't think she saw it. Instead, she focused a glare down at the goddess rolling around on the floor. Yuzu. She began plainly. The purple-haired goddess promptly stilled entirely, now on her back. I'm a dash. Whack. Ow. She then proceeded to slap her right across one of her titties, sending the purple-haired goddess rolling across the ground once more. I chuckled before saying, nice shot. She turned toward me, a small tired smile spreading across her face. She agreed with a hum, I'd hope it was. I've had tons of practice. That tracks. Blowing a wild strand of black hair out of her face, she walks right up to me. She doesn't say anything more, she just sort of falls right onto me, her arms wrapping around me to keep herself from falling. Well, alright then. What a welcome, eh? I dropped my luggage right then and there, before scooping up Amma into my arms. Not in so much a hug, but more so to hold her up. At the same time, I lash my foot out and kick Yuzum straight in the ass. Ow. Okay. Stop. I got it. Jeez. She whines, practically crawling back onto and sitting on the beanbag chair, wincing as she does. That might have something to do with the suspiciously hand-shaped red print forming on her ass. Or it could be totally unrelated, who knows. I cleared my throat before looking back down at her. Alright, so. Once again. Yuzum, what the fuck? I repeat succinctly. Yuzum pouts, her arms wrapping under and pushing up her bust. I was just taking a load off, before, I had to introduce you, and stuff. Yuzum slowly trailed off, trying her best not to look at me all the while. My eyebrow raised, and stuff. I parodied back. Yuzum nodded a bunch of times. The court wanted to do this whole fancy and boring welcome for you, where pretty much every kami would be in attendance. One big pompous ceremony and all that. She huffed, clearly in distaste. I left to get here early and get on top of things. You mean get on top of that beanbag chair? I corrected her, only to cause the goddess to grumble to herself and shimmy into the thing more. It's comfortable. She mumbled in her defense. Oh, I know. I agree, still, a ceremony, huh? Yuzum nods at that, still sitting there pouting. As I look down at Yuzum, a part of me thinks of something better to do than attend something like that. That may have something to do with putting Yuzum's mouth to work doing something far better than just announcing my name. Unfortunately, those thoughts are squashed by the fact that I am still holding my likely not entirely unconscious mother in my arms. So, maybe later. Now that I think about it, I guess Yuzum is going to be my rose for this stay, huh? Yeah, better put her to work with something she can't screw up. For now, though. Pretty much every kami, huh? I think aloud, before asking, is that literal, or just the important ones? Literal. Yuzum grumbled, causing me to shiver, remembering all of them. Ama's advisor thought this whole thing out, where dash? Nope. I swiftly interject, my palm held out to her. Yuzum blinked at that, nope. She repeated back to me, confused. Yeah, no. I nodded sagely, as if agreeing, not dealing with that. Would rather do anything else than that. Yuzum simply stared at me, and for a moment, I almost expected her to start telling me why I shouldn't try and skip this. Then, she smiled and leaned back in the beanbag chair, her arms curving behind her head. Sweet, less work for me. She sighed dramatically in relief. Yeah, for a second there, I guess I somehow forgot who I was talking to. Ama, finally making herself known once more, groans against my robe. Omoikane's ideas aren't always the most fun, but still, she lifts off me just a bit. It'd be rude just to ignore it all, you know. I look back down at her and grunt. Okay, and? I don't care if it's rude. I state, I certainly didn't ask to be shown off like a peacock to the rest of the heavenly deities. Especially, I shiver, them. Fair enough, but you know, Nori. Ama holds up a finger. In some respects, this is supposed to be punishment for you, remember? She points out. I give her a blank stare. I have a better idea. I ignore pretty much everything Ama just said to me, causing her to give an indignant huff, but before she could say anything else, I power on. Did you ever go visit your mother? Ama stills like a deer caught in the headlights. Yuzum chokes on a snort. I didn't need words when reactions spoke for themselves anyway. I see. Well, in that case. Ama gulps, looking up at me in clear panic. Wait, Nori, seriously, this really isn't something you can miss. Everyone is going to be there. The important gods will only show up after the fact. Yuzum helpfully adds, this is more a ceremony for the general pantheon. The rest of Ama's kids, they won't even be here for that at first. Yuzum shrugs, they're off dealing with the aftermath of what you dealt with in Kuo. Ama turned, looking at Yuzum in absolute betrayal, her mouth agape, why you little. Yuzum flashed her a smile and a wink. Ama growled, before turning back to me, still, it's dash. Boring. I cut her off with a smile of my own, and potentially traumatizing. I can guarantee you, the way I saw them act before, by the time that ceremony is over, you'd have to cut that 8 million god figure to less than half. Well, be that as it may dash, I put a finger to Ama's mouth, stopping her once again. To ask a very simple question. Now, would you rather what you're wearing right now, or would you like to change first? I ask her, very sincerely. What was her response? Her eyes went wide, and she began trying to almost desperately escape my hold. I see, you want to go right now. I take her attempt at escape in the very opposite direction. No. No, I do not. Nori. Nori. I hoist her up, throwing the bed-mangled chief goddess of the Shinto pantheon over my shoulder like a sack of flour. Even as said sack of flour tries desperately to escape me, I told her tightly, her struggles prove pointless. I take one last look down at Yuzum and wink at her, we'll be back in a bit. I then take a glance toward my luggage, and back at her, be a doll and put my stuff away, yeah. Yuzum flashed me a look of betrayal, similar to the one Ama had sent the purple-haired goddess prior, before grumbling out something like an acceptance of the order. Right then. I call out, away we go. Way it. Ama calls out, right behind me, as golden light promptly takes us away. Today, however, just seems to be full of surprises. When we appeared in the dark, dull halls of the palace in Yomi, it wasn't a woman who sat on the throne before us. No, it was instead a man. A very familiar man, with blazes where his eye sockets should be. I knew it had been a little while since I'd been down here myself. But to think, a few months flew by so quickly. Over my shoulder, Amma slowly slumped, limp, and let out the longest sigh I think I ever heard. I, on the other hand, had a far different reaction. "What's up, Susan?"